Chapter 1. Once an immortal, now an ancient being. His body felt frail. Consciousness ebbed and flowed in a haze. Xuanhao sensed an irresistible fatigue enveloping him, his perception torn between dissolution and cohesion. At last, his vision pierced through the blinding light. He blinked, and the room shimmered with a cold metallic sheen. Several unfamiliar instruments loomed before him. Xuanhao glanced down, observing the pallid skin of his arm, veins faintly visible beneath the surface. In his grasp was a piece of paper. He focused intently. Document number X07. Date of contact June 7, 2030. Level boss. Codename Shadow God. Corpse dispersing immortal. Malevolent spirit. Temporary authority unknown. Attack method intense mental and physical contamination. Sign Tang. Evaluation extremely high threat. Incomprehensible. Unpredictable. Fatal. Unresolvable. Suddenly, a flood of fragmented memories surged forth. Thus it is, Xuanhao comprehended everything. He was an immortal. In the waning days of the Dharma, when spiritual energy had vanished, he, through immense will and fortuitous opportunities, seized the essence of the universe, transcending into immortality. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself ensnared within a spatial rift. His memories held the tale of a prolonged dormancy. In that chasm, light was a distant memory. Even the very notion of existence was difficult to grasp. Yet, amidst that desperate darkness, Xuanhao still sensed a faint nourishment seeping in. That must be spirit, or perhaps pure mental energy. Xuanhao was uncertain, but the self in his memories, by consuming these dissipating spirits, not only resisted decline, but grew increasingly powerful. A year, 2 years, or perhaps decades. In that distorted dimension, time had long lost its significance. Thus, countless years passed, and at last, his consciousness permeated the realm of reality. A week prior, he had discovered a medium, allowing his power to infiltrate the real world. In pursuit of reclaiming his former body, to achieve corporeal immortality and traverse the earth in the form of a true immortal, Xuanhao arrived at this base. This flesh. Xuanhao twisted his neck, acutely aware of the frailty of humanity. Yet, even so, he remained invincible. The vessel he inhabited was undeniably fragile, but even if he were to be slain once, twice, or even 1,000 times, he could not be extinguished. Such is the essence of a true immortal. His primordial spirit resided in a higher dimension. For now, only a sliver of power seeped through, manifesting within the body of a human warrior. Xuanhao's gaze returned to the paper in his hand. Boss level? Shadow God? A low, peculiar sound rumbled from his throat, a series of syllables utterly alien to human language. Boss level. Hith hith. The eerie laughter echoed through the frigid air. The evaluation is rather fair. Xuanhao's facial muscles twitched unnaturally, tightening, his lips stretching toward the roots of his ears, sharp canines glistening ominously. This body was far too fragile. It could not bear the weight of his immense mental power. Even the slightest movement threatened to shatter it, resulting in strange transformations. This was not his failing, but rather a testament to the inherent peculiarities of this flesh, the warrior. This world has long since lost its essence. The energy they cultivate is both familiar and peculiar ordinarily. It poses no significant threat. Yet, upon contact, I undergo an uncanny transformation. Or is it evolution? Xuanhao pondered thoughtfully. At that moment, another fragment of memory surged forth. Eliminate Dr. Tang. This directive came unbidden, as if etched deep within his soul, activated instantaneously by the gathering memories. Xuanhao was utterly convinced that this command had originated from himself. A week prior, a fragment of his consciousness infiltrated this realm, where he encountered the local warriors. Dr. Tang was the adversary obstructing his path. This place was the battleground set by Dr. Tang himself. My body is ensnared. Xuanhao lifted his gaze, acutely aware that his true form resided within this warrior stronghold. However, he could not ascertain its precise location. This corporeal vessel was far too fragile to accommodate his arrival. His spiritual awareness was rendered ineffective, and conjuring any mystical arts was out of the question. Suddenly, a piercing alarm erupted in his ears. The overhead white lights flickered, casting a blood-red warning glow. Boom! The heavy alloy door was violently struck. Bang! Under the impact of some unseen force, the door shattered. Amidst the blinding crimson light and the wailing sirens, 3 figures burst into the room, encircling Xuanhao in a menacing formation. Target locked, bellowed a gruff voice. Engage, followed by a youthful voice. The young man, enveloped in swirling azure energy, moved with such speed that he left afterimages in his wake, closing in on Xuanhao. The long blade in his hand had already been unsheathed, glinting ominously. Roar! Beside him, a burly man inhaled deeply, unleashing visible sound waves that crashed into Xuanhao. Behind the two, a woman's icy voice rang out behind. Countless translucent blue tendrils, composed of energy, erupted from the ground in a frenzy. In an instant, like a constricting serpent, Xuanhao found himself ensnared, firmly immobilized. Yet he did not resist, for all of this was futile. His existence transcended the understanding of mere mortals. Only an immortal could slay another immortal. Slash! The blade-wielding youth was now within striking distance. The sword emitted a sharp sound as it sliced through the air, its edge trailing a stream of azure light, aimed directly at Xuanhao's throat. Thud! A spray of crimson erupted beneath the stark white lights. The cold blade pierced through Xuanhao's left shoulder, mere inches from his heart. The ferocious force, coupled with the violent azure energy, instantaneously rent his skin and muscle. It even severed deep bone, inflicting serious damage. The youth murmured, deftly twisting his wrist to widen the wound. His movements were as swift as the wind, executed in one seamless motion. In a heartbeat, Xuanhao was nearly cleaved in twain. Indeed, a creature of boss caliber. After landing the strike, the youth immediately retreated to a safe distance, yet astonishment flickered in his eyes. The target before him had endured a blow that was nearly fatal. Yet, it appeared utterly unaffected, suppressed. The robust man's second roar followed swiftly. Ha! A broader smile spread across Xuanhao's face. As a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, a silent wave detonated at the mental level, surging into the mind of the knife-wielding youth like a hurricane. Consciousness. Bang! It was as if something had shattered. The spark in the youth's eyes extinguished, and his body fell rigidly backward. What? The robust man and the woman's pupils constricted abruptly, as if struck by a heavy blow. Though they were not killed, the silent mental shock left their faces as pale as paper. Attack! The woman's sharp voice carried a hint of panic. The robust man forced himself to regain focus and roared once more, the violent sound waves crashing fiercely against Xuanhao. At that very moment, the woman thrust her hands forward with all her might, unleashing countless blue tendrils of energy resembling dense javelins, swiftly stabbing toward the stunned Xuanhao. Puff! Puff! The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed relentlessly. The attached body of Xuanhao was penetrated by numerous energy tendrils from various angles, scorching blood gushing forth like a fountain from the wounds. Yet, Xuanhao wore a smile that seemed to tear him apart, as if it were not his own body being pierced. In truth, it was indeed not his body. The woman shrieked sharply, her will urging. The energy tendrils that pierced through Xuanhao suddenly writhed, violently tearing in different directions. Whoosh! Flesh and bone shattered incessantly, and in an instant, Xuanhao's attached form was torn into pieces by the energy tendrils. Did we succeed? The woman staggered back a few steps, beads of cold sweat forming at her temples. Truly a formidable Bo-S-class creature, it is indeed difficult to deal with. She thought, exhaling deeply. It shouldn't be this simple. The woman strode forward, her gaze landing on the scattered papers on the ground. They were the files of this boss. She bent down to pick them up, her fingertips trembling slightly. As her eyes scanned the document, they finally settled on the end, where the glaringly red evaluation read. Incomprehensible? The woman pondered over these 2 words, deep in thought. Indeed, a deep voice resonated behind her. What? The woman shivered violently, a chill running down her spine. This was unmistakably the voice of her companion. Yet, the tone was cold and unfamiliar, laced with a chilling amusement. For you, the current me, is indeed incomprehensible. The robust man wore a mocking smile. The woman whirled around abruptly. Her companion stood there, his mouth twisted into a terrifying grin that reached his ears. This horrifying visage was identical to the boss they had just killed. How is this possible? Gazing at her familiar yet strange companion, the woman felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Roar! The robust man opened his mouth to bellow, a terrifying wave of sound exploding forth, causing blood to flow from the woman's 7 orifices. He lunged forward, swiftly delivering a hand strike. Puff! The head fell, blood gushing forth. The battle concluded in an instant. Chapter 2. A moment of carelessness, and we all perish. Xuanhao twisted his neck a few times, his joints cracking satisfyingly. After a brief period of unfamiliarity, he began to adapt to this body, stepping out of the room. The corridor was spacious, towering 6 or 7 meters high. This was no ordinary building that in conjunction with the memories of the past. This must be the stronghold or experimental base of a certain organization. The alarm lights flickered against the frigid walls. As Xuanhao took a few steps, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from around the corner. Turning towards the noise, he beheld a line of fully armed soldiers at the far end of the corridor, their dark gun muzzles locked onto him. Fire! Commanded a cold voice with authority. In an instant, gunfire erupted, bullets tearing through the air, relentlessly striking Xuanhao. His body trembled, blood splattering. Huh! Xuanhao, drenched in blood, cast a glance at his chest, riddled with bullet holes. Yet, he showed no inclination to evade. After all, it was merely a physical vessel. Should it perish, he would simply inhabit another. Moreover, these lethal metal projectiles had not penetrated vital areas, but were lodged within the sinewy layers of muscle. The body of a warrior can withstand bullets, Xuanhao pondered, gaining a deeper understanding of the warriors in this world. Suddenly, without warning, chaos erupted anew. An explosion shook the ground beneath him. A violent shockwave swept through, carrying debris and twisted metal fragments, erupting violently from the very spot he stood. Boom! Dust and smoke billowed, the scent of blood permeating the air as the metallic corridor was gouged into a deep crater. Amidst the haze, a spear nearly 3 meters long pierced the metal floor, vibrating with an ominous hum. Almost immediately, a massive hand, encased in alloy gauntlets, firmly grasped the spear's shaft. A giant shadow emerged from the smoke. Is that a warrior? Xuanhao mused, his expression unwavering. The giant approached, his towering frame nearly 3 meters tall, the alloy armor reflecting a chilling sheen. His presence bore down like a tempest. As the brawny man uttered his words, his fortress-like body surged forward. Devoid of any flamboyant techniques, his charge was the epitome of simplicity, producing a shrill sound as he broke through the air. In an instant, the muscular figure was upon him. The spear swept through the air, aiming to pierce Xuanhao with a force capable of obliterating all. Yet, Xuanhao remained rooted in place. Boom! The spear penetrated his body instantaneously, but he remained unfazed. Palm thunder! Came a low shout from the corridor. Zzz. A brilliant arc of electricity surged forth, striking him, his entire being convulsed as the current coursed through him. Footsteps approached slowly. A young man with a stern expression stood before him, his palm raised, cradling a pale blue arc of electricity. Beside him stood a striking woman clad in a trench coat, her countenance impassive. She pushed a single palm towards Xuanhao, who lay on the ground. Shock. Boom! An immense force manifested out of thin air, sending Xuanhao flying. The towering giant lifted his spear, channeling power through his torso, an overwhelming strength surging within, and in the next moment. Buzz! The instant the spear was released, the air was compressed to its utmost limit, creating a visible vacuum ripple. The spear shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, aimed directly at Xuanhao's position. Boom! The horrifying explosion echoed repeatedly. Where the spear passed, the walls crumbled in an instant, collapsing one after another. The tremendous kinetic energy generated violent shockwaves, engulfing everything in a maelstrom of dust and debris. It resolved. The woman in the trench coat approached. The youth with electric arcs gazed at the devastated area, his calm voice tinged with gravity. It should not be, considering how much the doctor values this target. A true BOS level foreign deity. How could it be so easily eradicated? The 3-meter giant tightened his grip on the spear, stating, "It has died once. If that is the case, let us slay it once more, since it has perished before." The electric youth glanced at his companion. "Why does it still manifest here? Our attacks appear to have suppressed it, but the effect is minimal. We must not be complacent. If we perish here, it would be quite unfortunate. The Ninth Squad has already met their end. You should be aware that BOS-level entities possess the ability to execute dimensional strikes." Meanwhile, in the smoke-filled corridor, Huff, Xuanhao propped himself up from the rubble, his wounds visibly writhing and healing. Quite intriguing, Xuanhao pondered. His formidable mental power, combined with that of a martial artist, would induce certain transformations within his physical form. This phenomenon is documented as physical contamination. In addition, there exists the peculiar energy cultivated by the martial artist, and the confluence of the two naturally engenders bizarre changes. Xuanhao's gaze traversed the swirling smoke, locking onto a faintly glowing dot above the corner wall. That was a concealed surveillance camera. The 3-meter giant was consistently able to locate him. Someone was monitoring and directing him. In the next moment, his consciousness swept out. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, the surveillance camera, flickering with red light, was destroyed. Simultaneously, within the monitoring room at the base, dim lights illuminated the vast screens, casting reflections on various faces marked with distinct expressions. Among them was a young man in a long trench coat, exuding a calm demeanor, who observed the screens turning black, murmuring, "Indeed, it possesses intelligence beyond our predictions." The enormous screens flickered with static. They had completely lost visual access to that level. Beside the trenchcoat youth, a tall woman clad in a form-fitting combat suit glanced at the black screens before turning to the trenchcoat youth. "Dr. Long Air and the others should be able to restrain the target." "Restrain?" Dr. Tang gently shook his head, dismissing her optimism. "Rosa, you underestimate it. This is no ordinary threat. Its strangeness and the degree of danger may far exceed our imaginations." He gazed at the documents, murmuring, "If it could be easily resolved, why would I need to use the entire base as bait? To lure it here with such great risk, a slight misstep, and we may all perish." Chapter 3. The enigmatic abilities of Xuanhao. Dimensional strike. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the monitoring room grew increasingly tense. The doctor had never erred before. Calmly, Rose reassured, "Rest assured, doctor. As long as I am here, regardless of how bizarre this boss's abilities may be, I can, or rather, should be able to lead you to safety." As an O3 level warrior, she possessed that confidence. "I trust in your capabilities," the doctor replied, casting a glance at the woman. "However, what I seek is not mere safety, but the data on this boss. Its strength lies not in overt physical destruction. Its true terror stems from that incomprehensible, enigmatic ability." While speaking, he focused on the file in his hand. File number X07, contact date June 7th, 2030, classification, boss level codename, shadow deity, corpse ascendant, malevolent spirit, tentative, boers. Unobservable, uncomprehendable attack methods, severe mental pollution and assimilation, physical transformation, intensity unknown. Signed, Tang core evaluation, extreme threat. Incomprehensible, unpredictable, lethal, unresolvable. The doctor picked up his pen and slowly added new text beneath the attack methods. Latest observation. The target exhibits capabilities of possession or consciousness transfer. Usurping living beings? Mental control? Further verification required. Extremely high risk. Note, all of this is conjecture. It may not be entirely accurate. All data must be experimentally verified and summarized repeatedly. Having finished his remarks, a voice crackled through the headset. "Doctor, where is the target?" "It has destroyed the monitoring device," the doctor replied. "Long Air, I regret to inform you that you must rely on yourself from now on." "Understood." The communication was severed. In the corridor, a 3-meter giant concluded the conversation. "The target has compromised a critical monitoring point. It appears the doctor and his team can no longer assist." The Arc Youth's expression was grave. The trio exchanged no further words, forming a triangular formation, cautiously scanning the chaotic area. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from behind. Without hesitation, Long Air raised his spear. Boom! The spear sliced through the air, producing a terrifying sound of rupture as it collided with Xuanhao. An overwhelming force surged forth, creating a massive dent in the metallic wall, and dust swirled anew. The trio converged at the edge of the breach. "What is the situation?" the Arc youth inquired, glancing at the woman in the trench coat. She closed her eyes, and an invisible ripple emanated from her being. Moments later, she opened her eyes, her tone remarkably calm as she stated, "Breathing has ceased. Heartbeat has vanished. Vital signs are completely silent. It is dead." Is it truly dead? The Arc youth's vigilance did not wane. In the presence of a boss-level entity that had already demonstrated bizarre resurrection abilities, death itself was not a reliable conclusion. Hiss! It hurts. Suddenly, an exceedingly abrupt voice resounded from behind. The three individuals turned their heads, startled by a sound emanating from the special task force responsible for the barrage of fire. It struck them like a bucket of icy water. They beheld a soldier whose movements had become grotesquely uncoordinated. He twisted his neck, producing a disconcerting, faint crack. "What is wrong with you?" Long Air inquired in a low voice. "Me?" The soldier raised his head, his eyes reflecting a hollow bewilderment and an unsettling, inhuman stiffness. "Are you all right?" The Arc youth cautiously approached. The nearby comrades also sensed their companion's anomaly, instinctively placing their fingers on the triggers, their weapons aimed at him. Under countless bewildered gazes, the soldier's lips curled into a grimace, his smile unnaturally rigid. As his skin stretched and contorted in this forced grin, it rapidly morphed, losing all semblance of humanity. "I am perfectly fine," Xuanhao chuckled, his lips splitting grotesquely. A deep crimson fissure extended down from beneath his ears, transforming his mouth into a cavernous abyss that spanned his cheek. "It is it." A chill cascaded down the spines of the three youths. This was the boss adapting to its new form. "Kill it." Long Air's roar reverberated. This group of soldiers, evidently rigorously trained, showed no hesitation even when faced with a familiar comrade. The air erupted with rapid gunfire, a torrent of searing metal streams surging forth, instantly engulfing the contorted soldier. Blood and flesh splattered, bones shattered. In the blink of an eye, the soldier was riddled with bullets, collapsing backward in a lifeless heap. The gunfire ceased, smoke lingering in the air. It felt as if time had frozen. However, in the next moment, that spine-chilling laughter echoed once more. Every hair on their bodies stood on end as they swiftly turned. In the heart of the crowd, another soldier with an eerie smile stood, his head tilted, his movements stiff, perfectly mimicking the previous inhuman grin. "Come, will you kill me?" The soldier grinned bizarrely. A shiver ran through the crowd as they instinctively widened the distance. Even Long Air felt the hair on his neck stand on end. Could it be that this boss was invincible? The woman in the trench coat furrowed her brows. "Not attacking? Then allow me." Suddenly, the soldier raised his arm. The flesh on the lifted limb writhed, the tactical suit bursting apart. Beneath the skin, flesh twisted like a living creature, transforming into a sharp, monstrous claw that swept through the nearest individuals. Crack! Crack! A chilling glint flashed, and blood mist exploded. It was as if a knife had sliced through tofu. Heads soaring into the air, the gushing blood staining the ground crimson. "Scatter, retreat quickly," Long Air bellowed as the crowd fled in panic. Yet, it was too late. Xuanhao slightly tilted his head back, a cold glint igniting in his eyes. Divine consciousness. A silent yet palpably tangible wave of mental energy erupted from him like a tsunami, radiating outward. Thud! Thud! The first few soldiers, caught at the forefront, had bloodshot eyes, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. But this was not the end. The intangible waves erode the thoughts of all. The fleeing crowd moves with rigidity, their faces etched with fear and despair, their minds shattered in an instant. They scarcely have time to emit pained cries before collapsing in unison to the ground. In but a fleeting moment, those who moments ago were vibrant members of the task force, over half have transformed into lifeless corpses. The remaining 10 or so individuals, being martial artists, possess mental fortitude far superior to that of ordinary people, and thus do not perish immediately. Yet, Under the all-pervasive psychic assault, they too suffer grievous injuries, each one ashen-faced. Chapter 4. The Dissection of Immortality. Damn it. What on earth is this ability? The arcane youth instinctively took a step back. Brother Long, what shall we do now? The woman in the trench coat pressed her lips together, her gaze sweeping over the towering figure of the 3-meter giant. Crush him. Long Air's massive frame advanced slowly, akin to a moving fortress, swiftly approaching the soldier. Everyone, keep your distance from that ghastly thing. He has already been influenced by the boss, the arcane youth warned. In truth, there was no need for such a warning, as the surviving warriors had already retreated several meters, as if fleeing from a plague. Just as Long Air drew near, the soldier with the gaping wound raised the corners of his mouth, his body convulsing violently, and then, thud, the soldier collapsed backward, as if everything that had transpired moments ago had never occurred. What has happened? Long Air halted, furrowing his brow. His abilities in a one-on-one confrontation were undeniably on par with that of the boss. Yet he felt as though his fists were striking nothing but cotton, unable to exert any force. Control has failed? Or is there a time limit? The arcane youth regarded the fallen soldier's body, lost in thought. The woman in the trench coat, her nerves taut, surveyed the corridor, her voice tinged with deeper unease. If that soldier was controlled, then where lies the essence of the boss, or its core consciousness? No one could answer this question, and a chill began to spread among the group. Doctor, do you hear me? Long Air pressed the miniature communicator in his ear. On the other end, there was a silence of a few seconds before the doctor's weary voice emerged, heavy with fatigue. I'm afraid, based on the information we've observed so far, I have no idea where the boss is. Our understanding of this outer god is far too limited for us to comprehend it. However, the doctor's voice trailed off. Doctor, please speak plainly. We are warriors. Confronting the boss head-on is our duty, but analyzing information is not our forte. Very well. Let me share my preliminary conjectures, the doctor replied, from prior information and the 2 recent transfers regarding the method of body switching. I believe this boss can possess others, which aligns with my naming of it. Possess? Long Air awaited further elaboration. In fact, possession is the most favorable scenario. The doctor's voice continued. What do you mean? Long Air's brow furrowed deeply. The doctor let out a dry laugh. If it were a complete usurpation or a higher level of control, we might all perish. What? The arcane youth's pupils constricted. Possessing the ability to cultivate the heart thunder, his mental strength was undoubtedly formidable, and his thoughts became acutely clear. He instantly grasped the doctor's underlying implication. The doctor was suggesting that. The arcane youth's expression turned grave. If it were indeed a usurpation, it would mean that the original host's soul, spirit, or even life could have been utterly obliterated and replaced, leaving no possibility for reversal. Indeed, the doctor spoke solemnly. This is the most terrifying aspect. A mere possession may only temporarily suppress the host's consciousness. Theoretically, there remains hope for the host's recovery. However, if it is a takeover, his voice grew more grave. With each individual it occupies, we irrevocably lose a comrade. Killing the current vessel merely allows it to be reborn in another. This is a dreadful cycle, signifying that we will pay a greater price. Furthermore, there exists a more advanced form, manipulation. The doctor's voice turned dry. Mental control undoubtedly implies the presence of a core entity or central will that governs everything. It lurks within dimensions beyond our reach. While all our attacks and the sacrifices of our comrades thus far, the doctor inhaled deeply, stating gravely, have merely rendered us puppets. We may not even grasp its shadow. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Long Air and the other spines, particularly the electric arc youth, whose hairs stood on end, his skin prickling with an icy sensation. As a psychic warrior, he comprehended the terror of such beings most acutely, especially when the adversary was a boss-level outer god. Despite their meticulous traps and the sacrifices of many, they might not even qualify to confront their opponent. All along, they have been battling an untouchable phantom. Every struggle and sacrifice, in the eyes of the foe, perhaps merely a farcical performance? Is this what it means to face a boss? The voice of the elegantly clad woman trembled slightly. The shock stemming from personal experience far surpassed any cold documentation. The doctor's voice resonated once more, laden with gravity. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from lightning, this is your first encounter with a true boss-level outer god, temporarily designated as the corpse dispersing immortal. It has just permeated reality and is at its weakest state. Yet, confronted with its bizarre and inscrutable powers, a moment's negligence could lead to our demise. What shall we do? Long Air gripped his spear tightly. I have 2 suggestions. The doctor's voice came through the earphones of the group. First, gather immediately. While gathering, maintain a certain distance if anyone exhibits abnormal behavior. Given the current state of the boss's possession, it may not instantaneously adapt to the new body, thus exhibiting rigidity in its movements, strange expressions, and erratic speech. Understood. Long Air and the others nodded in agreement. Second, the doctor paused. If my hypothesis is accurate, the prerequisite for the boss's possession is the complete death of the current host. This means we must prioritize controlling the target. As long as we can confine its range of activity within a single vessel, we stand a chance of defeating it. Strictly speaking, the boss has yet to truly descend into our world. The destructive capability of the body it possesses is not as formidable as imagined. Understood. The group echoed in unison. Attention. Prioritize control. Avoid direct elimination. Chapter 5. The sinister ambush. As the communication concluded, Long Air and his companions wore solemn expressions. The Arc-Youth glanced towards the corridor and remarked, merely relying on defense is insufficient. We must ascertain whether the boss still resides within this level of the building, as this will ensure the safety of our base. Understood. Long Air nodded, his resolve unwavering. Everyone follow my lead. The group nodded in unison. In the desolate corridor, only the heavy sound of footsteps and the suppressed breaths of all present echoed. Wait! A hoarse voice interjected, tinged with tension and uncertainty. The group halted abruptly. It was a young warrior speaking, known as Little Black, a junior to Long Air. What is it? Long Air turned to look at him. I think I heard laughter, Little Black said, his expression grave, gazing towards the half-collapsed doorway of a room ahead. Did you not hear it? Laughter? The group held their breath, straining to listen intently. But aside from the thunderous beating of their own hearts, they heard nothing and shook their heads in unison. Let me take a look. Long Air raised his spear. But in the next moment, he recalled the strategy set forth by the doctor. Control, not kill. His thunderous strike could very well annihilate the host within a room. I will go, the Arc-Youth stated calmly. Among us, my mental power is the strongest. If the boss is present, I alone should be able to sense it. Be cautious, Long Air nodded. The Arc-Youth took the lead, with Little Black closely following. 1 step, 2 steps. They were merely 3 meters from the doorway, just as the Arc-Youth's mental perception was about to penetrate the room. Whoosh! A barely audible sound of air splitting reached their ears. Oh no, it's behind us. The Arc-Youth's heart raced with alarm, his body bristling with dread. And he spun around abruptly. Before him stood Little Black, his face illuminated by the alarm's red glow, contorted into an unrecognizable visage. Little Black's lips curled into a stiff, eerie smile, devoid of any human emotion, replaced only by a chilling, inhuman malice. Too fast, too close. Caught completely off guard, the Arc-Youth could only utter a single word before his voice twisted in agony. Toof! The frigid blade pierced with pinpoint accuracy into the Arc-Youth's soft underbelly, the steel entirely vanishing within him. Whoosh! Little Black swung his long knife horizontally, nearly cleaving the Arc-Youth in 2. You wretched creature, I will tear you apart. Long Air roared, his massive spear transforming into a streak of black lightning that sliced through the air towards Little Black's head. Little Black displayed a sinister grin, showing no intent to retaliate. Dragon Brother, stop! Almost simultaneously with Long Air's strike, the woman in the trench coat waved her hand, unleashing a torrent of violent mental energy. Long Air's force, powerful enough to pierce steel, was diverted at the last moment, barely grazing Little Black's shoulder as it thundered past. To everyone's astonishment, Little Black did not flee. So then, who will be next? The eerie grin on the dark figure's face grew increasingly pronounced as he slowly raised the dagger that had just slain the electric youth. The blade rested ominously against his own neck. His cold gaze swept across the crowd, a silent mockery curling at the corners of his lips. With a swift motion, the blade pierced flesh, the force nearly severing his throat, blood gushing forth. The dark figure trembled and collapsed beside the electric youth's lifeless body. Silence engulfed the scene, as the onlookers held their breath, the shadow of death looming heavily above them. Thus began the grim countdown. Who would be the next to perish? Fear coiled around the hearts of the survivors like a chilling vine, a constant reminder that death could strike at any moment. Even the mightiest warriors were not immune to the specter of demise. The boss could manifest beside anyone, masquerading as a trusted ally, revealing its lethal fangs when least expected. The tension was palpable, driving everyone to the brink of madness. "We cannot remain together." A warrior's voice trembled, panic flashing in his eyes as he surveyed his companions. Their collective presence only heightened the risk of a boss attack. "Yes, we must separate," another warrior shouted, hastily distancing himself from the others. Despair spread like wildfire. The first warrior to speak wore a bizarre smile, yet no one noticed. Long Air adjusted his earpiece and spoke in a low voice. "Doctor, do you have any advice?" Moments later, a voice crackled through the earpiece, still observing. "For now, we must rely on you." Long Air sighed in resignation upon hearing this. "Then let us disperse," he declared. "Everyone, maintain a safe distance and keep communication open, except for Xiao Zi and myself. Anyone who approaches you is presumed an enemy. Notify us immediately." A chorus of nods followed, though their spirits were notably low. The group scattered like startled birds, each choosing a separate hiding place. Some entered rooms, others lingered at the end of hallways, while a few leaned against corners. A stifling silence enveloped the area. Yet, despite the oppressive atmosphere, none chose to flee. For the boss remained, and no one knew if their departure would lure it away from the base. Should the boss escape, all their efforts would be in vain. Long Air adjusted his earpiece again. "Can everyone hear me?" "Yes, we can hear you," came the collective response. "All right, that will suffice. No one must approach one another." Long Air continued. "Xiao Zi and I will patrol to ensure everyone's safety while we await the doctor's solution." As time passed, beads of sweat adorned Long Air's forehead. He glanced at his phone, realizing that only a few minutes had elapsed. Was this truly the course of action? To do nothing? The woman in the trench coat raised an eyebrow. "There's no choice," Long Air replied, resigned to the wait. Both for the boss to reveal a weakness and for the doctor to devise a resolution. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. The calm had not endured for long. Someone had met their fate. Long Air locked eyes with the woman in the trench coat, and they swiftly dashed away, rounding the corner to arrive at the source of the commotion. The sight before them elicited frowns from both. A warrior lay lifeless, akin to a collapsed statue, sprawled upon the cold floor. His head was grotesquely twisted at a full 180 degrees, the cervical spine utterly severed, and a trace of astonishment lingered on his visage. The cry had emanated from a woman in the distance. Long Air turned to the female warrior and inquired, "Who has slain him? Has the boss begun to possess again?" "I do not know," she replied, shaking her head repeatedly. "I was originally in room 16, and upon stepping out for a moment, I discovered him dead." Long Air touched the neck of his fallen comrade, murmuring. His neck was broken by an immense force. "Brother Long, what is it?" A few figures appeared not far off. Although they were separated by several meters, they could discern the location of the deceased. Long Air refrained from answering. Now anyone could potentially be the boss. "What shall we do?" The woman in the trench coat asked quietly. Long Air shook his head. "There is no alternative. You must keep a watchful eye here, particularly on our companion who raised the alarm. She is currently the closest and most likely to have been possessed by the boss." "I understand." The woman in the trench coat nodded. Chapter 6. A terrifying atmosphere. Everyone is doomed to tension, everyone. Long Air spoke into his earpiece while patrolling. "The boss has begun to make his moves. Maintain your distance, but also observe the behavior of your companions." "Understood," came the chorus of voices in response. "L'honneur, Uri." Someone has died at the end of the corridor. Before long, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Long Air rushed over to find the second victim. Damn it! He struck the wall with his fist in frustration. A silent dread spread like a plague through the communication channel. Upon inspection, the fatal wound was unmistakably clear. This was a case of instantaneous death caused by pure physical force, with no visible injuries. Show yourself. Long Air roared down the corridor, but his voice only summoned a deeper silence. No one answered. Everyone could potentially be the murderer, and every individual might also be the next victim. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. Each echo of footsteps resonated like a hammer striking the heart. Occasional glances exchanged among companions were devoid of trust and encouragement, instead filled with blatant vigilance and suspicion. Trust had evaporated. Within minutes, another call erupted through the communication channel. Yet another person had perished. This time, in a dilapidated room. The victim's heart had been forcefully ripped from their chest, leaving the walls splattered with gruesome bloodstains. The third, soon, for victims had been confirmed. In a corner cluttered with discarded debris, one individual lay with their skull grotesquely crushed, bearing the marks of pure brutality. The survivors were utterly panicked, driven to the brink of collapse by the mounting pressure. Fear surged like a tide, gradually drowning their reason. "We cannot continue like this." A voice broke through the turmoil. It was the woman in the trench coat. "We will be killed one by one. We must regroup. Even in death, we must know who the boss truly controls." This proposal, akin to a lifeline, was immediately met with unanimous agreement. Agreed. Let us converge in room 14. Driven by fear, the remaining survivors cautiously approached, gathering once more. Each face bore the marks of exhaustion, fear, and wariness. Suddenly, the woman in the trench coat detected an anomaly. There was a faint scent of blood on Long Air. "We must examine the bodies first." The woman pondered, and the group began to inspect the fallen comrades. Indeed, she looked at Long Air. "What is it?" Long Air asked, bewildered. "They were all killed by overwhelming force. Among us, who else could accomplish such a feat but you?" The woman stated calmly. "You suspect me?" Long Air furrowed his brow. Her voice lowered. "Such suspicion is reasonable. After all, anyone could be the boss." Long Air fell silent. Moreover, the woman hesitated. "Speak your mind," Long Air urged. "Compared to having no leads at all, your suspicion of me could serve as a potential avenue of exploration." The woman in the trench coat nodded, stating, "Among us, only the two of us can move freely. If anyone is to be deemed the perpetrator, I fear our suspicions would fall upon us the most. Wouldn't you agree?" Long Air furrowed his brow and eventually nodded in agreement. Suddenly, someone pointed at the corpse on the ground. "What is it?" Long Air rushed over. The warrior gestured toward his fallen comrade's body, exclaiming with excitement, "Look, he has something in his hand." The woman in the trench coat approached, and pride opened the rigid fingers of the corpse. In the palm lay a small piece of deep gray fabric, torn from a combat uniform. "Whose uniform is missing a piece?" Although the woman asked, her gaze was fixed on Long Air. After a thorough inspection, the crowd's gaze converged upon the waistband of Long Air. "What's wrong?" Long Air looked down in confusion at the area beneath his left arm. Upon realization, he was startled. The combat uniform beneath his left arm had a gash, the shape and pattern of which perfectly matched the fabric piece found in the corpse's hand. Long Air's brow furrowed in concern. The woman in the trench coat stepped closer, aligning the fabric piece with Long Air's uniform. Indeed, it fits seamlessly. "Long it's you," the crowd exclaimed almost in unison. The bewilderment on Long Air's face instantly transformed into immense shock and disbelief. "How could this be? No, it can't be." The woman in the trench coat sighed helplessly, her tone turning cautious. "Long Go, it is quite evident that you are the one who killed them." "Am I possessed by the boss?" Long Air's pupils contracted, his face paling dramatically. "How could this be? I felt nothing amiss. I am fully aware." He examined his hands, finding no traces of blood. "Long Go." The woman in the trench coat sighed silently, gradually creating distance. "No, it wasn't me." Long Air suddenly raised his head, the humiliation of the accusation erupting within him like a volcano. "I did not kill them," he nearly shouted. "Xiaozi, do you not believe me? I am truly aware." "Long Go, the facts are clear." The woman in the trench coat waved her hand. and the crowd surrounded Long Air. Xiao Zi, you two do not trust me? Long Air clenched his fists, growing agitated. You know the conditions of being possessed by the boss. There is almost no resistance. Yet, I am completely aware now. You must believe me. The woman in the trench coat remained calm. Long ago, we cannot comprehend boss-level entities. Perhaps, even you are unaware that you have been. Just then, blood spattered as a massive spear pierced through her chest. Long ago, she uttered in disbelief, collapsing into a pool of blood. A profound silence ensued, a complete and utter stillness. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden violence, including Long Air himself. He stared blankly at his arm, now stained with blood, as if it were not even his own limb. No, how could this be? Long Air was in disbelief, staggering backward. I killed Xiaozi. His voice was hoarse and shattered, filled with an unprecedented panic. I killed Xiaozi. An overwhelming sense of guilt and immense confusion threatened to tear him apart. Long Air, someone shouted furiously. Longo, calm down, while you still possess control over yourself. Immediately suppress it, abandon resistance, and allow us to take control of you. This is the only way to save yourself and others. The crowd spoke in a flurry, swiftly dispersing into positions. Control me? Long Air lifted his head, a flicker of anger crossing his face. His eyes gleamed with a frenzied light. The expressions of his companions revealed the truth. A dangerously defensive demeanor, a profound sense of grievance and isolation shattered the remnants of his rationality. It is you who are slandering me. Long Air's voice became strange, akin to the wail of a wounded beast, mixed with hysterical rage. I understand now. It is not me. It is you. Among you, there is one, no, perhaps several who are controlled by the boss. You wish to frame me, to shift the blame onto me, inciting discord among us. Is that it? Once the thought took root, it began to grow wildly. Long Air's expression contorted into a grotesque mask, his hostility toward all his companions reaching a fever pitch. Chapter 7. Collapse. Utter madness. Witnessing the transformation of Long Air, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. They quickly converged, cautiously encircling Long Air at the center, their eyes brimming with vigilance. Brother Long, you have succumbed to control. Surrender now. The group assumed a stance of attack. Ha ha ha. Long Air erupted in a fit of maniacal laughter, observing the fear and trepidation etched on their faces. What is this? Now that I've been unmasked, you wish to unite and eliminate me, the one who knows the truth? You, mere ants, dare challenge me? As his words fell, a formidable surge of vitality erupted within Long Air, an unnatural metallic sheen glistening beneath his skin. His fighting spirit surged violently, dispelling any last traces of hesitation. Boom! Long Air struck first. Without any embellishments, he moved like a humanoid tyrannosaur, his spear sweeping forth. Bang! Bang! Two thunderous crashes rang out almost simultaneously, as several warriors were instantaneously cleaved in two, blood splattering across the ground. Brother Long has been possessed. Quickly subdue him. A cold sweat dripped down the brows of the crowd. In the next moment, blood gushed forth. The spear swung like a scythe, tearing a massive breach in the encirclement. I am not controlled. Long Air roared. All who trust me retreat. I will eliminate those under the boss's influence. Anyone who does not retreat will be treated as if controlled. Boom! The violent energy erupted, centered around Long Air. Thud! Thud! The cacophony of explosions filled the air. The crowd's attacks struck Long Air, producing a symphony of metallic clashes. His skin was impervious, his flesh as resilient as iron and stone. Yet, Long Air's onslaught swept through all opposition. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with corpses. You pitiful fools! Long Air charged forth, seizing the wrist of a warrior who had approached from the side, attempting to stab him at the temple with an alloy dagger. Crack! The wrist shattered upon impact. As the warrior's anguished cry escaped his lips, Long Air's fist, imbued with the force of a tempest, ruthlessly collided with his chest. Thud! Like the sound of a drum. The warrior's ribcage caved in, and he crumpled to the ground. This was slaughter, a one-sided massacre. Long Air moved like a reaper through the throng. With each strike, The horrific sounds of shattering bones accompanied the desperate cries of his companions. He disregarded defenses, withstanding every attack. Blood sprayed, severed limbs littered the ground. In just over a dozen breaths, the corridor fell silent, leaving only Long Air's beast-like panting in the aftermath. He stood amidst the devastation, surrounded by fallen bodies, glaring pools of blood, and the pungent scent of gore permeating the air. The ferocity of his battle spirit ebbed like a receding tide. Suddenly, a flicker of confusion crossed Long Air's face. He gazed at his hands, stained with the blood of his comrades. Raising his eyes, he surveyed the surroundings. Moments ago, his companions had fought alongside him. Now, they lay transformed into cold corpses. Xiaozi, especially upon seeing the woman in the trench coat. An icy chill engulfed him completely. After a moment of bewilderment and disbelief, an overwhelming wave of regret and fear surged forth, capable of crushing the very soul. Is this my doing? Long Air's voice trembled uncontrollably. His towering figure swayed as he staggered and knelt upon the ground. I killed them. Long Air clutched his head in agony. No, it cannot be me. How could I slay my comrades? How could I take the life of Xiaozi? He erupted into a terrified scream, the immense psychological shock nearly shattering his sanity. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed within Long Air's mind. You are correct. Long Air could never personally kill his companions. However, I will. The voice suddenly turned frigid. In an instant, a torrent of chaotic and monumental memories surged forth, forcefully flooding into Long Air's consciousness. The intense pain compelled him to cry out. After a breath, the torment vanished. The anguish etched upon Long Air's face. The remorse for having slain his comrades receded like a receding tide. In its place was an utter tranquility. Memories and mental prowess returned, and Xuanhao completely seized control of his corporeal form. The physique is impressive. Xuanhao clenched his fists, surveying his muscular body, brimming with explosive power. Truly a boss. In his earpiece, the voice of the doctor resonated. Don't hide, I will find you, Xuanhao declared. I await your arrival. The doctor's tone was calm. Xuanhao approached the elevator doors and proposed. How about we make a deal, doctor? If you take your own life, I shall spare everyone here. After all, compared to other outer gods, I am rather benevolent. Regrettably, there was no response from the earpiece. I shall see where you conceal yourself. Xuanhao unleashed a punch, shattering the metal elevator doors as if they were mere paper. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, the doctor calmly observed the monitors, instructing, Rose, notify Team 3. At all costs, eliminate the boss. A flicker of doubt crossed Rose's face as she solemnly stated, Doctor, Team 3's combat capabilities are not robust. Now that this boss has taken control of Long Air, its strength will be even more formidable. Sending them would be tantamount to a death sentence. Follow the orders. The doctor's voice remained devoid of emotion. Team 3 is composed of warriors specifically trained to combat mental corruption. Perhaps they may succeed. Understood. Rose gritted her teeth. She promptly connected to the exclusive communication channel. Team 3, proceed to level -28, eliminate the boss, and execute immediately. Alarms blared, and the elevator began its descent. The doctor opened a file, gripping the pen tightly. File number X07. Date of contact June 7, 2030. Level Boss Class. Codename Shadow God. Corpse Transformation Immortal. Malevolent Spirit. Tentative Authority. Incomprehensible Unobservable. Method of Attack. Intense Mental Pollution and Assimilation. Physical Modification. Intensity Unknown. Signature Tang. Core Assessment. Extremely High Threat. Incomprehensible. Unpredictable. Lethal. Insurmountable. Latest observation. The target has been confirmed to possess the ability to transfer consciousness, seize living entities, and exert mental control. Further verification required. Risk exceedingly high. After a brief contemplation, the doctor began to write. Concealment. Perfect disguise, non-actively exposed, indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, and the host may remain oblivious, posing an extreme danger. Countermeasure assessment. Currently, no counteraction available. Memory inheritance. Possession range. In the final record, the words memory and range were emphatically circled. Observing the doctor's written information, Rose opened her computer and entered the data. This served as a dual safeguard. In the elevator shaft, Xuanhao continued to ascend. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful and formless wave surged forth, causing his spirit to ripple momentarily. Xuanhao looked up to see several figures standing by the elevator doors above. In an instant, silvery light erupted simultaneously from their eyes. Buzz! An even more potent mental shockwave instantaneously erupted. Yet, Xuanhao remained utterly unmoved. Too feeble, he spoke slowly. The invisible mental stabs were swifter, more lethal than the shockwaves they emitted, arriving ahead of them. Divine consciousness. Bang! Bang! The movements of those two individuals simultaneously froze, their mental defenses crumbling like paper, instantly pierced through, their bodies succumbing uncontrollably. This was an absolute dominance on the mental plane. Chapter 8. The Incomprehensible Outer Gods. Retreat. Abandon all hope. As two psychic warriors were instantaneously vanquished, the voice of Dr. Tang echoed through the communicator, short and grave. The group hastily made their way to the adjacent elevator number 2, which ascended rapidly under the control of the command room. At that moment, Xuanhao emerged from elevator shaft number 1. "You cannot escape," he proclaimed, delivering a powerful punch to the alloy door of elevator number 2, which shattered with a thunderous crash. Xuanhao leapt into the shaft, observing the elevator cabin gradually disappearing, and propelled himself upwards with a vigorous push of his legs. Yet, this was far from sufficient. As he climbed, his body began to contort grotesquely. The flesh of his hands and feet writhed, transforming like a beast, adapting to the demands of climbing. Inside the elevator cabin, the others were drenched in cold sweat. Although the elevator was ascending, the ominous sounds of the boss climbing drew ever closer. Boom! Boom! The noise of the elevator's ascent was deafening, yet they could still discern the terrifying clamor of the boss's rapid ascent, akin to a grim harbinger of death. "It is coming." Some clenched their fists in trepidation. Suddenly, a violent tremor emanated from the base of the elevator. Though they could not see what transpired, their imaginations conjured the horrifying image of the boss hanging beneath. Boom! The metal shrieked against their eardrums. A twisted claw broke through the bottom of the elevator, brutally tearing a gaping hole. Xuanhao's formidable figure, despairingly colossal, emerged as if summoned from the depths of hell itself. Despair swept over the group in an instant. Carnage erupted within the confined space of the elevator. There was no resistance. In the face of overwhelming power, tactics and courage rendered futile. Blood splattered the cold interior walls. Soon, the elevator cabin fell into a chilling silence. Xuanhao gazed at the camera nestled in the corner above, his indifferent voice resonating. "Among you valiant protectors of the doctor, is there anyone willing to step forward?" A grin spread across Xuanhao's face, gleeful and unsettling. "If you kill the doctor, I shall allow him to leave here alive. There is but one spot available. Who wishes to be the fortunate one?" In the surveillance room, the screen displayed his eerie smile, striking fear into the hearts of the onlookers. Rose could not suppress a disdainful snort, forcing us into fratricidal conflict. Truly a testament to the high intelligence of a boss-level entity. Behind her, several guards bore resolute expressions. Those chosen to protect the doctor were warriors of unwavering determination. The doctor merely smiled faintly, remarking, "Its proposition is not entirely unacceptable, Rose. If, and I stress if, we reach a critical juncture with no alternatives." He lifted his gaze to his loyal guardians. "You may choose to slay me. Exchanging my life for a chance to survive and combat the outer gods is a commendable choice." "Doctor," Rose asserted solemnly, "do you not trust in our loyalty and capabilities?" The doctor shook his head, his tone devoid of emotion. "No, Rose, I have great trust in you and believe in your loyalty and capabilities. However, this is war. What we face is beyond human comprehension, an otherworldly entity that subverts all rules. Sacrifice is inevitable. Long ere and the others may be called upon to make that sacrifice." He gestured towards the surveillance screen, his voice lowering. "I too would be willing." A living warrior holds more value for the future than a deceased doctor. Doctor, Rose began, but he waved his hand dismissively. Of course, we have not yet reached the most desperate moment. I will not choose to sacrifice myself just yet. What shall we do now? Rose inquired. The doctor fixed his gaze on the screen, focusing on the enigmatic figure. Send the elevator to the weapons level. Understood. Rose promptly executed the command, relaying instructions through the communicator. Control center, lock onto the target elevator and direct it to level -19. Within the elevator, the doors slowly parted. Xuanhao stepped out nonchalantly. Is this the cage you prepared specifically for me? Yet, this cage ensnares you as well, does it not? Upon exiting the elevator, he found himself in a vast, open metallic hall. A cursory glance revealed walls and floors gleaming with a metallic sheen. Suddenly, square panels on the surrounding walls sprang open, and cannon barrels extended outward, countless red dots converging upon him. In the next instant, boom, 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 an overwhelming barrage of dazzling energy beams, imbued with terrifying heat, erupted forth, completely enveloping Xuanhao. There was no escape, no avenue for evasion. Under the cataclysmic energy onslaught, the very space seemed to warp in the searing heat. The blinding light consuming Xuanhao's formidable form. Rather than an explosion, the air was filled with the hissing sound of flesh evaporating, accompanied by a tremendous shockwave. Xuanhao's body trembled violently, forcing him to retreat. Yet, even so, the energy beams could not obliterate him directly. In addition to his formidable physique, a tempestuous force surged from within him. As energy collided with that force, both began to dissipate. However, the energy from the cannon mouths was inexhaustible. In contrast, Xuanhao's strength was gradually being drained. Boom! An energy beam struck him, creating terrifying charred voids the size of bowls. No blood flowed. It vaporized instantly in the searing heat. His arm pierced, his chest penetrated. Xuanhao endured for half a minute. In the next moment, the energy beams ceased. He chuckled softly, opting for self-termination, his body collapsing to the ground. The hall was plunged into utter silence. In the monitoring room, an equal stillness prevailed. Rose gazed intently at the screen, showing no sign of relaxation. With no personnel on this level, could the boss still manifest? After a moment of contemplation, the doctor's voice remained utterly unperturbed. All floors with detected activity will be monitored in real time and displayed on the main screen. Understood, Rose replied, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. She suppressed the turmoil within her, her fingers flying over the control panel. The screen was divided, presenting an array of information before the doctor's gaze. On the 13th floor, there are rats, and 2 squads of warriors from the Green Serpent are stationed there. Rose quickly relayed the current details. On the 9th floor, we have warriors Long Qi, Long Jiu, and Long 12. On the 6th floor, she paused momentarily before adding, there are guards in the main hall. Very well, the doctor nodded in acknowledgement. He then picked up the nearby microphone, his voice resonating through the broadcast system, echoing across the entire base. Corpse Dispersing Immortal, would you be interested in striking a deal? Chapter 9, Utter Despair. Level -9, Special Operations Room. Under the surveillance camera, 3 figures stood or sat. One of them, seated cross-legged, froze momentarily upon hearing a sound. In an instant, Long 12 opened his eyes, revealing a glimpse of an exceedingly concealed, inhuman coldness within their depths. Rising to his feet, he strode towards the surveillance lens. Pausing before the camera, Long 12 lifted his face, a playful smile gracing his lips. A transaction? His voice held a note of surprise. Doctor, are you truly intent on making a deal? He grinned, the expression unsettlingly peculiar. The muscles of his face twitched slightly, ultimately settling into a chilling, mocking amalgamation of indifference and derision. Is it a test? In the unknown surveillance room, indeed, Rose emitted an uncontrollable, despair-laden sigh. Despite prior mental preparation, the event had transpired. The boss remained unscathed. In such a brief span, it had found and seized control of a new vessel, extinguishing any flicker of hope, while a pall of fear enveloped the hearts of those present. Unlike the shared despair of the others, the doctor maintained an expression of calm. He did not respond to Long 12's inquiry. Instead, his gaze swiftly shifted to the control panel, retrieving footage from another independent surveillance record. This was the first confirmation of the spirit's possession. In the dim isolation corridor, level -60, a squad clad in standard tactical gear was undergoing routine purification and inspection. One squad member exhibited slight, unsettling dissonance in his movements, his gaze appearing hollow. For reasons unknown, conflict erupted within the team. The outcome, all perished. Mea moment litu. Level -30, observation room. A logistics officer responsible for documenting the purification process experienced a sudden, violent tremor as the squad was annihilated, his movements becoming grotesquely distorted. His eyes were instantly overtaken by an inhuman chill. The logistics officer raised his head, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings. That expression bore the confusion of an infant, grappling with the strangeness of an unfamiliar environment. The doctor fixated on these two crucial recordings. After a brief pause, he opened a file and inscribed new observational conclusions. Distance, confirmation of spatial distance limitations. Data, initial vessel's death point, level -60, new vessel's emergence point, level -30. Vertical distance difference, approximately 60 meters. Logical deduction, there exists an upper limit to the possession distance. Based on the initial possession, a noticeable lag was apparent, while closer distances allowed for instantaneous possession. Current observation, distance of approximately 200 meters, exhibiting lag. Data 1, at the moment of the vessel's demise. An effective living entity must exist within a 200-meter radius for the boss to execute possession or transfer. Data 2, when the vessel perishes and there are no viable life forms within a radius of 200 meters, what transformation will the boss undergo? Will it be banished? Will it cease to exist permanently? This possibility might serve as a strategic breakthrough. Observation record. Upon the initial emergence of the new vessel, a notable sense of confusion and a sluggish adaptation were observed, -30 layer event. This indicates that possession is not an instantaneous and flawless takeover. This record suggests that there might be an opportunity for resistance at that very moment. Memory. Further experimentation is required. Observing the doctor's calm analysis, a glimmer of hope unexpectedly appeared on Rose's face, previously etched with despair. She swiftly typed probabilities into the computer. After a moment of silence, the doctor once again raised the microphone, his voice remaining steady. Since you possess wisdom, why not take a guess? Is it not merely a test? It is meaningless, is it not? From the communicator, a raspy laugh echoed. You will all perish. Unless, of course, you unlock this cage. Do you think that is feasible? The doctor replied coolly. Compared to releasing you, I would rather let everyone turn to ashes alongside you. You are truly cold-blooded. The raspy voice resonated through the communication device. We do not necessarily have to be divided by life and death. We could even cooperate. My formidable power could be of use to you, a win-win situation. I would prefer mutual destruction. The doctor's expression remained indifferent. Taking everyone with you to die. You resemble the boss even more like an outer god. The taunt rang out. Layer -9. An inexplicable chill pervaded the air. Witnessing the boss completely shed its disguise. Long Chi and Long Jiao beside him turned pale, their backs instantly soaked with cold sweat. They gripped their weapons, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It turned out, the boss was right here. That terrifying entity, which easily annihilated several elite martial teams, leaving the doctor at a loss, was mere inches away from him. Xuanhao slowly turned his head, his gaze, once belonging to Long 12, now devoid of life, pierced through the two. Be cautious. The two quickly retreated. A broad smile spread across Xuanhao's face, his voice flat. So, gentlemen, who among you is willing to voluntarily inform me where that wise doctor is currently hiding? By the way, his voice carried a hint of amusement. The first to speak shall receive a generous reward. I can ensure they leave alive. The two exchanged glances, remaining unmoved. The smile on Xuanhao's face transformed into an exceedingly gentle demeanor as he softly remarked, By the way, you both have families, don't you? Let me think. I remember in Morning Dawn City, Northern District, and that old house in the countryside where a son eagerly awaits his father's return. No sooner had the words left his mouth than both men trembled violently. A bone-chilling cold surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. It knew. It was fully aware of their closest kin. Guess what? Xuanhao's voice remained gentle. If I were to use your face, bearing your memories, and smiled as I opened the door to your home, what intriguing story would unfold? Images surged uncontrollably in the minds of the two. A monster, bearing their smiles, yet encased in coldness, embraced their elderly parents and caressed the heads of their small children. In an instant, an overwhelming dread engulfed them. This profound and insidious psychological torment, targeting the most vulnerable aspects of humanity, proved far more devastating than any form of torture. Just as they felt on the verge of being crushed by this invisible weight, a crackling sound echoed through their earpieces. Soon after, a clear female voice emerged. It was the voice of Rose, transmitted directly into their ears via a secure channel. Stay calm. Do not be frightened. Do you remember the day you donned the badges? Do you recall us all standing beneath the banner of the Guardians, facing the starry sky and the statues of the pioneers, pledging our oath together? In that moment, both Long Qi regained their clarity. The fear within them began to wane. Rose's voice awakened the most steadfast parts of their souls. Almost simultaneously, they lifted their heads. Though their bodies still trembled, their voices rang out crystal clear, intertwining. We shall eradicate all shadows. We shall protect the weak. We shall fight until the dawn breaks. We are the Guardians. The oath they had once taken was now rekindled at the precipice of death and despair, transforming into a will harder than steel. Chapter 10. Everything you do is meaningless. How profoundly moving. Xuanhao expressed a feigned admiration. Unfortunately, your sacrifices are utterly in vain. He even applauded, asserting that he had neither the necessity nor the justification to slay them. Why must you stand in my way? If you so wish, you may depart at this moment. Upon hearing this, Long Qi and Long Jiu exchanged incredulous glances. Simultaneously, the encrypted communication from the doctor reached their ears, the voice somewhat dry. Long Qi, Long Jiu. They both nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The doctor's voice continued. I require an experiment, necessitating a sacrifice from one of you, while the other must eliminate this boss. Long Qi's pupils constricted sharply. They exchanged a glance, hesitation flickering in their eyes. Can this truly be accomplished? Long Qi gazed at the boss's occupied form. That former comrade, Long 12. Uncertain. The doctor's voice echoed with doubt. Understood. Long Qi nodded gently, requiring no further words. At the very moment the doctor finished speaking, his long knife unleashed a sharp vortex, his entire being akin to a leopard pouncing upon its prey, channeling all his strength and speed to their utmost limits. Clang! The long knife transformed into a blur that the eye could scarcely perceive. Thud! The target was none other than his brother, with whom he had shared countless days and nights. Accompanied by a spray of crimson, the long knife pierced through Xuanhao's tactical vest, nearly cleaving him in two. The entire process transpired with breathtaking swiftness. Naturally, Xuanhao was indifferent to defense. It was inherently meaningless. Merely a shell, death was but a triviality. He chuckled, a glint of mockery in his eyes. His body crumpled to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Simultaneously, Long Qi drove the long knife through his own chest, ending his own life. Long Jiu stood in stunned silence, witnessing the scene unfold. Although he was already aware of the plan, the moment it materialized before him, he was overwhelmed by an uncontainable sorrow. Long Jiu, report your status. How do you feel? The doctor's urgent inquiry resonated through the communicator. Gazing upon the lifeless form of his companion, Long Jiu sighed silently. In the instant of the boss and Long Qi's demise, I felt an indescribable chill. It was as if a cold wave penetrated my skin, seeping directly into my bones, into my brain. It was utterly unstoppable, completely inescapable. After a moment of silence, the doctor's voice emerged again, more solemn. And now? Are you still yourself? Can you control your body? Long Jiu inhaled slowly, then exhaled forcefully. He attempted to move his body, raising his arm. I can now. Long Jiu's voice was notably subdued. At least for now, I can still control everything. and I do not feel the sensation of invasion in my thoughts. Excellent. The doctor's voice was faint yet vigilant, urging the listener to attune to every subtle shift in their body while awaiting his next command. A hint of anticipation colored his tone. Understood, Long Jiu nodded in affirmation. Suppressing all emotions, he resembled the keenest of hounds, concentrating entirely on his own sensations. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time drifted slowly. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The special operations room was eerily silent. Long Jiu stifled the weighty thrum of his heartbeat, as if the air had solidified. 12 seconds. 13 seconds. Doctor, Long Jiu's voice suddenly broke the silence, tinged with an almost imperceptible change that even he seemed unaware of. What is it? The doctor inquired. Long Jiu's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He forcibly suppressed the anomaly, his speech slowing by half. I feel exceedingly weary, as if I have been awake for 3 days and nights, struggling to keep my eyes open. It is approaching. At this moment, I may no longer be myself. I understand, Long Jiu. The doctor's complex voice resonated through the communicator. Thank you for your sacrifice. Your contributions hold great significance. Upon hearing these words, Long Jiu exhaled in relief. The remnants of his resolute demeanor were suddenly overshadowed by a smile that mingled relief, liberation, and an unsettling sense of satisfaction. Doctor, is this information useful? Long Jiu's voice emerged again, but the tone and rhythm had shifted entirely. Another brief pause ensued. Very useful, came the doctor's calm laughter. Long Jiu nodded slightly. Moments later, he raised his arm and gently touched his earpiece. In his eyes, all traces of Long Jiu's struggle and loyalty had vanished, leaving only a cold indifference. Doctor, Long Jiu spoke once more, but his voice had transformed completely into Xuanhao's tone, gravelly and frigid. To test me with 2 lives, Doctor, you certainly are reckless. They could have survived, what a pity. In the monitoring room, the doctor's gaze sharpened. The numbers on his stopwatch froze at 19 seconds. 19 seconds, is it? The doctor's voice reached Xuanhao's ears. You require approximately 10 to 20 seconds to achieve absolute control over the new host. Xuanhao's face twisted into a mocking smile as he replied, No, Doctor. If I so desired, I would need merely a second. Is that so? The doctor mused. Long Air is an exception. As an O3 level warrior, it took you nearly 3 minutes to fully seize control of his body. This implies, the doctor's voice rose, as if he had uncovered a fatal flaw. The stronger the warrior, the more fortified the barrier between consciousness and body becomes. The longer you must exploit the gaps. This is an evident truth. He pressed forward relentlessly, posing the most pivotal question. I am genuinely curious. If, at the moment of annihilating your current vessel, within a radius of 200, 400, or 800 meters, there exist only martial artists akin to Long Air, or those even more formidable, would you still be able to possess another? How intriguing. Xuanhao smiled broadly. A few hundred meters? How truly ignorant, and even more so, self-assured. The doctor continued. Now, if there were no one within your sphere of possession, what transformation would ensue? Would you become weakened due to the inability to transfer, or would you face complete obliteration? Heh. Moments later, Xuanhao's deep laughter resonated. Doctor, you may wish to test this. Let us see whether all the individuals in this base perish, or if you uncover what you deem my weakness first. Are you inclined to try? I too am quite eager. The doctor replied calmly. Chapter 11. Doctor, I have finally found you gazing at the surveillance footage of his possessed teammate. The doctor pondered deeply. Cooperation? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. From the very day he became an investigator, his inaugural lesson had been imparted by a seasoned investigator who had personally endured several incidents involving outer gods and had lost all of his comrades. This lesson was deceptively simple. One must never trust the outer gods, regardless of how rational, gentle, or even feeble they may appear. This ironclad rule was something he could neither afford to forget nor dare to overlook. A moment of silence enveloped them. Xuanhao, with a hint of amusement, remarked, Doctor, do you not fear that I might trace you through the sound of this communication? The doctor replied nonchalantly, If you truly possessed the ability to trace sounds and flow of information at will, I would have perished long ago. Not necessarily, Xuanhao grinned. You should understand the essence of the outer gods, which is constant evolution. What if I truly had such a capability? Then I would promptly surrender. The doctor smiled faintly. If you truly evolved to such an extent, I implore you to spare my life, for I would become your most loyal subordinate. After these words, another brief stalemate ensued. The doctor fell silent, and Xuanhao made no move. 2 minutes passed before the doctor's voice suddenly broke the stillness. Why do you not act? Is it because you have not inherited Long Zhou's memories, or are you unable to find Nexit? As he spoke, the doctor tightened his grip on his pen, drawing circles around the word memories. Xuanhao replied calmly, You would need to strain every nerve to uncover my weaknesses, yet I could extinguish your lives with ease. Minutes trickled by until finally a smile crept across Xuanhao's face, stretching from ear to ear. Doctor, I have at last found you. With that, he turned to depart. Approaching the elevator, under the watchful gaze of everyone in the surveillance room, Xuanhao's body began to undergo a terrifying, grotesque transformation. Visible to the naked eye, the muscles in his back writhed violently, bulging forth. His limbs twisted and elongated, claws expanding like vicious hooks. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, Xuanhao morphed from a robust human warrior into a crawling monstrosity, forsaking his human form entirely, exuding a chilling aura of menace. The human body was ill-suited for combat, and thus it underwent a horrific metamorphosis aimed solely at slaughter and speed. Boom! The monstrous limb, transformed into a colossal, sharp claw, slammed fiercely against the elevator's metallic doors. Bang! Another strike, and the doors buckled and deformed. Xuanhao showed no signs of hesitation. With the next blow, the doors shattered completely. He leaped into the elevator shaft, muscles surging as he ascended with inhuman speed. Boom! Boom! The steel framework groaned under the weight of his terrifying strength, and Xuanhao moved with such swiftness that he resembled a humanoid spider racing up a vertical cliff. -8th floor. -7th floor. In the blink of an eye, Xuanhao reached the -6th floor, where a throng of heads crowded the spacious corridor. A multitude of warriors stood, drenched in cold sweat, their eyes flickering with panic, yet none dared to retreat. With a thunderous crash, the protective door of the elevator shaft was violently torn open from within. In their line of sight, a grotesque, crawling creature surged forth, reeking of blood and menace. Xuanhao grinned widely. I found you. Doctor, you possess no leverage for negotiation. Attention, protect the doctor. The warriors bellowed in unison, charging forward. I am not like the doctor. Xuanhao's raspy voice echoed ominously. He regards human life as expendable, whereas I may spare you. Is there anyone who wishes to seize this opportunity? Be warned, you have but 3 seconds. Monster, we shall not be swayed by your deceit. The crowd replied in unison. In an instant, Xuanhao plunged into the throng. His claws cleaved through the air, and the metallic armor crumbled effortlessly beneath his terrifying strength. In a heartbeat, bones fractured, and warm plasma splattered across the expansive corridor. The battle raged violently, screams piercing the air. Kill! The frenzied roars rent the atmosphere. Blood erupted as Xuanhao's form was pierced by multiple spears. In a split second of his demise, he immediately possessed another, muscles bulging as he transformed into a fearsome beast. Thud! Thud! The sound of blades sinking into flesh mingled with anguished cries as more figures fell. Xuanhao appeared impervious to pain, allowing the enemy's weapons to pierce his body, his movements unimpeded. Each swipe of his claws, each collision, harvested lives mercilessly. With each subsequent death, an unsettling transformation occurred within the crowd. Another warrior's flesh twisted uncontrollably, rapidly swelling. Xuanhao grinned, a chilling curve of his lips. The remaining warriors were utterly paralyzed with dread. All assaults ceased, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. With muffled gasps of despair, as if commanded, they collectively discarded their weapons and fled in all directions with unprecedented speed. Alas, they were no match for Xuanhao's swiftness. In mere moments, The carnage was complete. He slowly extracted the spears embedded in his flesh, dark liquid oozing from the wounds, tracing a sinister path behind him. His inhuman gaze shifted towards the adjacent room. Exuding an aura of overwhelming death, Xuanhao strode forth. The next moment, with a resounding crash, he swung his massive claw, striking the thick alloy door with tremendous force. Boom! Another deafening sound followed, the metal contorting. The alloy door caved inward, ultimately shattering, its fragments shooting out like cannonballs. The doorway gaped wide, revealing an empty interior. Without pause, Xuanhao turned to the second door. His giant claw rose again, wielding an even more ferocious power. Boom! The second door shattered, exposing yet another desolate space. Xuanhao, a veritable monster, advanced through the narrow corridor, wreaking havoc. Each alloy door standing in his path was effortlessly torn apart by his fearsome claws, the shrill alarms blaring incessantly. Thud! Xuanhao once again raised his colossal claws, descending with the force of 1,000 mountains. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. The door trembled violently, emitting a deep, resonant sound. The surface of the door caved inward, its edges adorned with a web-like pattern of cracks. Yet this alloy door withstood his onslaught. A brighter light flickered in Xuanhao's eyes. He lifted his massive claws once more. Each strike sent tremors through the entire passage. Yet the alloy door remained unscathed. His relentless assault finally came to a halt. "Doctor, I have found you," he declared, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, which was torn to the roots of his ears, revealing his stark white fangs. It was evident that the doctor was indeed within this chamber. Chapter 12. The Outer God. Resistance is a daunting task, Doctor. I have found you. Xuanhao raised his sharp claws and struck down upon his own grotesque and menacing head. The sound of flesh bursting echoed dully. Dark red brain matter, mingled with viscous dark green slime, splattered across the ground. His massive body twitched a few times before collapsing like a fallen mountain. Inside the reinforced alloy door, several guards were drenched in cold sweat. At the moment Xuanhao fell, one middle-aged man among them suddenly lost focus, his eyes replaced by a chilling, inhuman glint. With a swift motion, the man drew his blade and, in a flash, dispatched all his nearby companions. He slowly lifted his gaze, sweeping it across the room. Before the monitor, a figure clad in a trench coat was standing at the control panel, facing away from him. Xuanhao advanced towards the trench-coated youth, his footsteps echoing distinctly in the silent room, each step drawing nearer to that solitary silhouette. "Doctor, we finally meet." Xuanhao's voice was hoarse, yet laced with a condescending arrogance, as he compared himself to the others. Upon reaching the doctor's back, he slowly raised his hand, asserting, "You are ultimately too fragile." As the words fell, Xuanhao extended his claw, piercing through the delicate neck concealed beneath the voluminous trench coat. The sound of breaking vertebrae was sharp and crisp. The doctor trembled violently, collapsing limply to one side. Meanwhile, within the true surveillance room, another set of high-definition screens vividly displayed the entire scene of the guard killing the doctor. The real doctor remained seated in his chair. "Your sacrifice is commendable," he stated calmly, gently adjusting his glasses perched upon his nose. "Doctor, do you have any conclusions?" Rose gazed anxiously at the doctor, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. "It is nearly complete." The doctor nodded slightly, recording his cold observations. Memory inheritance. Upon the boss possessing Dragon 12, he acquired fragments of his recent task memories. Memory deficiency. However, this memory is incomplete. The boss has not fully assimilated Dragon 12's memories. He must systematically destroy each room to locate the substitute doctor. This sufficiently indicates that there are flaws in his memory acquisition, and he does not perfectly inherit all of the host's memories. Conclusion. From this perspective, perhaps we can contend against him. Observing the doctor's records and analysis, the spark of hope reignited in Rose's eyes. "Doctor, can we defeat him?" Her voice trembled with excitement and barely containable anticipation. "Defeat?" The doctor slowly shook his head, his tone devoid of ease. "Rose, you have yet to encounter a boss-level outer god, aside from the one before us." "Indeed," Rose nodded. "No wonder." The doctor's voice grew distant. We can never truly comprehend the outer gods. Their might is not merely a compilation of strength or speed. The doctor paused momentarily before continuing. I should not divulge this to you, nor do you possess the authority to be privy to such matters. However, through experimentation, it appears that as long as one has not witnessed it, there should be no repercussions. What does that mean? Rose was perplexed. The doctor proceeded. I once encountered a being from beyond at the Starsea Observatory, and the price we paid was exceedingly grave. We are even uncertain whether we truly eradicated it. The gravity of the doctor's expression deepened. As long as there exists sentient life capable of perceiving it, capable of imagining it, even if merely through a vague recollection, it may yet return from the depths of memory. Upon hearing this, Rose felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Thus, the doctor gazed at the surveillance screen, stating that the so-called complete annihilation of such an entity is a luxury even gods cannot guarantee. The utmost we can strive for is to resist them. The control room fell into a profound silence. Rose felt a wave of terror enveloping her. For the first time, she comprehended clearly the nature of the existence that she, the doctor, and the entire base were confronting. Is this what one might call a boss-level entity from beyond? Rose cast a glance at the doctor, her eyes filled with an unprecedented admiration. The doctor had once confronted countless beings from beyond. Doctor, I heard you became an investigator at the age of 12, facing entities from beyond. Her voice quivered slightly. It has been 20 years, a truly remarkable achievement. The doctor wearily waved his hand, his gaze fixated on the screen. Rose, investigate his identity. The doctor scrutinized the middle-aged man on the screen, or rather, the boss, and spoke in a low voice. Jam his communicator. Understood, Rose nodded. It's done. Moments later, she completed the operation. The doctor picked up the nearby microphone, his voice resonating through the channel into the ears of every individual wearing a communicator. Thank you all for your contributions. The doctor's tone was exceedingly calm. We have reached a critical juncture in our mission, and I hereby issue a command with the highest authority. You may depart. The ensuing battle will no longer require your presence. The chilling command echoed in the earpieces of everyone in the base. The doctor observed the withdrawal of the personnel. His expression bore no sign of relaxation. Rather, it grew increasingly grave. Gazing at the screen, where the guard had transformed into the boss, the doctor declared, Rose, lift his communication blockade. I wish to speak with him face to face. Understood. Rose nodded, her fingers gliding over the control panel. The guard possessed by the boss saw his communicator's signal shift from gray to green. The doctor seized the microphone, his voice transmitting. To attempt to kill me is no simple feat. Are you surprised to hear my voice? Xuanhao remained unfazed, revealing no emotion. The doctor's steady tone persisted. You have already lost. What further measures do you possess? While you still have the ability to act, do so, for otherwise. His voice turned icy. You shall have no further opportunities. Xuanhao's lips curled, emitting a brief, enigmatic chuckle. His host was far more than merely human. The beings on the surface, both human and animal, the subterranean insects, and even the microorganisms. Indeed, it could also encompass otherworldly entities. Such matters were, of course, unknown to anyone. The doctor's speculations were merely a manifestation of his own arrogance. They were entirely oblivious to the true power of the immortal. Admittedly, his current host was too feeble. Yet once he discovered a suitable vessel, he could unleash an overwhelming force at any moment. Alternatively, he might find a means to tear through the fabric of reality. Xuanhao calmly remarked, Doctor, your every endeavor shall amount to nothing more than a farce. Shall we wager? The doctor's response was unequivocal. The stakes are our lives. As Xuanhao attuned himself to the location of his true self, he replied, Then let us wager. Chapter 13. Evolved? In a monitoring room, Rose anxiously observed the doctor. The doctor's gaze was fixated on the boss displayed on the screen, his pen gliding swiftly across the documents beside him. Behavioral observations. 1. A clear and proactive response to persistent provocation, surpassing any previous records of foreign entities. 2. An evident willingness to communicate. 3. a significant departure from the chaotic traits of other high-threat entities, exhibiting humanoid thought and emotions, astonishment, acknowledgement, arrogance. 4. The subject demonstrated wisdom and rational logic. Could it be utilized temporarily? 5. Still, foreign entities cannot be trusted. Exercise caution regarding point 4. 6. Based on current interactions, approximately 60 of the power analysis is complete. As the recording concluded, the doctor's voice echoed through the microphone, tinged with scrutiny. Are you not going to make a move, corpse spirit? Even if your powers are enigmatic, underestimating humanity's resolve and courage will lead to your demise here. On the screen, the entity's smile remained largely unchanged. The doctor continued, almost as if in soliloquy. However, such disdain is rather typical. Perhaps it is an inherent flaw of you high-dimensional beings. His voice dripped with irony. To look down upon us humans is akin to gazing upon ants amidst the dust. Yet, have you ever heard the saying? A swarm of ants can swallow an elephant. Indeed, a relaxed voice interjected, seemingly laced with mirth. I am acutely aware of your energies. After all, his tone shifted, calm and measured. In a brief span, you have orchestrated the demise of numerous individuals, seemingly to dissect my divine arts or what you perceive as power. It appears you have gleaned a wealth of information. Yes, the doctor did not deny it. The entity tilted his head slightly, murmuring, "It seems you are confident in your ability to kill me?" "Yes," was the doctor's succinct reply. "Impressive." The entity gently clapped his hands, as if applauding a remarkable performance's conclusion. "Are you not going to make a move?" The doctor pressed, contemplative. "You shall see." The entity stood still, resembling a statue, refraining from any meaningless gestures. Yet, he was indeed processing his soul, gradually awakening. Soon, mere moments later, the entity's smile widened abruptly, nearly splitting to his ears. He sensed his true form was in motion, implying someone was carrying his body. In an instant, he comprehended the doctor's intentions. However, the entity chose to remain silent. They likely remained unaware of his true form, at least from the information currently available. Their sole aim was to eradicate him. Fixing his gaze on the surveillance camera, he declared, "Doctor, though I am unsure of your intentions, I have already found you." In the monitoring room, that menacing smile seemed to penetrate the screen, staring directly at them. "Doctor, what shall we do?" Rose's body tensed instantly. As the words fell, the surveillance footage revealed the boss standing before the elevator's protective door, its claws striking with ferocious intensity. Boom, boom. The alloy gate twisted relentlessly, and amidst the flickering electric sparks, it shattered completely. The figure of Xuanhao swiftly contorted, transforming into a colossal, grotesque, muscle-bound, crawling monstrosity. The surveillance video ceased at this moment. A surge of panic surged through Rose's heart. "This is bad," a piercing voice echoed from behind. Rose turned to see the thermal imaging screen, where the boss was rapidly ascending the elevator shaft. In mere moments, it reached the lobby, climbing swiftly through the second, fourth, and sixth floors. "Doctor, it's coming for us." A chill coursed through her body as Rose looked at the doctor, who also displayed a rare astonishment in his eyes. Yet, it was only for an instant. His mind raced, eliminating all impossible scenarios. Security clearance? Impossible. The base's structural diagram? Its previous behavior indicated incomplete memory retention. How'd it find me? The doctor blurted out instinctively, his mind still frantically calculating. "Doctor, we must flee." Rose hurried to the doctor's side. "I understand now." The doctor quickly grasped the situation. It has evolved. In such a brief period, this boss's threat level may surpass our expectations. "Doctor," before he could finish, Rose, nearly frantic, urged him to move, insisting that now was not the time for speculation. "Let us go." The doctor hesitated not a moment longer and turned to flee. A throng of warriors surrounded the doctor as they rushed toward the concealed escape route. Boom! Boom! In their frantic flight, they heard the resounding crash of metal being destroyed. So fast. Rose's pupils constricted, sweat soaking her back. The surveillance room was located on the top floor of the base, over 40 stories high. Yet the commotion indicated that the boss was closing in. It had at least reached the 30th floor. Boom! Another thunderous noise echoed. The boss was approaching. Cold sweat poured down Rose's face as she pulled the doctor up the hidden passageway. "Where do you think you're going?" Accompanied by a raspy laugh. A bizarre head emerged around the corner. "Block it!" Rose shouted. Without hesitation, over a dozen warriors surged forward like moths to a flame, unleashing the full extent of their inner energy, fearlessly charging into battle. Boom! Boom! In an instant, a bloody conflict erupted. Despite the warriors' formidable prowess, Xuanhao moved with the agility of a humanoid spider, darting across the walls and swiftly infiltrating the crowd. Splatter! Splatter! Blood sprayed, leaving a carnage in its wake. Meanwhile, Rose dragged the doctor, frantically ascending through the hidden passage. The screams behind them grew fainter. Rose's anxiety mounted as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She was acutely aware that the warriors could not endure for long, for the boss was impervious to death. Before long, the two arrived at the top floor, where the helipad came into view. A thunderous roar erupted from the hidden passage, the sounds of flesh being torn apart and desperate howls echoed, akin to a candle flame being abruptly extinguished. "Hurry, doctor!" Rose exclaimed, hoisting the doctor and racing towards the center of the helipad, where an armed helicopter had already ignited its engines. With a cataclysmic explosion, the entrance to the rooftop was violently obliterated. Rose turned to glance back. The grotesque, crawling beast emerged, resembling a monstrous insect breaking through the earth, drenched in blood. "Doctor, you must go first," Rose commanded fiercely, releasing the doctor before pivoting, charging toward the oncoming colossal shadow. She crossed her arms over her chest, the tattered white bandages wrapped around her arms radiating a gentle glow. With a resounding crash, the formidable figure of Xuanhao surged forward. Rose, undaunted, collided with the imposing form, staggering back several steps. "D!" Xuanhao roared, swiping with his massive claws. Rose swiftly evaded. The tattered bandages on her arms shimmered with a silvery light. As her fist struck Xuanhao, the flesh at the point of impact instantly carbonized, turning to ash and leaving behind charred craters. Chapter 14. I am indestructible, I am indestructible. A sardonic smile crept across Xuanhao's lips. However, Rose remained unaffected. Her attacks, imbued with purifying power, relentlessly shattered the structural integrity of Xuanhao's form. After an intense struggle lasting several dozen seconds, boom, boom, Rose, channeling all her strength, unleashed a powerful punch enveloped in silver light, which forcefully pierced through Xuanhao's massive head. Impressive. Xuanhao convulsed twice before crashing to the ground. Gasping for breath, Rose fixed her gaze intently on the remains below, refusing to relax for even a moment. "Rose, report the situation." The voice of the doctor crackled through her earpiece. He was inside the helicopter's cabin. Rose, her eyes fixated on the monster's corpse, responded, "The warrior possessed by the boss was not particularly strong. I have slain it. At the moment of its demise, I sensed a chilling aura. It attempted to possess me, but..." She glanced at the bandages adorning her arm. It was thwarted by the ancient relic. "Excellent." The doctor's voice brimmed with excitement. "What now? It should not be dead." Rose remained vigilant. "Indeed, we must not let our guard down." The doctor replied solemnly. "Proceed as if the worst is true. It has not dissipated and is likely seeking a new host. According to my calculations, if there are no nearby vessels, it will perish. Currently, apart from you, the entire base is devoid of personnel. What about you, doctor?" Rose instinctively looked up at the sky. "Do not worry," the doctor reassured her. "I have commanded the helicopter to ascend to a considerable height, far exceeding several thousand meters. If my calculations are correct, this altitude far surpasses its limit for possession." "Understood," Rose nodded. "I apologize." The doctor sighed. "To ensure absolute safety, I cannot take the risk of retrieving you. Otherwise, everyone's sacrifices would be in vain." "Understood," Rose replied calmly. "I possess the ancient relic. It cannot inhabit me. I will remain here to monitor the situation." In the high-altitude helicopter cabin, the engine roared steadily and powerfully. The rotor blades turned with stability as the aircraft ascended to the designated altitude. The doctor's tense body finally relaxed slightly as he leaned against the cabin wall. Through the window, He gazed down at the colossal structures below, an overwhelming fatigue washing over him. The price they paid to verify the limits of possession was unimaginable. Yet, it was all worth it. The doctor turned to the taciturn pilot at the controls. "Captain, what is our current altitude?" Without turning his head, the pilot replied monotonously, "We have surpassed 10,000 feet. "Good." The doctor exhaled deeply, relieved. This distance should far exceed the boss's range for possession. He closed his eyes, massaging his throbbing temples, and instructed, "Maintain altitude, circling in standby. Do not descend without my further orders." Suddenly, the pilot turned, a hint of a smile on his face. "Understood, Doctor." The smile was rather subdued, yet it struck like a sudden bolt of lightning, piercing through the doctor's nerves in an instant. His thoughts froze momentarily, an indescribable chill coursing through his heart. No. The doctor's body trembled slightly, cold sweat saturating his shirt, the icy grip of fear spreading over him like countless tentacles. He turned abruptly, as if sensing his gaze. The pilot slowly turned his head, a bland smile gracing his lips. Ultimately, this smile seemed to morph into something exaggerated and sinister. It was not a smile at all. Deep within those eyes lay a chilling indifference devoid of emotion. "What's the matter, Doctor? You seem weary. Would you care for a drink of water?" The pilot's smile grew increasingly exaggerated. His tone as amiable as a casual greeting, yet it plunged the doctor into an abyss of dread. It felt as though his very blood had congealed. There was no longer any doubt. The boss was nearby, on the top floor of the base. Rose remained vigilant. "Rose, be cautious." Suddenly, the doctor's furious roar echoed through her earpiece. His voice quickly became muffled, interspersed with short, suppressed grunts filled with anger and alarm. "Doctor, what is wrong?" Rose shouted into the communicator, her heart tightening as an ominous premonition arose. Alas, there was no response. Aside from the roar of the engines, the communication channel was filled with only chaotic sounds. "Doctor, please respond." Rose looked up, only to witness a horrifying scene. The helicopter had lost power. How could this be? A chill ran through Rose, penetrating to her very core. Was there a struggle inside the cabin? Could it be? Rose suddenly realized, her face paling in an instant. It had possessed the pilot. It was aboard the aircraft. A wave of overwhelming terror surged through her mind as her voice brimmed with despair. Then, she saw the helicopter plummeting. Boom! A dull roar erupted from the distant horizon, a blinding fireball shooting into the sky. The doctor was dead. Rose collapsed to the ground in an instant. At the crash site, flames roared fiercely. The downed helicopter had been mangled, the acrid scent of charred metal mingling with the odor of fuel wafting through the air. Suddenly, the space began to warp. Rose's figure emerged from the rippling distortion. Her body trembled as tears streamed down her cheeks. It seemed that everything had come to an end. If only I were a bit stronger. Could I have whisked the doctor away? Regret filled Rose's eyes. Had she known it would come to this, she would have continued her arduous training. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed the tumult of sorrow within her and stepped toward the flames. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept around her. Dark spirit. Her voice was low, as if emanating from the depths of the abyss. Do not struggle. I know you are here. Rose advanced step by step toward the fire, her voice imbued with limitless exhaustion and a resolute intent to kill. So many lives have been sacrificed, even that of the doctor. You must be utterly obliterated. At that moment, a chilling gust swept through the air as if responding to her threat. A chaotic whirlwind of cold winds stirred the ashes from the ground, forming a swirling gray vortex that enveloped the Rose entirely. It was frigid and clammy, akin to countless tendrils seeking to penetrate her skin, infiltrate her very marrow. An invader mind, attempting to tear apart her consciousness. This force was far more formidable than before. Futile, you cannot possess me. The Rose clenched her fists, determined to witness your demise. The chilling wind howled, brushing against her ears, resembling a cacophony of intertwined whispers, echoing from the depths of her soul, intermittently. With a bone-chilling tone, I shall not vanish. No sooner had the words been spoken than the dark whirlwind enveloping the Rose dissipated instantaneously. The pervasive, unsettling sensation of mental erosion vanished completely. Is it over? The rose gasped for breath, her forehead drenched in sweat. I will watch you perish. She ignited the bandages on her arm, the ancient relic igniting in flames. The fire, unaffected by the wind, soared upward defiantly. This indicated the absence of any mental ripples in the vicinity. The rose confirmed repeatedly, ultimately receiving the ancient relic's affirmation. The source of that corruption had been entirely eradicated. The tension in her nerves finally relaxed. The feeling of surviving a calamity did not bring her joy. Instead, it was an overwhelming weight of sorrow and despair. She gazed at the burning remnants. The doctor is dead. As the sun set, the dying light appeared blood-red. At the temporary assembly point, 10 kilometers outside the base, all research and combat personnel gathered following the doctor's orders. An oppressive silence filled the air. At last, the weary figure of the Rose appeared before everyone. Captain Rose. Captain, you're back. What about the doctor? How is he? We saw the helicopter seem to have crashed. Everyone crowded around, voices overlapping. The Rose halted in her tracks. Her complexion was pallid, worn. The doctor, her voice was hoarse, barely concealing her sobs. In a bid to completely eradicate that monster, he perished alongside the boss. Those words struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. After a brief, stunned silence, the air was filled with muffled cries, incredulous sobs, and sorrowful sighs, resonating throughout the temporary camp. Grief and confusion were etched on every face. The pillar has collapsed. Just as this immense sorrow enveloped the scene, a beam of light pierced the distance, and a black sedan approached, racing past them along the road bordering the base. The window was rolled down. At the wheel sat an unremarkable middle-aged man, his right arm casually resting on the window frame. At the very moment the vehicle brushed past the crowd, the driver turned to gaze at the onlookers. Their eyes collided across a distance of more than 10 meters. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly, a smile that was both enigmatic and profound. That smile. In that instant, every drop of blood in Rose's body seemed to freeze. Her mind went blank, a chilling sensation, even more frigid and despairing than confronting the essence of a formidable adversary, instantly coursed through every inch of her being. Chapter 15. The realm of the mind in the nocturnal embrace of the city. It appeared to be submerged within the celestial river of stars. As the lights cascaded down the glass, curtain walls, and the neon rivers flowed indefinitely, a narrow corridor flickered under the buzzing of fluorescent lights. From the shadows, an ordinary young man strode forth with a metallic, gleaming alloy box nestled against his waist. Upon unlocking the door, he entered the room, a mere 10 square meters, crammed with a single bed and a peeling desk, where the sense of sweat and dust assaulted his senses. He kicked the door shut behind him and leaned against a dilapidated chair. At last he had emerged. The young man placed the alloy box upon the tabletop before him. The fatigue etched upon his face gradually receded, replaced by an icy, almost divine scrutiny in his gaze. It was none other than Xuanhao. The youth had become his vessel. Had he been dismembered, or was it that his essence had been shattered amidst the chaos of Ascension? He regarded the sturdy alloy box thoughtfully. Clearly, given the circumstances, no one could have disassembled his true form. Xuanhao raised his arm, and as he infused it with mental energy, his limb contorted and reshaped, transforming into a razor-sharp claw. A harsh, grating sound pierced the air. This alloy box, capable of withstanding bullets, yielded effortlessly under his inhuman strength, torn apart like fragile paper. A hand emerged, blackened and yellow, resembling a withered branch. Was it merely a hand? Xuanhao contemplated, but it sufficed. One hand was adequate to unleash a portion of his formidable abilities. After a long separation, he seized the hand, imbuing it with his vast mental power, which surged into the desiccated palm, penetrating every fiber. Suddenly, the hand quivered as if a slumbering deity, long dormant, was forcefully awakened. The emaciated muscles swelled like barren wood encountering spring, rapidly filling and expanding. The joints popped and cracked, while the neural pathways glowed with a luminous white light. The stench of decay swiftly vanished, replaced by vitality so vigorous it was almost suffocating. With a sudden burst, the hand expelled a torrent of scalding blood. Simultaneously, the flesh twisted and expanded, proliferating wildly. The engorged veins and muscles intertwined, their tendrils spreading into the air, gradually forming a human silhouette. Amidst the surge of flesh and blood, a heart emerged. In mere moments, the internal organs materialized, and a tall, imposing figure stood within the confines of the cramped rental unit. His hair flowed like ink, undisturbed by any breeze. His visage was youthful and striking, bordering on the inhuman, yet imbued with an ineffable, ancient majesty. This was the true form of Xuanhao, a recollection from a bygone era. The handsome entity opened his eyes, casting a cold, indifferent gaze upon the ordinary youth he controlled. After a moment of reflection, Xuanhao activated the computer. The search engine sprang to life as he opened a web page. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded his vision. 2,000 years ago, the first outer god descended, tearing apart the old order and bringing the world to the brink of destruction. Over the lengthy passage of time, countless outer gods had arrived, and regions tainted by their presence bore glaring crimson markings on the global map. Xuanhao cast a fleeting glance at the realm of human existence, which constituted less than 40% of the totality. As for the warriors, he swiftly discerned the pivotal information. The warriors were broadly categorized into 4 tiers: U, O, A, and S, each further subdivided into 3 minor levels. This knowledge painted a vivid tableau of a post-apocalyptic world where deities and demons roamed freely and order flickered like a candle in the tempest. Humanity's survival on this blood-stained earth was not a matter of sheer luck. It was reliant on the warriors, living bulwarks forged from flesh and blood. In Xuanhao's mind, the visage of the warrior he had recently inhabited, Dragon 2, flashed before him. Dragon 2, an O3 level warrior, possessed the formidable strength to rend steel with his bare hands, and even a casual strike could obliterate skyscrapers. The U level represented formal warriors. The O level signified elite warriors. The A level corresponded to regional powerhouses, and the S level denoted national champions. As for the outer gods, they too were classified into 3 tiers: S level, source of calamity; boss level, world annihilator; and old ones, nearly insurmountable. Their assessment of my essence was surprisingly accurate, Xuanhao mused. In the year 2030 of the new era, Xuanhao glanced at the time, taken aback. He had been ensnared in that wretched, chaotic void for 2 millennia. He began tapping on the keyboard, seeking information about the base where he had been trapped. Regrettably, no data was available. It appeared that while ordinary individuals could encounter warriors, they remained oblivious to deeper truths. Xuanhao's fingers hovered momentarily over the keys as he reclined in the inexpensive computer chair, organizing his abilities. Having absorbed a fragment of souls and discovered this severed hand, his true celestial essence could now permeate more power into reality. Firstly, possession. After the demise of a body, he could root himself in a new vessel. During his time at the base, he had consumed substantial mental energy, leading to some evolution. Now, he could possess freely without the host's death. Secondly, divine consciousness. In an instant, it could disregard flesh and energy defenses, striking directly at the essence of the soul with overwhelming spiritual force. Thirdly, mental imprinting, also referred to as the Yin spirit. The Yin spirit could lurk within another's sea of consciousness. Even if the controlled body perished, it could utilize that as a coordinate for reincarnation through possession. It was precisely due to the existence of the Yin spirit that Xuanhao navigated his confrontation with the doctor with such ease, for he had already prepared to imprint his spirit onto one of the departing researchers, whose hand bore his own. Subsequently, countless transitions occurred: taxi driver, passerby, ultimately culminating in the current embodiment of a weary young professional. As for the 4th ability, the realm of consciousness, having acquired a portion of his original self, his mental power overlapped with the reality, giving rise to a unique dimension. The doctor's appellation, whether it be Yin spirit or corpse-dispersing immortal, mattered little. At his core, Xuanhao was a formidable entity of spiritual energy, a true celestial essence. Possessing another being rendered him subject to the physical strength of that body. However, the convergence of the spiritual realm and reality was a different matter. His potent mental energy could be transmuted into formidable power. Time passed quietly, leaning against the chair. The young man rubbed his eyes, bewildered. What transpired? He mumbled, as if a fragment of his memory had been severed. A dim alleyway engulfed him, the damp, musty air assaulting his senses. In the glow of the lights, a handsome young man with flowing hair traversed the path, his gaze radiating an air of aloofness that warned others to keep their distance. At the alley's entrance, the vibrant hues of neon lights beckoned. As the long-haired youth made his appearance, several women leaning against the wall turned their attention toward him. One of them, her eyes sparkling, slightly parted her crimson lips and playfully called out to the figure that brushed past. "Hey, handsome, care for a little fun?" The young man did not falter. Instead, he melded deeper into the shadows of the alley. "Handsome." Another bolder woman took a few steps forward, her voluptuous form exuding a sweet fragrance, attempting to close the distance. "Don't be in such a hurry. I can offer you something for free." Yet her arm grasped nothing but air. The figure that had been so near moments ago had vanished in an instant. Where did he go? The women were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Disappeared. No, it was too swift. We couldn't even see him. The leading woman exclaimed. He must be a martial artist. At this revelation, fear flickered in the eyes of the women. Yet, beneath that fear lay a deeper yearning and envy. A martial artist, such a status was akin to ascending to the heavens. To become a martial artist was to rise above the rest of humanity. Chapter 16. The maiden encounters the outer god at the apex of the central tower. The heart of Morning Dawn City lies the office of one of its three wealthy magnates, Xuanhao. His corpulent form sinks deeply into the chair, and though his countenance usually radiates warmth, an inexplicable aura now envelopes him. Upon the desk, a desiccated hand lies concealed amidst the documents, occasionally twitching faintly. Is it still insufficient? Xuanhao's brow furrows slightly. Concerning the base in the outskirts of the city, scant information remains. The wealth of the mundane world ultimately cannot touch the true core. Xuanhao pushed the mouse aside and reclined against the chair as backrest. To grasp genuine information, one must embody a martial artist, and it must be one of considerable stature. Suddenly, a faint sense of emptiness coursed through the nerves of his corpulent body. Xuanhao pressed the call button. Half a minute later, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor reverberated through the air. The door swung open, revealing a strikingly attractive secretary clad in a fitted skirt, who entered with a respectful demeanor. "President Wang, prepare something for me to eat," came a foreign voice from Xuanhao's lips. The secretary nodded and promptly exited. Half an hour later, the desk was adorned with an array of delicacies, a colossal lobster, caviar, and sizzling beef from the charcoal grill. Xuanhao picked up a piece of tuna and brought it to his mouth. Yet regrettably, his hunger remained unquenched. Indeed, Xuanhao realized, the food he consumed had transcended the ordinary. What he had absorbed while trapped in the spatial rift, the essence, was his true sustenance. "President Wang," the beautiful secretary cautiously reminded him, "it's past midnight. Aren't you going to rest?" "You may leave for the day," Xuanhao replied without lifting his eyelids. The secretary hesitated, then bowed slightly, saying, "I will be in the adjacent break room. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to summon me." She turned and exited, closing the glass door behind her. After a moment of contemplation, Xuanhao activated his spiritual domain. Buzz, an intangible yet distinctly present field emanated from the desiccated hand on the desk, expanding abruptly like ripples in water, invisible to the naked eye, yet perceptible to the spirit. The entire central tower, and even the commercial pedestrian street below, trembled imperceptibly, distorting. However, the reality of the space remained unaffected. It was as if a vast and nebulous projection had been superimposed upon the foundation of reality. Reality remained unchanged, yet within this domain constructed of spiritual power, the bustling commercial street transformed entirely. The lights continued to flicker, shrouded in a veil of gray mist. The streets lay deserted, More astonishing was Xuanhao himself, a colossal figure, so immense it nearly reached the rooftop, emerged in the projection of his spiritual domain. The outline was exceedingly vague, as if composed of smoke. One could only discern a vaguely three-headed, six-armed form, twisted and ancient. The swirling gray mist danced around this giant silhouette, reminiscent of a terrifying entity from some mythological legend. Descending into the mortal realm. Was it due to his corporeal state? Xuanhao gazed at his ethereal spirit, elusive and exceedingly unstable. However, his attention was immediately captivated by something else. In the vast, fog-laden expanse above the deserted street, faint glimmers floated, reminiscent of dust motes or diminutive fireflies. They lacked corporeality, existing as pure, untethered remnants of spiritual energy. This was precisely the sustenance Xuanhao relied upon for survival within the rifts of space. Indeed, this was the nourishment he sought. His colossal spiritual projection, with its indistinct head, opened wide its gaping maw. A chilling, terrifying pull enveloped the air above the street. All the spirits, akin to being drawn into an invisible vortex, were consumed by Xuanhao's mouth. A fleeting sense of satisfaction arose, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a more profound hunger. Too little, Xuanhao murmured, pondering if his spiritual domain could extend over the entire city. Then he would no longer worry about sustenance, and his spirit could solidify further. At that moment, a tender child's voice pierced through the silence of the gray mist. Monster. Monster. Following the sound, Xuanhao turned his gaze to the edge of his spiritual domain, where a young boy of 7 or 8, with a pale face, peered fearfully from behind a window of a high-rise building. A manifestation of human mental activity? Coupling this with his experience trapped within the rift, he began to comprehend the situation. This was indeed a manifestation of human mental activity. Thoughts, fantasies, these all generated spiritual energy, and Xuanhao feasted upon such energy. Although he could consume human souls and spirits, it would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. After all, as long as humans live, they produce spiritual energy. If it were not for the constraints of lifespan, humanity would be an eternal generator of spiritual energy. A monster, indeed. Almost simultaneously, a clear voice resonated from below. In the deserted commercial street, a slender figure intruded upon this realm. A girl of 17 or 18, clad in a moon-white ancient gown, with an archaic long sword strapped to her back. She resembled a heroine from the realms of chivalry. Her spiritual power was commendable. Xuanhao scrutinized the girl in ancient attire. Though she appeared as insignificant as an ant, her spiritual prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Her gown was a manifestation of her imaginative spiritual energy. This indicated that the girl was lost in her thoughts. Yet, due to her formidable spiritual strength, coupled with the arrival of Xuanhao's spiritual domain, her daydreams had taken tangible form. Outer God. You are the fabled Outer God? Wait, am I dreaming? Contemplating this possibility, Xiao Linger suppressed her instinct to flee and instead mustered the courage to question. After all, those who had encountered an outer God rarely survived. Her continued existence suggested the likelihood that this was merely a dream, and she sensed a half-dreaming, half-waking sensation. Outer God? Xuanhao instinctively displayed a scornful demeanor, declaring, "They cannot be compared to me. I am an immortal." The immense spirit merely cast a glance, causing the girl to tremble violently on the brink of collapse. Clang! Xiaolinger pointed her sword towards the vast shadow. "Outer God, I shall fight you." Though it may be a dream, her voice sharpened with a hint of trepidation, yet bore an absurd stubbornness. Xuanhao's indifferent tone rolled through the fog-laden space like the rumble of distant thunder. "You are not even a warrior." "How do you know I'm not a warrior?" Xiaolinger was taken aback. As she spoke, her form flickered into transparency once more. Engaging in mere conversation with Xuanhao had already pushed her mental limits. "Do you wish to become a warrior?" The resounding voice echoed within the depths of Xiaolinger's consciousness. She abruptly lifted her gaze, disbelief etched upon her features. "Can you truly grant me the power of a warrior? Do not attempt to deceive me." While her lips articulated rejection, her heart wavered. To become a warrior was a dream cherished by countless souls. In the next moment, however, her body became immobilized. An irresistible, vast will surged forth like a tsunami, shattering her concentrated spirit in an instant. Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, in the apartment complex, the starlight outside dimmed. With a sudden gasp, Xiao awoke in her cozy pink bed, sitting upright. Sweat drenched the strands of her hair and the back of her nightgown. She gazed, bewildered, at her familiar bedroom, her chest heaving, her heart racing as if it might burst from her ribcage. I actually fell asleep. Xiao murmured to herself. Wait, the outer god! She instantly recalled the colossal shadow, a monstrous figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, and the immense, emotionless eyes hidden within the gray mist. This was no ordinary nightmare. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down her forehead. The Academy had taught that the outer gods themselves were twisted beings. Merely glimpsing them could taint one's sanity, let alone confronting an outer god. A chilling dread surged from her tailbone to the crown of her head. It's over, it's over. Xiao leaped from her bed and dashed into the bathroom, scrutinizing her eyes, skin, and expression in the mirror repeatedly. Will I grow tentacles? Or will my head suddenly explode? No. Tomorrow, I must undergo a comprehensive purification check at the Academy. Help! Chapter 17, Resources of the Old Era. A quest for self in the early morning. The sun penetrated the glass. At the Star Martial Academy, the ancient and solemn architecture was bathed in a faint golden hue. A luxurious automobile was parked at the entrance. Xuanhao turned his gaze, observing students hurrying by, the air infused with the essence of youth and perspiration. A martial arts academy, Xuanhao pondered. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, a young man of average stature suddenly stiffened, gradually making his way through the academy gates. He twisted his neck, his movements bearing a hint of stiffness. In an instant, Xuanhao completed his possession. His objective was clear: the library. The library of Star Martial Academy resembled a vast fortress of knowledge, its 7-story tower casting long shadows in the morning light. The hall was spacious and bright, with verdant trees visible through the windows. Xuanhao glanced around, noting the neatly arranged bookshelves which housed various tomes: the history of human warriors, chronicles of the invasion of outer gods, fundamentals of energy guidance, common divine anomalies, and response strategies. Indeed, he needed to possess a warrior. Xuanhao picked up the history of warriors, glancing at chronicles of the invasion of outer gods. Unfortunately, there was little of practical value within. Approaching the service desk, an elderly man with graying hair and thick glasses was busily organizing borrowing cards. The librarian, known affectionately as Old Wang by the students, looked up when Xuanhao spoke. Imitating the tone of a typical student, do you have any material from the old era? Specifically, information from before the arrival of the outer gods? Old Wang raised his head, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The old era? What do you want that for? Those materials are of little help for cultivation. They are merely dusty relics of history. Curiosity, Xuanhao replied calmly. Old Wang adjusted his glasses and gestured in a particular direction. Head to Area M. There should still be some unfiled notes and annals from the old era on that farthest bookshelf in the corner. However, they are mostly fragmented and lack systematic organization. Xuanhao nodded slightly and turned towards Area M. Area M was situated in the most secluded corner, the lights somewhat dim. Xuanhao's fingers traced the spines of the books until they rested upon a yellowed, simply bound volume titled Shadows of the Past. He chose a seat near the window and began to scan the contents. A few minutes later, his interest waned. The accounts within were scattered and one-sided, predominantly describing social customs and lifestyles, with no mention of supernatural research. For an existence like his, there were no clues whatsoever. The transition between the old and new eras was marked solely by the cataclysm known as the Eclipse Calamity, the arrival of the first outer god. Under the incomprehensible might, the old order collapsed instantaneously. Survivors struggled for survival amidst the ruins. And it was not until the path of evolution through martial arts was discovered that humanity regained a breath of life in the face of the outer god's power. The information still felt insufficient. Xuanhao closed the book and returned it to its place. At that moment, a clear voice rang out, Old Wang. Do you have any information about the outer gods? Xuanhao turned his gaze towards the sound, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was the girl from last night's mental realm, who fancied herself a heroine. She donned the Academy's typical training attire, her hair neatly tied back in a ponytail, her face still bearing traces of lingering shock and fatigue. "You are not yet a martial artist, are you?" Old Wang's voice carried a hint of resignation. "Practicing more now, while being exposed to such things, could be detrimental to your well-being. It's merely curiosity," Xiao Linger insisted, striving to make her voice sound more casual. "I just want to see and understand a bit more. There is indeed a second level." Old Wang pointed upstairs, "But your access is insufficient. You may ascend only after you become a formal martial artist and pass the test." Xiao Linger replied, "Somewhat disappointed," pouting before turning to leave. At that moment, the student possessed by Xuanhao staggered slightly, his expression turning bewildered. "How'd I end up here?" The young man scratched his head, utterly perplexed. "This is strange." He rose and left the library, looking utterly dazed. Xuanhao's consciousness had already detached. In the library's second level, it was considerably quieter than the first, with softer lighting. Xuanhao found himself inhabiting the body of a burly man, standing before the shelves in the section of foreign entity archives. He withdrew the tome detailing various terrifying beings recorded by humanity, entities capable of catastrophic destruction. It included their code names, characteristics, geographical areas of activity, known methods of attack, and the harrowing history of their confrontations. The illustrations within were as striking as they were alarming. Among them was a submersible entity lurking in the depths of the Pacific Ocean, whose breath could incite kilometer-high tsunamis. There was Odin, roaming the wastelands of Eurasia, leaving desolation in his wake, and the Weaver, lurking among the clouds, manipulating the weather Xuanhao swiftly scanned with his divine sense, seeking descriptions potentially related to the corpse-dispersing immortal or the Yin spirit, hoping to uncover where his corporeal form had wandered off to. Unfortunately, his efforts bore little fruit. Records concerning immortals, memory inheritance, and the mental realm were exceedingly scarce. With a sigh, he set the book aside. His gaze wandered and landed upon a monograph regarding mentally contaminated foreign entities, which detailed various modes of mental attacks, symptoms of contamination, protective measures, and even mentioned several rare mental parasites. Yet, there were no records that corresponded with the situation. Approaching the staircase to the third level, an invisible energy barrier flared to life, blocking his passage. A screen embedded in the nearby wall displayed the message, "Insufficient permissions. O-level martial artist access required." Once more, Xuanhao projected his spirit outward, ascending to the fourth level, randomly possessing a martial artist. In the Academy's medical center, within the advanced examination room, Xiao Linger lay upon the examination table, sensors affixed to her forehead and limbs, a pale, blue scanning beam traversing her form. "All done," Xiaoling, the female physician, remarked, her expression softening as she scrutinized the data on the screen. "How do you feel?" Xiao Linger felt a surge of anxiety. "Congratulations." The female doctor smiled. "Your physical indicators are remarkably excellent, particularly your mental fortitude and energy affinity, which have far surpassed the threshold for a U-level warrior. If you proceed methodically, you will soon ascend to the rank of U-level warrior." "What?" Xiao Linger sat up abruptly. No trace of joy graced her visage. Instead, the color drained from her face, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. It was true. She recalled the events of the previous night, the immense and terrifying shadow of the outer god, the casually uttered notion of becoming a warrior. It was all real. A profound chill coursed through her body. Becoming a warrior was undoubtedly a monumental blessing, yet she found no happiness in it. The mere contact with the outer god brought with it a perilous threat to her very existence. It could take just a fleeting glance or a single breath, and her precious life could be extinguished. Like an ant crushed underfoot, she would remain blissfully unaware of her fate. "What's wrong?" the doctor inquired, perplexed. "You're on the brink of becoming a warrior, and yet you seem discontent. How many would yearn for such an opportunity?" "Nothing, thank you, doctor." Xiao Linger nearly leaped off the examination platform, hastily seizing her coat. Her voice trembled with an undeniable quiver. "I must take my leave." She dashed out of the examination room like a startled rabbit, vanishing swiftly down the corridor. Chapter 18. What is the immortal? Upon leaving the medical center, Xiao Linger immediately sought out her teacher. She knocked fervently on the office door. The door swung open swiftly, revealing a voluptuous woman with a slender waist. Outer God? After listening to Xiao Linger's disjointed narrative, laden with profound dread, Chu Huaiwei displayed no sign of surprise. Her brow merely arched slightly. Indeed, teacher. Xiao Linger did not withhold any details, relaying all the information. Near the financial city center, a being claiming to be an immortal, a colossal shadow with 3 heads and 6 arms, stating that it would make you a martial artist? Chu Huaiwei pondered thoughtfully, her fingers tapping lightly on the desk. Teacher, I want to be tainted, will I? Am I destined to become a monster? Xiao Linger's voice quivered with a hint of tears. Chu Huaiwei lifted her gaze and calmly reassured her, do not panic, Xiaoling. The circumstances you describe are exceedingly unique. I require more precise data for assessment. She rose, retrieving an access card from her desk. Follow me. I possess the authorization to utilize the highest specification of the Psychological Analysis Laboratory. Deep within the academy lay the Mental Energy Laboratory. The atmosphere here was starkly different from an ordinary medical facility. The silvery walls shimmered with faint streams of energy. A massive circular analyzer stood at the heart of the lab, surrounded by a myriad of intricate pipelines and high-precision sensors. Xiao Linger reclined within the detection chamber. As the chamber door sealed, beams of various hues scanned her form. Chu Huaiwei positioned herself at the control console, her fingers deftly navigating the virtual keyboard as data streams flickered across the holographic display. Time slipped by. The chamber door opened, and Xiao Linger emerged, her anxious gaze fixed on her teacher. After scrutinizing the final analysis report on the screen, Chu Huaiwei remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. All of your physiological indicators are entirely normal. There are no signs of corruption or alteration by outer divine forces. That is splendid news. Kia Linger exhaled in relief. However, Chu Huaiwei's tone shifted, pointing at an exceedingly faint energy fluctuation curve on the screen. This represents a unique residual energy that cannot currently be analyzed. She regarded Xiao Linger with a complex expression. From the data, it appears harmless. In fact, it has activated your mental potential and optimized your energy affinity. This is the reason you have attained the threshold of a martial artist overnight. Is that truly the case? Xiao Linger's eyes widened, her fear giving way to bewilderment. That is the current data, Chu Huaiwei affirmed with a serious demeanor. Nonetheless, this matter is of great significance. After a brief contemplation, she inquired, you reside near the financial city center? Was it there that you encountered the immortal? Yes. Kia Linger nodded vigorously. Very well. Chu Huaiwei took a deep breath. Xiaoling, this matter must remain between the two of us for the time being. Do not mention it to a third party, including those closest to you. Do you understand? Understood. Kia Linger nodded emphatically. Every week henceforth, come to me for a re-evaluation. I need to continuously monitor the status of this residual energy, Chu Huaiwei instructed. Understood, teacher. Xiao Linger replied, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, leaving the laboratory with a tumult of emotions. As she vanished through the doorway, the tranquility on Chu Huaiwei's face abruptly faded, replaced by an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. She returned to her office and locked the door behind her. Is it a celestial being? Chu Huaiwei approached the safe, inputting the password. Click. The safe opened. Inside, there were no treasures of gold or silver, only a handful of files. With trembling hands, she retrieved the topmost document. File number X07. Contact date June 7, 2030. Classification Boss Level. Codename Inshun. Corpse Dispersing Immortal. Malevolent Entity. Tentative Powers. Unable to observe, understand. Method of attack. Intense psychic contamination and assimilation. Physical transformation. Intensity unknown. Signed, Tang. Core evaluation. Extremely high threat. Incomprehensible. Unpredictable. Lethal. Insoluble. Latest observation. The target exhibits signs of consciousness transfer, possession of living entities, mental manipulation. Further verification needed. extremely high risk. Concealment, perfect disguise, non-active exposure. No apparent difference from normal individuals, and the host may remain unaware, posing extreme danger. Countermeasure assessment. Currently, no countermeasures available. Memory inheritance, possession range. Chu Huaiwei fixated on the words corpse dispersing immortal, her breath becoming labored. Base 08 has been annihilated. Dr. Tang has sacrificed himself. She whispered, recalling the encrypted notification she had received late last night from the highest alert level of the Martial Artists Association in Morning Dawn City. Could it be the otherworldly entity that escaped from Base 08? The so-called corpse dispersing immortal? Chu Huaiwei set the file aside and rummaged through the safe for another, more ancient document, its pages yellowed and fragile. She skimmed through it rapidly, her gaze landing on one page. 300 years ago, humanity unearthed an ancient relic buried deep within the Earth's veins. The relic was merely an ancient tomb, containing only a few books, which recorded some stories without substantial value. Contemplating the material, Chu Huaiwei pondered. Corpse dispersing immortal? Celestial being? She turned to the next page. It chronicled legendary tales, such as the account of the Peach Blossom Spring, where one could enter the mountains and experience a day that equated to 100 years on the ground. These are the legends of immortals. Centuries before, there were no tales of immortals. However, since the subterranean documents were excavated, humanity witnessed a formidable power beyond martial artists for the first time, known as the immortal. The immortals soared through the skies and lived long lives. Strangely, in the records of the old era, immortals were deemed fanciful tales, merely stories. Though martial artists are powerful, they remain confined by their flesh and blood, their lifespans inherently limited. Chu Huaiwei murmured to herself, reflecting on the demise of the strongest of humanity, who met his end at the venerable age of 131. She pondered whether immortality could truly transcend the confines of human lifespan. The essence of immortality. What indeed is it? In the library on the 4th floor, Xuanhao's consciousness ascended to the higher echelons of a lecturer. This level housed an abundance of tomes, delving into the cultivation of warriors, the profound principles of martial arts, and the study of rare and enigmatic ecosystems. However, Xuanhao harbored little interest in these subjects. He cast his mind aside, seeking records pertaining to the extraordinary life forms of the bygone era. Regrettably, his findings were meager. When the first external deity descended upon human civilization, a significant rupture occurred. Though humanity pieced together fragments of information from the remnants of the old world to reconstruct society, these fragments offered little insight into the entirety of that bygone era. Xuanhao possessed a profound understanding of the olden times, yet he sought clues pertaining to his own existence. Unfortunately, he found himself devoid of any leads. With a heavy heart, Xuanhao turned it apart. As a true immortal, acquiring information was not a daunting task. Rather, the concern lay in the scarcity of such knowledge among humanity. After all, 2 millennia prior, he had maintained a low profile, with few aware of his presence. Chapter 19. Investigation, Eradicating the Outer Gods. As twilight descended upon the central tower, the vast floor-to-ceiling windows framed a resplendent cityscape. Xuanhao stood before the glass, his corpulent figure casting a nebulous silhouette. "Mr. Wang, what has piqued your sudden interest in ancient history?" inquired the alluring secretary, cautiously balancing a cup of freshly ground coffee. Today, she had traversed numerous antiquarian bookstores and visited several private collectors, expending a considerable sum to acquire a few seemingly trivial tomes of bygone eras. Without turning, Xuanhao replied coolly, "Just do it. Money is no object. If necessary, we can employ some well-connected martial artists." "Understood, Mr. Wang." The secretary dared not press further, setting down the coffee and bowing as she exited. The office fell into a tranquil silence. Meanwhile, at a certain base, a colossal holographic screen dominated the wall, segmented into dozens of surveillance windows. Most displayed various regions of the city, while others depicted intricate data analyses. "I will find you," Rose declared, her arms crossed and a glint of cold determination in her eyes. tall and clad in a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her athletic physique. She observed the screen where footage, magnified, denoised, and sharpened countless times, replayed incessantly. The images originated from across the city. The first frame revealed a taxi. Moments later, the scene shifted. The taxi halted in the urban area, the driver clutching a box, briefly engaging with a passerby before the latter departed with the box in hand. The footage transitioned once more. Although the pedestrian changed repeatedly, the surveillance focus remained steadfastly on the alloy box. Soon, the image froze, showcasing a young office worker with glasses and somewhat disheveled hair. This was the final contact, Rose stated, her voice devoid of warmth. By the way, what is that ancient relic? It is M036, responded an adjacent staff member, adjusting his glasses. Codenamed Eternal Severed Hand. According to base records, this artifact was unearthed from deep within an ancient ruin several centuries ago, remarkably preserved. What purpose does it serve to take this hand? Rose inquired, her brow furrowed, her piercing gaze seemingly penetrating the screen. Uncertain, the technician replied, shaking his head, frustration etched across his face. The footage resumed, depicting the office worker clutching the box as he boarded a late-night bus. He disembarked at a downtown stop, blending into the sparse crowd before entering an unremarkable apartment building. The footage ended there. The target vanished upon entering Building C of Qingping Flower Garden. A nearby martial artist interjected. We have already made contact. It seems he suffered no mental contamination or physical harm, merely losing fragments of memory during the possession. In other words, the boss has departed? It appears so. At this juncture, the atmosphere around them seemed to thicken with tension. The gaze of the Rose became sharp, shifting almost imperceptibly like a specter. A collective sigh of resignation escaped the crowd. Without the postdoctoral researcher, they felt as though they had become blind. For them, confronting such an entity was exceedingly daunting. In contrast to the past, when the researcher had merely engaged in preliminary contact and probing, thereby discerning the abilities of the boss, they now found themselves utterly at a loss. Taking a deep breath, the Rose suppressed her inner agitation. We must scrutinize anyone who appeared in the video, as well as colleagues, neighbors. We cannot overlook anyone. I refuse to believe it has left no trace. Indeed, the team responded in unison. Captain Rose, a warrior hesitated before speaking. Our only lead at present is the immortal severed hand within that alloy box. The boss seems to place immense significance upon it. Could this possibly be its weakness? Or perhaps its core? That possibility cannot be dismissed, Rose replied softly. In any case, we must pursue every lead. I will request headquarters to clarify the information regarding that immortal severed hand. Suddenly, an earth-shattering noise erupted, reverberating through the air. The heavy alloy blast door trembled violently, causing the entire room to shake. Alarms blared instantly, red lights flashing furiously. Enemy attack! The guards at the entrance roared. Everyone immediately assumed a combat stance, eyes fixed warily on the blast door. Boom! Another, even more terrifying explosion resounded. The alloy blast door, designed to withstand cannon fire, now bore a massive dent in its center, the fixed bolts at the edges flying apart in an instant. A third thunderous sound. Metal tore apart with an ear-piercing blast. The heavy blast door was ripped open, walls crumbling, and thick smoke billowing forth. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure emerged. As everyone remained on high alert, a tall, slender figure strolled leisurely through the haze. It was an extraordinarily handsome young man, clad in a black trench coat, its collar casually unbuttoned. "Who are you?" someone inquired. The young man did not respond, a roguish smile gracing his lips, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over the apprehensive crowd. It seems my loquacious brother has truly perished," he remarked, his voice clear and melodious. His eyes finally settled on Rose, the smile deepening to reveal pristine white teeth. "So, who did this? Who on earth are you?" The other team members exclaimed, a mixture of shock and fury in their voices. "Me?" The young man snorted disdainfully, an overwhelming aura of terror erupting from him like a collapsing mountain. Buzz. The air seemed to solidify instantaneously. A heavy pressure, palpable as a tidal wave, engulfed the entire room. Several weaker warriors stifled groans, their faces turning ashen, legs trembling uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of collapse. Even Rose felt her breath catch. The youth advanced, the weight of pressure intensifying with each step. He cast a scornful gaze over the few team members who stood nearly unsteady, as if questioning their worthiness to know his identity. Do you comprehend the significance of this place? A hot-tempered warrior bellowed, bracing himself against the mounting pressure, ready to strike. Halt! Rose intervened, her voice imbued with an unprecedented gravity, her unwavering gaze fixed upon the youth. Stand down, he is. Tang Xuan. This name struck like a stone cast into an icy lake, instantly freezing all actions and ire. The eyes of several team members widened in disbelief. Tang Zhang, the younger brother of Dr. Tang. In the realm of warriors, he was a figure of legend. At merely 23 years of age, he had achieved the rank of A-class warrior. His temperament was erratic and fierce, his actions brazen and unrestrained, with strength that was unfathomable. Yet, due to his volatile nature, he had once turned against his comrades and was subsequently expelled from the base by Dr. Tang. You recognize me? Excellent. Tang Xuan's gaze returned to Rose, the playful smile diminishing slightly. Where is it? He approached her, his eyes fixed on the surveillance feed. Rose paused momentarily before tossing the dossier regarding the boss and the tracking report towards him. Tang Xuan caught the documents, swiftly scanning through them. Upon reading the line confirming Dr. Tang's sacrifice, his fingers tightened around the paper, a fierce killing intent erupting violently from his center. The documents crumbled into dust within his grasp. A pack of useless fools. Tang Xuan's voice was icy, laced with a fury that simmered to its utmost. He no longer cast a glance at Rose or anyone else. Turning on his heel to depart, his chilling words resonating in the ears of all present. Continue the pursuit. I shall eliminate it. Chapter 20. The journey of two women into the realm of the outer gods in the depths of night. Xuanhao leaned back in his chair, a faint hunger emanating from the very core of his essence. He closed his eyes, and suddenly, a hum resonated as an intangible mental domain began to unfurl. Xuanhao's colossal spiritual projection surged forth once more, a shadowy figure with 3 heads and 6 arms flickering amidst the gray mist. He opened his ethereal maw, drawing in the spirits that floated within this realm. Meanwhile, in an upscale hotel, Chu Huaiwei reclined in her chair, dialing a student's number. Xiaoling, it's me. Please, elaborate on how you encountered that outer god. Huh? Kia Lingye replied in astonishment. I was just imagining. No, while I was meditating, I envisioned myself as a warrior and encountered the outer god. Is that so? Que Yuewe responded, intrigued. What is the matter? Kia Lingye inquirit. Que Yuewe replied. I'm at the hotel next to your apartment. I wish to conduct a personal experiment. Teacher, isn't that too dangerous? Xiao Linger exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. Contacting an outer god could lead to mental contamination. Aren't you unscathed? Que Yuewe assured. Do not worry. It is merely an experiment, and I shall exercise caution. With that, she ended the call. Imagining, is it? Chu Huaiwei settled cross-legged, her thoughts drifting into a profound meditative state. She recalled her prior encounters with outer gods, her formidable mental strength suggesting she could witness the so-called true immortals that Xiao Ling had described. Chu Huaiwei clenched her fists. In the suite, an eerie silence prevailed. Yet the boundary where reality met the ethereal, imperceptible ripples began to spread quietly. Chu Huaiwei's eyes were tightly shut, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She concentrated her extraordinary mental willpower, forcefully conjuring everything that Xiao Linger had narrated. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour passed. There was no anticipated mental tempest, no terrifying whispers, no madness that twisted perception. Chu Huaiwei opened her eyes, filled with confusion and doubt. How could this be? No response at all? She murmured to herself, contacting an outer god, even indirectly or at a mental level. In humanity's existing understanding, such endeavors are fraught with unimaginable peril. To gaze upon divine existence is perilous. Even a mere glimpse could result in mental collapse or the tragedy of physical distortion. Though endowed with formidable mental strength, She had braced herself for immense shock and suffering. Yet, silence enveloped her. This realm, described by Xiao Linger as suffused with terrifying pressure, appeared to her as tranquil as an unfathomable lake. Apart from a fatigue brought on by her mental focus, she felt no discomfort whatsoever. Is the target unresponsive? Or does he choose not to reply? Chu Huaiwei rose, stretching her somewhat stiff limbs. She approached the floor-to-ceiling window, hoping to glimpse the nocturnal panorama of the financial district to lift her spirits, but the scene outside left her momentarily speechless. It was a dense, impenetrable gray mist, no exaggeration. It blotted out the very sky, the buildings, the neon lights, the streets. Everything within sight was engulfed by a heavy, viscous, opaque grayish-white mist. The visibility was less than 3 meters. The entire world had succumbed to an oppressive haze. The weather forecast for tonight predicted clear skies, indicating that this fog was no natural occurrence. Chu Huaiwei's heart raced suddenly. She turned to the side, continuing to gaze into the fog. A colossal, suffocating shadow loomed in the sky, a kilometer away. Under the current visibility conditions, it was impossible to discern its details, yet its enormity was undeniable. 3 massive heads came into view, seemingly surveying the fog-shrouded world. 6 arms floated silently, like an ancient deity carved in stone. Those gigantic eyes emitted a faint, eerie glow. It was becoming clearer and closer. It was approaching. Chu Huaiwei pressed her racing heart, inhaled deeply, and decisively stepped out of the room to press the elevator button. The clamor was completely isolated, enveloping her in a profound silence. The deserted street stretched into the depths of the grayish mist, the streetlights casting a faint halo that illuminated only a small area beneath, adding to the eerie atmosphere. After taking a few steps, she heard distinct footsteps behind her. Talp, talp, talp. She quickly turned around, tensing every muscle in her body. From a mist emerged a graceful figure, slowly approaching, clad in a pure white vintage gown. The hem swayed gently with her steps, and an ancient longsword was slung across her back. It was Xiao Ling. Her face still bore the remnants of fear. Upon seeing Chu Huaiwei, she visibly relaxed and hurried over. "Teacher, you came in too? This time seems different," Xiao Linger said, her tone urgent. "Was different?" Chu Huaiwei asked, her gaze vigilant as she scanned their surroundings. The fog had thickened, and the shadow loomed more distinctly. "It's clearer now," Xiao Linger replied. Chu Huaiwei's eyes drifted to the distant, colossal shadow. "Is it the celestial being you spoke of?" "Indeed, it is," Xiao Linger affirmed with a firm nod. Her voice trembled involuntarily. "Teacher, this situation is absolutely abnormal. I suggest we notify the authorities immediately." Chu Huaiwei stared at the immense shadow, hesitating to respond. A flicker of contemplation shone in her eyes. "Not just yet." After a moment, she spoke in a low voice. "Why not?" Xiao Linger asked, surprised. "It is too dangerous. I still remember the first words you spoke to me when I entered the academy. Be cautious of foreign gods. If it awakens completely, do you trust me?" Que lui soudainement interrupteur. Xiao Linger was taken aback by the question. Looking at her teacher's solemn expression and recalling the scene in the laboratory where she had examined and analyzed herself, that sense of trust overshadowed her fear. She nodded emphatically. "Of course I trust you, but I understand your concerns." Chu Huaiwei's tone was calm. "It has not exhibited any intent to attack at present. Your experience is sufficient evidence. He is exceptionally unique, and we require further information to make an accurate judgment. Acting hastily would only incite unnecessary panic, potentially escalating into a catastrophic confrontation. Until we obtain conclusive evidence to ascertain the level of threat, it is prudent to maintain confidentiality." Observing the resolute gaze of her teacher, the teacher possesses considerable knowledge regarding external deities. If there is anyone to trust, it is undoubtedly her teacher. Nevertheless, Kia Linger remainet anxious. Her grip on the hilt of her sword tightening, her palms drenched in perspiration. Chapter 21. Before him, we are minuscule after a brief exchange. Chu Huaiwei and her companion cautiously advanced towards the magnificent shadow looming in the misty sea. The path beneath their feet seemed endless. while the surrounding fog enveloped them like a viscous liquid, each step akin to treading into an abyss of the unknown. Remain vigilant, Chu Huaiwei whispered. Even if this entity has yet to awaken, its stature is beyond our comprehension. In its presence, we are but insignificant insects. Indeed, Xiao Linga nodded, and as they spoke, they continued their journey. However, no matter how long they walked or how many silent streets they traversed, that colossal shadow remained suspended in the distant skyline, seemingly unmoved. Yet, the distance between them appeared insurmountable, as if space itself had lost all meaning, a separation that transcended mere physicality. Teacher, we cannot possibly approach, Xiao Linger gasped, halting in her tracks. It seems he is oblivious to our presence. Chu Huaiwei gazed at the distant, indifferent silhouette, deep in thought, contemplating that perhaps the entity's gaze did not even acknowledge their realm. Their exploration might be so insignificant to it that they could not draw near. They attempted once more, but the outcome remained unchanged. The shadow resembled a mirage, visible yet utterly unreachable. "Excuse me, have you seen him?" A youthful voice suddenly emerged from the mist of a nearby alley, startling the two. They turned to investigate the source and found a small boy, around 7 or 8 years old, emerging from the gray fog. He wore cartoon pajamas, his face alight with curiosity, devoid of fear. "Is there someone else here?" Kia Linga exclaimed, "Astonishit. Young one, that thing is dangerous. You must leave this place." "You're lying." The boy blinked innocently. "What?" The boy continued, "I just ran past him. He didn't even acknowledge me." Not all fierce. Chu Huaiwei's eyes sparkled with sudden brilliance. She hurried to kneel before the boy, softening her tone. "Child, you mean you can approach him? And even speak with him?" "Yes." The boy nodded vigorously. Chu Huaiwei pressed on. "What did he say? Can you hear him?" The boy shook his head. "His voice is buzzing. I can't make out what he is saying." "Is that so?" Chu Huaiwei abruptly looked up towards the incomprehensible being soaring 1,000 meters above. She called out, "Unknown sovereign, since you possess wisdom and have led my student to this place, what is your purpose?" Struggling to find a suitable topic of conversation, she initiated dialogue herself. She certainly had her own reasons for being here. Regrettably, her voice fell silent, swallowed by the vastness without any echo. The gray fog surged silently, while the enormous shadow coldly surveyed everything. In the high sky, at the heart of the gray mist, the colossal form of Xuanhao floated silently, an imposing presence akin to a mountain. He was undoubtedly aware of the situation. Several small creatures had recently emerged within his domain. Among them was a woman endowed with considerable mental prowess, a girl transformed into a warrior through his own modification, a young boy possessing decent psychic abilities, and several ordinary individuals with average mental faculties. However, he harbored no interest in engaging with them. Like a deity, he would not lower himself to observe mere ants scuttling about. Xuanhao's focus was solely on two matters. First, the retrieval of his lost physical body. This was fundamental, the key to achieving sanctity in corporeal form. Yet, searching for his body in this vast world was akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. It required a prolonged period of sensing and locating. This could not be rushed. Patience was essential. The years spent waiting within the crevices of time and space had steeled Xuanhao's heart to a rock-like resolve. To him, time was no obstacle. Secondly, he needed to absorb spiritual energy, while the quest for his true form was urgent. He could only first focus on gathering spiritual energy to repair and stabilize his primordial spirit. As for the calls from below, to Xuanhao, they were merely the noise of ants. As long as these individuals did not actively disrupt his feeding, they could frolic as they pleased. Time passed quietly. 3 days elapsed. Xuanhao's vast primordial spirit loomed in the depths of the misty sea, resembling an invisible vortex, drawing in the dispersed essence. His spiritual form seemed to solidify slightly. Night fell once more. Chu Huaiwei and Xiao Linger reappeared in the gray fog world, persistently attempting to approach. They observed repeatedly, engaging in various attempts. Occasionally, a few ordinary people, drawn by intense obsession or accidental psychic fluctuations, wandered into the domain due to their proximity to the core area. On the 6th night, the group reconvened in the fog. "Teacher, This week has been relatively calm. He has maintained this state without showing, at least not overtly malicious intent towards us. Xiao Linger spoke, her tone complex as she observed the young boy playing alone. Teacher, you need not accompany me. I will be careful, she added. Chu Huaiwei gazed at the immense shadow, her expression intricate. Deep within her eyes lay an insatiable thirst for knowledge, mingled with a barely perceptible desire. Your matters are one aspect, Chu Huaiwei murmured, but on the other hand, I find myself intrigued by him. I have my own objectives. However, Xiao Linger cast her gaze backward to a group of ordinary people. A week has passed, and many ordinary individuals have also been drawn in. Should we not report to the authorities? Allowing this to unfold unchecked, could it truly be wise? What if it spirals out of control? Xiao Linger expressed her concerns. Just as the group conversed in hushed tones, a calm and untroubled voice resonated from the depths of the thick fog. They held their breath and turned to look. Emerging slowly from the gray-white mist was a figure, tall and strikingly handsome, almost unreal in appearance, with long, dark hair cascading loosely. His eyes were indifferent, as if they had absorbed all the starlight. Who are you? Chu Huaiwei's pupils constricted slightly, and the tension among the crowd instantly escalated. They could all feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the figure before them. Xuanhao raised his hand slightly, his fingertips pointing towards the depths of the foggy sea, directing attention to the colossal silhouette with 3 heads and 6 arms. The messenger. The messenger? Chu Huaiwei's heart raced. Beside her, several young individuals spoke with incredulous excitement. Are you truly his messenger? Their enthusiasm was palpable, voices overlapping. Is it really true? Can that being assist us? We wish to become martial artists like this young lady. Don't be naive. Kia lingia immediately hit. How many lives do you think you have to spare in dealing with an outer god? Nave? A man scoffed. The nearby youth's eyes gleamed with fervor. Little girl, you stand there unscathed because you've reaped the benefits. But what do ordinary people amount to in this wretched world? The man continued, indeed, monsters rampage and divine calamities run rampant. Ordinary people might die on the streets without even knowing how. As long as one can gain power and survive, what does it matter to live in the shadows? There are several legitimate sects registered with the Martial Artists Guild. Aren't there? This indicates that as long as the deity is reasonable, the authorities acknowledge it. Chapter 22. He is the immortal of the 5 hells that was an isolated incident. Xiao Linger retorted, if we fail, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. I have endured enough. The man bellowed, clenching his fists tightly. He turned to Xuanhao, his face reflecting a reckless determination. Messenger, you have heard our pleas. We require strength. Does the true Lord require assistance? We are willing to serve, whether it be running errands, gathering intelligence, or undertaking any arduous tasks, merely seeking the gift of power. Upon hearing this, a young boy rushed forward, his cherubic face alight with expectation. Becoming a martial artist was the dream of all. Listening to the fervent disputes and desires for power emanating from these individuals, a fleeting thought crossed Xuanhao's mind. This was not surprising. The pursuit of power was enough to drive anyone to take risks. Xuanhao did not glance at Xiao Linger or Chu Huaiwei. His indifferent gaze fell upon the faces of the group. To the true Lord, enlightening you to become martial artists is but a trivial matter. The group rejoiced, nearly bowing in reverence. However, Xuanhao's tone shifted. His cold gaze swept over them. What is the price? Mundane offerings and empty loyalty are of no use to the true Lord. What can you truly offer? The leading man paused, then resolutely declared, this life is the price. Just say the word, and we shall comply. No act of violence shall deter us. As soon as the words left his lips, boom! Xuanhao's true form, suspended high in the air, turned one of its colossal heads, resembling a mountain in motion, to glance down at the diminutive figures below. Buzz! An invisible, terrifying pressure, arising from the disparity of life ranks, surged over the crowd like a tangible tidal wave. Thud! Thud! Chu Huaiwei stifled a groan, her knees buckling, nearly collapsing. Xiao Linger's face turned ashen, her mental energy violently quaking. Zhou Han and several youths crumpled to the ground, as if crushed under a boulder. That indifferent, inhuman gaze imparted to them the essence of true despair in an instant. Fortunately, the gaze lingered only for a moment before drifting away indifferently. The immense pressure receded like a tide. Xuanhao regarded the paralyzed individuals, their spirits shaken, and spoke coldly. Mundane transactions are devoid of significance yet. Your prayers have been heard by the true Lord. He slowly raised his hand, as if channeling some invisible, immense power. There were no energy fluctuations, yet the collapsed Xuanhao and his companions suddenly felt a tremor within their bodies. They sensed that a long-dormant area within them, stagnant like dead water, had been gently stirred by a grand will. Crack, like invisible shackles shattering. A faint yet distinct energy resonance surged forth from the depths of Xuanhao and his companion spirits. They felt the fluctuation of energy. The group erupted in ecstatic joy. You are now martial artists, Xuanhao stated coldly. From this moment, your souls are at the command of the true Lord. As he spoke, he turned to depart. Like ink dissolving into water, it silently vanishes into the depths of dense fog, disappearing from sight. We have become warriors. A few individuals were instantly filled with immense joy. Yet, alongside their overwhelming elation, there was a profound reverence. With every gesture, they transcended the limitations of the human body, transforming ordinary individuals into warriors. What kind of extraordinary power is this? Chu Huaiwei's expression was complex. This power was beyond his imagination. I have previously encountered outer deities, yet none possess such might, perhaps. Chu Huaiwei clenched his fist. Actively engaging with outer deities is undoubtedly perilous. However, each person harbors their own intentions, and she is no exception. The gray mist churned, and a colossal shadow loomed over the city, silently observing all life below. Regarding the mixed emotions of the ants beneath, Xuanhao remained indifferent. Time held little significance. The city was bustling, with the sun rising and setting. The prolonged duration caught within the rift of space had accustomed Xuanhao to waiting. The only clear sensation he perceived was the gradual solidification of his primordial spirit and the silent expansion of his mental domain, akin to a living entity. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed. The two adjacent main thoroughfares of the financial district were now completely enveloped by the grayish-white fog. It resembled a colossal bubble, parasitizing reality, greedily absorbing the city's dissipating essence as Xuanhao's primordial spirit mended itself, quietly encroaching upon more of the tangible realm. In mid-July, the summer heat was oppressive. Yet, within the mental domain, the temperature remained constant. In this tranquil district shrouded in gray mist, there were no longer just a few stray wanderers. Dozens of figures began to appear at specific times and places within the depths of the fog. Most wore masks of various designs, concealing their true identities, while maintaining a distance that was both cautious and tacitly understood among them. This group called themselves the Corpse Immortal Sect. They collectively gazed up in awe and attempted to please the immense shadow, a three-headed, six-armed deity-like figure, soaring high above in the sea of fog. They revered it as the five hells corpse transcendent. Xuanhao's vast primordial spirit surveyed the street, observing the gathering of these insignificant beings below. Their whispers and fervent murmurs conveyed their trivial ambitions and prayers. Within a certain apartment building, dozens of masked figures sat cross-legged, each in varied postures, enveloped in silence. The air was saturated with a peculiar energy, the spiritual ripples emanating from their spontaneous cultivation within the foggy environment. Xiao Linger let out a long breath. Practicing in this domain indeed yielded results far superior to those in the outside world. Beside her, a young man wearing a fox mask chuckled. "You seem quite bold. It's fine to cultivate here, but aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of the authorities?" The young man glanced around, his gaze beneath the mask tinged with a hint of self-deprecation and caution, yet was not to be revealed. Dozens of eyes swept over Xiao Ling. She was the only one without a mask. Her delicate face seemed somewhat out of place amidst the gray mist. "Afraid?" Xiao Linger straightened her back and declared, "I am not like the rest of you. I am a student of the Star Martial Academy, here solely to harness the environment for my cultivation. I have neither joined your Corpse Immortal Path nor engaged in any illicit activities, So on what grounds does the authorities seek to trouble me? Upon hearing her words, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Although they were gathered together, the bonds among them were tenuous at best. A figure nearby, donning a bull-headed mask, spoke up with a note of concern. Master Xuanhao, there are whispers in the wind that the situation has grown tense lately. Are the authorities investigating us? The gaze of the assembly shifted towards the front, where stood a figure enveloped in a voluminous black robe, their face obscured by a white ceramic mask. Despite the concealment, her curvaceous form betrayed her femininity. She was the overseer of the Corpse Immortal Path, the initiator and the true organizer of their endeavors, who referred to herself as Master Xuanhao. Master Xuanhao slowly lifted her head, her gaze, calm and penetrating through the mask's eye holes, swept over the assembly. Indeed, the whispers are true. A wave of suppressed unrest rippled through the crowd. What shall we do? Someone voiced, their tone quivering with apprehension. Yes, with our numbers. We are scarcely enough to fill the gaps of a single action unit from the authorities. Though the outer gods may be formidable, they may not take notice if we do not provoke them. But if the authorities do decide to investigate, we might find ourselves thoroughly exposed. Chapter 23. A conversation with him. Do not be concerned. The mystical sage raised her hand, signaling for silence among the crowd. She gestured towards the enveloping, all-encompassing gray-white mist outside the window. This is the domain of the true monarch. His formidable power envelopes this place, and we are masked, concealing our identities. As long as we do not voluntarily disclose the realities of our existence or carry the secrets of this realm beyond, the authorities shall never uncover the truth. Her expression remained calm, her gaze devoid of any ripples. The tense emotions of the crowd began to ease slightly. Only Xiao Linger's eyes were fixed intently on the mystical sage. The poise in her every movement, the subtle pauses and rhythms in her speech. They were strikingly reminiscent of her erudite and meticulous teacher from the academy. But how could this be? Her teacher was a scholar recognized by the authorities. How could she become the leader of this clandestine organization that venerates an external deity? Furthermore, she personally named the path of the Corpse Immortal. This shattered all of Xiao Linger's perceptions. It was this incredulous doubt, coupled with a profound curiosity, that compelled her to remain, observing the enigmatic mystical sage time and again. The mystical sage seemed oblivious to Xiao Linger's gaze. She shifted her tone abruptly, her voice rising with a fervent power. Now, what we ought to truly concern ourselves with is not the whispers of the authorities. Rather, it is how we may serve the true monarch and acquire greater strength. As her words resonated, they ignited the desires of the crowd. Yes, power. Without power, we are nothing. We have endured enough of our former days. In the dimly lit room, a suppressed roar erupted from the assembly. Most of them had once struggled at the bottom rungs of society, precariously living from day to day. They were perpetually at risk of dying from some lurking monstrosity or an unforeseen tempest. It was this realm, this looming shadow, that granted them the opportunity to become warriors and the possibility of mastering their own destinies. This power intoxicated them, intensifying their yearning for more. A youth clad in a demon mask, robust in stature. Push to the forefront, sage. We understand the principles, but what must we do? How can we earn the true monarch's favor and receive greater strength? The mystical sage fell silent, seemingly organizing her thoughts. She spoke slowly, tentatively. I have observed this domain for a long time, and if my conjecture holds true. She surveyed the crowd, enunciating each word distinctly. This is not reality. Rather, it is the spiritual realm of the true monarch. The spiritual realm? Are we within the mind of the true monarch? Gasps of astonishment and incredulity rippled through the crowd, the faces beneath the masks reflecting shock. Indeed, the mystical sage nodded. Recall, if you will, the extent of the gray mist when you first stumbled into this place. And now, the crowd instinctively turned their gazes towards the window. The mist churned, having long since surpassed the boundaries of that initial street, engulfing adjacent districts in its embrace. It is expanding. The voice of the mystical sage trembled with excitement. What does this signify? The resurgence of the true sovereign's power is manifest within this spiritual realm. serving as the most direct embodiment of his strength. Yet, a sense of puzzlement envelopes the crowd. Eager inquiries arise, with one voice impatiently demanding clarity on their course of action. Patience is a virtue, the mystic sage reassures, raising his hand with a calm demeanor. Given that this is a spiritual domain, it stands to reason that the true sovereign's authority, the very essence of his power, is intricately linked to the spirit itself. What does he require at this juncture? Restoration. He seeks to rejuvenate his spiritual essence. After a brief pause, the mystic sage continues. Why not seek out ancient relics that can nourish and amplify spiritual strength? Such offerings could hasten the sovereign's revival. How absurd! Xiao Ling'er sighs, shaking her head in resignation. This aligns perfectly with her preconceived notions of the secretive cult. Reckless fervor driven solely by the pursuit of power. Undeterred, the mystic sage presses on. If we present these tributes to the true sovereign, assisting him in accelerating his revival, how do you think he would perceive our devotion? What formidable power might he bestow upon us in return? A moment of silence envelopes the crowd. Beneath their masks, eyes flicker with excitement and avarice, yet mingled with trepidation and doubt. This is merely your conjecture, is it not? A figure adorned with a beaked mask hesitates. None among us has truly communicated with the sovereign. What if I do not possess absolute certainty? The mystic sage candidly admits, his voice imbued with unwavering confidence. However, I am over 60% assured. The choice to believe or not lies within your hands. With that, he ceases further discourse. As the crowd wavers in uncertainty, the mystic sage turns and departs. Upon leaving the apartment, he steps into a thick, gray fog, traversing the desolate streets like a solitary pilgrim, advancing toward the depths of the misty sea and the grand shadow looming above. As in countless attempts before, no matter how hastily she moves, that immense shadow remains suspended in the unreachable sky, the laws of space seemingly rendered impotent before it. At last, she halts. The mystic sage draws a deep breath, slowly lifting her hand to remove the expressionless white ceramic mask from her face. Revealed beneath is the visage of Xuanhao, her countenance a tapestry of complex emotions. Gazing up at the shadow that eclipses half the sky, she speaks softly yet resolutely. Great being, I am aware of the unimaginable power you possess. I believe you are on the cusp of revival. I have gathered these individuals for your purpose. This meager strength may perhaps provide you with some small benefit. The moment her words linger in the air, a surge of intangible, indescribable terror descends abruptly. It feels as though the entire fog converges upon her. Kuyue gasp, her body trembling violently, her spiritual projection becoming blurred and unstable, on the brink of dissolution. She lifted her gaze, only to behold the vast sea of mist above, where one of the three colossal heads slowly turned towards her, exuding a weighty sensation that seemed capable of shattering space itself. In that instant, the earth appeared to contract, and the once distant, majestic shadow materialized directly above her. The immense silhouette blotted out the sun, as if intent on engulfing her diminutive form. Terror, suffocation. She felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. Xuanhao sensed herself as a fragile boat amidst a tempest, poised to be crushed into fragments by the sheer, overwhelming force of its presence. She struggled with all her might to maintain her composure, unable even to look up and confront it, observing the insignificant beings before him. Xuanhao's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. This was the power of divine consciousness. Given Xuanhao's current state, he would not simply succumb at a mere glance. Yet, to conceal his condition from outsiders, he exerted his divine consciousness to directly oppress the spirits of the crowd. Meanwhile, within the apartment, what transpired? Xiao Ling'er and the others felt their bodies tremble as a terrifying force swept through the fog-laden world, causing their spiritual forms to waver on the brink of dissolution. It was the true Master Xuanhao. The group quickly grasped the situation. They turned their gaze to the window, where beneath the immense shadow of the true Lord, Xuanhao valiantly struggled against the overwhelming might. Although her visage remained obscured, Her silhouette unmistakably belonged to the true Master Xuanhao. What was her intention? They exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within them. A month had passed, and this was the first encounter the true Master Xuanhao had with that great existence. Would she perish? Anxiety gripped the crowd, a palpable sense of dread enveloping them. The so-called Corpse Immortal Path, the fabled five hells corpse dispersal immortal, were ultimately mere self-indulgences of the true Master Xuanhao and their own. That great being had not descended with any intent. Curiosity swept through the group. Would the true Master Xuanhao meet her end? Or would that great existence bestow its will and acknowledge them? Chapter 24. I am willing to give everything. Official investigation. Chu Huaiwei trembled, engulfed by a terror beyond imagination. Just as she felt she might succumb, a grand and frigid voice, as if resonating from countless converging wills, erupted deep within her soul. What do you desire? Merely 5 words. Yet the weight of spiritual pressure contained within nearly shattered Chu Huaiwei's very essence. A searing agony twisted through her senses, her spiritual form flickering precariously on the brink of collapse. Yet amidst the profound pain and terror, an indescribable ecstasy ignited in her eyes. It responded. It has finally responded. With great effort, she stifled the tearing pain and implored, her voice trembling yet resolute. Exalted One, I seek your aid. My family, their minds and bodies, have been tainted by an incomprehensible force. I have exhausted all my knowledge and attempted every known method, yet none could awaken them. I require your immense power to save them. As her words fell, Chu Huaiwei prostrated herself upon the ground, her devotion pure and untainted by distraction. Her curiosity towards this being had transformed into an unwavering resolve after witnessing its might. For every desire, there must be a price. The magnificent voice resonated once more, cold and authoritative. What are you willing to sacrifice? Without hesitation, Chu Huaiwei lifted her gaze, her voice imbued with a determination that severed all retreat. My life, my everything, my soul. If you can save her, I am willing to pay any price. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the shadowed realm. The gray mist swirled silently. After a prolonged moment, the grand voice echoed again, indifferent as it gazed upon the dust of existence. Agreed. The voice dissipated. The colossal shadow's head slowly returned to its original position, descending back into silence. The weight upon Chu Huaiwei began to lift. There were no promises, no assurances, only the chilling word of agreement. Yet to Chu Huaiwei, it sounded like a divine melody. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. This time, it seemed she had wagered correctly. This entity was not one of those frenzied and twisted outer gods. It possessed wisdom. It was willing to listen, and that was enough. Even if hope was but a flicker. Struggling to her feet, Chu Huaiwei bowed deeply to the now distant colossal shadow, preparing to depart. At that moment, a serene voice emerged from the mist behind her. Your thoughts are correct. Chu Huaiwei turned, and there stood a strikingly handsome youth clad in dark robes, appearing almost otherworldly. Unbeknownst to her, he had already positioned himself at the edge of the fog. It was the being who called itself the Messenger. Are you referring to the ability to gather spiritual energy? Chu Huaiwei inquired eagerly. Xuanhao nodded slightly, stating that the great power of the true monarch would eventually sweep across the world. However, before that could occur, he required more fuel to ignite the flames of revival. You shall undertake this task, he commanded. Yes, I comprehend, Chu Huaiwei replied, her eyes sparkling with determination, devoid of any hesitation. I shall exert every effort. She bowed once more, her voice imbued with unprecedented resolve. As she observed the long-haired youth turn away, Chu Huaiwei suddenly inquired, Esteemed messenger, may I inquire your name? Xuanhao, he responded, his figure gradually fading from view. Yet upon hearing this name, Chu Huaiwei was momentarily taken aback. During the past few weeks, she had been fervently researching ancient texts, thus adopting the moniker of the profoundly mysterious real being. The title of real being seemed to hold great significance in the ancient era. The name profoundly mysterious was also derived from her studies of old documents. However, this young man bore the name Xuanhao. The synchronicity of their names was striking. A smile graced Chu Huaiwei's lips, only to falter abruptly. The name, profoundly mysterious, had been unearthed from ancient tomes, while the youth before her was called Xuanhao. Did this imply? A chilling realization washed over her. Could it be that this youth was a formidable entity from the ancient era? That was 2 millennia ago. If her conjecture held any truth, then just how terrifying was the existence behind Xuanhao? Meanwhile, at an undisclosed base, a colossal screen flickered with images. Tang lounged in a chair, his long legs casually draped over the edge of the control panel, idly tossing an apple in his hand. His sharp gaze scanned the scrolling information on the screen. The frequency of the corpse dispersing immortals' activities had surged alarmingly over the past month. Rose slid a report across the table to Tang. Indeed, Tang ceased his playful tossing of the apple. Where? A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. In dreams, Rose replied succinctly. Tang brows furrowed. Dreams? What do you mean? Rose called up several documents, explaining, according to our investigation, there are now 126 individuals claiming to have encountered the corpse dispersing immortal. Without exception, they all experienced this during deep sleep, entering a peculiar space shrouded in gray mist. All the contactees reported feeling unusually lucid. They could even remain aware in their dreams, communicating freely and perceiving their surroundings as if they were in reality. Not in reality? Tang raised an eyebrow. Not necessarily, Rose replied, operating the computer to display a synthesized image. It depicted a desolate street engulfed by an endless gray fog, with a massive shadow possessing 3 heads and 6 arms hovering above. This is an image we synthesized based on the contactees' descriptions, Rose elaborated. And? Tang tilted his head in inquiry. Rose displayed another image, which bore striking resemblance to the synthesized one, with an 80 similarity apart from the enveloping mist. Where exactly? Tang voice turned icy. The Rose pointed to the map, delineating an area. Financial Street, the core business district. No sooner had she spoken than Tang had vanished from his chair. Are you planning to go directly there? Asked the Rose. Tang figure materialized at the door. His gaze icy. What other option is there? Wait for it to invite me. For tea? We have long since investigated. The Rose shook her head in resignation. Everything in Financial Street appeared normal. No anomalous energy, no residual mental pollution, nor any signs of spatial distortion. Tang raised an eyebrow. The Rose continued, as I mentioned earlier, all encounters transpired in dreams. It is a matter of conscious experience. In the real world, it is utterly tranquil. A technician stepped forward, presenting a document. This is a detailed analysis of the 126 reported cases we have compiled thus far. We can essentially confirm that this is an extraordinarily peculiar phenomenon of collective mental projection. They are not sharing the same dream. Rather, their consciousness has been drawn into the same mental space by some unknown force. The Rose took over, her tone grave. They have formed an organization. This group calls themselves the Corpse Immortal Path. The membership is conservatively estimated to exceed 30 individuals, all donning masks to conceal their identities. Even if our investigators managed to infiltrate that dream space, they would be unable to trace their real-world identities. Mental space, Corpse Immortal Path. Tang pondered these 2 phrases, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Everyone congregating in the same dream and forming an organization? This is intriguing. Is there any further information? A nearby warrior summoned a file, displaying a photograph of a striking young girl on screen. Kia Lingya, a first-year student at Xingwu Academy. According to the feedback from our surveillance, she frequently appears in that misty area, yet she has not officially joined the Corpse Immortal Path. However, she may be a viable lead. Upon hearing this, Tang gaze shifted. Xiao Lingya. He murmured the name softly before turning and departing. Chapter 25. Contact with Outer Gods. A grave danger time slips away like grains of sand through one's fingers. It was yet another ordinary night. In a cozy apartment on Financial Street, the warm yellow light dispelled the darkness outside, and the air was filled with the aromas of delicious food and the sounds of cheerful laughter. In a modest living room, a family of 3 gathered around the dining table, laden with meticulously prepared dishes, and at the center sat a delicate cake. "Congratulations, Xiaoling." Father Qiao beamed, raising his glass of juice. "You have successfully passed the assessment and officially become a U-level martial artist, advancing to the second year. Indeed, you have a bright future ahead." Mother Qiao added, her eyes glistening with a mixture of pride and excitement. In the middle of her parents, Xiaolinger's radiant face appeared particularly soft under the warm light, though a subtle complexity flickered in her gaze. In response to her parents' pride, she offered a faint smile. Mother Qiao continued, "Becoming a martial artist is undoubtedly a good thing. With power and status comes greater danger than that faced by ordinary people. You must be extremely cautious." "I understand," Xiaolinger replied, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. The power that accompanied her status as a U-level martial artist stemmed from that dreamlike spiritual realm, the domain belonging to the corpse-resolving immortal. She knew full well that the source of this power was a presence fraught with taboo. Contact with outer gods was perilous. The statistics were alarming. 79 of contacts resulted in mental contamination, 12 in permanent insanity, 3 in the acquisition of inhuman powers, and 6 vanished without a trace. Xiaolinger felt she could no longer return. She must distance herself from that place. Yet, gazing at the proud smiles on her parents' faces, her resolve to sever ties with the corpse-resolving immortal wavered. She decided to temporarily set aside this impulsive thought. Perhaps she could be more cautious in her visits, as long as she remained sufficiently alert and clear-headed for the sake of the accelerated cultivation speed and rapid enhancement of her abilities. Surely, she would not succumb to contamination. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Xiaolinger rose to peer through the peephole. At this late hour, who could it be? Standing outside was a tall, young man clad in a dark trench coat. His handsome features were striking, and his eyes appeared exceptionally profound in the hallway light. "May I ask whom you are seeking?" Xiaolinger did not open the door. "Hello," the young man smiled. "Is Xiaolinger home? My name is Tang, a special investigator from the 749 Bureau. We are currently investigating a significant incident related to outer gods and hope that Xiaolinger could assist us in our inquiries." So it has come to pass. Zeit. The Martial Artist Association had numerous agencies dealing with outer gods, yet the 749 Bureau undoubtedly held the highest rank. She had anticipated being noticed, but did not expect it to happen so soon. Turning to her parents, she said, "Mom, Dad, I need to handle something. I will be back shortly." As she stepped into the corridor, Xiaolinger inquired, "What do you wish to know?" "Everything." Tang Zhan's tone was calm as he inquired about the dream realm you encountered, specifically regarding the true state of the being referred to as the corpse-resolving immortal, along with its exhibited powers, details as elaborate as possible. Xiaolinger instinctively grasped the hem of her garment with her hand resting at her side. Rationality dictated that she should divulge everything to the investigator from Bureau 749. It was the duty of a martial artist. He represented official authority, a source of safety. Yet, the outer god posed a monumental threat. Timely communication of information could avert greater calamities. However, another voice, steeped in a primal fear of the unknown power, overwhelmed her reason with greater force. The swirling mists, the colossal shadows cloaking the city. Its gaze seemed to pierce through the veil of dreams and reality, coldly settling upon this corridor, to reveal information about that being. Was there any difference from courting death? Perhaps that entity was indifferent to her existence as a mere insect. But what of its fervent followers? The organization known as the Corpse Immortal Path, those masked zealots who had forsaken the shackles of reality. Would they spare her? A profound dread caused Xiaolinger's thoughts to falter, especially in that dream realm where she had not donned a mask. Her information had already been laid bare. After a brief silence, Xiaolinger spoke. "I apologize, Investigator Tang. I suspect that your Bureau 749 has also ventured within. Yes? The information I can perceive does not exceed what your professional investigators possess." She did not answer directly, but instead took a clever detour. Tang Zhan glanced at her, not pressing the matter, but rather pivoting to a more specific and crucial inquiry. "I have heard that within that dream space, anyone who successfully arrives can become a martial artist? Is this a power bestowed by the outer god?" Indeed, Xiao affirmed with a nod. This information was nearly a public fact, requiring no concealment. The essence of life as transcendence. Tang pondered, contemplating the mental pollution, coupled with the ability to immerse specific consciousness groups within the same mental domain. An outer god exhibiting dual contamination of spirit and matter? Quite rare. Understand, Tang remarked, looking again at Xiao. If further investigation necessitates it, we may require your cooperation, Xiao. That will be all for today. I apologize for the disturbance. He refrained from probing further and turned to leave. It was not until the young man vanished around the corner that Xiao leaned against the cold wall, exhaling deeply, her forehead slick with fine perspiration. His gaze had been utterly terrifying, like a piercing thorn. Xiao, what is wrong? Has something happened? Her parents inquired anxiously as she re-entered the hall. It's nothing, just a classmate, Xiao replied nonchalantly. Back in her room, she entered a meditative state. The mental realm remained shrouded in thick gray mist. Beneath a streetlight, a more solid humanoid silhouette emerged within the fog. Tang piercing gaze swept across the desolate street, eventually lifting to penetrate the depths of the dense fog above. There, shadows enveloped the horizon. A colossal silhouette with 3 heads and 6 arms hovered ominously in the celestial expanse. The realm of the mind, Tang murmured to himself, conjuring an image of the tangible world, yet existing in a self-contained system that mirrored reality while remaining entirely independent. Observing the immense shadow, a near-challenging smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it was an outer deity in a state of gestation. Its mental fluctuations, though immense, were sluggish, not yet fully awakened. However, Tang ever perceptive, swiftly withdrew his thoughts. In the external world, he would possess the strength to contend with such an outer deity in its nascent stage. Yet, within this realm of pure mental force, he was unequivocally no match for the outer god. Chapter 26 Fragments of the Essence at the Pinnacle of the Misty Sea. Xuanhao's vast and boundless primordial spirit quietly opened its eyes. With just a glance, the entire expanse of the Misty Sea was stirred, tumultuously churning as if issuing a silent roar. That extraordinarily unique presence was firmly locked onto by his perception. It was formidable, second only to that woman. If the other intruders were akin to Na'vi children, then this mental force resembled a martial arts master, brimming with sharpness and gravitas. The disparity between them was not merely like that of clouds to mud. It was as stark as a firefly against the blazing sun. However, what Xuanhao focused on was not the essence of this spirit itself. This was the world of mist, shaped by his primordial spirit, his supreme realm of consciousness. Even though the opposing mental power was remarkably strong, it could not stand shoulder to shoulder with him. This was a difference in status, as distinct as heaven and earth. Even if, hypothetically, there existed a spiritual entity capable of countering his strength, it would never pose a threat to him. Xuanhao disregarded the powerful spiritual entity. Directing his gaze toward the apartment, he detected a faint aura. This essence was exceedingly weak, yet unmistakable. It originated from the very flesh and blood of his true self. Xuanhao's gaze pierced through the apartment, landing upon a gathering of insignificant ants. This aura emanated from one among them, who had undoubtedly come into close contact with a part of his true self recently. Within the apartment building, dozens of masked members of the Corpse Immortal Path were engaged in their respective cultivation practices. Suddenly, a resonating hum echoed, an indescribable force, seemingly emanating from the world itself, descended with a terrifying pressure that felt as though it could tremble the very soul. The apartment began to distort under this invisible power. All members engrossed in their cultivation felt their bodies shudder, their spiritual forms nearly fracturing. Expressions of astonishment spread across their faces as they abruptly halted their movements. Standing frozen in place, their gazes involuntarily drawn toward the window. The gray-white mist surged like a furious sea. Is it the true Lord? Someone's lips quivered slightly. What is happening? Could it be that the authorities have breached our defenses? The members exchanged glances, panic-stricken. It didn't seem likely. This sensation felt more akin to the awakening of the true Lord. The figure in the fox mask appeared uncertain. Amidst this suffocating atmosphere, the mist suddenly seeped into the apartment, coalescing into a clear human form. He had hair as dark as a waterfall and a visage so handsome it seemed beyond the realm of mortals. The messenger. It is the esteemed messenger. After a brief moment of astonishment, waves of fearful salutations and deep bows followed. Xuanhao's gaze swept across each individual present. Ultimately, it settled on a man of medium build, wearing a painted mask. You, Xuanhao spoke in a deep voice. I sense the essence of the true Lord within you. What? The aura of the true Lord? He bears the essence of the true Lord. Gasps of disbelief arose among the crowd as they exchanged alarmed glances. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves from the masked man, their eyes filled with suspicion. The man with the painted mask raised his head, anxious, and inquired, "Esteemed messenger, what does this mean? Why would the true Lord's essence reside within me? The might of the true Lord is omnipresent." Xuanhao spoke with a tranquil tone, sensing the faint remnants of aura lingering upon you, a vestige that still reached him. Recently, you must have encountered fragments imbued with the true Lord's power or ancient relics intricately linked to him. Reflect carefully, what was it? Upon hearing these words, the masked man with the painted face became rigid. A flicker of struggle crossed his eyes, clearly indicating he possessed knowledge he was reluctant to share. Do you choose silence? Xuanhao remained expressionless. My lord, the masked man felt a surge of trepidation. There is no need for concern, Xuanhao replied. If you harbor doubts, you may leave. The true Lord requires no hesitant followers. The masked man froze, suddenly realizing that in the eyes of this envoy, he was utterly insignificant. If expelled, he could lose not only this rare sanctuary for cultivation, but perhaps even his very worth. My lord, I shall speak. Beneath the mask, the man's voice trembled with urgency. I dare not conceal the truth. My organization tasked me with secretly escorting an ancient relic into Dawn City, yet I do not know its precise nature. The masked man prostrated himself, beads of cold sweat trickling down. Xuanhao surveyed the crowd, declaring, the authority of the true Lord must be restored. That ancient relic must be reclaimed, for it will aid in the true Lord's further revival. He paused momentarily, adding, of course, reclaiming the true Lord's power is an unparalleled merit. All who partake in this endeavor shall receive the true Lord's bounteous rewards. Rest assured, my lord, for the true Lord, we shall brave even the fiery mountains and treacherous seas. After a brief silence, fervor ignited the atmosphere. Contemplating the true Lord's favor and the promised power, avarice and ambition blazed in the eyes of most members. They were, after all, disillusioned souls. This power was an irresistible temptation. Xuanhao's gaze ultimately settled on the leader at the back of the crowd. Clad in a long black robe and donning a white ceramic mask, you shall organize this matter. Yes, my lord. The figure in black responded with suppressed excitement. This opportunity was one she had long awaited. If she could achieve merit, it would offer a chance for her family's redemption. Xuanhao nodded slightly, his figure gradually dissipating. The terrifying pressure also receded. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Though still apprehensive, they were invigorated by the promise of generous rewards. Chu Huaiwei suddenly rose, her black robe seeming to stir without wind. Everyone, did you hear? This is the first divine edict from the true Lord bestowed upon us, the disciples of the Corpse Immortal Path. It is both a trial and an unparalleled opportunity, and we must prove our worth. The crowd erupted with fervent responses. Yet not all were swept away by the frenzy. The masked man hesitated, evident worry lacing his voice. My lord, we are to confront a secret organization that venerates foreign deities. Their power is formidable. Can we truly succeed with our meager numbers? Chu Huaiwei let out a cold snort and turned to the man with the painted face, saying, under normal circumstances, it is indeed quite challenging. However, she shifted her tone. We possess a decisive advantage, and that is you. The gaze of the crowd instantly converged upon the man with the painted face. Chu Huaiwei continued, in your so-called organization, have you ever encountered a truly magnificent existence? Have you received any genuine response or guidance from him? The man with the painted face was taken aback, instinctively shaking his head. No. Chu Huaiwei pressed on. Then what role do you believe you play within that organization? I. The man hesitated, his tone somewhat awkward. I am merely a low-ranking member, responsible for errands and escort duties. Precisely. Chu Huaiwei's voice rose. In that organization, you are nothing more than a nameless individual, easily replaceable, forever distanced from the core, unable to experience the true might. She spread her arms wide, gesturing towards the gray mist outside. Do you see? Here, in the realm of the Corpse Immortal, within the spiritual world of the true monarch, you can not only confront the will of the true monarch and feel his boundless power, but you also have the opportunity to transform your fate through your actions and earn his grace. Chapter 27. The Great Black Buddha Mother. Instant kill. Chu Huaiwei's gaze was as sharp as a blade, once again fixating on the man with the painted face. Now, will you continue to dwell in that ant's nest, uncertain of the very existence of deities, as an inconspicuous little ant? Or will you seize this rare opportunity to strive for the power to defy fate under the auspices of the true monarch? The atmosphere gradually fell into a hushed silence. All eyes were riveted on the painted face man, and an unspoken pressure permeated the air. Behind the mask, the man was filled with hesitation. On one side lay a life devoid of hope, unrecognized and lowly. On the other, the immense temptation of confronting the divine and altering one's destiny. The struggle lasted a mere 3 seconds. The painted face man clenched his fists, his voice resolute. I understand. I choose the path of the Corpse Immortal. Excellent. Guiyue smiled slightly. Then the matter becomes straightforward. You will continue to lurk, ascertain the strength of that organization, and seek out the whereabouts of the ancient relics. Understood. The painted face man nodded. Time flew by. Xuanhao's vast spiritual power, like invisible roots, deeply penetrated the city's spiritual veins, siphoning off the dissipated essence. Thoughts, emotions, fragments of dreams, all transformed into streams nourishing his primordial spirit. Xuanhao reveled in this slow consumption. The external clamor, the rising and setting of the sun, held little significance for him. It was unclear how much time had passed. A minute? 10 days? Half a month? Xuanhao could not discern, nor did he need to. It was of no consequence. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help surged into Xuanhao's tranquil consciousness. This was not a physical sound, but a pure resonance of the spirit. His immense primordial spirit quivered slightly, and the 3 colossal heads, akin to stars, quietly opened their eyes. He instantly pinpointed the source of the spiritual wave. This cry for help did not originate from the spiritual realm, but from the tangible world. Xuanhao's spiritual perception extended like tendrils, following the thread of despair, swiftly penetrating the barriers of space, arriving in the real world. In the financial district, within a hotel suite, on a soft, expansive bed, a woman was ensnared in panic. Clad in a silk nightgown, her body convulsed, and her face contorted, etched with an indescribable terror. Xuanhao recognized her immediately. She was the black-robed woman from the organization, the path of the Corpse Immortal, who sought to serve him for ulterior motives. Her spirit was under siege, being torn apart by external forces. Without hesitation, Xuanhao directed his spiritual power along Chu Huaiwei's spiritual wave, seamlessly merging with it. In the dimension of the spirit, an unknown realm shrouded in gray mist. The scene shifted instantaneously. It was the same gray-white, the same dense fog, the same silent streets. This place appeared to be a projection of the financial district. It was evident that this was not Xuanhao's spiritual domain. Was this yet another spiritual realm? Xuanhao murmured, or perhaps a dream trap crafted by some power. His gaze pierced through the mist, landing on several figures fleeing desperately down the street ahead. At the forefront stood the woman, Chu Huaiwei. She was clad in the same silk nightgown as in reality, stained with blood, her face ashen, and her eyes filled with terror. Behind her trailed a few disheveled individuals, all members of the Corpse Immortal Path. They stumbled like rabbits pursued by hounds along the distorted street. Jinjuan, save us! The voices of the few echoed in the dead silence of the fog, carrying their last glimmer of hope. You cannot escape. A hoarse voice emerged from the thick mist behind them. The tone was not loud, yet it dripped with derision. Suddenly, a figure materialized from the swirling gray fog, like a specter. Cloaked in a tattered, oversized black robe, its hood obscured its features. Beneath the robe was not a physical form, but a churning, twisting mass of dense black mist. In its hand, it wielded a spear, also forged from black mist, exuding an ominous aura. What should I do? Chu Huaiwei was drenched in cold sweat, terror nearly consuming her. For the first time, she felt the cruel reality of the battle between two great outer gods. In the face of true power, her prideful O-level warrior strength and meticulously planned actions felt as fragile as paper. She was merely an ant caught in a storm. No, I cannot die. My family is still waiting for me. Que yuewe, un willing tout sucun, fled fronticali. Where do you think you're going? The hoarse voice whispered close to her ear. Chu Huaiwei's body stiffened, her pupils dilating. She saw the black-robed figure materializing as if teleporting through the roiling gray mist, two crimson lights locking onto her. D. The emotionless decree rang out. The black mist spear, imbued with soul-rending power, lunged toward Chu Huaiwei's chest with blinding speed, leaving her no room to evade. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously. At that critical moment, bang, a slender hand appeared out of nowhere, grasping the black mist spear that was about to pierce Chu Huaiwei's heart. The spear tip was mere centimeters from her nightgown. Chu Huaiwei's eyes widened as she stared at the figure blocking her path, clad in a dark robe, with hair cascading like a waterfall. It was the envoy, Xuanhao. Envoy. The appearance of the youth shattered the fear, and Chu Huaiwei and the few surviving members behind her nearly wept with joy. The black-robed figure was taken aback as well. It exerted force, attempting to retract the spear, but the hand gripping the shaft remained immovable. Beneath the hood, the crimson glow flickered violently as the black-robed figure's raspy voice inquired, "Where did you come from? Why meddle in our affairs?" It sensed the unusual aura emanating from Xuanhao. "My master is the great Black Buddha Mother. Do you wish to oppose us?" The black-robed figure's crimson gaze shimmered with caution. A flicker of disdain crossed Xuanhao's eyes. If it were an outer god, he might have hesitated, but he could hardly be bothered to respond to such a low-tier minion. The response to the figure clad in black came from Xuanhao's suddenly illuminated eyes. Supreme consciousness. A surge, a colossal, indescribable wave, entirely composed of boundless mental power, erupted explosively from Xuanhao's being. Its target was the black-robed nightmare. Boom! The explosion on the mental plane was silent, yet far more terrifying than any physical impact. The figure in black had no time to emit a cry of despair. Its form collapsed in an instant, torn, twisted, and pulverized by this pure, spiritual might. The black robe it wore disintegrated, evaporating like boiling water. Ah! The piercing mental shriek abruptly ceased. The black-robed figure's body exploded instantaneously, transforming into a sky filled with cascading black ashes. One strike, merely a single mental shockwave. This being, a servant of an outer god, had no room for resistance and was utterly obliterated. Silence. On the street, only Xuanhao's calm hand, now withdrawn, remained alongside his companions, including the stunned Chu Huaiwei, who stood as if turned to stone. Instant annihilation. The once invincible figure of death, the black-robed entity, had simply vanished. Chapter 28. What on earth are you, and why can you not be killed? Amidst the astonishment of Chu Huaiwei and her companions, a hoarse and chilling laughter echoed once more. Xuanhao turned to see. Right behind him, a spear formed from black mist had silently pierced through his chest. The tip of the spear protruded from his body, shrouded in ethereal black vapor. The one wielding the spear was none other than the figure in the black robe. From beneath the hood, his crimson gaze flickered with mockery. In the dream I have woven, encountering a foe with such formidable mental fortitude is indeed terrifying. His voice, laced with admiration, swiftly turned to derision. Alas, in this realm, my existence embodies the very rules. As long as this dream endures, I am immortal. No sooner had the words left his lips than he stirred the spear. Yet, Xuanhao remained utterly still. There was no anguish, no shock on his countenance. Not even the slightest tremor. He raised his hand, and though the motion appeared languid, he grasped the neck of the black-robed figure, composed of swirling shadows. How is this possible? A flicker of astonishment crossed the black-robed figure's eyes. It could distinctly feel an irresistible, binding force instantaneously locking onto its core consciousness. In this woven dream, the corporeal manifestation of one's spirit was as vulnerable to harm as in reality. Yet this young man in the long robe, pierced through the vital area of his chest, seemed utterly unaffected. Not even his spirit was disordered. This cannot be. The black mist spear in the figure's hand gradually dissipated, only to coalesce anew, lunging toward other vital points of Xuanhao's body, his heart, throat, head, abdomen. Like a frenzied assassin, it flickered around Xuanhao, relentlessly attacking. Each strike aimed at a vital target. However, it was utterly futile, regardless of which part of Xuanhao's body it pierced, no matter how grievous the wound inflicted. His form remained solid as ever. The pierced areas bled not, nor did they crumble. Not even the slightest ripple manifested. Impossible. The nightmare unraveled completely. It ceased its futile assaults, gazing at the young man before it, as if he were a specter, its crimson eyes trembling violently. What are you? Why? Why can you not be killed? Xuanhao's expression remained serene. In the realm of reality, he might still need to contend with inexplicable barriers. But here, in this dimension constructed of mental energy, he was virtually invincible. His essence had transcended the mundane. To obliterate him on a spiritual plane, one would need to be of equal caliber. Xuanhao spoke, his voice calm and unwavering, yet resonating like the final decree of judgment. As his words fell, boom! The entire dream, shrouded in gray mist, trembled violently. The sky was torn asunder by the force. A colossal, vaguely discernible shadow of a head emerged from the rent heavens, akin to a divine being awakening from the void. The silhouette of the skull loomed, its immense eyes resembling cold, distant stars, gazing down upon the minuscule nightmare below. The consciousness, an embodiment of myriad phenomena, resonated with a thunderous roar. Yet there was no brilliance, no explosión, only an overwhelming force, capable of erasing all traces of existence, swept across the nightmare's location in an instant. The figure cloaked in black emitted a wail filled with terror and resentment. In the next moment, its form, composed of dark mist, along with its flickering crimson core of consciousness, instantly solidified and shattered before vanishing completely into nothingness. Not even a speck of dust remained. Xuanhao withdrew his hand, as if merely brushing away insignificant dust. He cast a glance at the astonished Chu Huaiwei and the others, gave a slight nod, and gradually dissipated into the thick fog. Meanwhile, in reality, on the outskirts of Morning Light City, surrounded by desolate farmland, lay a dilapidated village. One of the houses flickered with dim yellow light, with several worn wooden tables and chairs carelessly arranged. A few figures gathered around a battered square table. A pained groan emerged from the shadows of a corner. The group became alert and turned to look. In the corner sat a gaunt man, originally in a meditative position, now clutching his head with both hands, his face contorted in spasms. "What is wrong with you?" They hurriedly approached the frail man. He struggled momentarily, and the faint red light in his eyes extinguished completely. "Is the old ghost dead?" The faces of the group were filled with disbelief. "What happened? He seemed fine just a moment ago. Wasn't he on night patrol? How could he die in an instant?" The opponent's strength must be formidable. To slay the old ghost in an instant, their power had likely surpassed that of an A-class. As far as I know, the number of A-class warriors in Morning Light City is fewer than one hand, and I am acquainted with them all. They cannot have killed the old ghost. The group exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. A sultry woman raised an eyebrow and spoke in a deep voice. "The old ghost possesses an ancient relic that can weave dreams, rendering him nearly immortal. An A-class warrior could not have obliterated him so swiftly. Could it be an S-class warrior intervened?" At the mention of the S-class, the eyes of the group flickered with surprise. Unlikely, right? While there are indeed S-class warriors in Morning Light City, this individual is not among them. We had inquired about this beforehand. Voices filled with astonishment echoed among them. The old ghost was one of the core combat forces of their organization. He was responsible for eliminating threats on the mental plane, gathering intelligence, and even conducting dream assassinations. His power and enigma were crucial to the organization's survival against official crackdowns. Now, the old ghost had been silently erased by an unknown entity in an instant. The sultry woman spoke again. Just yesterday we were ambushed. Judging by their modus operandi, they likely do not belong to the official forces. Are you suggesting that another organization has targeted us? The group exchanged glances. It seems so. The sultry woman nodded in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, a bald man slowly rose from the sofa, his robust figure casting an enormous shadow beneath the flickering oil lamp. His gaze was frigid, since they dare to provoke us. Whether or not they're affiliated with the authorities, we must teach them a lesson. What do you intend to do, boss? It is not a matter of what I wish to do, the bald man scoffed coldly. They have declared war. In that case, let us make an example of them. Chapter 29. I will take action personally. With a sudden gasp, Chu Huaiwei sprang upright from her bed, reminiscent of a drowning soul emerging to the surface. Inhaling deeply with desperation, cold sweat cascaded down her forehead, temples, and back, instantly saturating her silk nightgown, clinging tightly to her skin. The ordeal she had just endured was utterly horrifying. Being relentlessly pursued by a nightmare, the visceral sensation of a spear piercing towards her, and Xuanhao's overwhelming presence, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, all felt so real that it took her breath away. Is this the nature of conflict among top-tier powers? Chu Huaiwei murmured to herself, her voice slightly hoarse. She finally comprehended why the authorities had invested immense resources, and why the secretive cults remained ever elusive. The forces concealed behind them far surpassed the imagination of ordinary warriors. Suddenly, Chu Huaiwei's body tensed. She turned her head, directing her gaze towards the living room of the suite. In the shadows, a figure had inexplicably materialized on the single sofa, sitting quietly as if it had melded with the darkness. It emitted no presence, no movement, resembling a lifeless shadow. Who could it be? Chu Huaiwei's heart raced, and she swiftly reached for the lamp's switch on the bedside table. With a click, the warm yellow light dispelled the darkness, illuminating the figure on the sofa. Clad in a dark robe with ink-black hair, it was none other than Lord Xuanhao. The tension in Chu Huaiwei's body eased. "Thank you," she said, her voice hoarse, yet filled with genuine gratitude. "No need," Xuanhao replied calmly. "The true monarch is pleased to witness your endeavors. Continue forth." In a flicker, he vanished from sight, appearing outside the window. Chu Huaiwei leaned back in her chair, the night breeze brushing against her sweat-drenched nightgown, offering a slight chill. Taking a deep breath, her gaze gradually solidified with resolve. She understood well that there was no turning back. After cleansing herself of the perspiration, Chu Huaiwei steadied her mind and entered the spiritual realm. The atmosphere at the gathering point in the apartment building felt stifling. As soon as Chu Huaiwei materialized, the attention of the crowd converged upon her. The masked figures were sparsely seated, and compared to the previous assembly, the number present was noticeably diminished. Their opponents were simply too formidable. The individual donning a fox mask was the first to shatter the silence. Indeed, based on the intelligence from our insider, we launched a surprise attack, yet we still lost over a dozen brothers. Those fiends are not even human. Their speed is ghostly, and their strength is terrifying. Most of us have only recently become warriors. Before them, we might as well be children. How can we contend with this? The assembly exchanged glances, their faces marked by despondency. Not only did we fail to acquire that ancient relic, but we also exposed our information. Now, they must be scouring the world for us. We are doomed. A wave of pessimism swiftly spread among the crowd. Xiao Linger leaned against a load-bearing pillar, her face obscured by a specially prepared silver mask that concealed the upper half of her visage. Observing the downcast expressions of those around her, she spoke softly. "Now you realize the fear? The other party is a secretive cult that has survived under relentless official scrutiny for many years, possessing profound depth and employing enigmatic methods. And what of you? A haphazard assembly, formed merely half a month ago, what gives you the audacity to believe you can seize victory from the jaws of defeat? This statement fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing the spirits of the assembly even further. Yet, there remains a glimmer of hope. A calm, yet weary voice emerged. Xiao Ling'er turned her gaze in that direction. Chu Huaiwei's demeanor was composed. She understood that Xiao Ling'er must have sensed something from her recent conduct. But that was no longer of consequence. What opportunity? The crowd echoed in unison. Chu Huaiwei stepped into the center of the room, her gaze sweeping over the faces concealed behind masks, each etched with despondency and fear. I have studied numerous secret societies. Most claim to worship a deity, yet in truth. She paused, her voice rising slightly. The vast majority of core members of these cults, throughout their lives, may never genuinely encounter the divinity they profess to revere, let alone receive its response and guidance. On one hand, they exploit the name of the deity to beguile the masses. On the other, the true divinity itself is fraught with unpredictable peril and madness. Direct contact often heralds obliteration. However, Chu Huaiwei pointed towards the swirling gray mist outside. Gazing at the colossal shadow eternally present within the dense fog, she proclaimed, "What is our greatest advantage in the Corpse Immortal Path? We exist within the great power of the true monarch." Her voice trembled slightly as she continued. Under his watchful gaze, we breathe in the essence of his dissipating strength. We cultivate here, we gather here, and even pray here to him. This is an unparalleled advantage that other cults cannot hope to attain. Chu Huaiwei's eyes scanned the crowd, infused with powerful charisma. Just moments ago, we were pursued by a sinister force. It was indeed the messenger of the true monarch who descended. Yes, the esteemed messenger has arrived. I witnessed it. The messenger effortlessly vanquished that creature in a single strike. It was astonishing. The creature had no means to retaliate. The few surviving members immediately echoed their excitement. Seizing the momentum, Chu Huaiwei reverently declared, "This is the power of the true monarch. Even a mere messenger under his command can easily crush those so-called formidable minions. As long as we remain sufficiently devout, as long as we prove our worth, the true monarch will not withhold his grace." Her words rekindled the waning enthusiasm of the assembly. No sooner had she finished speaking than the grayish-white mist suddenly seeped into the room, an oppressive aura quietly enveloping them. Amidst their astonished gazes, the mist swiftly coalesced within the chamber, dressed in a dark robe with inky long hair. The messenger. We bow before the messenger. After a brief moment of astonishment, everyone bowed in unison. The gaze of the enigmatic figure swept over the crowd, ultimately resting upon the leading Chu Huaiwei, their voice resonating in every ear. The true monarch has bestowed a divine decree. He paused slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the mask. "For this operation, I shall personally take action." As these words fell, astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd. How splendid, with the esteemed envoy taking the lead. That coveted item shall surely be within our grasp. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, replaced by an almost fervent confidence and anticipation. The esteemed envoy's personal involvement. What a breathtaking spectacle that shall be. Chapter 30. Is he a human from 2,000 years ago? In the financial district, the central skyscraper pierces the clouds. Within an opulent office, a corpulent figure sinks into an extravagant sofa. This, of course, is not the true form of Xuanhao. It is merely the vessel he occupies, a convenient container for traversing the realm of reality. Upon the armrest of the sofa, a pale and withered severed hand moves slowly, reminiscent of a peculiar spider. The reason Xuanhao chose to intervene is due to the incompetence of those beneath him. Furthermore, the fragments of his true self had finally manifested. Should he miss this opportunity, who knows when the next would arise? Xuanhao gazes at the severed hand, infusing it with his consciousness. A hum resonates. The hand begins to contort, the pale flesh expanding as if inflated. Flesh, tendons, and bones grow at a visible pace, reshaping into form. The entire process is silent and swift. In the blink of an eye, a tall, handsome young man with long hair stands beside the sofa. As for his current strength, Xuanhao ponders. Unfortunately, this severed hand lacks any mystical abilities, is quite ordinary. However, if he could locate a true form endowed with supernatural powers, the situation would be entirely different. Nevertheless, it is sufficient for now. The air ripples with an invisible wave. With a mere thought, Xuanhao's mental domain unfolds, intricately overlapping with the reality surrounding his corporeal form. A formidable surge of spiritual energy tears a rift in reality, flooding into this body like a river rushing to the sea. In an instant, his aura surges dramatically. The infusion of power elevates his physical prowess to new heights. In a luxurious hotel, within a penthouse suite, Chu Huaiwei sits before her vanity, meticulously applying the final touches to her makeup. The eyeliner delineates her cool contours, while the blush is perfectly placed, crafting an aura that is both elusive and captivating. Suddenly, the air behind her shimmers. The young man with long hair appears out of thin air. Chu Huaiwei halts her movements, her makeup brush frozen in hand. Through the reflection in the mirror, she perceives the newcomer, a messenger. She promptly rises and bows respectfully, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Although she had encountered him in both dreams and reality not long ago, this is her first opportunity to observe this enigmatic being so closely and clearly. He appears even younger than she had imagined. The stillness in his eyes is akin to a deep pool, reflecting the weight of ancient ages. Xuanhao nods in acknowledgement. Chu Huaiwei raises the makeup brush in her hand, offering an explanation, a slight method to conceal my features. I hope it does not displease you, messenger. Xuanhao nods in understanding. Seizing the opportunity to tidy her hair, Chu Huaiwei cannot help but steal a few glances at Xuanhao. The clearer her view, the stronger her sense of reverence becomes. Beneath his youthful exterior lies the potential of an ancient and formidable soul. An era long past, 2,000 years ago, perhaps even further back. Daring not to speculate further, she swiftly retrieves her phone, opens the mapping application, and presents it to Xuanhao. Messenger. The location of the masked man indicates that the remaining members of that organization are concealed within this abandoned village of wheat. Then let us depart, Xuanhao declares. Yes. Guyuino. As the two individuals exited the hotel, they merged into the bustling night market throng. At this moment, Chu Huaiwei's demeanor transformed dramatically. Her gentle aura supplanted by a frigid expression, while her exquisite makeup concealed her sharp features. Please hold on for a moment. My hire vehicle will arrive shortly. Chu Huaiwei explained softly, noting the government's stringent crackdown on secret organizations necessitating such an ordinary mode of transportation. I understand, Xuanhao replied with a faint smile. Do you possess some knowledge of human society? Many years ago, I too was a mortal, Xuanhao remarked. There is no need for explanations. You are in full command of this operation, while I shall assist you in dealing with some formidable adversaries. Understood, affirmed. Though her mind was preoccupied with Xuanhao's seemingly casual reference to being a former mortal. Could it be that he was no longer one? This realization further solidified her suspicions that Xuanhao might indeed be an ancient being from 2 millennia past. And as for the true monarch, perhaps even older still. Before long, an inconspicuous black taxi came to a halt by the roadside. The two entered the vehicle, and Chu Huaiwei announced their destination. Driver. To Maizi Village. The driver nodded and started the engine. Approximately an hour later, the vehicle halted at the desolate outskirts of Maizi Village, far from the city's clamor. After paying, they alighted into the tranquil night. From the depths of the roadside thicket, the faint sound of rustling foliage accompanied the emergence of a dozen figures, each adorned with masks of varying designs. Messenger leader, they greeted in unison, bowing respectfully. Chu Huaiwei scanned the group and nodded slightly. She retrieved her phone and said, "The masked man just sent a message. The opposing side has grown wary and may have set a trap for us." As her words fell, all eyes turned to Xuanhao, the enigmatic messenger who represented their greatest reliance and trump card. "Let us proceed," Xuanhao stated impassively, showing no concern for the impending violence. Just as he uttered those 3 words, whoosh, a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the stillness of the night. Bang! In the next instant, A team member, standing at the edge of the group, exploded without warning, their upper body bursting apart like a watermelon struck by immense force. Flesh and bone scattering across the ground. What is happening? Quickly, take cover. Panic ensued as the group scrambled towards the foliage on either side of the road. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a member attempting to dive into a ditch was struck by an unseen force, their body cleaving in two. Behind the corpse, the earth was gouged out, creating a deep pit nearly half a meter deep from the residual force. Within mere moments, only two individuals remained on the road, Xuanhao and Xuanhao. He remained unfazed, strolling over to the crater created by the explosion. Bending down in the dim starlight, Xuanhao retrieved a blood-soaked black pearl from the muddy depths of the pit, roughly the size of a fingertip. Xuanhao arched her brow and remarked, "The magnitude of this force, its terrifying penetration and explosive power, indicates that the opponent must be a psychic warrior, possessing abilities of at least level 03. Whoosh! A piercing shriek echoed once more. This time, the target was none other than Xuanhao herself. In an instant, her brow furrowed, and a chill ran down her spine. Without a moment to ponder, driven purely by instinct, she rolled to the side with all her might. Boom! The ground where she had stood moments before was obliterated as if struck by a heavy artillery shell. Xuanhao tumbled to the feet of Xuanhao, her heart racing. It was too swift. The attack was silent until it neared, unleashing a deafening sound, and its destructive capability was astonishing. The opponent's control was frighteningly precise. Whoosh! A fourth shriek pierced the air, more harrowing than the last. Xuanhao's pupils constricted. Having narrowly evaded one strike, her body was momentarily paralyzed, leaving her unable to dodge the ensuing lethal blow. The black orb, brimming with destructive energy, hurtled towards her heart with a deathly wail. It was over. A chill coursed through Xuanhao's heart. Bang! The black orb crashed in her chest, instantly tearing her upper garment to shreds with its immense impact and energy. Ugh! Xuanhao gasped in pain as she was propelled backward for dozens of meters, crashing heavily into a mound of withered sagebrush, dust swirling around her. Chapter 31. Ambush and instant kill. The jungle stirred as Xuanhao rose to her feet. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her upper garments lay in tatters, and her skin was enveloped in a thick, inky substance, clinging closely to her body. This ethereal flow swiftly spread, transforming into a form-fitting black energy armor that accentuated her exquisite curves, resembling a second skin or an intricately tailored bodysuit. She expelled a mouthful of dark blood, her heart racing with trepidation as she realized, fortunately, I have learned the black battle armor. This opponent is formidable. With lingering fear, Xuanhao scanned her surroundings. Though she was an ultra-level warrior, merely a step away from the A-level threshold, she had nearly been slain in an instant from a distance by her adversary's bizarre abilities. The classification of levels signifies combat prowess, yet exceptional skill and peculiar powers can often bridge or even surpass the gaps created by these rankings. In that instant whoosh, a fifth shrill shriek tore through the night sky once more. This time, the target was unmistakably Xuanhao, who stood rooted in place, clad in Xuanhao's remnants. Thud! A black orb struck Xuanhao's left shoulder. The messenger! Xuanhao gasped in shock. Although she recognized the messenger's extraordinary nature, such an assault was undeniably powerful. In the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. The messenger appeared utterly unfazed. The orb capable of shattering boulders and tearing through steel merely sparked against him. Found you, Xuanhao remarked, his newly healed arm moving with ease, his gaze like twin bolts of cold lightning, piercing through the heavy darkness to lock onto the distant, shadowy forest. Deep within the forest, a figure raised an eyebrow. So quickly discovered, no wonder he dares to strike against the organization. He truly possesses some skill. Without a moment's hesitation, the man turned to flee. The game was over. As an assassin, if one strike failed, one must retreat immediately. However, just as he spun around, a long-haired youth materialized before him. You! The man recoiled in terror, as if confronted by a ghost. His mental perception was exceptionally acute, yet he had failed to detect the other's approach. Instinctively, he summoned his psychic energy to manipulate the black orb, but it was too late. Xuanhao's right hand moved with lightning speed, precisely gripping the man's throat the moment the thought crossed his mind. Crack! The sound of his cervical vertebrae breaking echoed ominously. The light in the man's eyes extinguished rapidly, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the next moment, Xuanhao stood beside the road. His instantaneous appearance behind the man was due to the influence of his mental domain. By merging his mental domain with reality, he could extend its reach. Though it could not encompass the area where the man ambushed, the mental domain was never confined to fixed boundaries. Lacking range? Then elongate it. Xuanhao stretched the mental domain covering 2 streets into a linear form, effortlessly reappearing behind the man. Let us go. That individual has been dealt with. As Xuanhao's words fell, the others swiftly emerged from the jungle. Dealt with? Chu Huaiwei clutched her aching chest, gazing incredulously at Xuanhao. Could it be that such power, spanning such a vast distance in an instant, was the might of an ancient existence? The group pressed onward, the surrounding silence unervingly palpable. There were no barking dogs, no flickering lights in the village, and even the sound of the wind seemed to have vanished. Chu Huaiwei retrieved her phone, glancing at the messages as she spoke. The man with the painted face has just informed us that the adversaries have concealed themselves in every corner of the village. It appears they intend to launch a surprise attack. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air from the rear of the group. Everyone hastily retreated, their eyes scanning the illuminated ground beneath the moonlight. There was no sign of any disturbance at the scene. What was happening? Chu Huaiwei looked towards the others. A young man beside her, donning a beast mask, appeared astonished as he pointed to an empty space, stating he was just standing there. And then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished, as if something had dragged him underground. Before he could finish speaking, "Help!" A cry rang out as 2 hands suddenly emerged from the ground, swiftly seizing a person's ankle. Thud! The individual had no time to react, as they were forcefully pulled beneath the hard earth. "Get out!" shouted a nearby teammate, his fist crashing down onto the ground. Boom! Dirt erupted, creating a deep pit. Yet there was no sign of anyone within. Its earth escape technique. Chu Huaiwei gasped in astonishment. It was said that this extraordinary skill had long been lost and was exceedingly difficult to master. The realization that someone had succeeded in mastering it was shocking. "Everyone, leave the ground," Chu Huaiwei commanded, and the team members reacted swiftly, leaping onto nearby half-collapsed earthen walls or rooftops. Except for Xuanhao, who remained rooted in place. A faint whisper of wind brushed behind Xuanhao. 2 arms shot forth from the earth with blinding speed, reaching for his ankles. In the next moment, his vision turned dark. Xuanhao had been dragged underground. He reacted quickly, extending his arms forward. Yet in that fleeting instant, an irresistible force enveloped him, halting his outstretched limbs. This was not an attack from his adversaries. Rather, he was being ensconced within the very soil. As the assailant seized Xuanhao, the earth seemed to transform into a fluid, offering no resistance as it effortlessly pulled him into the depths. When the attacker vanished, the soil surrounding his body instantaneously solidified, reverting from its watery state. Nevertheless, Xuanhao maintained his stoic expression. Mental domain overlapping reality. In a breath, Xuanhao reappeared upon the surface. Chapter 32. The Flesh Buddha. As Xuanhao materialized onto the ground, he was immediately met with the sight of crimson blood. A sweeping glance revealed the remnants of shattered walls lining the street, littered with incomplete corpses. In the brief span of a mere 10 seconds, the more than 10 team members who had ventured into the village were now scattered in disarray. Only a scant few, perhaps 3 or 4, remained, their backs pressed against one another, mere remnants of what once was. "Messenger, are you unharmed?" Chu Huaiwei swiftly approached with the remaining few team members. "We were ambushed," she explained in a hushed tone, casting a glance at her device, her expression growing graver. Leaning closer to Xuanhao, she whispered, "The man with the painted face has sent a message. The main personnel on their side are heading our way. However, there is good news. The man with the painted face is guarding that ancient relic, accompanied by 2 others. If I can eliminate those 2, the relic will be ours." "Where?" Xuanhao inquired. Chu Huaiwei opened her mapping application and pointed to a location. Xuanhao placed his hand on her shoulder. In the next moment, a subtle ripple of space unfurled. Chu Huaiwei's figure vanished beneath his palm, leaving no trace behind. I expected a formidable adversary to create such a commotion, but it appears to be nothing of the sort. A voice suddenly echoed nearby. Accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps, 7 figures emerged slowly. Leading them was a bald man towering over 2 meters, his bare torso a canvas of muscles and grotesque tattoos, a vicious grin plastered across his face. The grim scene from before seemed to bear their signature. The bald man's gaze swept over the scattered corpses and the trembling team members, ultimately landing on the bare-chested Xuanhao. You, boy, with a motley crew like yours, dare to seek our misfortune? Kneel and beg for mercy now. Perhaps in my good graces, I might leave you with a whole corpse, he sneered. Xuanhao, disinterested in idle chatter, responded with, sheer dominance, divine consciousness, the universe's manifestation. Xuanhao's profound eyes suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, seemingly formless, yet akin to 2 stars igniting deep within his irises. Boom! A torrent of incomprehensible chaos surged forth, transcending mundane understanding. No physical impact or destructive force accompanied it. Yet this terrifying mental storm directly invaded the deepest consciousness of the approaching 7. The 3 at the forefront bore the brunt of this onslaught. The ferocity etched on their faces twisted into sheer horror. Within their mental perception, the world around them was violently shredded, gradually warping into madness. The ground beneath their feet morphed into writhing flesh. The dilapidated structures transformed into monstrous beasts, eager to devour. The sky above collapsed abruptly, an array of burning stars plummeting, entwined with incomprehensible mental forces. The dam of their minds and wills fell in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 of them emitted not even a scream. Their gazes dulled, devoid of life, as they crumpled to the ground, lifeless. They had been overwhelmed by this terrifying mental illusion. What? Old Zhao, the remaining 4, including the bald giant, were momentarily frozen in their arrogance. How could 3 peak O-level warriors silently perish at the mere glance of their opponent? The situation is rather alarming. Don't just stand there. Let's attack together. May the Mother Buddha vanquish him. The bald man's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he let out a thunderous roar, his body suddenly erupting with a dark crimson glow. With the Mother Buddha's blessing, the other 3 began to undergo a terrifying transformation in unison. Their muscles swelled uncontrollably, tearing their garments apart, while their heads grotesquely ballooned, nearly taking up half their bodies. Their eyes bulged bloodshot and wild. Their enormous bellies resembled grotesque mounds of flesh, while their legs, in stark contrast, became disproportionately short and stout. They resembled a twisted, monstrous deity emerging from a mural. The bald man's transformation into this flesh deity was even more exaggerated, his form swelling to nearly 4 meters, resembling a small mountain. The 4 flesh deities emitted inhuman roars, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground as they charged towards Xuanhao with a thunderous roar. Kill! The 4 of them almost simultaneously unleashed their palms. The immense force of their hands generated a tangible wind wall, infused with a chilling, tainted energy. Boom! The violent gust was akin to colossal waves crashing against the shore. Within a radius of several meters, dilapidated structures were instantly reduced to dust and debris. The few team members beside Xuanhao did not even have time to scream before being obliterated in that cataclysmic wind. Xuanhao's gaze remained devoid of emotion as he activated his mental domain. Buzz. As the mental domain intertwined with reality, a power far older, more vast, and more profound than that of the great black Mother Buddha suddenly descended. Centered around Xuanhao, grayish-white mist began to surge forth. Above the mental domain, a colossal head, so immense it obscured half the night sky, gradually materialized, flickering in and out of existence. The chilling pressure was akin to that of a divine titan. Countless delicate, Hair-like tendrils emanating an ethereal glow cascaded from that gigantic head, piercing into Xuanhao's body. Buzz. The power of the primordial spirit surged into Xuanhao like a torrent breaking through a dam. The effect was immediate. His aura rapidly ascended, suffocating those around him. A deity. A divine being. The flesh deity at the forefront suddenly halted, horror filling its eyes. What are you afraid of? The bald deity bellowed. It is merely a projection, a trick to invoke fear of false god. The Mother Buddha is the true, supreme entity. Eliminate him. As the words fell, one flesh deity charged forward. Xuanhao also moved in an instant. He propelled himself off the ground with a flick of his toes, his speed escalating dramatically. Bang! A tonneau explosion erupted. The flesh deity at the forefront, attempting to strike Xuanhao, had its massive, swollen upper body, along with its head, explode in an instant. The headless corpse staggered before crashing to the ground. Instant kill. Seizing the brief moment of Xuanhao's pause, the remaining 3 flesh deities rushed forward. Before the fists could reach their destination, the very air pressed down upon the ground, creating a profound indentation. Xuanhao, unwilling to squander precious moments, allowed a soul-stirring radiance to ignite once more in his eyes at that fleeting instant. With divine consciousness, he summoned the myriad manifestations of existence. Boom! The fabric of reality, within the mental grasp of the 3 corporeal Buddhas, shattered instantaneously. A scene more distorted and chaotic than before unfurled before them. The world crumbled. The cosmos erupted. Stars plummeted from the heavens. Countless bizarre and twisted whispers pierced through the very essence of their souls. Their mental defenses, in the face of such horrifying psychic contamination, crumpled like mere parchment. The 2 corporeal Buddhas trembled violently, emitting heart-wrenching, anguished wails. Their immense forms seemed drained of all strength, eyes rolling back in their sockets, spewing forth a torrent of black blood mingled with the remnants of their own viscera. Their colossal bodies crashing to the ground. Their consciousness had been utterly obliterated. Chapter 33. The Great Black Buddha Mother with a single utterance. 2 fleshly Buddhas were instantly obliterated. The bald, robust Buddha, the strongest among them, though not immediately vanquished, staggered back several steps, reeling from a profound mental assault that struck him like a heavy blow. Impossible. His crimson eyes burned with madness as he fixated on Xuanhao, as if intent on etching this terrifying foe into the very depths of his soul. Great Black Buddha Mother, arise. Eliminate him. The muscular giant pounded upon his swollen abdomen, intertwining his hands over his chest to form a grotesquely twisted seal. Suddenly, a sound of flesh tearing echoed through the air. A gaping wound appeared on his tattooed belly, from which dark, foul-smelling blood gushed forth. Amidst his agonized cries, a black tentacle, ensnared with viscous liquid and adorned with bizarre runes, emerged from the wound. Soon after, a second and then a third followed. In the blink of an eye, the burly man had vanished. What lay before him was a writhing mass of black flesh, contorted appendages, and countless anguished faces. They coalesced into a grotesque mountain of flesh that was utterly repulsive. As this horrific entity manifested, a frenzied whisper enveloped the surroundings, resonating in every corner of the material realm. The air, the dust, all became tainted with corruption. The nearby structures withered trees, and the very ground beneath began to warp and decay in a frenzy. Amidst the terrifying whispers, these materials twisted and morphed, ultimately transforming into myriad robust, bloody tendrils. The entire area had morphed into a writhing hell of flesh. The avatar of the Great Black Buddha Mother loomed like a mountain of flesh at the center of this gruesome spectacle, adorned with incense sticks that burned in an eerie manner. It did not launch an attack, yet the soul-chilling filth and frenzied aura surged towards Xuanhao. The spiritual pollution had materialized. Xuanhao found himself at the forefront of this assault, the tainted, frenzied thoughts crashing against his mental defenses. Yet rather than fear, a hint of scorn danced upon his lips. "Ah, so it is you?" Observing the grotesque mound of flesh, Xuanhao spoke with a calm voice. "After 2 millennia, as the world crumbled, You sinister beings have emerged once more? He recalled the moment from 2,000 years ago, during his ascension, when he had glimpsed this very mountain of flesh in a realm beyond reality. They are the malevolent spirits, existing between mortals and true immortals. These bizarre entities possessed formidable power, transcending reality, yet falling short of true immortality. They are the malevolent spirits. The instant the words left Xuanhao's lips, the writhing mass of black flesh, radiating an ominous glow, came to an abrupt halt. The burning incense extinguished in an instant. The undulating flesh stilled momentarily. Countless anguished faces upon the mound turned in unison toward Xuanhao. In the next moment, the massive black flesh mountain abruptly contracted. The writhing, fleshy tendrils recoiled as the malevolent force ebbed away like a receding tide, retreating into the minuscule orifice of the abdomen. What? The bald, muscular man's pupils contracted, his face a mask of incredulous terror. Oh, Mother Buddha! Alas, his call was in vain. In less than half a second, the grotesque mass, under Xuanhao's watchful gaze, retracted into the fissure of the bald man's abdomen at a speed surpassing its initial arrival. The bald man seemed utterly drained of strength, his form diminishing rapidly. He stumbled and fell to the ground, gazing at Xuanhao with nothing but unending fear in his eyes. This terror stemmed from the dark Buddha. The Buddha had fled, all because of a single utterance from the other. How perilous! As the bald man collapsed, at a distance, the painted-faced man appeared pale, drenched in sweat. He looked down at his arms, where countless minute worms writhed beneath his skin, forming pulsating lumps, evidence of the dark Buddha's encroachment. Fortunately, with the retreat of the Buddha, the insidious assault had ceased. Yet, the remnants of this grotesque transformation left him trembling with dread. He had just witnessed an unfathomable scene. The messenger merely stood there, uttering a single phrase, causing an entity that had nearly turned everything into a bloody purgatory to recoil in terror, like a frightened rodent. The power of the true Lord. The painted-faced man knelt upon the ground. Although Chu Huaiwei was equally shaken, her mental fortitude was somewhat stronger. She surveyed her surroundings, confirming the absence of further threats, and hastened to Xuanhao's side. We have secured the item. She exchanged a glance with the painted-faced man. As if awakening from a dream, he endured the excruciating pain and crawled towards Xuanhao, adopting an exceedingly humble posture, presenting a palm-sized black box with both hands. Esteemed messenger, I have fulfilled my mission. This is the ancient relic that the true Lord requested. Please inspect it. The painted-faced man felt immense relief, knowing he had made the right choice. Before the unparalleled might of the true Lord, what was the so-called Buddha but inconsequential debris? So it was you who betrayed us. The bald man, now sprawled on the ground, regained his senses and glared at the kneeling painted-faced man with malice in his eyes. The painted-faced man turned his head, a sneer upon his lips. Before the supreme power of the true Lord, what is the dark Buddha? Merely worthless refuse. Xuanhao paid no heed to their exchange as he accepted the black box. It opened to reveal a transparent liquid in which a human eyeball floated. Indeed, it was his eye. Yet, regrettably, there was only one. As Xuanhao extracted the eyeball, it seemed to come alive in that instant. How could this be? The bald man's face contorted in astonishment. They had possessed the eyeball for quite some time, yet had been unable to harness its power. Only the Buddha's descent had allowed for its meager use. But now, this eyeball appeared to have awakened. Ignoring the bald man's astonishment, Xuanhao placed the eyeball into the socket of his left eye. Buzz! It felt as though the stars had exploded within his eye socket. An indescribable wave of terror erupted, centered around Xuanhao. This was not a physical shock, but a pure torrent of spiritual essence. The mist enveloping the village was stirred, swirling madly and rapidly expanding outward. It resembled an invisible tide, submerging the village, fields, roads, rivers, and hills. Compared to before, the extent had increased tenfold. Above the shrouded gray sky, a colossal primordial spirit, faintly discernible, suddenly opened its eyes. A blinding crimson light surged forth. The vast expanse of grayish-white mist was instantly stained crimson, transforming into a hellish realm. suffocating in its terrifying spiritual pressure that engulfed all. Congratulations on the revival of the true monarch. Witnessing this miraculous sight, the man with a painted face was rendered speechless, bowing in reverence. Welcome, true monarch. Chu Huaiwei also lowered her head. Xuanhao nodded slightly, his figure gradually fading away. His objective had been achieved. As Xuanhao and the terrifying crimson radiance vanished, the mist thinned rapidly, and the village returned to normal. The bald man, his complexion ashen, struggled to rise. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Chu Huaiwei and asked, are you still accepting new members? My abilities are decent, a level entry. Perhaps I could be of some use? The painted-faced man jumped up, mocking loudly. Weren't you quite impressive just a moment ago, calling out to the great black Buddha mother, and now, upon seeing the true monarch, she is so frightened she wet her pants and is fleeing with her tail between her legs. And here you are, shamefully seeking refuge? A wise bird chooses its tree. The bald man's expression remained unfazed. One who recognizes the times is a sage. He glanced again at the painted-faced man, reasoning that if even someone of his caliber was accepted, they would have no reason to reject an A-level warrior like himself. You. The painted-faced man was infuriated, his face turning green. That's not wrong. Suddenly, a short man emerged from the earth, the very one who had previously demonstrated the earth escape technique. Clearly, he had also witnessed the escape of the Buddha mother. I must abandon the darkness and embrace the light, the short man said, gazing at Chu Huaiwei. She remained silent for a few seconds. Indeed, A-level warriors and this elusive earth escape technique held significant value. Very well, it will depend on your performance from now on. Chu Huaiwei finally agreed. She understood well that the true monarch cared little for such matters, but as the founder of the Corpse Immortal Path, she had to ensure that this organization possessed worth. Chapter 34. The Immortal of the Five Hells in the Realm of Reality. As the city lights began to twinkle, Xuanhao stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the modern metropolis below. After merging with the eye, his physical prowess was rejuvenated, akin to rivers thawing after a long winter, surging within his corporeal vessel. Yet, this was merely the inception. The true essence lay deeper, within the recesses of his spirit, where the vast primordial soul awaited revival. Xuanhao understood that towering heights are built upon layers of earth, a testament to the necessity of patience and the gradual accumulation over time. With a mere thought, he entered the realm of his consciousness. The scenery here starkly contrasted with the outside world. What was once a pallid mist now donned a chilling shade of dark crimson, emanating a stifling aura that sent shivers through the very soul. It was as if the heavens themselves wept silently in blood. Crucially, the expanse of his spiritual domain had broadened. The entirety of Financial Street, along with the adjacent neighborhoods, was enveloped within its grasp. Above the roiling sea of blood-hued fog, a colossal primordial spirit stood resplendent, with a newly awakened left eye at its center. No longer a mere shadow, it manifested clearly as a formidable, dark red pupil. Deep within its iris, intricate spiral patterns slowly revolved, radiating a mesmerizing crimson brilliance. A faint hum reverberated as ripples danced across the blood-colored mist. Several figures emerged from the fog, materializing at the periphery of this scarlet world. At the forefront stood Chu Huaiwei, clad in a black robe, her visage concealed behind a ceramic mask. Following her were the exuberant man with painted face, the bald giant with a complex expression, and a diminutive youth whose eyes betrayed his unease. As they stepped into this realm, the bald man gasped sharply, feeling the blood-like fog beneath his feet, as if treading upon viscous plasma. Above him loomed an infinite, swirling canopy of crimson. The outlines of the modern cityscape were distorted, yet amidst the fog, the towering silhouette of the primordial spirit remained vaguely visible, exuding immense power. What is this force? The bald man stammered, his voice quivering. He surveyed his surroundings. The entire Financial Street and the upscale neighborhoods beyond were shrouded in an incomprehensible might. As an A-class warrior, his understanding shattered in this moment. The strength of human warriors felt insignificant, akin to dust, in the face of such earth-shattering power. Even the great Black Buddha mother paled in comparison to this overwhelming force. Beneath the ceramic mask, Chu Huaiwei's visage mirrored her shock. The last time she had encountered this fog, it had merely cloaked several blocks. Now, the power of the true monarch had merely begun to awaken, yet its spiritual influence had expanded more than tenfold. This signified an elevation in the true monarch's ability to intervene in reality by more than a single magnitude. This grand spectacle itself was undeniable proof of the true monarch's revival. He was the immortal of the five hells? No, he was the true monarch. The diminutive man trembled, pointing towards the depths of the fog, where the indistinct outline of the three-headed giant skull loomed ominously. Under the gaze of that scarlet giant eye, he felt as though his very soul could be torn asunder at any moment. The masked man, witnessing this, straightened his posture. How do you like that? A sense of superiority graced the masked man's visage. This is the true divine might. It far surpasses your frightened Black Buddha by countless magnitudes. Previously, under the Buddha's influence, you were merely a henchman, fortunate enough to hear whispers, let alone behold the true form. Look at us now. The masked man surveyed the two bald individuals, an immense satisfaction swelling within him. Under the true Lord, we can face the divine visage directly. As his words fell, boom, the surrounding scarlet mist abruptly churned, swirling into a gigantic vortex that formed in an instant. The four had no time to react. An irresistible force tugged at their bodies. Their vision distorted as it flickered and reassembled chaotically. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in an entirely different realm. Beneath them lay a smooth floor, and beside them stood towering windows. Chu Huaiwei gazed outside and immediately comprehended their situation. They had arrived at the pinnacle of the central skyscraper. What on earth? The diminutive man stammered, still in shock. Meanwhile, the roiling sea of crimson mist continued to transform. In the spacious hall, the dense fog coalesced, forming an ancient rectangular table. On either side of the long table were antiquated high-backed chairs. At the head of the table, the most imposing seat beckoned. Atop its towering backrest sparkled, as if embedded with diminutive suns, moons, and stars. Merely glancing at it could leave one dazed. At the end of the table, the mist parted quietly. Xuanhao stepped forth, and the fog returned to tranquility. He seated himself at the last position, his calm gaze sweeping over the four. Your Excellency, Chu Huaiwei and the masked man immediately bowed in deference, while the bald duo stood frozen in place. A chill swept over them, cold sweat instantly saturating their backs. They could never have anticipated that, having just joined the organization and entered this divine realm for the first time, they would confront such a terrifying presence. Particularly the bald man, who had recently commanded his subordinates to surround and attack this very individual. The immense pressure nearly suffocated him. Xuanhao slightly raised his hand, gesturing for Chu Huaiwei and the others to take their seats. The instant they settled down, Chu Huaiwei's peripheral vision caught the sight of Xuanhao at the final position, as well as the chair symbolizing the supreme celestial seat. A chilling thought struck her like lightning. The envoy sits at the very end? Then, this principal seat. She discerned something profound. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted. It felt as though a star had exploded, light twisting and contorting frantically. The long table, the chairs, the world outside the windows. Everything began to spin violently, collapsing and reassembling in a visual realm. The very foundation of reality crumbled at that moment. What? The bald man and the diminutive figure groaned, their knees buckling as they collapsed to the ground. The masked man, too, instinctively fell flat. Chu Huaiwei struggled to maintain her trembling form, feeling as though her very soul was being mercilessly torn apart. Before her loomed a colossal scarlet eye, and the mere act of it opening was enough to threaten to reduce the spirits of Chu Huaiwei and her companions to mere dust. Soon after, a blood-red mist began to take shape. In but a fleeting moment, a figure seated itself upon the throne of stars. It possessed the stature of an ordinary human. Yet when gazed upon, its overwhelming presence engulfed the entire realm within the vision of the four. With 3 heads and 6 arms, it resembled a deity. Surrounding this being were several sinuous strands of crimson silk undulating gracefully around it. The immense scarlet eye slowly turned. Its icy gaze pierced through the bodies of the four instantaneously, instilling an indescribable fear. The oppressive force emanating from the pinnacle of existence constricted their hearts, rendering even the act of breathing a luxurious endeavor. "We humbly welcome the true monarch." Xuanhao was the first to regain her composure. "We humbly welcome the true monarch," echoed the painted-faced man, the bald man, and the diminutive figure who followed suit, prostrating themselves in reverence. Chapter 35. The Divine Assembly, Bestowal of Power upon the Frigid Ground. The two burly men experienced a tempest within their hearts. A genuine deity, to stand before a divine being, heavens. Even within their previous organization, only a select few legendary core members were deemed worthy to hear the murmurs of the Buddhist mother. Yet within this organization, named the Corpse Immortal Path, a mere peripheral member who had recently aligned with them could partake in a meeting presided over by a deity. The Divine Assembly? The overwhelming shock rendered their minds blank. An immense sense of relief washed over them. Fortuitously, they had chosen to submit. In comparison to the power and stature of the true monarch, the so-called Great Black Buddhist Mother was but a firefly against the moon, utterly incomparable. The crimson orb of the eye gradually dimmed. The oppressive aura enveloping the four dissipated swiftly, akin to a receding tide. They gasped for breath, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. "You have performed admirably." From the celestial throne, the primordial spirit spoke slowly. The voice did not travel through the air, but resonated profoundly within the depths of their souls like a celestial symphony. "What do you desire?" The grand and majestic voice reverberated once more. The painted-faced man, brimming with excitement, declared, "True monarch, I seek power, greater power. Power that can better clear obstacles for you." Xuanhao raised her gaze, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The requests of her subordinates were presumably known to the true monarch and the envoy. Her voice, though soft, was remarkably clear. "I am aware of your desires." As the divine proclamation echoed, the painted-faced man felt a jolt through his body. He distinctly sensed a detached, yet magnificently vast will piercing through the fabric of space, settling upon him. Indeed, the grand intention reverberated within his mind. "My divine power cannot be borne by mortal flesh. Are you capable of accepting a transformation? A metamorphosis into a non-human form? A non-human form?" The painted-faced man was momentarily taken aback. Moments later, his eyes ignited with ecstasy and resolve. "I can, true monarch. As long as I can attain power, I would willingly embrace a non-human form, even if it means becoming a monster." "Good." The primordial spirits will responded blandly. No sooner had the word "good" escaped its lips than, "Oh!" The painted-faced man's elation vanished, replaced by excruciating disbelief. He sprang from his seat, his face contorted in agony, eyes bulging and bloodshot. But this was merely the beginning. In the next moment, he collapsed heavily to the ground, his body convulsing violently, emitting a mournful howl that was anything but human. "What is happening?" Xuanhao, the bald giant, and the diminutive man recoiled in terror at this horrifying spectacle. The painted-faced man writhed, his body undergoing a grotesque transformation. The skin and muscles on either side of his formerly normal waist were forcibly torn apart, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking as they grew, with a resounding snap. Four robust arms erupted forth. Even more bizarrely, the skin on his shoulders bulged ominously. Suddenly, the skin ruptured. A head, no larger than an adult's fist and with indistinct features, emerged from the shoulders. Simultaneously, his physique began to expand dramatically. In the blink of an eye, a new figure, towering nearly 2 meters tall, with 6 arms and an additional head emerging from his shoulders, materialized. The figure appeared somewhat bewildered as he gazed at his exceptionally robust arms and slowly rose from the ground. 6 arms? An additional head on my shoulder. Is this my body? The figure struggled to comprehend the transformation, questioning whether his spiritual form had also altered. "No," came the calm voice of Xuanhao, seated at the end of the table. He explained, "The divine power of the true monarch has transformed your corporeal form in reality. This manifestation in the spiritual realm is a tangible projection. Thank you for the rebirth granted by the true monarch, the figure exclaimed, kneeling on the ground, his 6 clumsy arms bowing in reverence. Fear dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of power and profound awe for the true monarch. Xuanhao observed him and continued. Your current form is referred to as the Dharma aspect, a state of boundless strength with 6 arms. You should be sensing something special about the additional head upon your shoulder. No? At this, the figure looked toward the small head. A faint glow flickered in the hollow eyes of the head. I can feel it, he said, his voice tinged with shock and elation. With this head, I can perceive the inner workings of my body, the circulation of vital energy, the fluctuations of strength. I can see everything around me. It is as if I possess an independent perspective that can rotate 360 degrees. This is the power of divine consciousness, Xuanhao explained nonchalantly. This additional head, born from the divine power of the true monarch, possesses the ability to perceive its surroundings. In battle, it is akin to having an extra pair of eyes unhindered by blind spots. He paused, then added, although the Dharma aspect state does not significantly enhance combat prowess, it can unleash potential, granting a more formidable physique and accelerated cultivation speed. Thank you for enlightening me, envoy. Thank you for the blessings of the true monarch. The figure was overwhelmed with excitement, his voice trembling. He clenched his fists as power surged through his muscles. I can feel it, he exclaimed with a wide grin. My current strength is approximately at the 03 level, and if I activate this 6-armed Dharma aspect, I could rival A-level strength in a short time. I'm absolutely confident that within 6 months, I will undoubtedly step into true A-level. 6 months to advance to A-level. The bald man and the short man exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief and intense envy. They understood better than anyone the figure's background. Under the command of the Mother Buddha, he had barely reached the O-level, excelling only in reconnaissance and escape, a minion of far lesser status than themselves. Yet now, the situation had drastically changed. With a baseline of 03 level power and the capacity to erupt to the threshold of the level, he had attained the Dharma aspect state, instantly surpassing them. Potential and limits are the most crucial factors for a martial artist. Combat strength is secondary. This was no mere blessing. This is nothing short of a miraculous transformation. The bald man's eyes flickered with emotion. An A-grade martial artist, a realm he had tirelessly strived to attain over many years. Now this inconspicuous minion, with the grace of the true monarch, had effortlessly brushed against the threshold. The sensation was complex and ineffable. The might of the true monarch far surpassed that of the great Black Buddha Mother. Xuanhao's gaze swept past the painted-faced man and settled upon Chu Huaiwei. Chu Huaiwei straightened her back. As for you, Xuanhao's voice remained calm. The object of your desires will come to fruition once the true monarch's power truly awakens. Chu Huaiwei pressed her lips together, her eyes glimmering with renewed intensity. Xuanhao raised his right hand, palm facing upward. In his palm, a severed hand swiftly materialized. The fingers detached, as if animated, hovering above his palm. Xuanhao turned to Chu Huaiwei. This ancient relic has been placed within your reach. It can sense the remaining power of the true monarch. Your task is to retrieve the ancient relics imbued with the aura of the true monarch. Having spoken, Xuanhao melded into the crimson mist. Vanishing from the end of the room, we bid farewell to the esteemed envoy. The painted-faced man was the first to bow, his voice resonating. With Xuanhao's departure, the suffocating atmosphere in the room lifted. Her gaze fixed on the bald man. Can you make contact with the higher echelons of the Buddha Mother organization? You mean? The bald man grasped Chu Huaiwei's intent. You want me to sway those individuals? Indeed, the painted-faced man twisted his massive frame, his small head turning to blink at the bald man. Sister Xuanhao, it's not that I speak out of turn, but aren't you afraid that being so direct in recruiting might invite an undercover agent? Someone feigning allegiance could stab us in the back at a critical moment? Upon hearing this, the bald man's facial flesh quivered. Indeed, dear sister, are you not concerned? He displayed a faintly amused expression. What is there to fear? In the eyes of the true monarch, all beings are but ants. The true monarch does not concern himself with the loyalty of these ants, nor with their petty thoughts. Her gaze swept across the bald man and his companion. Continuing, the true monarch's power is awakening. You have witnessed the strength born from merging with this ancient relic. Even the great black Buddha mother was cowed by the true monarch's might, daring not to linger for a moment. Those with even a modicum of intelligence should surely recognize whom to pledge their loyalty to and on which side to stand. Is that not clear? Indeed, the bald man nodded. In the face of absolute power, schemes and loyalty lose all significance. Chapter 36. The Outer God Beneath One's Eyelids. In a hotel suite on Financial Street, Xuanhao awoke from the soft embrace of her bed, the silk sheets cascading away to reveal her smooth shoulders. As she yawned and stretched languidly, her gaze swept across the bedside table, causing her movements to momentarily falter. There lay a withered finger, resembling a desiccated twig, quietly resting on the nightstand. It emitted no energy fluctuations, nor any signs of peculiarity. Xuanhao gingerly picked it up, feeling the cold, hard texture at her fingertips, akin to some extraordinary fossil, ancient relic. She murmured softly, her expression mingling with complexity. This was indeed the finger that the envoy had mentioned, capable of sensing ancient artifacts imbued with the might of the true monarch. Yet, her heart bore no tremors. She had gradually grown accustomed to, or rather, was forced to accept, this existence that transcended reason. The power of the true monarch had already upended her perception of the world. From initial terror and resistance, she had evolved into a state of awe and acceptance, even harboring a faint glimmer of anticipation. She carefully stowed the severed finger away in a specially crafted lead box. Outside the window, the city began to stir. Xuanhao took a deep breath, suppressing her tumultuous thoughts. There remained much to accomplish today. First, she needed to recruit new members and consolidate the power that Baldy had drawn from the Great Black Buddha. Moreover, the domain of the true monarch now enveloped the entire financial city. It was uncertain how many souls might inadvertently wander into its grasp, making it an opportune moment for recruitment. Deep within the core of the Scarlet Mist Sea, Xuanhao's consciousness flickered like the immutable stars of antiquity amidst the fog. After merging with an eye, the expansion of his spiritual domain had far surpassed his previous state, akin to a gentle stream transformed into a roaring river. Yet, this was still insufficient. His vast primordial spirit, having solidified somewhat with the return of the eye, remained suspended between the realms of illusion and reality, resembling a colossal silhouette crafted from crimson nebulas. This was merely a projection, a manifestation of his spiritual domain. The journey toward true revival, toward coalescing a primordial spirit capable of carrying his entire will and walking independently in reality, remained a long one. The first step was to solidify the primordial spirit. Through an abundance of spiritual energy, he would continuously nourish the spirit, gradually bringing it into a more tangible form. Only then could he confront humanity or other outer gods. Although he had recently repelled the Great Black Buddha, this was fundamentally unrelated to strength. It was his aura of the true immortal and the hierarchical suppression that deterred the Great Black Buddha from making any rash moves, prompting its retreat. After all, this malevolent entity had developed over an unfathomable span of time, while his own power had only just begun to permeate reality, consisting merely of a wisp of will, a severed hand devoid of divine abilities, and an eye possessing spiritual techniques. Xuanhao's thoughts stirred momentarily, and suddenly, the Scarlet Mist Sea surged violently, as countless wisps of spirit energy, those faint echoes originating from human thoughts, emotions, and fragmented dreams, began to frantically converge toward the vast primordial spirit. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had slipped away. Then, all at once, Xuanhao detected an anomaly. He opened his blood-red eyes, his gaze piercing through the sanguine mist of the spiritual realm, transcending the material barriers of the real world and delving into the depths of the city. There lay an overwhelming surge of energy, akin to a dormant volcano buried deep within the earth, emitting a disquieting pulse at a languid rhythm. This fluctuation was not merely a manifestation of raw energy intensity. It was an aura of formidable rank. The resonance bore similarities to his own, yet it was distinctly different, cold, viscous, imbued with a voracious desire for the material world. An outer god, Xuanhao comprehended, for this was the first time he had detected the presence of a being of the same echelon. Right beneath his eyelids, in the subterranean depths of the city, Xuanhao displayed a hint of astonishment. He was well aware that numerous outer gods existed in this world, yet he had never envisioned that another would coexist so closely, in such a concealed manner. Had he not integrated this he might have remained oblivious to this subterranean neighbor for eternity. I shall see what manner of specter you are. A cold glint emanated from Xuanhao's eyes as he directed his gaze, disregarding the layers of soil. Following the source of the outer god's aura downward, the city's intricate sewage system and the abandoned subway tunnels whirled rapidly past his vision. Soon, flickering shadows came into view. They appeared human, yet were imbued with high-ranking energy. Xuanhao paid them no mind, instead tracing their energy fluctuations deeper into the city's underbelly. Ultimately, his sight penetrated the dense layers of rock, reaching an unfathomably vast void within the Earth's crust. There lay an egg of indescribable enormity. It floated serenely amidst the searing energy of the Earth's veins. Its shell was not a solid form, but composed of countless writhing green substances. Moreover, it pulsated, reminiscent of a living heart. Each faint throb emanated energy waves that distorted the very fabric of space. Was it in gestation? Xuanhao narrowed his eyes. This was undoubtedly an outer god. Furthermore, it was in a critical stage of hatching, parallel to his own phase. He could distinctly sense that the aura radiating from this egg was on par with his current state. Indeed, in terms of pure energy accumulation, it might even surpass him, having begun its gestation earlier. Yet, the modes of their existence were starkly different. He was a celestial of corpse dissolution, a being of spiritual immortality, relying on the consumption of spiritual energy to revive his primordial spirit. In contrast, this colossal egg operated under the principle of absorbing material energy. Each subtle pulse greedily siphoned energy from the Earth's veins, the essence of rocks, and even the material energies of humanity. A chilling intent to kill burgeoned within Xuanhao's primordial spirit, although their principles diverged and appeared devoid of direct conflict at their level. Existence itself posed a threat to one another. Xuanhao has been trapped within the rift of space for many years, fully aware of the true essence of the outer gods. They drift through the chaotic universe, voraciously absorbing everything they encounter, much like the infinitely expanding cosmos itself. Expansion and consumption. This encapsulates the nature of the outer gods. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that both he and the being within this colossal egg possess the rank and capability to utterly annihilate one another. Should the outer god successfully hatch first, his demise is assured. Xuanhao's gaze remains vigilant as he continues his probing. With the pulsations of the giant egg, viscous waves of energy ripple outward. These waves penetrate the Earth's layers, seeping upward. Some humans laboring underground, upon encountering this intangible surge, inexplicably exude a greasy, frigid black, viscous liquid. This substance, akin to a living entity, clings to them, silently siphoning away their life force. This transformation occurs imperceptibly, and by the time humanity realizes the change, they have already become part of the outer god. Judging by the energy intensity and gestation progress emanating from the giant egg, the adversary is closer to the moment of hatching than he is. Xuanhao can no longer afford to wait. He must take the initiative and eliminate the threat. Chapter 37. The Outbreak of Divine Warfare. Xuanhao withdrew his gaze from the depths of the earth, his crimson eyes glimmering with a frigid light. Each pulsation of the colossal egg felt like a provocation directed at him. Striking first, annihilating the foe, buzzed in the core of the crimson mist. An intangible wave of will surged forth from the apex of the central edifice. Within the hall, the scarlet fog swirled silently. Chu Huaiwei was the first to materialize from the churning blood mist, her eyes reflecting a flicker of uncertainty. Following her, the tattooed man, the bald giant, and the diminutive figure appeared in succession, each wearing expressions of gravity and a hint of bewilderment. This was the first summons from the Great Will, the true monarch. The four gazed upon the foremost seat, beholding the terrifying aura of the great true monarch, bowing in reverence. The envoy. Their eyes shifted to Xuanhao, seated at the rear. With a flicker of thought, Xuanhao turned, his gaze sweeping over the four. The minions of malevolent forces have already infiltrated this city. Xuanhao's voice was calm. We must eradicate them. Indeed, Chu Huaiwei's eyes sharpened. What could warrant the envoy's utmost attention? To the extent of summoning them and issuing a command for purification. If not an outer god, she promptly replied, I will immediately notify all members of the Corpse Immortal Path to enter a state of utmost readiness. A fervent battle spirit flashed in the bald giant's eyes. He understood all too well what this entailed. Divinava. This heralded the onset of a conflict among deities. They, mere mortals, would become extensions of divine will and pawns upon the battlefield. This was precisely the ambition that had driven him to ally with the true monarch, to establish merit and gain power. The bald giant quickly declared, over the past 3 days, I have rallied dozens from the organization's former ranks, all capable fighters. I shall inform them to assemble at once, ready to heed the envoy's command. As his words fell, a surge of crimson light erupted from the left eye of the true monarch spirit. A resounding voice then echoed within the minds of the four. The divine war is imminent, and your actions shall be rewarded. Buzz! The bloodlight enveloped the bald giant and the diminutive man. Both cried out in anguish simultaneously. Under the astonished gaze of Chu Huaiwei and the tattooed man, the bodies of these two began to undergo horrifying transformations, visibly contorting. Just as the tattooed man had before them, they too had received the great monarch's formidable power. 6 arms sprouted, their bodies swelling, additional heads emerging from their shoulders. The excruciating pain lasted but mere seconds. When the crimson radiance faded from their forms, the bald giant and the small man ceased their trembling. The Dharma-Ending state. The bald giant's eyes widened in awe. Thanks be to the true monarch's grace. As they regained their composure, they knelt upon the ground with a thud. And you? The spirit turned its gaze towards Chu Huaiwei. Yet she hesitated. Transformed into such a monstrous being, she was unprepared. But the true monarch had already bestowed power before the battle. This underscored the peril of the impending divine war. Those ensnared within it might well become mere dust in the clash of divine forces. True monarch, Chu Huaiwei took a deep breath. I am originally a practitioner of the spiritual arts, clad in black battle armor, and I do not fear close combat. Thus, she hesitated. The words caught in her throat. You may speak candidly. The voice of the primordial spirit echoed calmly. No dead slightly. I have researched ancient records and discovered that beneath the true immortals, there exists another kind of being capable of cultivating like warriors and possessing long lifespans. Might I? She faltered once more, casting a glance at the figure seated at the end, Xuanhao, her eyes reflecting evident indecision. Xuanhao clearly belonged to this category of beings, possessing a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary warriors, existing in a realm between humanity and the great entities. Akin to the illustrious Great Black Buddha Mother, Xuanhao was comparable to the Great Black Buddha Mother, and the might of the true monarch surpassed even these beings. Are you referring to the chi refiners? The voice of the primordial spirit remained unperturbed. He was indeed surprised that someone was aware of the existence of chi refiners. Is the esteemed messenger a chi refiner? Incroyable? Or curiosity piqued? Indeed, Xuanhao affirmed with a nod. Chi refiners absorb the energies of heaven and earth, ultimately reaching the semi-immortal level. Semi-immortal? Not only Chu Huaiwei, but the other 3 were also taken aback. Does this mean Xuanhao is a deity as well? A subordinate deity of the magnificent true monarch. Can I become one? Chu Huaiwei asked, her heart racing. This verges on blasphemy. It is possible, the primordial spirit responded. In an instant, a captivating blood light erupted from his pupils, enveloping Chu Huaiwei entirely. The crimson mist surged around her, coalescing and transforming into countless delicate silks and flowing dark red satin. The fabrics moved without wind, swirling around her, as if she were enveloped by a blood-jade fairy descending into the mortal realm. Both enchanting and sacred, she radiated an ineffable grace and majesty. This is que eu gasped momentarily breathless. She sensed the spiritual power connecting through the red satin, infusing her consciousness with an overwhelming yet gentle pressure. This was no mere amplification of strength. It was a manifestation of the true monarch's primal might. In the next moment, Chu Huaiwei was struck dumb. As her mental strength surged, she glimpsed the true visage of the messenger, Xuanhao. The seemingly ordinary form dissipated before her eyes, replaced by a towering giant, as if composed of ancient stars, casting a shadow that obscured the heavens. The terrifying pressure, emanating from the very essence of life, froze her soul, seizing all her senses in an instant. Chu Huaiwei stood frozen, her mind blank. So this was the true form of the messenger. What she had previously witnessed was but the tip of the iceberg. Xuanhao himself was a being capable of shaking the heavens. And what of the magnificent true monarch? I am grateful for the grace of the true monarch. Chu Huaiwei dared not ponder further, immediately bowing in respect. The meeting soon concluded. At noon, the construction site in the southern suburbs. The sun blazed fiercely, and the atmosphere was stifling, thick enough for moisture to condense. The construction site was rife with exposed steel and concrete, and the air was permeated with the scent of dust. Xuanhao stood before the site, with a mountain in the distance, as if it had been brutally cleaved in two. A massive 10-meter diameter hole had been carved into the rock face, its edges reinforced with concrete, resembling a colossal pupil gazing into the abyss of the earth. An array of construction vehicles, laborers, and heavy machinery traversed in and out. Under the meticulous orchestration of Chu Huaiwei, operations against the malevolent forces lurking underground had been divided into three factions, one led by Chu Huaiwei, another by a bald man. The most perilous source lay precisely here, where Xuanhao had chosen to be present. The delicate equilibrium of divine warfare often hinges not solely on divine power, but on the insignificant humans ensnared within its grasp. This is not to suggest that humanity possesses immense strength. Rather, it is the realization that deities occasionally rely on humans, whether for energy or for flesh and blood. Not all otherworldly beings conform to this notion. Yet at least in this instance of divine conflict, humanity has emerged as a crucial weight on the scales of victory. Chapter 38. The power of God without warning, without declaration of war, and devoid of any strategic probing or ambush, Xuanhao directly unleashed his mental domain. An endless crimson haze, radiating from his core, swept outward. The hum, an oscillation imperceptible to ordinary men, resonated through the space, enveloping all. This was not mere sound. It resembled the very vibrations of the cosmos. Centered around Xuanhao, dense scarlet mist surged forth like a tumultuous tide, instantaneously engulfing the entire construction site. Yet, reality remained unchanged. The construction site buzzed with its usual clamor. However, in a higher dimension, deep within the rolling sea of mist, a colossal pupil, akin to a blood-red star, abruptly opened. Cold, indifferent, it gazed down upon all beings. Xuanhao's gaze swept across, and the mental domain distorted violently. It was compressed, stretched. No longer a uniformly covered realm, but rather a molten liquid metal, forcibly reshaped. A hum, a hiss, the ethereal sound of tearing echoed. The location of Xuanhao's primordial spirit showed little alteration, but the surrounding mental domain elongated and twisted, transforming into countless scarlet ribbons. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Xuanhao unleashed his attack. Thousands of blood-red ribbons surged forth, defying physical barriers, penetrating the earth, the rock, and streaming into the vast opening of the construction site. Buzz, buzz. The spatial oscillations intensified as the crimson ribbons plunged toward the deepest reaches of the earth. Within the mountainous cavern, a labyrinth of paths sprawled out. Wait, what is that sound? Ah, my head is about to explode. Look, what is that? As the blood-red ribbons flooded into the cavern, chaos erupted in the intricate pathways. Workers, who had been pushing carts or maintaining equipment, suddenly staggered as if struck by an unseen force. It hurt so much. What is happening? They crouched down, clutching their heads, emitting piercing screams. An unbearable, penetrating pain assaulted their minds. Even more horrifyingly, some of the more mentally sensitive workers were confronted by visions capable of driving them to madness. Monsters, monstrous creatures. Everything is red. Tentacles, gigantic, blood-soaked tentacles. They writhed amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers. Countless blood-red ribbons darted through the air of the cavern. The crimson light sliced through the tunnel, bringing not only a visual shock, but also a chilling, soul-tearing agony. Merely making eye contact with this phenomenon threatened to shatter their sanity. Where did these tentacles come from? What are those screams? The workers nearby looked around in bewilderment, unable to see anything. Fear spread like a plague, rapidly engulfing them. Forget it, run. Sound the alarm. Activate the warning lights. No time to waste, flee. Soon, chaos overwhelmed all reason. The shrill alarm echoed through the mine, mingling with cries and curses. Many failed to perceive the so-called monstrosity described by their laboring peers. Yet they have long been paralyzed by the terror of its howls, scrambling and tumbling towards the exit in a frantic exodus. At the construction site's periphery, a man with a painted face tightens his muscles, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His vision is bifurcated. In the first layer, he witnesses the tangible world. The tunnel resembles a disturbed anthill. Numerous figures clad in work attire pour forth in a panicked rush, fleeing in terror into the distance. In the second layer, he establishes a tenuous connection to the spiritual realm. He glimpses fragments of what lies within, not a mere mist enveloping the earth, but a churning sea of blood. Countless crimson tendrils extend deep into the bowels of the earth. Above the blood-soaked firmament, a pair of indifferent, colossal eyes gazes down, sending tremors through his very soul. This is merely the manifestation of the true sovereign's might. Or perhaps the sovereign is merely adopting an offensive stance. The fleeing commoners, their fallen forms, their helpless cries, are utterly insignificant in the eyes of the sovereign. Is this what divinity entails? The man's lips quiver, a visage marked by reverence. O-class warriors? A-class powerhouses? In the face of such formidable might, how do they differ from the fleeing workers? They lack even the qualification to be acknowledged by the divine. The divine conflict has merely begun, yet it is already steeped in terror. The painted man hastily gathers his thoughts, dispelling those futile musings. The more he contemplates, the easier it becomes for his mind to falter. Should he unwittingly step into that sanguine realm, he has no doubt that he would be reduced to ashes in the collision of the powers of the two deities. Deep beneath the earth, hundreds of meters down, Xuanhao's mental energy surges forth, penetrating the intricate layers of rock. His gaze sweeps across, locking onto the giant egg. At the end of a wide tunnel, a temporary platform constructed of steel scaffolding is surrounded by a dozen figures. Rather than fleeing, they kneel on the ground, engaged in some peculiar posture of prayer. Their bodies are coated in a viscous oil. Some ooze from their eyes, ears, and nostrils, while others form festering lumps, adhering to their skin. They are the corrupted minions of the outer gods. The power of the outer gods clings to them, and as their bodies undergo transformation, the material energy is transmitted through this slime to the core deep within the earth. Evil spirits. Xuanhao's indifferent will brushes over the scene. With a wave of his hand, a crimson silk of celestial essence sweeps through. BFFT. Boom. These minions of the malevolent deities are obliterated by the overwhelming power, not even feeling pain as they are crushed. Flesh and bone scatter in a gory display. A dozen lives, along with their filth, are instantaneously ground to dust, thoroughly cleansed. Xuanhao does not linger, his spirit darting downward. Soon, his tendrils approach the target, nearing the giant egg buried deep in the earth's core. Buzz. A force unlike Xuanhao's suddenly surges from the depths below, akin to a slumbering beast roused to wrath. Boom! The entire construction site trembles violently. Rocks tumble from the mountain walls. Thunderous echoes resound. The ground fissured, enormous cracks rapidly spreading. A calamity has struck, an earthquake. The chasm is about to collapse. Run, everyone! Flee! At the construction site, the crowd fled in disarray. Boom! Accompanied by the tremors of the earth, hundreds of massive, dark green tentacles erupted from the ground like colossal serpents. In an instant, dust billowed and debris scattered. The tentacles thrashed, their force conjuring a tempest, rendering the air thick and oppressive. A monster, indeed a true monster. Do not linger, flee. Witnessing this nightmarish spectacle, ordinary people could only emit desperate screams. Yet, rather than being burdened by gravity, Xuanhao's eyes gleamed with a sharp light as he beheld the writhing dark green appendages. His plan had come to fruition. Indeed, this external deity had not fully gestated. He launched a direct assault, compelling the entity to interrupt its lengthy incubation and awaken a portion of its power for counteraction. Both parties were in a state of gestation. However, this external deity had begun its journey earlier than he. Had circumstances remained unchanged, this being would undoubtedly have emerged before him, posing a lethal threat. But now, the gestation had been disrupted. Both contenders returned to the same starting line. Chapter 39. All beings as ants observing the countless tendrils extending from the depths of the earth, Xuanhao maintained a tranquil demeanor, unperturbed. Boom! Boom! Terrifying tremors resonated in higher dimensions, a cataclysmic explosion of both the soul and material realms. Countless dark green tendrils surged forth, colliding with Xuanhao's intangible, blood-red celestial silk, swiftly intertwining. There was no technique, no ruse. For a being of higher dimensions, combat was simplicity itself. It was a clash of the most fundamental and brutally raw attributes and powers. The dark green tendrils symbolized material decay and spatial distortion. Wherever they coiled, the very fabric of space began to collapse. The blood-red silk represented the dominion of consciousness and the obliteration of spirit. The silk shimmered, causing violent fluctuations in space. A force capable of annihilating all radiated outward with remarkable speed. Two starkly contrasting, yet equally terrifying powers of high status engaged in a fierce struggle, tearing at each other with wild abandon. Bang! Boom! In the realm of reality, ordinary individuals witnessed the horrifying dark green tendrils thrashing about violently, striking the air as if assailed by an invisible foe. Suddenly the tips of the green tendrils exploded. Buzz! Flesh erupted, and consciousness expanded. The green tendrils burst apart. A single drop of blood cascading to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, debris flying as the dust surged like waves. That single drop of blood created a massive pit with a diameter of several meters. Within the pit, matter began to decompose at an alarming rate. "Help!" cried a worker, flung into the air by the shockwave. Boom! Another thunderous sound. A chunk of flesh plummeted, instantly crushing a shipping container. As the flesh and blood fell, a segment of the mountain crumbled, rock and debris cascading down like torrential rain. Gulp, witnessing the apocalyptic scene, the masked man swallowed hard. This was divine warfare. Boom! Just as the masked man regained his senses, he saw a chunk of flesh land on the ground not far from his hiding place, the shockwave sending him sprawling. He couldn't even bear to look. The masked man inhaled sharply, imagining the magnitude of power contained within the colossal mass of flesh that had just fallen. It was clear that not even a flesh and blood body, let alone true steel, could withstand such force without being flattened in an instant. In the face of such absolute power, so-called warriors appeared as fragile as mere paper toys. Boom! 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 The explosive sounds continued unabated. The dark green tendrils and the intangible silk wrestled in a frenzied dance of destruction, each relentlessly tearing at the other, tendrils and silk fracturing and exploding. Blood sprayed forth, chunks of flesh raining down, as if a meteor shower had descended. In mere moments, the construction site transformed into a purgatory. Enormous pits emerged one after another, each explosion accompanied by earth-shaking reverberations. "Call an ambulance! Help! Where are the warriors?" The anguished cries and pleas for help were rendered almost inaudible amidst the horrific symphony of chaos. The individuals racing through the chaos resembled insignificant specks of dust, struck by splattered fragments of flesh and crushed into a pulp by fallen boulders. They remained oblivious to the calamity unfolding around them, unaware that a divine conflict had erupted. In the realm of the mind, Lao Zhang, is that you? Wangge, were we not just struck by that mass of flesh falling from the heavens? Indeed, what has transpired? Amidst the sanguine mist, Lao Wang and Lao Zhang gazed at one another in bewilderment, their hands exploring their seemingly intact bodies, confusion etched upon their faces. Lao Wang vividly recalled being struck by a writhing mass of flesh, an instant before succumbing to death. Yet now he felt no pain. Something was amiss. The two quickly discerned the anomaly surrounding them. A crimson haze enveloped the atmosphere, shrouding their vision. The thick, red fog obscured everything beyond the ground beneath their feet and the companions beside them, rendering the surroundings indistinct. Wait, what is that? Lao Zhang was the first to look up, his pupils constricting in horror. Following his gaze, Lao Wang's heart sank as he beheld a blood-red firmament above them. Towering at an unfathomable height, an entity of indescribable magnitude loomed. Its enormity transcended their comprehension of size, akin to a pillar supporting the very heavens. 3 majestic heads gazed down upon them, while 6 mountain-like arms extended outward. At the center, the left eye of the central head radiated a chilling luminescence, reminiscent of a sanguine sun. What is this? The two felt their hair stand on end, collapsing to the ground in sheer terror. Wait, that is... Lao Wang was astonished to discover that beneath the colossal deity, a throng of trembling figures had gathered. Foreman Zhao, Boss Sun, and Little Lu you all. In an instant, they recognized several familiar faces among the crowd. They were all employees from the construction site. Some donned oil-stained work attire, while others were clad in suits. Regardless of their backgrounds, they huddled together in fear, gazing at the incomprehensible figure above, their eyes brimming with dread. What on earth has happened? We are equally perplexed. We were comfortably seated in the office, and suddenly, here we are. Where's this place? These red mists, the creature. Whether office clerks or seasoned foremen and bosses, all were pale with terror, unable to fathom the events that had transpired. Just a moment ago, they had been in the office, laboring in the mining area, and now they found themselves in this bizarre world suffused with crimson fog. Could it be that he is an outer god? Lao Zhang looked up at the colossal shadow obscuring the heavens, engulfed by despair and acutely aware of his own insignificance. As an ordinary person, he could not penetrate the realm of martial artists. Yet, tales of martial artists and outer gods were not uncommon, and the layman could grasp the gravity of the situation. It is over. We are doomed. Many collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with desolation. Come quickly if you wish to survive. Suddenly, a deep, hoarse voice resonated through the crowd. Lao Zhang and his companion turned to behold a man adorned with a patterned mask. However, it was clear to them, this was no mere man, but a beast. The figure, towering and ominous, bore 2 heads upon its shoulders and possessed 6 arms at its waist. An abomination indeed. The sudden emergence of the masked creature startled everyone present. Who are you? Lao Zhang feigned composure, his voice trembling. Beneath the mask, the creature surveyed the faces filled with terror and confusion. Do not concern yourself with my identity. If you wish to preserve your lives, draw near to him at your feet. What is this place? Sun Maokai, the owner, was drenched in cold sweat, his face ashen with fear. This is the domain of the true monarch. The masked figure replied succinctly, a grin spreading across its face. As for the outside, it is the realm of the outer gods. Outer gods! Although the group had anticipated peril, the creature's revelation ignited a surge of dread within their hearts. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted above them. All heads turned skyward, where a massive shadow loomed. The blood-red celestial silk shattered like glass, bursting forth in a dazzling crimson glow. Fragments of shattered consciousness rained down like meteorites, scattering in all directions. Be cautious, Lao Zhang urgently called, colliding with the dazed Lao Wang beside him. With a thunderous crash, shards the size of fingernails rained down upon their previous positions. Though seemingly insignificant, they harbored untold destructive psychic force. Bang! Merely being swept by the shockwave sent Lao Zhang and his companion, hurtling backwards several meters, their innards feeling as though they had been dislocated. Run! We must get over there. Lao Wang struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his face. Together with Lao Zhang, they scrambled and crawled towards the feet of the immense figure, the only refuge amidst the tempest. Chapter 40, The Encounter of Deities. A deathly struggle. The divine battle has entered an intensely heated phase. In a higher dimension, invisible to ordinary mortals, Xuanhao unfurled countless blood-red celestial silks, fiercely entangled with the dark green tentacles of the subterranean evil god. Boom! 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 The deep, resonant sounds reverberated through the air. This was not the explosive noise of the physical realm, but rather the clash of elevated powers. Xuanhao's blood-red celestial silks were not indestructible. Amidst the fierce confrontation, they shattered and dissipated. Each collapse sent fragments cascading into the spiritual realm, capable of stirring a tempest that would rend the very souls of beings. The crimson mist surged violently, and the fabric of space was torn asunder, leaving behind jagged, dark fissures. Meanwhile, on the earthly plane, as Xuanhao's blood-red silks crumbled, the outer god fared little better. The enormous dark green tentacles were continuously fracturing, flesh erupting in a gruesome display. Blood and chunks of meat rained down upon the ground, creating deep craters and claiming countless lives of ordinary people. Rumble, rumble. The high-level powers unleashed a series of thunderous roars in their terrifying collisions. In the spiritual realm, the vibrations were intense. The location of Xuanhao's primordial spirit remained the soul sanctuary, yet it felt akin to a tiny boat tossed about in a raging storm. The red mist twisted violently, flickering unpredictably, threatening to be torn apart at any moment. Help! Help us! Oh, Divine One! Despairing cries and prayers erupted instantaneously. Old Wang clutched Old Zhang beside him, his face as pale as a sheet. Foreman Zhao's complexion turned ghostly, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground. Hands clasped fervently, beseeching the colossal figure above. Grant us protection. O true Lord, shield our fragile lives. Save us. Sun Maokai wept profusely, utterly devoid of the dignity befitting a construction company owner. He pressed his hands to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. The female clerks huddled together, covering their ears with trembling hands. The elderly workers, filled with trepidation, awkwardly mimicked the gestures of those around them, their head bows stiff and unnatural. A myriad of human emotions unfurled in vivid display. Whether it was humble supplication, numbed submission, or utter despair, all converged beneath the indifferent feet of this deity. Moreover, their numbers swelled. In the real world, every ordinary soul struck down by the residual shockwave found their spiritual forms drawn into this blood-mist-covered isle, appearing at Xuanhao's feet. These newly arrived spirits bore expressions frozen in their final moments of life. In the physical realm, at the construction site, as far as the eye could see, deep pits and ruins sprawled endlessly. The once partially collapsed peaks had succumbed to continuous shocks, and the air was thick with dust and debris. The disparity was not vast. Xuanhao remained fixated on the outer god. He had suffered considerable losses, and so had the outer god. The dark green tentacles were battered and bruised, flesh and blood cascading like a waterfall, saturating the ground beneath them. Wherever they fell, the earth hissed in response. The epicenter of this divine conflict had transformed into a vortex of death. With a deafening roar, an armed helicopter emerged at the periphery of the construction site. The hatch swung open, and a dark figure leapt down first. Rose furrowed her brow, her gaze sweeping across the apocalyptic landscape in the distance, particularly at the writhing emerald tentacles. Could it be that this city harbored an outer god? Her voice was laced with disbelief and gravity. Following closely behind was Tang. Was he the corpse-resolving immortal? Tang cast a glance at the colossal tentacle before shaking his head. No, the corpse-resolving immortal is incorporeal. This entity possesses a distinctly flesh and blood form. They are not of the same kind. Rose's expression darkened, understanding the implications. Tang, you should grasp this more clearly than I. A smirk curled at the corner of Tang Zhan's lips as he mused. Two outer gods rooted in the same lair? They are hardly cordial neighbors. Their meeting can only yield one outcome, a deadly clash. Rose sighed in resignation, her concern palpable. The divine war has commenced, if not addressed promptly. The entirety of Dawn City will be reduced to ruins. Then let us eradicate them. Tang surveyed the vast, dust-laden ruins. It has been interrupted in its gestation. This is our opportunity. No sooner had he spoken than he strode toward the cave entrance. You intend to confront the outer god? A flicker of astonishment crossed Rose's eyes. Without turning back, Tang declared, while it is weak, we shall take its life. But this is an outer god. Rose was aware of Tang formidable prowess. Yet she was astonished that he dared to face an outer god alone. The outer god is in the midst of gestation, and its process has been interrupted. Tang asserted, if we do not resolve it now, once it breaks free, we shall have no chance left. He drew his long blade, gathering strength for a powerful strike. As the blade descended, a fierce gust cleaved through the collapsed mountainside. Boom! The violent force struck the mountain, blasting open the buried tunnel entrance. Before the dust had settled, Tang was already at the tunnel's mouth. Captain, what shall we do now? Dozens of warriors had gathered, their eyes fixed on Rose. Allow me a moment to think. Rose's expression was one of distress. With the doctor gone, she had become the acting leader of the base. However, she lacked experience in confronting outer gods, and in the face of the current predicament, she felt utterly lost. Regardless, Dawn City was in peril. The simultaneous emergence of two outer gods at the same location was not an isolated incident in the world. Yet such reports invariably culminated in strikingly similar outcomes. Cities reduced to rubble and lives extinguished. And there were absolutely no exceptions. Among outer gods, most do not coexist peacefully. They behave like wild beasts, fiercely territorial. When outer gods encounter one another, inevitable conflict ensues, far more brutal than humanity's encounters with them, disregarding all consequences. The devastation wrought by divine warfare far exceeds imagination. Captain, the outer god is stirring. Suddenly, cries of alarm erupted. Rose turned to see, atop the construction site ruins, massive tentacles thrashing violently in the air. With each swing, they conjured a tempest. Boom! A tentacle exploded, flesh and blood flying. This outer god was so frenzied that only one explanation sufficed. It sensed a mortal threat and was fighting with all its might. Rose surveyed her surroundings. Who was its adversary? Another outer deity lurks nearby? Rose swallowed hard, raising her head as she strained to pierce through the swirling smoke, desperately searching the chaotic sky and her surroundings. Alas, her efforts yielded naught. Captain, could it be that this outer deity has gone mad? A warrior approached, wielding a device in hand. I have scanned the area. There are no anomalous beings present. No. Rose furrowed her brow. Her experience was still too limited. If only the doctor were here, surely something would have been uncovered. Regardless, Rose continued, let us proceed under the gravest assumptions, treating this outer deity's adversary as that elusive corpse-dispersing immortal. This way, we shall not err. Report, we have a development. Shortly thereafter, several warriors hurriedly arrived. Speak, Rose commanded. We have discovered another outer deity, the warrior replied warily. Just moments ago, an employee from the construction company sought our assistance, stating that he had entered an area shrouded in crimson mist. Indeed, it was he. Rose could now be certain. The one battling this outer deity was the corpse-dispersing immortal. The divine conflict had erupted. In a dimension unseen to them, two terrifying entities, capable of laying waste to cities, were engaged in a fierce struggle. Chapter 41. Terrifying contamination at the periphery of the ruins, a temporary evacuation point was established. Xiao, clad in combat training attire, navigated through the throngs of people alongside her classmates, assisting the panicked workers. Suddenly, her gaze fixed upon a figure amidst the chaos. That individual exhibited an unusual calmness. Dressed in an ordinary gray trench coat and hooded, she swiftly maneuvered through the crowd with her head bowed. Teacher, Xiao instinctively called out. The figure paused, slowly turning around. The half-visible face beneath the hood bore strikingly cool features. It was indeed her mentor, Chu Huaiwei. Noticing the astonished and puzzled look on Xiao Ling'er's face, Chu Huaiwei traversed the crowd, drawing closer to her. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Xiao Ling'er inquired in a hushed tone. "I am an O3 level martial artist," Chu Huaiwei replied with a smile. "In the face of such a significant event, my responsibility is undeniable." Her explanation was succinct and left no room for doubt. "Xiaoling, do exercise caution." Chu Huaiwei raised her hand, gently resting it on Xiao Ling'er's shoulder. "This place is perilous. Death can arrive at any moment." Having imparted her warning, Chu Huaiwei turned to depart. "Where are you going?" "Kia Ling'er ordently presset." Without pausing, Chu Huaiwei responded, "I have more pressing matters to attend to. Should you encounter any life-threatening danger, remember, your last resort for survival is to enter the spiritual realm." She pointed to the sky above. "He is right here." With that, Chu Huaiwei vanished into the crowd. "Kia Ling'er steht frozen, bewildert." "He's right here?" Was she referring to the corpse dispersing immortal? She glanced towards her teacher, only to observe figures stealthily moving rapidly in a singular direction amidst the crowd. Their intentions were clear and their actions swift. These individuals exchanged glances devoid of words, bound by a silent understanding. What were they intending to do? Was it related to the more significant matter her teacher had mentioned? After leaving the construction site, Chu Huaiwei appeared beside the entrance of the city's sewage pipeline. The air was thick with the foul stench of stagnant wastewater. Unfazed, she strode into the depths, with over 100 martial artists of the Corpse Immortal Path trailing behind her. Inside the pipeline, it was damp and chilly, with an overwhelming wave of nauseating odor assaulting them. After advancing a short distance, a faint rustling sound, reminiscent of a gopher burrowing through soil, echoed from a dark corner ahead. Chu Huaiwei halted, raising her hand to signal. The warriors behind her drew their weapons, energy swirling silently within them. "What a stench!" A voice emerged. Chu Huaiwei focused her gaze as a diminutive man emerged from the earth, his eyes glimmering with a muddy yellow light. It was the man skilled in earth escape techniques. Run 2 brushed the dirt off himself and said, "The terrain ahead is complex. The forks have collapsed, but I have roughly discerned the route. Follow me." He gestured towards a newly excavated entrance in the side of the pipeline. "Lead the way." Chu Huaiwei nodded slightly. The group swiftly followed Run 2, entering the narrow tunnel he had forcibly opened with his earth manipulation abilities. The walls of the cave were freshly turned soil. The air was thick with the damp scent of earth. The cave twisted downward, and after descending for more than 10 meters, it opened into a vast underground construction site. Distorted and collapsed due to the influence of divine warfare, massive concrete pillars lay shattered, exposing their steel reinforcements. The passageways branched out in all directions, yet most were obstructed. "Help! Help me! Is anyone there?" Suddenly, an exceedingly faint groan resonated from beneath the rubble. Curiosity piqued. Chu Huaiwei gestured for the others to clear the debris. They hastily complied, soon revealing several bloodied faces, their eyes vacant yet brimming with a desperate yearning for life. These were the 10 or more workers buried beneath. Fortunately, the steel and concrete provided some support, ensuring they had not perished. Chu Huaiwei turned to Runtu, her voice steady. "Runtu, you stay behind and help them to safety, then return to us." "Isn't this unrelated to our mission?" Runtu furrowed his brows, expressing his hesitation. "They are merely ordinary people. There is no need to concern ourselves." "Time is of the essence, Master." "Indeed, it is unrelated," Chu Huaiwei interjected. "But this is my personal request." Runtu fell silent for several moments. He glanced at the workers beneath the rubble and then met Chu Huaiwei's unwavering gaze. As the leader of the Corpse Immortal sect, she wielded absolute authority in the absence of the divine edict. To offend a woman who held sway before the true monarch would be unwise. Moreover, for him, rescuing a few individuals was truly a trivial endeavor. "I understand." Runtu finally nodded. He approached the ruins, placing his hands upon the frigid concrete. A warm, earthy glow emanated from his palms, softening the hardened cement and steel as if they were butter. "Everyone else, continue onward," Chu Huaiwei urged, moving forward with the group. The deeper they ventured, the more the air grew murky. As they advanced, thick, viscous, dark green stains began to mar the walls of the passage, reminiscent of slime left behind by some soft-bodied creature. Ahead, the path was once again obstructed, yet this posed no real challenge. Within minutes, Runta returned. "Allow me." He stepped forward confidently, pressing his hands against the cold rock face. The earthy glow danced in his palms, softening the rigid steel and concrete as though it were malleable. Xuanhao led the way into the passage, with the others following closely behind. Emerging from the passage, they found themselves in a spacious area, forming a naturally inclined cavern. The air was thick with a foul stench, now exceedingly putrid. Alarmingly, the walls of the passage no longer bore the chill of stone. Instead, they were cloaked in a thick, writhing layer of flesh-like material, reminiscent of the intestines of an otherworldly being. The entire subterranean structure had been deeply corrupted by the foul powers of the outer gods. Everyone exercised caution. Runta pointed at the writhing masses of flesh, explaining that although these entities would not attack humans, they were tainted by the corruption of otherworldly beings. A mere touch could induce mutation in an ordinary person. Even a martial artist would not withstand their influence for long without proper protection. Suddenly, a short, harrowing scream erupted from the rear of the group. Everyone swiftly turned to look. At the back, a martial artist had met a grim fate, his right leg ensnared by a probing tendril. "Did you not say they would not attack humans?" Xuanhao raised an eyebrow. "I cannot say," Runta replied, shaking his head in resignation. "When I arrived, they indeed did not pose a threat. Help me!" The martial artist cried out in terror, swinging his sword at the tendril. "Don't attack." But before Runta could finish his warning, the martial artist had severed the tendril, splattering its viscous fluid everywhere. This fluid seemed almost sentient, swiftly burrowing into the martial artist's flesh. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. The flesh on his body began to swell, and tendrils erupted from beneath his skin, ultimately leading to his demise. Chapter 42. The terrifying power, warriors like ants, press on. Xuanhao's voice remained calm, undeterred by the sudden specter of death that threatened to disrupt their plans. Here, hesitation equates to demise. Despite their trepidation, the group swiftly followed suit. The subterranean deities were indeed terrifying, but was the true monarch any less fearsome? Having chosen to follow the true monarch, there was no option for retreat. Engaging with the divine was inherently a gamble. Descending approximately 300 meters, they encountered a vast cavern. Runta, leading the way ahead, whispered, "I can sense an abundance of entities within. The energy fluctuations are chaotic. Everyone, step aside. Allow me to forge the path." With that, he spun with great force, his form resembling a high-speed drill as he burrowed into the rock face, leaving behind a smoothly edged circular aperture. Merely minutes later, Runta emerged from the other side of the wall. "It's done," he beckoned. The group traversed the passage he had opened, and after about 3 minutes, the scenery transformed dramatically before them. They stood within an immense natural cavern, as if the earth had been hollowed out. The walls were completely cloaked in thick, writhing masses of flesh. Above them, countless dark green ovum clustered, varying in size from basketballs to the diameter of car tires. The surface of these ovum was a semi-transparent viscous membrane, through which one could faintly discern the distorted, writhing shadows within. Xuanhao extended her hand, prompting everyone to halt. "It's truly revolting," she remarked, eliciting a shiver down their spines. Runta lowered his voice. "I have been here twice before, and each time, I felt an overwhelming sense of unease." The group observed closely. Amidst the multitude of ovum, in every corner of the cavern, hundreds of figures writhed grotesquely. They were the acolytes, deeply corrupted by the power of the outer gods, having entirely forsaken their human forms. Some had limbs that had mutated into twisted appendages or slimy tendrils, while others had bodies that fused together, resembling bizarre conglomerates of monstrous entities. Some heads were split open, from which fleshy crowns or compound eyes emerged. Others were merely masses of green flesh, ceaselessly writhing and extending countless tiny tendrils. The air was thick with a cacophony of hissing, gurgling, and the nauseating sounds of viscous slimes grinding against one another. At the very heart of the cavern loomed a creature of immense size, instilling fear in all who beheld it. It was a centipede magnified to grotesque proportions. No, more accurately, it was a horrific construct forcibly assembled from countless distorted and twisted human limbs. Countless arms and thighs, resembling arthropods, propelled it across the ground. Faces, marred by agony and decay, were embedded upon its surface as if they were decorative embellishments. It appeared to be the guardian of this accursed place. Attack! Chu Huaiwei commanded without hesitation, her eyes gleaming with cold resolve. Attack! With her decree, the hundreds of warriors, poised and ready, surged forth like unleashed tigers, roaring as they charged toward the vile creature. Blades flashed and energies erupted. The roar of humanity intertwined with the monstrous shrieks, instantly weaving a symphony of death. The warriors formed groups of three, providing mutual cover. Sharp alloy blades cleaved flesh, while searing energy pierced through grotesque tumors. The vitality of these minions was astonishingly tenacious. Even when decapitated, the headless bodies continued to thrash about with their appendages. Those pierced through the chest and abdomen exhibited rapid healing, extending even more tendrils. Even a creature with half its body crushed could still lunge and bite with ferocity. The battle descended into a brutal maelstrom of carnage. Mucus and blood splattered. Severed limbs and shredded flesh flew through the air. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from the cavern. The crowd turned to behold a terrifying centipede composed of countless human forms stirring to life. Its massive, grotesque body whipped around violently, resembling a colossal whip of flesh. Charging towards them, a thunderous crash followed. Three warriors caught off guard could not evade in time. Their protective energy shattered, and the sound of splintering bones was unmistakable. They were hurled backward, crashing into the distant rock wall, their forms a bloody mess. Get out of the way! Chu Huaiwei stepped forward, confronting the onrushing behemoth. A vibrant red mist enveloped her, swirling violently. This scarlet vapor was extraordinarily eerie, coalescing into several ethereal ribbons exuding powerful energy waves. The ribbons entwined around her, exuding an alluring yet sanctified majesty. As the monstrous whip of flesh swept toward her, Chu Huaiwei advanced instead of retreating, gracefully raising her jade-like hand. Go! The scarlet ribbons shot forth in an instant, as swift as lightning, ensnaring the gigantic appendages of the centipede. A hissing sound erupted as the ribbons made contact, releasing a noxious, corrosive mist. The creature emitted a pained shriek, its movements abruptly stalling. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Huaiwei propelled herself upward, landing atop the enormous head formed by countless human skulls. The creature erupted into a frenzied rage. Its massive body writhed violently, crashing against the surrounding walls in a desperate attempt to dislodge the intruder atop its head. The entire cavern trembled, with debris cascading like rain. Chu Huaiwei's expression remained icy, her feet firmly anchored on the creature's skull. She commanded the ribbons, tightening them suddenly. The creature's flesh burst apart as it continued to thrash against the walls in madness. Death! Chu Huaiwei remained composed, gathering the ribbons around her right fist. Break! With a fierce shout, her fist, enveloped in a radiant crimson glow, struck down upon the most vital segment of the creature's colossal skull, akin to a molten meteor, imbued with the will to purify all. A thunderous explosion reverberated. That massive bone plate, forcibly fused from countless skulls, shattered under the full force of Chu Huaiwei's strike. Fragments of bone flew, and viscous fluids splattered everywhere. The gigantic centipede's immense body convulsed violently as if stripped of its spine, before crashing to the ground in a resounding thud. As the air grew heavy with Chu Huaiwei's labored breaths, a thunderous rumble erupted. The entire cavern, nay, the very depths of the earth, convulsed violently, tenfold more ferocious than any prior tremor. Boom! Without warning, the cavern floor gaped open, revealing a profound chasm that seemed to descend into the abyss. Whoosh! A colossal tentacle, exceeding 2 meters in diameter, surged forth from the fissure like a whip of a hellish deity. In that fleeting moment of its emergence, it unleashed a terrifying pressure that crushed all in its path, akin to a tangible tsunami sweeping across the cavern. Whoosh! The nearest 7 or 8 martial artists, caught unawares, had no time to react. Their protective energy shattered like mere parchment, and their bodies were obliterated in an instant. This tentacle hailed from an outer god. Chapter 43. Xuanhao's arrival. Suppressing the outer deity. Everyone, be cautious. As the tendrils of the outer deity began to extend ominously, Chu Huaiwei's pupils constricted sharply. Simultaneously, the crimson celestial silk surrounding her surged violently, transforming into layers of protective barriers before her. Retreat. Everyone fall back. The crowd felt a piercing pain in their heads as they swiftly withdrew. The massive tendril swung through the air, emitting a shrill cry that seemed to tear through space itself, disregarding the distance as it lunged towards Chu Huaiwei. Boom! The barriers crafted from the crimson celestial silk proved to be fragile, shattering inch by inch under the horrific impact of the tendril. Chu Huaiwei felt an unimaginable, irresistible force collide with her chest. With a gasp, she was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the hard rock wall of the cavern, blood gushing forth in a torrent. Barely rising, she collapsed once more to the ground. It felt as though her very organs had been displaced. The crimson silk enveloping her dimmed instantly, becoming insubstantial and erratic. Chu Huaiwei knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Just a single strike. In her state, she wielded power comparable to an A-class warrior. Yet even that astonishing defensive capability of the crimson silk had been utterly obliterated in an instant. This was the true might of the outer deity. The disparity was staggering. Mortals? No. Even with her state, before a genuine deity, she was as insignificant as dust. With a whoosh, the enormous tendril swept through the air, bearing down on the severely injured Chu Huaiwei with even greater ferocity. It moved with blinding speed, its strength more terrifying than before. Chu Huaiwei struggled to move, yet the excruciating pain radiating from within made it a Herculean task to even lift a finger. She could only watch helplessly as the massive shadow loomed ever larger in her line of sight. Was it to end here? Clenching her fists, she felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Having gained hope, she was now faced with death. In the face of such absolute power, all her struggles appeared utterly futile. Just as the gigantic tendril was about to make contact with her, a thunderous boom echoed, freezing time in that moment. A slender hand materialized out of thin air, firmly grasping the tendril capable of crushing mountains. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no dazzling clash of energy. The force that could annihilate everything dissipated into nothingness before that hand. Chu Huaiwei's dazed gaze sharpened once more. A tall, elegant figure had inexplicably positioned itself in front of her, with long, ink-black hair that swayed without wind. In a dark robe billowing dramatically, he was enveloped in a hazy crimson aura, exuding a divine pressure as vast as the ancient stars. It was none other than Xuanhao. More precisely, it was the corporeal form manifested from his severed hand. His primordial spirit remained engaged in a fierce battle within the spiritual realm, clashing brutally with the outer deity's essence. A low hum resonated from the depths of the earth, a silent roar. The tendril that Xuanhao had halted with a single hand thrashed violently, seeking to break free from its confinement. Xuanhao lifted his head, his gaze igniting with a crimson radiance. With the power of his mind, he unleashed a cataclysmic force. The vastness of his mental energy erupted, centered around him. The explosion of psychic force was silent, yet far more terrifying than any physical assault. From the point where Xuanhao's palm made contact, colossal tendrils burst apart, flesh scattering in every direction. With a single strike, annihilation, this horrifying spectacle sent a tremor through the warriors still engaged in battle within the cavern. Deep within their consciousness, they sensed an instinctual fear of a higher existence, akin to ants gazing up at the heavens or dust confronting the stars. Xuanhao's gaze, as cold as a searchlight, meticulously swept across the filthy cave. Wherever his consciousness reached, The mounds of eggs silently disintegrated into ash. The writhing masses clinging to the rock walls were erased by an invisible force, vanishing in an instant. Everywhere he looked, filth was eradicated. The crimson light shone like the purifying fire of a new world, incinerating all impurities. Your only task is to focus on eliminating the minions of the outer god. Should the true form of the outer god intervene, I shall personally descend, Xuanhao declared, his figure gradually fading away. Honor the envoy. All the warriors, including Chu Huaiwei, responded with solemnity. However, just as Xuanhao vanished, a silent wave accompanied by a crimson glimmer swept through the entire cavern. What is happening? My body. 3 brief cries of agony suddenly erupted. At the forefront of the group, 3 formidable warriors collapsed, their bodies convulsing violently. Their eyes bulged with terror and pain. What is going on? The others exchanged frightened glances, concern etched upon their faces. Beneath their skin, muscles and bones writhed as if alive, veins bulging ominously. Quick retreat. Panic ensued among the crowd. After all, an outer god lurked beneath the earth, and anything strange could occur. Help me. One of them extended a hand in desperation towards Chu Huaiwei. Do not fear, my friends, Chu Huaiwei reassured them. This is the true Lord's blessing upon your valiance. No sooner had she spoken than a crack resonated, followed by the sickening sounds of bones elongating and flesh tearing. Amidst the bewildered stares of the onlookers, the skin on either side of the 3 warriors' waists suddenly split apart. For brand new arms, dripping with fresh blood, sprouted from their midsections. Simultaneously, above their right shoulders, the skin bulged as a head, indistinct in features yet the size of a fist, emerged as if breaking free from a cocoon. The excruciating pain lasted but a fleeting few seconds. The transformation ceased, and the 3 men halted their convulsions. They stared in bewilderment at their newly formed arms, touching the icy little head atop their shoulders, and felt a surge of power far beyond what they had known before. The power is astonishing. The 3 exchanged glances, overwhelmed with joy. This is the manifestation of the Dharma-Kaya. Chu Huaiwei elucidated from the side. You have been bestowed with the grace of the true monarch, beyond immense strength. You have acquired unparalleled skills that are elusive to most martial artists. Realization dawned upon them, and with a resounding thud, they knelt upon the ground. Their massive forms bowed, voices trembling with excitement. We humbly thank the true monarch for this miraculous blessing. They could distinctly sense that their baseline strength had solidified at O3 level. Once they activated this 6-armed Dharma-Kaya state, the momentary surge in combat power was sufficient to briefly contend with A-class adversaries. More importantly, the rate at which their bodies absorbed energy had experienced a terrifying enhancement, illuminating the path to swiftly ascend to A-class. Such remarkable fortune. This scene ignited fervor in the hearts of all surviving warriors like fire to oil. Fear was supplanted by an overwhelming desire. Their envious gazes seemed to blaze with intensity. The true monarch is just and discerning. To bravely slay foes brings forth such divine favor, wielding greater influence than any pre-battle rallying cry. How fortunate! The true monarch has chosen them. Alas, why not me? What sheer luck is this? The trio spoke in unison. We fought on the front lines, vanquishing the most monsters. The true monarch must have witnessed our contributions. This power is formidable. One clenched his 6 fists, chuckling with glee. Indeed, others may toil for a decade and not attain such strength. Another grinned widely. Enough of your boasting. The rest could no longer bear it. Swiftly scouring the cavern in search of more outer godkin to slay, eager to gain further power. Chapter 44. The essence of the outer god and the advantages of Xuanhao in the heart of the Crimson Mist Sea. Xuanhao's primordial spirit stood resolutely like a towering mountain. The scarlet gaze emanating from its head pierced through layers of gray fog, locking onto the immense emerald core deep within the earth. Boom! Boom! Countless threads of blood-red celestial silk stretched to their limits, deeply embedding into the ground, fiercely clashing with the writhing tentacles of the outer god. Each confrontation shattered vast swathes of celestial silk, causing the emerald tentacles to explode, sending flesh and blood flying. The forces of both sides were evenly matched. Xuanhao was acutely aware of this reality. Likewise, he assessed the balance of the battle. Though the outer god beneath had its gestation process forcibly interrupted, the vast reserves of material energy it had previously accumulated remained boundless. Yet, Xuanhao felt no fear. It lacked wisdom, driven solely by the instincts of consumption and destruction, a characteristic inherent in most outer gods. They seemed to embody the universe itself, infinitely expanding and devouring all. This was both an advantage and a flaw. As a true immortal, Xuanhao possessed the rank of an immortal as well as the wisdom of a human. He understood that the key to victory did not lie in this battle of high-ranking powers, but rather below, among those insignificant humans. The Corpse Immortal Martial Practitioners, led by Chu Huaiwei, were fervently sweeping through, eliminating the corrupted followers of the outer god. With every node they destroyed, with every energy conduit they severed, they were effectively draining the lifeblood of the outer god, which relied on material energy for its existence. Its source of power was gradually being throttled. Meanwhile, Xuanhao could continuously draw upon the lingering essence of the city through his spiritual domain. In this ebb and flow time, stood in his favor. Beneath his primordial spirit lay a relatively stable area, devoid of smoke and bloodshed, filled only with a suffocating silence and an unshakable sense of bewilderment. Hundreds of figures, either seated or standing, bore hollow expressions. They were ordinary people who had perished in the aftermath of this divine conflict. Old Zhang, Old Wang, Boss Sun, the female clerk. They were all gathered here. A month had passed. Old Zhang crouched on the ground, cradling his head in despair. Old Wang's voice was hoarse, filled with hopelessness. Have we truly died? Regrettably, no one responded to them. It was only at this moment that they recognized the harsh truth. They had indeed perished, capable of thought and perception, yet devoid of the warmth of flesh and blood. They had lost their connection to reality, trapped in this eternal nightmare. What was there to be disheartened about? A mocking voice rang out. The enormous six-armed figure of the masked man emerged from a mist, the small head atop his shoulder swiveling its eyes. The crowd lifted their heads, their gazes vacant. Though this masked man was a monster, they had grown accustomed to him over the past month. Death was merely the beginning. The masked man smiled, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. What does this mean? The crowd collectively turned their attention toward him. The man with the painted face spread his 6 arms and proclaimed, "Open your eyes and take a moment to feel yourselves. You possess awareness, the capacity for thought, and the ability to stand here. Can this truly be called death?" His words momentarily stunned the crowd. Was it because of him? Old Zhang hesitated, lifting his gaze to the vast shadow that enveloped the sky. It was indeed the true Lord. The painted man's voice rose in intensity. It is the might of the true Lord, his unparalleled divine power, that has shielded your souls from complete dissolution. You are neither dead nor alive. He surveyed the crowd, his eyes glimmering with astuteness. Consider this. If the true Lord can pull you back from a void, then what difficulty lies in allowing you to return to reality and reunite with your families? As his words settled, the expressions of the crowd shifted. Return to reality? Is it truly possible? Can we go back? Like light piercing through darkness. The eyes of all brightened. Certainly, the painted man asserted with conviction. As long as you heed my guidance. The moment the true Lord's power sweeps across the world and restores order will be the day of your return to reality. What must we do? Old Zhang's voice trembled slightly. It is quite simple. A subtle smile curved the painted man's lips. From this day forth, you shall no longer be lost souls. You have acquired new identities, soul reapers, and I shall be the messenger of the true Lord, guiding you towards rebirth. He opened his 6 arms as if to embrace the faithful. From now on, follow my lead and sincerely worship the true Lord. When the divine oracle is bestowed upon you, it will be the moment you see the light of day again. We are willing. The crowd grasped at this flicker of hope, for they had no other choice. They knelt before the painted man, bowing not just to him, but to the immense shadow above. Excellent. Observing the throng prostrated before him, the painted man felt a surge of pride. The true Lord and his messengers were lofty beings, indifferent to these insignificant souls. But he was different. These people represented his capital, his bargaining chips, to prove his worth to the great true Lord. If Chu Huaiwei could establish the Corpse Immortal Path and become a favored figure beneath the true Lord, why could he not forge the Soul Reaper path? Given sufficient scale and contribution, he might well ascend to become a new favored one beneath the true Lord. The painted man raised his gaze to the colossal shadow. Indeed, the true Lord did not rebut him. Even the messengers failed to appear. This only reinforced his belief. The true Lord cared solely for value. As time passed, a month slipped silently by. Xuanhao's primordial spirit remained steadfast. It was a clash of high-level forces, a protracted process of dissolution. Moreover, he had gained a slight advantage. Such an extended standoff was, in truth, perilous. Among humanity, there existed formidable warriors, and with the presence of external deities in this world, should they intervene, the outcome would be drastically different. In the realm of construction sites, the colossal tentacles have evidently begun to wither. They resemble vines severed from their roots, deprived of their continuous source of vitality, now appearing desiccated and sluggish. As the standoff reaches its third month, the tendrils on the site have started to retract, retreating into the fissures of the earth. Xuanhao has naturally intensified his efforts. The crimson silk swiftly spreads, corroding the last bastion of the otherworldly beings beneath the ground. The scales of victory are tipping decidedly in favor of Xuanhao. Meanwhile, under the shadow of the primordial spirit, the inhabitants of the Corpse Soul Path have gradually acclimated to this state of spiritual existence. Guided by the painted-faced man, a settlement has emerged at the feet of the primordial spirit, where they dwell and cultivate. Uncertainty looms over their homes. Old Wang sits by the roadside, gazing at the eternal blood-red sky above, letting out a sigh. Didn't Lord Painted Face say that as long as we diligently cultivate, there is hope for our return? A young man beside him remarked, "Indeed, we still have a chance. Furthermore, this place is not so bad. At least we are free from constant fear." The crowd buzzed with conversation, filled with a blend of vague hope for the future and profound resignation. Oh, a newcomer? Soon, the group noticed a stranger at the edge of their settlement, an unfamiliar figure who had appeared unnoticed. He was a young man, perhaps in his 20s, tall and with a stern countenance, his gaze surveying the strange expanse and the immense shadow overhead. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Tang." The young man smiled and approached the group with a friendly demeanor. Chapter 45. The Divine. Not to be gazed upon, Tang. It matters not. After all, everyone is already deceased. The arrival of Tang did not evoke significant commotion. "You are all dead?" A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Zhan's eyes. "Do you remain unaware?" Old Zhang stepped forward and stated, "Those who have perished appear here. Lord Hualien has proclaimed that as long as one diligently cultivates, there will be opportunities to return to reality." Return to reality? Tang Zhan's sharp gaze swept over the crowd. This corpse disassembling immortal is indeed collecting the souls of the deceased. Such a capability is simply unfathomable. Intriguing. A subtle smile graced Tang Zhan's lips. He ceased to acknowledge old Zhang and the others. Lifting his gaze to focus on the core of the crimson mist sea, the shadow loomed, towering and imposing. The outer god beneath has nearly exhausted its essence. Teetering on the brink of death, Tang Zhan strode toward the colossal shadow, declaring, "Now, it is your turn." He slowly raised his hand, and a long sword materialized in his grasp, forged from condensed spiritual energy. "If I were to diminish your strength," excitement flickered in Tang Zhan's eyes. "To perish together at the final moment with you would constitute a remarkable achievement. One worth wagering my life on." He advanced boldly, charging forward. "You will die." A calm voice reverberated in Tang Zhan's mind. Xuanhao gradually coalesced from the blood mist, clad in his dark robe. With ink-black hair cascading over his shoulders and an indifferent gaze, he regarded Tang Zhan as one might a presumptuous insect. Death is not to be feared. Undeterred, Tang Zhan's momentum remained unyielding, his eyes ablaze with frenzied fervor. To annihilate two outer gods in one fell swoop. What is death in such a context? Moreover, I may not necessarily meet my end. A battle-ready grin spread across his face. You wish to thwart me? My blade is aimed directly at you, Xuanhao. Thus, I shall eliminate you first. That is unnecessary. Xuanhao's voice remained tranquil. No sooner had his words fallen than, buzz. The core of the mist sea, the enormous primordial spirit that had remained silent, opened its crimson left eye. Cold, indifferent, like a colossal spear piercing the soul, it instantaneously locked onto Tang Xuan. Divine awareness. All-encompassing phenomena. Boom! An indescribable mental shockwave erupted, akin to the simultaneous explosion of countless stars, engulfing Tang Xuan in an instant. There was no sound, nor any motion. Yet, in Tang Xuan's perception, the entire world crumbled before him, shattering rapidly. An array of chaotic, incomprehensible forces surged into his consciousness. What? Tang Xuan's mental defenses, his pride, the superlative will of an A-class warrior, were rendered as fragile as a candle flickering in a tempest before this vast might. Buzz! Tang Xuan's charging body froze. The spiritual longsword in his hand vaporized like ice cast into a furnace. His corporeal and spiritual forms shattered like glass, fragmenting inch by inch. In mere moments, with but a dispassionate glance from Xuanhao's primordial spirit, the superlative A-class warrior was silently obliterated. The realm of the mind has returned to desolation. The misty sea has calmed. The primordial spirit turned back, as if all that transpired was merely the brushing away of an insignificant speck of dust. In the city of morning light, at an undisclosed base, Tang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if awakening from a nightmare. A sense of terror engulfed him. He gasped for breath like a drowning man, his complexion as pale as parchment. What has happened? Rose, who stood nearby, inquired. Tang Xuan offered no response, his trembling hand reaching towards his chest. With a clink, shards of glass fell to the ground. It was an ancient relic he wore, an octagonal bronze mirror adorned with esoteric runes, now shattered and slipping through his fingers. Instant kill, Tang Xuan rasped. If it were not for this ancient relic, the soul-subduing mirror, I would have surely perished. No, I would have definitely died. A look of terror and profound helplessness graced his face. He raised his head, overwhelmed by defeat. This corpse-dispersing immortal is far more terrifying than we imagined. That outer god beneath the earth? I could at least hold my ground for a few exchanges, but it... He pointed at his chest, bitterness lacing his voice, merely a glance. Through the realm of the mind, it nearly shattered my soul. Its power is clear, an incomprehensible psychic force. Yet we martial artists find our defenses in the mental domain to be our greatest weakness. Silence enveloped the room following his words. Rose clenched her fists, her expression growing increasingly grim. She was well aware of Tang Xuan's formidable prowess, A-class pinnacle, coupled with that rare ancient relic. Yet he could not withstand even a single encounter. The terror of the corpse-dispersing immortal had once again redefined their understanding. Is there truly no solution? Rose furrowed her brow, unwilling to accept the reality. Tang Xuan replied, This time I have gleaned considerable information. The corpse-dispersing immortal is indeed in the process of gestation. Its terror stems from its psychic power. Were we in the realm of reality, I would not fear it. It is just a pity. Tang Xuan shook his head in resignation. Rose sighed softly in agreement. The gravest issue now was that they could not locate the corpse-dispersing immortal in reality. Even if they were able to find it, it could easily possess and escape. This was nearly insurmountable. Such is the nature of a boss-level outer god, enigmatic and difficult to defend against. Suddenly, without warning, Tang Xuan's body convulsed violently, as if struck by an invisible hammer. What is wrong? Rose asked, frowning. She observed as the blood drained from Tang Xuan's face, his pupils contracting in sheer horror. No, a scream suffocated by fear emerged from deep within his throat. Its power still lingers. Tang Xuan was consumed by terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. He did not fear death, but such a death was unbearable. The power of the corpse-dispersing immortal could not even be withstood by ancient relics. In the next moment, Rose watched in horror as the air before Tang Xuan began to distort, resembling a wax figure melting under intense heat. This was not merely a physical wave of warmth, but rather the direct erosion of a higher-order power. It was the might of the corpse soul immortal, transcending the barriers of reality, penetrating forth. Tang Xuanhao. Rose's voice faltered, trapped in her throat. It was too late. In Tang Xuan's eyes, the blinding crimson was consuming him entirely. This blood-red hue was not mere congestion, but a chilling will, a force of a higher echelon that shattered Tang Xuan's very soul. In an instant, the brilliance in his gaze flickered out like a candle extinguished by the wind. With a thunderous crash, his heavy form fell lifelessly to the cold ground, devoid of any sound. Had Tang Xuan perished? Rose stood frozen in place, an icy dread coursing from her feet to the crown of her head. Even her fingertips trembled slightly. She had confronted the corpse soul immortal before, even clashed with it. Back then, though it was peculiar, it remained within the realm of understanding. She could resist, defend, and even slay its corporeal manifestation in the physical world. But how little time had passed since then? It had already acquired the ability to annihilate a superclass warrior like Tang Xuan across the very fabric of space in an instant. This was no longer a mere disparity of strength, but a crushing of dimensions. Suddenly, a phrase echoed in her mind. Gods cannot be gazed upon directly. The level of the corpse soul immortal's revival had reached a despairing threshold. Surely, only an S-class warrior, no, only a saint could stand against it. Rose was engulfed in despair. Chapter 46. A mere mortal dares to slay a god? The boundless sea of fog churned incessantly, resembling a blood-red ocean. Upon the vast shoulders of the primordial spirit, a corporeal form, shaped from a severed hand, sat quietly in meditation. Ah, so your name is Tang Xuan. Xuanhao gently lifted his palm. A faint aura of spiritual essence entwined around his fingertips. A mere mortal dares to slay a god? With an air of indifference and slight mockery, Xuanhao effortlessly crushed this wisp of spiritual essence. It appeared that those lingering in the corners of the ruins, clinging to life as false gods, had bestowed upon this individual a laughable illusion of courage. Having slain a few insignificant malevolent entities, he presumed he could shake the very might of true immortals. He is an immortal, an existence beyond decay. There lies a fundamental chasm between him and the malevolent entities that distort reality through primal instincts. Thus far, the only entity he regarded as a rival was the outer god, deeply buried beneath the ground, hailing from the same higher dimensional realm. This being possessed true status, capable of contesting with him on equal footing. However, it was on the brink of demise. As the crimson giant, I flared to life. Blinding bloodlight pierced the depths, locking onto the outer god's egg. Buzz! Thousands of celestial silks surged forth, swirling violently. Accompanied by a shrill scream that tore through the fabric of space, the celestial silks plunged into the depths, engaging in a frenzied slaughter with the massive, dark green tendrils. Each collision unleashed terrifying ripples capable of annihilating souls. The subterranean battlefield. The once rampant dark tendrils were now retreating in disarray. With each clash against the crimson celestial silks, the tendrils appeared feeble and drained, akin to withered vines stripped of vitality. Time flowed quietly, and months slipped away. At the very core of the earth, surrounding the heart-like dark green egg, the last vestiges of tendrils retreated helplessly into the shell. They had utterly abandoned their offensive. Like a cornered beast driven to desperation, they contracted their strength to the utmost, fiercely guarding the final core of life. Yet, the outcome was already decided. This silent yet intensely brutal divine battle had finally reached its concluding chapter. Xuanhao sat cross-legged upon the shoulders of the primordial spirit, his gaze icy. A thought flickered. Buzz! The celestial silks plunged madly into the giant egg. The egg trembled violently. A colossal surge of material energy erupted within the shell, colliding and struggling to escape this fatal confinement. Boom! The entire city shook violently. Buildings swayed perilously, bridges collapsed, and chaos engulfed the city in a tempest of fear. In an instant, alarm bells rang out, echoing through the skies. However, the struggle proved futile. Xuanhao celestial silks voraciously absorbed the power of the outer god. The surface of the egg dimming rapidly with a dark green glow. In its place spread a network of crimson veins. The once vigorous core, pulsating like a heart, was now being forcefully consumed by spiritual power. Buzz, a lamentation, imperceptible to the ears, yet resonating directly within the soul, pierced through the rock layers, reverberating in every corner of the spiritual realm. It even seeped into reality, instilling an inexplicable sense of desolation in countless beings. That was the final lamentation of the outer deity, poised on the brink of obliteration. Boom! The colossal egg shattered entirely. Countless streams of matter and energy surged forth like a deluge breaching its dam, greedily devoured by Xuanhao. This consumption was not instantaneous. It was a gradual and monumental process, akin to a great whale engulfing the sea, requiring time to fully assimilate this immense legacy. Suddenly, Xuanhao's interest was piqued. At the most critical juncture of this devouring, a faint yet distinct wave of woe emanated from the depths of the egg's remnants. Within that wave lay a profound agony, perhaps even a hint of humble capitulation. Seeking to yield, are we? A cold smirk curled at the corners of Xuanhao's mouth. The meaning behind that wave was instantly clear to him, a plea for survival. It was willing to offer its power in exchange for a fleeting existence. A derisive chuckle echoed through the crimson fog. If you were to thrive, what would be consumed in this moment? Would be I. Simply resign yourself to death. Xuanhao showed no signs of halting his actions. Compassion? Compromise? Such terms hold no place within the lexicon of higher dimensional beings. Whether it be the celestial corpse or the outer deity, once the essence of life transcends to this level, it has long surpassed the mundane concepts of good and evil. They themselves embody a grander will, a part of the cosmic order. Like an ever-expanding nebula, they instinctively devour all energy and rules within their reach to augment their own being. This act of consumption bears no relation to the life and death of sentient beings. It is the fundamental law of existence on a higher dimension, a more essential level. Xuanhao lifted his gaze, directing it toward the cosmos. Is this subterranean entity merely a fragment of you? He pondered deeply. Having been ensnared in the rift of space for 2 millennia, he was more acutely aware than anyone of the outer deity's formidable and enigmatic nature. This buried colossal egg could well be a mere tendril of a far more terrifying presence, lurking in a higher dimension, reaching into this planet. Yet, was he not the same? This corporeal form, born of severed limbs, was also his anchor and tendril extending into this material realm. His true essence, the immortal primordial spirit, was the heart of his being. Enough. Xuanhao withdrew his gaze. The immediate priority was to locate his forsaken true self and attain sanctity in his physical form. As the celestial silk continued to draw upon and refine the power of the outer deity's egg core, an unprecedented torrent of colossal energy surged into the core of his primordial spirit. Buzz. At that moment, the entirety of his mental domain commenced an unparalleled and frenzied expansion. In the realm of reality, Morning Dawn City, the midday sun had vanished. This was not due to clouds obscuring the sky, but rather an endless, roiling sea of crimson fog. Centered around the construction site in the southern outskirts of the city, it spread rapidly in all directions like an exploding nebula. The speed was far beyond that of sound. The sky was consumed. Buildings twisted and blurred within the sanguine mist. The scarlet vapor surged like a tide, instantaneously engulfing the adjacent industrial zones, submerging the dense residential areas, and drowning the bustling commercial centers. The spires of towering edifices emerge, shrouded in a swirling crimson mist. Why has darkness enveloped the sky? What is that? A red fog? Could monsters be unleashed? On the streets and within the buildings, panic erupts like a plague. The cacophony of screams, cries, the clashing of vehicles, and blaring alarms meld into a singular, terrifying symphony. People flee in all directions, akin to headless flies. Amidst the ruins of a construction site, not far from a concealed stronghold, Chu Huaiwei gazes vacantly at the vast expanse of scarlet fog that obscures the sun. feeling the overwhelming and frigid pressure akin to the depths of the ocean, her heart swirling with indescribable, complex emotions. The formidable power of the true monarch has once again awakened. In the depths of her gaze lies reverence, astonishment, and a hint of profound bewilderment. To save her family, she chose to serve the true monarch, embarking on the irrevocable path, known as the path of the Corpse Immortal. Yet, deities remain deities. Their will, their purpose, the very essence of their existence, transcends human comprehension. She is uncertain of the future's trajectory. Even more so, she is oblivious to where this overwhelming sea of blood will ultimately lead the world. But there is no turning back. She can only tread this path into the abyss. Behind her, other members of the path of the Corpse Immortal tremble in fear. Many have recently joined the organization, having only heard of the true monarch's renown. They have never beheld such a terrifying spectacle that could alter the very fabric of reality. That boundless crimson hue descends like divine retribution. Chapter 47. Peering into the past and future, he is the Ancient One. Dawn City, uncharted base. The piercing sound of alarms echoed continuously as Rose rubbed her throbbing temples, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Having lost the doctor, they felt as though they had lost both their eyes and their mind, stumbling beneath the shadow of the divine war. Captain, the power of the corpse disperser. A staff member gazed anxiously at the monitoring screen, his voice trembling. His domain has expanded to the South City, engulfing a quarter of Dawn City in a shroud of blood mist. Moreover, it is still spreading. Does it affect ordinary people? Rose forced herself to remain calm. According to the latest information transmitted, the staff member continued to analyze, aside from instigating panic and chaos. No direct harm to the general populace has been identified from the blood mist. Rose nodded, her brow furrowing even deeper. Perhaps there was no immediate danger. But the blood mist that enveloped the city was, in itself, the greatest terror. Yet, she could not conceive a strategy to counter it. This was the norm when confronting the outer gods, an insurmountable dilemma. Since the arrival of the outer gods, humanity's chances of combating them had dwindled to a despairing low. Nevertheless, resistance was imperative, for there was no alternative path. Has there been any response from headquarters? Rose inquired. At the onset of the Divine War, they had dispatched the highest-level alert and preliminary analysis to the Martial Alliance headquarters. The staff member's expression clouded with concern as he replied, "Headquarters has responded, stating that as long as the corpse disperser does not inflict large-scale casualties, we are to remain on standby. They have also mentioned that S-ranked warriors are en route for support." S-ranked? Rose's brow knitted tightly. Did you not emphasize the threat level of the corpse disperser in your report? An S-ranked warrior cannot contend with it. What we require is a saint. The staff member shook his head helplessly, stating, "The situation has been reported in detail, but headquarters has only authorized the dispatch of S-ranked warriors for now." "Very well. Continue monitoring," Rose said wearily. Time passed amid oppression and panic. Rose nearly resided in the monitoring room, listening daily to the staff's reports. So soon. She frowned upon reviewing the latest report. Within the domain of the corpse disperser, their embedded spies relayed alarming news. Over 10,000 contact reports had been logged. This signified that thousands had either willingly or unwittingly entered the corpse disperser's realm. And these multitudes were likely to become the new acolytes of the corpse disperser. After all, who could resist temptation, especially in this precarious apocalypse? The most fearsome aspect of the outer gods lay in their uncanny ability to exploit the frailties of human nature. "Captain, the domain of the corpse disperser has now encompassed half of Dawn City," a nearby staff member stated dryly. "Over 30 million people have been ensnared in that blood mist." Rose displayed a weary resignation, asking, "Is there any good news?" "Yes," the staff member retrieved data. "The expansion of the corpse disperser's domain has temporarily ceased, currently covering half of the city." Rosa exhaled in relief. At least, it had paused for the time being. "Moreover, Captain, the S-class warrior dispatched by headquarters has arrived," a staff member added. A glint of light flashed in Rosa's eyes as she stood up to greet her. Inside the base, in a small square, an armed helicopter landed smoothly. The cabin door opened, and a woman clad in combat attire, exuding an air of cold sophistication, stepped down. She was strikingly beautiful, yet her gaze was piercing. "Are you Captain Rosa?" the woman inquired, her eyes locking onto Rosa. "Yes, that would be me," Rosa responded with a nod, moving closer. "My code name is Tang. I need to review the files first," the woman stated succinctly. "Of course, right this way." Rosa promptly led her to the core monitoring room. Tang swiftly scanned the encrypted files, video recordings, and energy spectra displayed on the screens. Her brow furrowed deeper with each moment. "The doctor is overly arrogant," Tang spoke coldly, a subtle hint of anger in her tone. "Had I been notified as soon as this corpse deity revealed its trace, while its power was not fully restored, I would have had at least a 70% chance of sealing it. At the very least, it could have delayed its arrival by hundreds of years, granting us ample time." Rosa was taken aback upon hearing this. As an S-class warrior, she dared only to speak of sealing it, rather than killing it, especially when its power had yet to be fully regained. Rosa recalled vividly. Even as an O-class warrior, she could defeat the corporeal form of the corpse deity. Tang seemed to see through Rosa's thoughts, her gaze sweeping over her. A boss-level outer god is not as easily dealt with as you might think. At that time, I indeed had an opportunity, but now. She paused, expressing helplessness. "Headquarters sent me not to confront it directly." "Then why?" Rosa asked, her expression one of confusion. "To ensure your safe evacuation," the woman replied calmly, delivering an answer that sent chills through Rosa and her team. Tang said no more and found a position to sit cross-legged. Under Rosa's astonished gaze, the skin on Tang's forehead slowly split open, revealing a translucent third eye. Rosa gasped. This was the essence of an S-class warrior, a life form that had transcended the mundane, stepping into the realm of the extraordinary. And above the S-class, the legendary saints. It was said they possessed divinity, qualifying as demigods. Tang's third eye whirled rapidly, images flickering within her pupils, while her complexion visibly paled, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and the vertical eye closed, leaving only a faint trace behind. "What did you see?" Rosa asked urgently. Tang, her face ashen and weak, replied, "I have glimpsed a fragment of the future. Immediately notify the base to secure all ancient relics. Everyone must evacuate Morning Light City at once." "Evacuate?" Rosa exclaimed, her voice faltering. "Abandon the population of 60 million here? There is no other choice. Execute the order." Tang's voice rose slightly, leaving no room for debate. "Understood." Rosa's expression turned bitter as she picked up the communicator, issuing this heavy command. Tang gazed at the screen, which displayed images of Xuanhao from the past. "Truly troublesome. I've already lost the ability to perceive the past, and as for the future," she closed her eyes once more, seemingly savoring the recent vision. The past, the future? Rose was utterly astounded by this extraordinary capability. The doctor's assessment was erroneous. Tang slowly opened her eyes. This disembodied celestial being was not a boss-level outer god. Its rank was an elder being. Rose was struck as if by lightning, her complexion paling instantly. An elder-level outer god, among the outer gods known to humanity. It represented a calamity akin to a natural disaster. The arrival of each elder signified the cataclysm of civilization. Meanwhile, at the center of Financial Street, Xuanhao stood quietly, having consumed the last vestige of the underground outer god's essence. His spiritual domain had already enveloped half of Dawn City. His consciousness surged like an ocean, nurturing his primordial spirit. 3 heads had solidified, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Buzz! Above the sea of mist, the heads on either side emanated waves of spiritual energy. A flicker of thought crossed Xuanhao's mind. Within the left head's gaze, a vision unfolded, himself trapped within a spatial rift. A mysterious eye attempting to pierce through the barriers of time and space, seeking to glimpse his past. "You wish to see my past?" A cold glint flashed in Xuanhao's eyes as his colossal hand grasped the void. Crack! The prying eye was crushed to fragments. In the gaze of the right head, another indistinct scene emerged. An unknown chamber, a woman with a vertical, eye-splitting her forehead, seemingly connected to some potential future. Tiepse oder offera, mia mortis. Daring to usurp divine might. Intriguing, Xuanhao pondered. His three heads possessed the extraordinary ability to perceive the past, present, and future. Although his physical form remained elusive, preventing him from glimpsing time, any external force attempting to invade his past or future could be distinctly sensed, allowing him to retaliate. The incessant buzzing of flies, while not obstructive, was undeniably bothersome. Thus, Xuanhao directed his gaze through the fabric of space, honing in on a specific direction. With a mere thought, an endless sea of crimson mist surged once more. This time, it was not an expansion but rather condensation, akin to a tangible torrent of blood, hurtling toward the probing spiritual waves that sought to invade him. What does the envoy intend to do? The fluctuations of the mist naturally drew the attention of Chu Huaiwei and her companions. They beheld Xuanhao striding along that blood-red path, his steps resolute and indifferent, delving deeper into the misty abyss. Though his pace was unhurried in the blink of an eye, he had traversed a distance of 1,000 meters. Hadn't he, the outer god, perished? What existence could possibly stir the envoy to take such personal action? The man with the painted face, draped in an oversized crimson robe adorned with bizarre dark patterns, resembled a heretical pope wandering through a blood-soaked sanctuary. The gravity with which the envoy approached indicated that his target was far from ordinary. Let's follow and see. Before Chu Huaiwei could utter a word, the man with the painted face had already taken strides forward. Their relationship had evolved beyond that of superior and subordinate. The emergence of countless souls and the establishment of the Corpse Soul Path had propelled the painted man to become the second most significant figure in this domain. They were now rivals. Naturally, the painted man was unwilling to lag behind Chu Huaiwei. In mere moments, the outline of the underground base emerged through the roiling mist, akin to a mirage gradually materializing at the edge of the crimson sea. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm echoed throughout the base in an instant. Lights flickered wildly, shifting to a crimson emergency state. What is happening? In the monitoring room, Rose stood up in shock. Is the corpse dispersing immortal? He has arrived. Tang opened her eyes. Though her third eye remained closed, her expression was gravely serious. Before she could finish speaking, a resounding hum filled the air. The heavy alloy blast doors were not destroyed but twisted, as crimson mist surged in like a flood breaching its dam. In an instant, the base was engulfed in an endless sea of blood. At the heart of the swirling blood mist, a figure gradually coalesced, clad in a dark robe, with long ink-black hair cascading over his shoulders. His countenance was strikingly handsome, transcending mortal beauty, and his gaze was as indifferent as ancient ice. Rose felt as if faced with a formidable foe, her muscles taut with tension. To confront the terrifying pressure emanating from the true form of an ancient outer god was nearly suffocating. You have come after all. Tang, however, remained relatively calm. She stood up and met Xuanhao's gaze. His eyes settled upon her, serene and unyielding. Since you have glimpsed the future, then, you must understand. Understand. Tang nodded, her voice slightly hoarse. In the future she envisioned, there was but one outcome: futile resistance, total annihilation. Or, this city would ultimately become the lair of the corpse dispersing immortal. Tang inhaled deeply and spoke, yet beyond the future you perceive, there exists a matter of which you are presently unaware. She gestured toward her tightly closed third eye at the center of her brow. This eye of mine has the capability to glimpse certain extraordinary futures. I am, of course, aware of that. A playful smile danced at the corners of Xuanhao's lips. Your eye, which peers into both past and future, has already been shattered by me in relation to the past. As for the future, had it not retained some utility, it would have been rendered useless long ago. Let us depart safely. Tang suppressed the tumultuous blood surging within her and gazed unwaveringly into those eyes that seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. In exchange, I can assist you in locating that which you have long sought. You are in pursuit of an ancient artifact, are you not? Agreed, Xuanhao acquiesced. To him, the lives of these individuals held little significance. I require an item linked to that artifact as a medium, Haidang added. Only then can we trace its trajectory through the river of time. Very well, Xuanhao replied, stepping forward. He reached out, grasping the woman's wrist. A surge of icy will course through their point of contact. Ugh! Haidang gasped, as if struck by lightning. Her vision was instantaneously enveloped in an overwhelming crimson haze. Before her loomed a colossal shadow, exuding a magnificent aura, etched into the depths of her soul like an indelible brand. The old days. Indeed, it is the old days. Her assessment was utterly precise. Yet, what transpired next filled her with dread. The tightly shut vertical eye at her brow unexpectedly opened uncontrollably. Within the depths of its pupil, the previously orderly flow of light was now obscured by blood-red shadows, as though a formless giant hand had forcibly stirred it. How can this be? A tempest of emotions surged within Haidang. This eye, which had accompanied her ascension to S rank and had nearly fused with her soul, was now beyond her control. Is it so strange? Xuanhao's indifferent voice broke the silence. It is merely a rather decent magical artifact. The so-called ancient relics are but tools left behind by predecessors. That which mortals cannot wield is, for him, merely a trifling matter. As a true immortal, what magical artifact is beyond his grasp? With Xuanhao's will forcefully driving the vertical eye, countless shattered fragments of light and distorted temporal trajectories surged into the core of his consciousness. Soon the scene crystallized. It was a room of moderate size. At the center, a stone pedestal stood, upon which a specially crafted glass container quietly resided. Within the container, a liquid exuding a faint glow enveloped a beating heart. An ancient, immortal essence wafted through the scene, striking Haidang with its presence. Intriguing. A cold glimmer flickered in Xuanhao's eyes. Merely a mortal dares to usurp divine power. Someone had employed some means to forcibly awaken his heart and siphon his abilities. The heart's power must pertain to lightning magic. As a true immortal, even a severed heart could not be wielded by an ordinary person. The adversary must be malevolent, or at the very least, have reached the threshold of malevolence. With a sudden gasp, Haidang coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning ashen in an instant, her brow furrowed, the vertical eye at its center appearing drained of all strength, rapidly closing to leave only a thin, blood-seeping fissure. Her body swayed precariously, her breath waning to its utmost limit. You have seen it, she gasped, her voice hoarse and feeble. Can we depart now? Xuanhao released his grip and floated backward, merging with the swirling blood mist, leaving behind only a vague outline. Let's go. Without hesitation, Haidang turned away, neglecting even to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. The interaction with the ancient god from days gone by left her feeling profoundly uneasy, even though he had not yet awakened. Wait. Rose's anxious voice pierced the air, as the figure began to dissipate, for metallic boxes materialized in his hands. Those are our ancient relics, Rose discerned, recognizing the numbers inscribed upon them as indeed belonging to their ancient artifacts. The corpse dispersing immortal had taken the base's ancient relics. Forget it, let us move. Haidang paused for a moment, not daring to look back. Rose bit her lip, her eyes filled with unyielding resentment. These relics were earned through the sacrifices of countless warriors' lives. Remembering his wisdom, Rose gazed into the depths of the blood mist at the indistinct figure. Suppressing her fear as she inquired, "These items are of no use to you. Taking them is futile, especially one that cannot be activated." Cannot be used? Xuanhao's voice carried a hint of amusement. With a mere flick of his wrist, one of the boxes opened automatically. Inside lay dozens of toothpick-sized objects. Adorned with enigmatic patterns upon closer inspection, they were swords. With a sweeping gesture, Xuanhao commanded, "Buzz!" Instantly, the tiny swords transformed into streaks of light, soaring upwards, rapidly expanding until they regained their form as numerous ancient long swords. Each sword exuded a sharp aura, resonating with a humming sound. How is this possible? Rose's pupils constricted, her voice escaping in a gasp. This relic had been rendered inert after countless attempts by the doctor, yet now it thrived at the mere thought of the other. Xuanhao stepped forward, lightly tapping the void with his toes. Buzz! The long swords converged beneath him, forming a resplendent cloud of blades. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop the sword cloud, his figure soaring through the tumultuous blood mist, transforming into a stunning silhouette that vanished into the scarlet horizon. As the blood mist dissipated, Rose stood frozen, staring at the vacant sky and the fading glimmers of the swords, her face a canvas of disbelief and shock. Chapter 49. The Sword Immortal. The bounty of the true Lord above the roiling crimson mist. A figure glided like a startled swan, piercing through the thick blood-red sky. Xuanhao stood upon his sword, riding the wind with unparalleled swiftness, appearing and disappearing amidst the swirling fog, leaving behind sharp sword marks. At last he could soar. Gazing down, he beheld half of Morning City shrouded in the scarlet domain, a fleeting glimmer of indifferent satisfaction crossing his eyes. The offensive power contained within this sword was trivial in his view. What he valued was the ability to traverse the skies. Combined with his vast spiritual domain, he was now unbound by the earth, free to move without constraint. Wherever his thoughts reached, he could arrive in an instant. Meanwhile, as the crimson tide receded towards Financial Street, Chu Huaiwei and the others returned to their familiar territory. Looking up at the figure flying on the sword, they found it oddly unremarkable. The envoy was a demigod, a deity wielding a sword, soaring through the heavens. Was this not a matter of course? Sword, immortal? Chu Huaiwei murmured softly, a flicker of light sparkling in her eyes. In the ancient tomes she had previously obtained from the bygone era, the most frequent depiction of immortals was that of the Sword Immortal, a being who rides the sword on the wind, roaming freely across the world. From 1,000 miles away, one could strike down an enemy's head as easily as plucking a flower. Witnessing this scene, the heavy stone in her heart seemed to ease slightly. An indescribable sense of relief welled up within her. This was enough to suggest that the true Lord and the envoy were likely not beings from beyond, filled with chaos and destruction, but instead rooted in this realm, legendary deities of the land. Or perhaps they were immortals. This moment dispelled the shadows and pressures that lingered in her heart. Her service to the true Lord was initially motivated by the desire to save her family. Even knowing it was akin to courting danger, even bearing the infamy of potentially annihilating the world, she remained resolute. For her, family took precedence over the world. Yet, if the true Lord and the envoy were not foreign gods, but ancient immortals birthed from this realm, everything would be entirely different. Suddenly, the crimson mist rippled. Chu Huaiwei and the others felt their vision blur for an instant, and the next moment, they found themselves atop the familiar and solemn central tower. The starry throne still hung high above. Even in the absence of the true Lord, the swirling stars were still breathtaking. As the blood mist coalesced, Xuanhao appeared in the black high-back chair at the end of the table. The envoy, Chu Huaiwei, nodded in acknowledgement, her demeanor respectful yet composed. Salutations to the envoy. The masked man in a crimson robe bowed deeply, as if the most devout of followers, nearly touching the ground. Ruin Toa and the bald giant, Kuei-song, followed suit, their postures humble. You have performed admirably in the eradication of the underground scourge, Xuanhao said, slowly extending his palm, where dozens of sword-like implements hovered and danced. The true Lord is pleased with your actions. His gaze fell upon Chu Huaiwei, his fingertips twitching as one of the miniature swords transformed into a stream of light. Returning to his sleeve, this is a gift from the true sovereign. The remaining dozens of swords, as if summoned, soared towards Chu Huaiwei, hovering before her. A flicker of brilliance ignited in her cool eyes. Instinctively, she reached out, and the miniature swords descended like returning spirit birds, gracefully landing in her palm. Can I fly too? This thought erupted within her. Since serving the true sovereign, despite having gained formidable powers from the Dharma manifestation, she had never felt such elation. Her interest in power was minimal, yet the allure of flight. How could any human resist such temptation? Even among S-rank warriors, those truly capable of soaring through the skies are exceedingly rare. Once you ascend to an S-rank warrior, you will command these swords to traverse the heavens and the earth with the ease of an extension of your own limbs. Xuanhao interrupted her reverie. As for now, he raised his arm lightly. Buzz. Mist surged forth, and countless crimson celestial silks enveloped Chu Huaiwei, instantly entering the Dharma manifestation state. The silks, alive with movement, swiftly extended, entwining around the hilt of the sword. The vivid red intermingled with the blade's edge, a fusion of the ethereal and the fierce. Now, you can harness the celestial silks to command the sword, striking down foes from 100 paces away. As his words fell, Xuanhao's gaze shifted to the man with the painted face. The latter tensed, instantly straightening his back, his eyes alight with fervent anticipation. Xuanhao flicked his fingers. A small triangular banner, the size of a palm, entirely black, materialized from thin air, drifting slowly towards the man. This is the banner of 10,000 souls. Xuanhao stated calmly. I have partitioned a fragment of the true sovereign spiritual domain and forged it within. With this banner, even outside the true sovereign's domain, you can actively unfold a small spiritual domain. Its purpose is to gather the souls of the deceased. Upon hearing this, the man with the painted face gasped for breath. Trembling hands, as if cradling a rare treasure, he accepted the black banner. It felt cold to the touch, yet he sensed within it a vast will, resonating with the crimson mist above. It seems the true sovereign and the emissary are aware of all his endeavors. They not only recognized his establishment of the path of corpse and spirit, but also bestowed their acknowledgement and support. This banner of 10,000 souls represents his supreme authority to command spirits and amplify the path of corpse and spirit. Thank you, true sovereign. Thank you, generous emissary. The man trembled with excitement, bowing deeply once more. Xuanhao's gaze swept over Runtu and Kuei-song. With a casual gesture, an ancient bronze mirror, adorned with verdigris and possessing a smooth, reflective surface, appeared before Runtu. This ancient relic could withstand the full force of an S-rank warrior's attack. Thank you, true sovereign. Thank you, emissary. Runtu accepted the ancient mirror, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Finally, Xuanhao pushed a black square box, neither metal nor wood, towards Kuei-song. The latter opened the box, revealing a dark golden staff, intricately carved with the image of a wrathful Vajra subduing demons. The staff faintly emanated a familiar aura. Kuei-song knew well that it was imbued with the power of the great Black Buddha Mother. Aside from a state of the Dharma aspect, he also possesses the formidable power of the great Black Buddha Mother, rendering him the mightiest among the four. Once the bestowal was complete, Xuanhao merged into the crimson mist, vanishing silently. In the hall, only the four remained. When, I wonder, shall I take flight? Chu Huaiwei gazed at the myriad of spiritual swords in her palm, sensing the peculiar connection of the celestial silk entwining the blades, her emotions stirring for the first time. She had always been quite laid back regarding her cultivation. Yet, with the appearance of the swords, she found herself yearning for power as never before. The true monarch has acknowledged me. The man with the painted face clutched the small soul banner tightly, his eyes ablaze with ambition. There is still much effort required. Run to caress the ancient bronze mirror, his expression composed. Among these four ancient relics, it was evident that his mirror held the least value. However, upon reflection, this seemed quite reasonable. After all, in the battle against the outer gods, aside from tunneling underground, it appeared he had done little else. And then, he simply basked in victory. Kuei-song held the box containing the demon-slaying pestle, feeling the immense power that resonated with his own, a subtle smile curling at the corner of his lips. The four exchanged glances. Aside from Chu Huaiwei, the other three revealed varying degrees of ambition. The official forces had already withdrawn. This city had officially changed hands. As core members of the Corpse Immortal Path, endowed with the authority and power granted by the true monarch, they would no longer exist as mere shadows. Beneath the true monarch, they were the new aristocrats, wielding control over order and power. In contrast to other secret organizations that worshipped the outer gods, which struggled to survive under official scrutiny, they were now entirely different. Observing the excited man with the painted face, Kuei-song remarked, "Life, at times, indeed favors choice over effort. Luck is an undeniable factor. Luck is also a form of strength. The man with the painted face paid no heed to Kuei's song's sardonic tone. Chu Huaiwei rose, her figure fading away. Kuei's song continued in a somber tone. Previously, the three of us were part of the same organization, and now, reunited. There are matters that I believe should be addressed openly. What do you wish to say? The man with the painted face directed his gaze simultaneously. Kuei's song continued. Since the official forces have retreated, we are now the masters of Morning Dawn City. The true monarch and the emissaries may not care about such matters, but I believe it is essential to consolidate the resources of the entire city. What do you think? Well, I suppose. The man with the painted face seemed somewhat disheartened. Despite being the second in command, he felt overshadowed by this individual. The three deliberated for a while, their figures gradually fading. The mist in the hall settled, returning to tranquility. Chapter 50. The Scarlet Moon Queen, the God-Making Plan. In the city of Morning Light, pedestrians hurried along. August 1st. From a lofty vantage point, one could observe half the city basking in sunlight, while the other half lay shrouded in a persistent scarlet mist. This was a new transformation of the city. Initially, the populace believed it to be merely an anomaly in weather. Yet, as the eerie red fog descended like a celestial veil, engulfing half the city, panic spread like a plague. Screams, frantic escapes, and apocalyptic theories echoed throughout. The people lived in constant trepidation, as if at any moment, an indescribable monster might emerge from a mist. However, as months passed, the tide of panic gradually subsided. The citizens discovered that this red fog seemed devoid of malice. It did not harm nor corrode. In fact, one could scarcely perceive its presence even while breathing. Aside from tinting the sky with a faint sanguine hue and casting daylight into a twilight ambience, life continued unabated. Some prayed, others chose to flee. Yet, the majority lingered, opting to stay after cautiously assessing the safety of their surroundings. In an era where monsters roamed and alien whispers lingered, where could one find true sanctity? At least here, life persevered. Gradually, the citizens named their divided city. The area cloaked in red mist, with its sky resembling an eternally suspended blood moon, was dubbed the Scarlet Moon District. The unaffected area, still basking in radiant sunlight, was referred to as the Sun District. As time progressed, people began to notice. In the Sun District, there were still occasional rumors of monster sightings, with attacks frequently occurring. Conversely, in the Scarlet Moon District, monsters appeared to have vanished entirely. For half a month, not a single confirmed incident of monster attacks had been reported. Many even fervently claimed to have witnessed a woman clad in a crimson trench coat, her figure graceful, roaming the fog-laden streets. She resembled a hunter in the dark of night, slaying those monsters that dared to infiltrate her domain. The people named her the Scarlet Moon Queen, or the Scarlet Moon Sovereign. Consequently, the property prices in the Scarlet Moon District skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Amidst the red mist, the somewhat desolate streets came alive. Chu Huaiwei, adorned in a red coat, strolled gracefully through the pale, crimson haze. Passers-by hurried along, occasionally casting glances of reverence or curiosity, whispering about the events of the past fortnight. The Scarlet Moon Queen? A faint smile graced her lips. This situation was hardly surprising. In a world ravaged by calamity, where the future was uncertain, fragile humanity instinctively sought refuge, yearning for heroes, even praying for divine intervention. Powerful and enigmatic beings inevitably become the focal point of faith. She did not hinder this burgeoning cult of personality surrounding her. Through her recent dedication to cultivation and insights into the realm of spirit, she keenly sensed the unfolding circumstances. The true Lord was absorbing these energies. Perhaps it was the power derived from faith, or perhaps something else entirely. Regardless, it was a positive development. This indicated that the true Lord had an inclination, or perhaps a necessity, for the strength of these ordinary individuals, and would also extend protection to them. This at least indicates that the true monarch is not merely a foreign deity. However, she remains unaware. What Xuanhao absorbs is not the ethereal whispers of faith, but rather the spiritual essence that emanates from people's fervent prayers, marked by intense emotional fluctuations. These fragments of energy flow like gentle streams, merging into his vast mental domain, nourishing his primordial spirit. These individuals are truly tiresome. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a disgruntled voice emerged from the nearby alley. The man with the painted face carried a blood-soaked burlap sack, his 6 arms flailing restlessly, his crimson robe stained with dirt. He had just returned from a hunt. The dripping sack contained the head of a secret cult leader. This was quite ordinary. Chu Huaiwei spoke calmly. The official forces withdrew half a month ago, and Qinyang City is transformed into a different kind of safe zone. Those street rats and secret cult members have naturally arrived. What does the true monarch say? The painted man lowered his voice. No response came. Chu Huaiwei slipped her hands into the pockets of her trench coat. It made sense after all. The painted man scoffed. For the true monarch, who resides in lofty heights, surveying all living beings, these disputes likely do not even register as dust. Even the envoy, Xuanhao, has rarely made an appearance in the past half-month. Look, it's the Red Moon Queen. Suddenly, the street erupted with excited gasps. A crowd of people raised their phones, eagerly snapping pictures of Chu Huaiwei. There were even professional photographers wielding expensive equipment, their flashes popping incessantly. "Queen, may we take a photo with you?" A bolder young man mustered the courage to shout. Chu Huaiwei furrowed her brow, and with a gentle tap of her toes on the ground, buzz, the space seemed to fold beneath her feet. In the next moment, she had appeared at a street corner 100 meters away, and with another blink, she vanished entirely into the faint red mist. This was the art of shrinking distances, a new ability awakened after the true monarch's resurgence. Within the area enveloped in red fog, nearly all members possessing a manifestation state could wield this power. The stronger the individual, the greater the distance they could traverse. Like Koesong, who could leap hundreds of meters in a single step. Watching Chu Huaiwei disappear in an instant, the group of young people let out a collective sigh of regret. The painted man felt even more frustrated. Over the past half-month, he had exerted the most effort. Day and night, he patrolled the Red Moon district like a lion guarding its territory, hunting relentlessly. The deities, aberrant monsters, and secret cult members that had perished beneath his 6 arms numbered in the dozens, if not hundreds. Yet all the glory had been snatched away by her shadow. Come, take a picture with me." The painted man forced a smile he deemed friendly as he approached the group of young people, his 6 arms outstretched in enthusiasm. "Oh my, a monster! Everyone run!" Seeing the painted man draw near and catching sight of his grotesque 6 arms and the small head atop his shoulder, the crowd scattered in terror, screaming in panic. A group of fools. The painted man punched the air in frustration. "No, I must elevate my own fame." The man with the painted face gritted his teeth, his 6 arms restlessly scratching his head. An idea soon struck him. The internet. The meteoric rise of Chu Huaiwei was undeniably linked to the fervent online promotion, including the establishment of a fan site dedicated to the Red Moon Queen. He harbored grave suspicions that she had enlisted the services of internet trolls. With this thought, the man entered the realm of spirit. He summoned the multitude of souls from the path of the corpse spirits, sharing his troubles and aspirations for fame. The spirits exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves. "Respected one, I can assist you with that." A middle-aged spirit clad in a suit and spectacles stepped forward. "Oh, pray enlighten me." The man inquired, his eyes sparkling with interest as he seated himself in a meditative posture. Sun Maokai adjusted his glasses and began, "Esteemed one, I am Sun Maokai, the former proprietor of Prosperous Realty, who unfortunately perished in that divine conflict." "Get to the point," the man interrupted, growing somewhat impatient. Yes. Sun Maokai hastily nodded. "You could convey a message to my family. With my financial resources and connections, it would be quite effortless to establish a professional online marketing firm dedicated to promoting your esteemed self. Trending topics, internet trolls. I assure you, you shall achieve fame overnight." Chapter 51. The Varied Lives Under the New Divine Rule. Indeed, young man, you possess great potential. Upon hearing this impeccable plan, the man with the painted face felt a surge of excitement, his 6 arms rhythmically applauding his thighs. Encouraged, Sun Maokai continued, "Furthermore, esteemed sir, you mentioned that mystical sage. Her presence in the Crimson Moon District is a ruse to obscure her identity by leveraging the divine power of the true monarch. Thus, why not adopt an inverse approach? A glimmer of enlightenment sparked in the eyes of the man with the painted face. How had he overlooked this? Although the use of spatial contraction was restricted within the solar district, it was merely a slight diminishment of combat prowess. However, it remained well within the intimidating domain of the true monarch's might. Whether it be the secretive cult or the malevolent deities, who would dare to act with impunity beneath the watchful gaze of the true monarch? Sun Maokai continued to propose ideas. As long as you make a grand appearance in the solar district, vanquishing monsters and rescuing the populace, coupled with a robust online promotion, what could possibly hinder your ascent to fame? Excellent. The man with the painted face smacked his forehead in realization. You are quite astute. He then patted Sun Maokai on the shoulder, declaring, I hereby appoint you as the vice leader of the Corpse Soul Path. In my absence, you shall oversee its affairs. Grateful, Sun Maokai clasped his hands in appreciation. It is settled then. The man with the painted face acted swiftly, following the address provided by Sun Maokai to locate his family. After a cordial exchange, Sun Maokai's family consented, tearfully expressing their willingness to contribute both financially and physically to support the esteemed plan of the painted face's rise to prominence. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The man with the painted face understood well that public opinion and power must work in tandem. He promptly made his way to the city hall. In the mayor's office, the air conditioning provided a refreshing chill. Runtu, clad in a sharply tailored suit, lounged comfortably with his legs crossed, indulging in chilled fruits. What brings you here? Runtu inquired with a smile, taking a bite of his fruit. I require your assistance, the man with the painted face replied, boldly taking a seat. His imposing figure and 6 arms made the sofa feel rather cramped. He outlined the plan for his ascendance and the need for official collaboration. Assistance, you say? Runtu drawled, savoring an apple. Let us see what's in it for me. Do we really need to discuss our relationship? With enthusiasm, the man with the painted face raised 3 of his arms, warmly draping them over Runtu's shoulders. You are the mayor's secretary. Surely, this cannot pose a challenge for you. He winked playfully. To consolidate the city's power, Runtu had become the most capable aide to the mayor, while the common folk viewed the mayor as the leader. Those in the know recognized Runtu as the true, shadowy master of the city. All right. Runtu groaned, his eyes rolling as he was squeezed by the 3 arms. Hastily acquiescing, you're quite generous. The man with the painted face released him, contentedly crossing his legs. Now, it was time for the 3rd step, to enhance their strength. He produced a small soul banner. It is merely an ancient relic bestowed by the true monarch, capable of allowing him to manifest a miniature spiritual domain at will, collecting the souls of the deceased. An exceedingly malevolent thought instantaneously infiltrated his mind. What if a city were to be slaughtered? How many souls could be harvested? Would the soul banner undergo a direct evolution? Yet, in the very next moment, the masked figure shook his head, extinguishing this notion. Such an act would tarnish the image of the true monarch. Moreover, it was entirely unnecessary. After all, I am now a respected elder. I must be mindful of my reputation. The masked figure mused. What if some indiscreet individual exposes me? Wouldn't that lead to my downfall? What downfall? Runtu's expression turned dubious. This fellow, does he resemble a fool? He meanders about here and there, and indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to the village simpleton. Nothing, the masked figure replied with a grin. This world is never short of the dead, with monsters rampaging, external deities lurking, and calamities befalling humanity. As long as there is war, there will be a plethora of souls awaiting harvest. Why engage in such actions? More importantly, this idea is impractical. After all, souls can also cultivate. Killing someone and expecting their soul to remain loyal seems utterly unreliable. Next time, I shall treat you to a meal. The masked figure rose and swiftly vanished. Meanwhile, Chu Huaiwei returned to the martial arts academy. Upon reaching the entrance, a chilling atmosphere greeted her. The academy's gates were firmly shut, and students, fully armed, patrolled both the entrance and the campus. Ever since the Red Mist incident and the subsequent evacuation, the academy had entered a state of maximum lockdown, strictly prohibiting students from coming and going at will. Of course, this ban was ineffective against Chu Huaiwei. Who would have thought that a divine war would erupt in Morning Dawn City? To still be alive is indeed a stroke of fortune. I heard that the Martial Artists Association has withdrawn. That corpse resolving immortal is terrifying. As Chu Huaiwei stepped into the academy, whispers reached her ears. Unlike ordinary folk, the martial artist community is exceptionally well informed. News of the divine war, the corpse resolving immortal, the lurking external deities, and the official evacuation had already spread like wildfire within the academy. Morning Dawn City has become the epicenter of attention. This city, now shrouded by the new deity, has garnered interest from various global powers. Whether official agencies, secret organizations, or martial artist factions from other cities, all are eagerly seeking first-hand information regarding the Five Pits corpse resolving immortal. Shu, keep your voice down. Someone, visibly anxious, kept glancing around. The Academy forbids discussion of such matters. After all, this pertains to an ancient external deity. What if it hears? Can we restrain ourselves? As long as one cultivates with a bit of focus, it is possible to enter the realm of the corpse resolving immortal. Indeed, it is true. Someone remarked cautiously. I once saw its projection amidst the red mist. It was indescribably terrifying. Moreover, have you not noticed? In the red mist, or rather, in the realm of the corpse resolving immortal, the speed of cultivation is vastly superior to that outside. The energy exhaled with each breath of the entity is such that a mere inhalation could sustain one through arduous cultivation for days. Within the campus, the murmurs and discussions swirl incessantly. A crimson mist has spread, enveloping half the city, and the Martial Arts Academy is naturally ensnared within its grasp. Most students have inadvertently stumbled into that scarlet realm, witnessing firsthand the immense shadow that looms over the city, akin to an ancient divine mountain. The Academy's prohibitions have proven to be utterly ineffectual. On one hand, the intense focus required during cultivation makes it easy to fall into a trance. On the other, the realm brims with an energy so potent that it defies comprehension, allowing for a cultivation speed that far exceeds reality. For martial artists, such temptation is irresistible. Chu Huaiwei maintained a tranquil demeanor as she navigated through the bustling crowd, making her way to her office. Upon entering, she found Xiao Linger already awaiting her presence. "Teacher," Xiao Linger said, her expression a mixture of complexity. "The leader of the Corpse Immortal Path. It is you I ascend it, and the Queen of the Red Moon. That should also be you, correct?" "Indeed, it is I," Chu Huaiwei admitted candidly. At this juncture, there was no need for concealment. After all, the authorities had retreated, and there was little left to fear. "Why?" Xiao Linger's voice quivered with excitement. "That being is an outer god. You must understand that outer gods are exceedingly perilous." "I certainly have my reasons," Chu Huaiwei replied with a serene expression. "Moreover, it is not necessarily an outer god." "What do you mean?" Xiao Linger's face reflected confusion. "Look," Chu Huaiwei gestured toward the window. "Under the divine power of the true monarch, monsters have vanished, and malevolence has receded. Is that not a positive outcome? But outer gods are still outer gods." Xiao Linger murmured softly, a belief deeply ingrained within her. "Are you going to report me?" Chu Huaiwei turned, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Report?" Bitterly shaking her head. "The authorities have withdrawn. What would I go to report? To whom would I report?" "Focus on your cultivation." Chu Huaiwei gently patted the student's shoulder. "Regardless of the circumstances, your own strength is paramount." Before she could finish, a sudden wave of mental energy surged forth. It was a summons from the realm of consciousness. Chu Huaiwei's gaze sharpened. "Let us discuss this matter later. I have something to attend to in the spiritual domain." She closed her eyes, disregarding the student, and with no need for concern, her mind descended into the Scarlet World. Chapter 52. The Warrior Association, Invasion of Financial Street, Central Tower. Xuanhao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze penetrating the faint crimson haze, surveying the city enveloped by his will. This pervasive red mist was not a manifestation of uncontrollable power, but rather an interference with reality, a tendril that sensed all things. He thought, and thus he knew. Within the Red Moon District, all movements were laid bare. "Oh God, save me." Suddenly, a faint wave of spiritual energy, like fragmented dust, merged into his mental domain. It was a voice of prayer, mingled with the tremors of fear. "My true self?" Xuanhao's expression shifted with surprise as his gaze drifted into the distance. In the depths of obscurity, he vaguely perceived a head, its eye sockets hollow and devoid of sight. It was a call originating from the very essence of his bloodline. This summons traversed infinite space, penetrating layers of barriers, weak yet distinctly resonating within his primordial spirit. The land of divine fall. The intermittent voice incessantly infiltrated the depths of Xuanhao's consciousness. In the office, the air seemed to freeze. Secretary Qin Rose stood before the mahogany desk, her lips pressed together, parched. Her gaze, tinged with an undeniable hint of fear, lingered on the handsome young man before her. His long hair, as dark as ink, cascaded casually over his shoulders. His visage was strikingly beautiful, almost otherworldly, yet exuded a chilling aura. Meanwhile, her boss, the helm of this commercial empire, sat rigidly on the adjacent leather sofa. His eyes were vacant, pupils scattered. Apart from the rising and falling of his chest, this body seemed devoid of any proof of life. Qin Ro understood that her boss was already dead. At present, the true master of this company, and perhaps the city itself, was likely this young man before her. It had been a year and 2 months since that fateful day. Qin Ro was not a fool. She had not been oblivious to the signs. The faint crimson haze enveloping half the city, the quiet withdrawal of official forces, the peculiar tales circulating about the Red Moon Queen. She had harbored suspicions regarding these anomalies. Qin Ro even entertained a chilling hypothesis. The seismic shifts occurring within the city, the legendary divine battle, and the all-encompassing sea of crimson mist. The source may very well be this individual before her. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Yet, she could only remain silent, burying all her doubts deep within. Forcing herself to divert her gaze, she lowered her head, pretending to focus on the document in her hands that she had long since read. As an ordinary person, what could she do? The only thing she could manage was to act as if nothing had transpired. "Do not be afraid." A soft voice broke through her thoughts. "What?" Qin Ro's body stiffened. Xuanhao no longer paid attention to the secretary, delving into his mental domain. In the starry hall, the crimson mist surged continuously, and the figures of Chu Huaiwei, the masked man, Kuei Song, and Run Tu coalesced almost simultaneously. "Your Excellency." The four bowed in unison. Xuanhao sat calmly in the high-back chair at the end, stating serenely, "Are you aware of the land of divine fall?" The man with the painted face reacted swiftly, eagerly responding. In reply to the messenger, "The God-fallen land is a piece of land in the East Sea, which was once part of our dragon kingdom 300 years ago. Subsequently, a cataclysmic divine battle erupted there. It is said that several foreign deities perished in that place, causing the entire island to be submerged and vanish from the maps henceforth." "Where is it located?" Xuanhao inquired. In the southeast, the man with the painted face hastily gestured, providing a detailed description of the location. Xuanhao grasped the general idea. If the map remained unchanged, it should align closely with his deductions. He then raised his hand once more. Buzz! A vivid illustration materialized. This was a structure he had personally sketched, a vision gleaned through the future sight of that woman. "Your forthcoming mission is to locate this edifice at all costs." As he spoke, Xuanhao's figure gradually faded. Understood, the four nodded in agreement. Soon after, Xuanhao's voice resonated once more within the starry hall. "The force associated with this structure is adept at utilizing thunderous magic or possesses the ability to manipulate lightning." Understood. They echoed in unison. In the financial district, at the central tower, Xuanhao opened his eyes, a fleeting crimson glow flashing within. With a slight mental shift, his consciousness traversed boundless distances, overcoming layers of spatial barriers. In Tianhai City, at the southeastern branch of the Martial Artists Association, the atmosphere in the conference hall was exceedingly tense. Seated around a massive circular table were 12 figures, each exuding the formidable presence of at least an S-level martial artist. All core higher-ups of the Southeastern District Martial Artists Association. Standing before the main screen, Rose observed the 5 glaring crimson characters displayed. 5 Hell's Corpse Dispersal Immortal. Below were dense lines of text, images, and analytical reports. In summary, based on all the information collected prior to the evacuation of Morning Dawn City, as well as subsequent observational analyses, it could be confirmed that the status of the Corpse Dispersal Immortal has been verified as an ancient one. The screen transitioned to several blurry, yet impactful images. A surging sea of crimson mist, the faint outline of a 3-headed, 6-armed behemoth, and the ruins of a city shrouded in blood mist. The Ancient Ones have indeed descended. This level of power and influence could only be wielded by deities of the ancient tier. The name Ancient Tier Foreign Deity itself embodies destruction and despair. Each arrival of the Ancient Ones is accompanied by a fracture of civilization and endless calamity. Corpse Dispersal Immortal. No. Suddenly, a dissonant scream pierced the conference hall. All eyes swiftly converged upon the source of the outcry, a slender, ethereal woman. At that moment, Haitong's face was ashen, her hands pressed firmly against her temples, her body trembling slightly. "Haitang, what is the matter?" A young man, handsome and cold in demeanor, spoke from the head of the table. His striking golden eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity, fixated on Haitang. "It's nothing," Haitang composed herself. "It appears that the shadow left by the corpse-resolving immortal still lingers. Doesn't he it? Are you still haunted by nightmares?" A young man, clad in a flamboyant shirt and seated opposite Haitang, teased with a frivolous smile. Haitang took a deep breath, her lips twitching slightly. "The ability of my eye of the future to glimpse into the past has been utterly obliterated by him. The agony is beyond your imagination." "Very well, let us proceed with the meeting," the youth with golden eyes interjected, interrupting Haitang. Rose nodded, continuing to present a detailed analysis report on the corpse-resolving immortal of the 5 Hells. The conference room once again fell into a serious discussion. Meanwhile, deep within Haitang's spiritual realm, a contrasting scene unfolded. The consciousness space that once belonged to her was now permeated by a thin, yet omnipresent scarlet mist. Within the crimson haze, 2 figures faced each other in silence. "You promised me you would ensure our safe departure." Haitong's mental projection trembled violently, fixating intently on the figure before her. With inky black hair and a dark robe, it was none other than Xuanhao. Chapter 53. The Lunar Dark Side Strike Plan. "I have kept my promise." Xuanhao's voice was calm. "You have safely departed from Morning Dawn City, have you not? As for the present, that is an entirely different matter. You." Haitang's mental projection twisted with rage, "regardless of your intentions, I shall never allow you to succeed." She screamed and lunged violently at Xuanhao. The collision on the mental plane was silent, and the crimson mist surged like a living entity. In the reality of the conference hall, a soft chuckle escaped Haitang. "What are you laughing about?" Xintianyu looked at her with curiosity. Haitang raised her head, her expression serene. "It is nothing. The contamination from the corpse-resolving immortal still lingers, and I am in the process of purifying its influence." The others furrowed their brows, but said nothing further. Mental contamination was all too common. It is meaningless. In the mental realm, witnessing Haitang's frenzied assault, Xuanhao slowly raised his right hand. Buzz! Countless exceedingly faint, dust-like points of light quietly infiltrated Haitang's mental world. Like fireflies, they converged towards the palm of Xuanhao. This is a mental imprint. When Haitang and the others evacuated Morning Dawn City, Xuanhao had already, imperceptibly, scattered these mental imprints deep within the souls of each evacuee. Should he wish, he could instantly exert control over them all. The more dispersed the imprints, the weaker the control. Yet at this moment, they were being forcibly recalled by Xuanhao. As a multitude of mental imprints returned, Xuanhao's psyche abruptly expanded, transforming into a colossal, 3-headed, 6-armed golden form. Boom! The torrent of will descended like a celestial avalanche. Haitang's mental projection was suppressed utterly before it could even emit a cry. In the conference hall, Haitang's fingers, which had been tapping on the table, stilled, her gaze once again tranquil, as if everything that had transpired moments ago had never occurred. In truth, resolving this corpse-resolving immortal is both simple and complex. Qin Tianyu broke the brief silence. You call it simple? Someone immediately scoffed. Qin Tianyu, has your mind been caught in the door? Indeed, that is an ancient-level outer deity. Can the word simple even be associated with it? Do not rush. Allow me to elaborate. Qin Tianyu, unfazed, crossed his legs. It is simple because this corpse-resolving immortal has not yet truly descended. Its true form remains in some other dimension. What is causing the disturbance in Morning Dawn City is merely its attached body. No matter how powerful, there are limits. So, a woman in black furrowed her brows. So, Qin Tianyu's eyes sparkled. That makes it simple. We find Old Wang, our association's spatial warrior. Let Old Wang take action and directly send the corpse-resolving immortal's attached body to the dark side of the moon. In that desolate, energy-sparse place, we can concentrate our firepower and reduce it to dust. Can it still possess across the cosmic vacuum? Interesting. Tang clapped her hands in applause. Qin Tianyu appeared invigorated, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Tang, do you concur with my thoughts? Splendid. In this vast branch, you are indeed my true confidant. He excitedly left his seat and strode over to Tang, seizing her hand. Come, allow me to elaborate further. I have a premonition that you are about to ramble, remarked the woman clad in black with a disdainful snort. Qin Tianyu disregarded her, still grasping Tang's hand. We've discussed the straightforward aspects. Now, let us address the challenges. The crux of the matter lies in our ignorance regarding the number of incarnations this corpse-dispersing immortal possesses. What if it has its lair in multiple locations? If we eliminate one on the moon, it might simply reappear elsewhere, rendering our efforts futile. Indeed, that is mere drivel. Nightingale interjected harshly, cutting him off. What you say adds no value. I have a comprehensive plan to share. Qin Tianyu attempted to continue. Enough. Silence. Nightingale commanded, her patience exhausted. The others shook their heads, redirecting their discussions toward alternative strategies. At that moment, Xuanhao seemed to sense something, slightly tilting his head. At the head of the table sat a youth with golden eyes. He paused in his perusal of documents, his icy golden gaze fixed intently upon Xuanhao. How intriguing, Xuanhao pondered. An ordinary person would never be able to perceive his mental prowess. The only explanation for this anomaly was that the intense struggle of Tang's spiritual projection had been detected by the golden-eyed youth. That concludes the meeting. The golden-eyed youth rose, casting no further glances at anyone, and departed the conference room. The attendees exchanged perplexed looks, gradually vacating the premises. As Qin Tianyu rounded the corner outside the meeting room, he spotted the golden-eyed youth leaning against the wall, seemingly waiting for him. Boss, Qin Tianyu approached eagerly. Do you not also think my ideas are quite reasonable? Allow me to elaborate. Enough, be silent. The youth rubbed his temples. We shall discuss your ideas later. Tang's condition appears troubling. Keep an eye on her. Oh, understood, boss. Qin Tianyu promptly thumped his chest. I promise to fulfill the task. By the way, don't you want to hear the details? Before he could finish, the youth had already turned to leave. Perfect, Qin Tianyu mused, rubbing his hands together. It's rare for Tang to acknowledge me. I must seize the opportunity for a heartfelt conversation. He hurriedly pursued Tang, calling out, Tang, wait for me. Catching up to her, he began. Regarding the plan we just discussed, let me elaborate. Leave. Xuanhao uttered a single word. Do not be so heartless. Qin Tianyu retorted nonchalantly, sticking like glue to his side, incessantly chattering. You see, although Old Wang's spatial transfer is formidable, it requires time to initiate, and we must first. Xuanhao feigned deafness, walking directly into the lounge and slamming the door shut behind him. In the ensuing days, Xuanhao did not rush to take action. He manipulates Tang's body, embodying her persona, attending meetings, handling documents, and engaging in discourse with colleagues. All actions executed flawlessly. What is it that you truly desire? In her mental realm, the suppressed Tang seethes with anger. She witnesses the events of the past few days unfold, yet remains powerless to signal her companions. Xuanhao bows his head, his 6 eyes gazing down upon her. Fear not. A grand yet indifferent voice resonates. I harbor no interest in you. Then why do you control me? Tang howls. I am merely here to reclaim what is mine. Your Belongings? Haidang pauses, momentarily taken aback. We have taken nothing of yours. That is for me to determine. Xuanhao's voice gradually fades, leaving no further response. The mental space returns to a profound silence, filled solely with Haitang's voiceless despair. On that morning, having just finished breakfast, Xuanhao encounters the eagerly awaiting Qianyu. Haidang, good morning. Qianyu beams brightly, approaching with enthusiasm. I have a brilliant idea on how to optimize the lunar strike plan. Allow me to elaborate. You may leave. Xuanhao continues his stride, his tone frigid. Observing Haidang distance herself, Qianyu's smile gradually diminishes. He retrieves a secure communicator and dials a number. Hello, it's me. A cold voice replies. Boss. Qianyu lowers his voice. I've been observing for several days. Everything appears normal. Her behavior patterns, linguistic habits, and energy fluctuations bear little difference from the Haidang of old. If there is any anomaly, it is that she seems slightly more aloof towards me. She used to quite like me, as you well know, boss. I am unaware. A voice emanates from the phone. Qianyu chuckles awkwardly. However, given the events of the Dawn City incident, a shift in personality is to be expected. He pauses, adding, at most, she may have been affected by the lingering spiritual pollution of the corpse-breaking immortal. Such pollution is not uncommon for high-level warriors and will gradually dissipate with the purification of one's spiritual strength. Continue monitoring. The voice on the phone responds. Understood. Qianyu mutters to himself, turning to vanish down the corridor. Chapter 54. I am to be complete. As time passed, several days went by. Xuanhao continued to assume the role of Haidang. Though he appeared to be immersed in paperwork, he had gleaned a wealth of information through the spiritual imprint he had previously left behind. Haidang. Nightingale approached him. Is there something you need? Xuanhao inquired, turning his head. Yes, Nightingale replied, handing him a document. In the 13th district under your jurisdiction, at the Coastal Black Reef Outpost, an exceptionally powerful deity has appeared. Initial assessments classify it as at least S rank. It has already annihilated 3 patrol squads, and we require you to lead a team to address this matter. Understood. Xuanhao nodded. Nightingale said nothing further and turned to leave. Naturally, Xuanhao had no intention of aiding in the resolution of this deity issue. But this unexpected assignment provided him with an excellent pretext. Instead of heading to the task location, he made his way to one of the most heavily guarded areas, the Ancient Relics and Confidential Archive Center. Not far around the corner, 2 figures emerged. Boss, since you suspect Haidang, why not take direct control? Qianyu asked. The calm youth beside him, his pupils gleaming with golden light, replied. It's not as simple as you think. If it truly is a corpse-resolving immortal, don't forget, anyone could be its vessel. If we control Haidang, it could become anyone. Rather than controlling, it is wiser to guide. I understand. Qianyu nodded slightly. By the way, boss, regarding the lunar strike plan, would you like to know more? Continue monitoring. The golden-eyed youth turned and departed. Before long, Xuanhao arrived at the Ancient Relics and Confidential Archive Center. Captain Haidang, an elderly researcher with graying hair and spectacles approached, leaning on a cane. Xuanhao handed over the document, stating, urgent mission, deity assessed as S rank. I need to apply for high-level ancient relics to ensure mission success. The one at the Black Reef Outpost. Elder Chun adjusted his glasses, quickly scanning the document. This deity is indeed troublesome. Permissions are no issue. Follow me. After a brief inspection, Elder Chun guided Xuanhao through numerous security checkpoints into the control room. Your access has been granted, Elder Chun said, manipulating the terminal. The database for relevant ancient relics and the application channels are all here. You may filter through them yourself. I must attend to another urgent report. With that, he hurried off to the side. Xuanhao's fingers danced across the keyboard as the screen illuminated. An avalanche of data and imagery pertaining to ancient relics scrolling rapidly before him. Soon, half an hour had elapsed. The screen flickered with countless bizarre forms and varied functions of ancient relics. Swords, spears, halberds, bells, mirrors, peculiar stones, and strange bones. Unfortunately, he had yet to locate his desired target. Still haven't found a suitable one? Elder Chen returned after addressing his tasks. Xuanhao lifted his head, a hint of just the right amount of vexation etched upon his countenance. Old Shun, I require an ancient relic of peculiar shape, perhaps resembling a part of the human body or a similar structure. I have perused through archives that contain such records, yet the specific catalog number and description elude me at this moment. I shall assist you in your search. A voice suddenly interjected from behind. Xuanhao turned to see the youthful chatterbox, Qin Tianyu, who unabashedly took a seat beside him, fingers tapping rhythmically upon his shoulder. As for ancient relics, allow me to elaborate. Given your capabilities, it is indeed essential for you to possess a formidable combat relic. However, the side effects of such artifacts can be quite alarming. As he prattled on, he began typing keywords into the search bar. Xuanhao glanced at the screen, initially intending to dismiss the young man. But just as Qin Tianyu pressed the enter key, the first piece of relic information materialized on the screen. Archive number W014. Image display. An unknown arm. Wait. Xuanhao interrupted Qin Tianyu's incessant chatter. Qin Tianyu glanced at the screen, raising an eyebrow. The hand of God? This artifact is rather sinister. Let me explain. Xuanhao, uninterested in the young man's monologue, swiftly scanned the detailed information on the screen. Date of contact, January 24th, 1208 of the new calendar. Item code, Hand of God W014. Specific description, W014 is an ancient relic in the form of a human arm, of unknown origin. Long-term assessment, W014 remains in a state of inert stability, exhibiting no active aggression. Proposals for destruction have been rejected. Special association, W014 exhibits a pronounced preference for an ancient garment, W015, often engaging in aimless caresses of it. Special ability, upon fulfilling specific requirements set forth by W014 and presenting it with an item imbued with energy. W014 can generate a pill of an unknown composition within its containment chamber. Note, W015 is an oddly shaped ancient garment, impervious to blades and flames. Even when subjected to intense damage, W015 is capable of self-repair within a short duration. Note, W015 and W014 were discovered simultaneously. Recorded requests. Interviewer. Long. Interviewee. W014. Communicating through writing. Request 1. Food. Record. Approved. A high-energy block was placed in the containment chamber. 3 minutes later, upon opening, the energy block had vanished, replaced by a pill. Analysis. Composition remains unidentifiable. Medicinal properties unknown. Request 2. A human warrior. Record. Approved. An A-class criminal sentenced to death was confined within the containment chamber. 3 minutes later, upon opening, the criminal had vanished, yielding another pill. Analysis. Composition remains unidentifiable. Medicinal properties unknown. Request 3. Divine power. Record. Rejected. Click for more information. Detailed experiment records. Experimenter. Zhu team. 1. By fulfilling the requirements of W014, multiple pills were manufactured, and an experiment was conducted on a Class D criminal, resulting in immediate death upon consumption. 2. A common criminal ingested the pill and transcended human limits, awakening martial prowess, swiftly ascending to Class 03. Note, the composition of the pill remains unanalyzed, and its effects are fraught with uncertainty. Note, the mortality rate of experimental subjects is exceedingly high, over 90. Specific experimental records. Information has been encrypted. SSS-level access. Xuanhao's lips curled into a slight smile. This endeavor has indeed proceeded smoothly. This is not the hand of a deity. It is distinctly his own arm. Its core divine ability must be alchemy and fire. As for the W015 garment, Xuanhao is almost certain it is the robe he wore during his cultivation years. Meanwhile, in the subterranean division, SSS-level containment area, within an observation chamber constructed of high-strength materials, a youth with golden eyes sat quietly before a glass wall. Opposite the wall lay a stark white room. At the center of the room, on a platform made of non-metallic material, rested a slightly withered arm. Identification. 014. Captain, something feels amiss, remarked a nearby staff member. Brow furrowed and tone tinged with unease. W014 has been unusually active these past few days, even repeatedly striking the inner walls. This occurrence has not been documented in 800 years, aside from the initial capture. The golden-eyed youth gazed intently at the arm and slowly spoke. Teacher, what do you wish to convey? As if responding to his words, the fingers of the arm twitched ever so slightly. Then upon the smooth platform, the fingertips began to move as if animated, leaving a clear inscription. I wish to be whole. What does this mean? The youth gradually raised an eyebrow. The fingertips of the arm moved again. Your actions are futile. We are on the verge of completeness, and no one can prevent our ascension. I will thwart you. The golden-eyed youth retorted with a cold scoff. The fingertips paused momentarily, seemingly in contemplation, before continuing to inscribe. It was I who bestowed upon you a name. Do you remember? You are merely an experimental subject, and it was I who granted you power leading to your current state. Playing the emotional card? The youth chuckled softly. The arm continued to glide, writing line after line. Do not misunderstand. It is merely a reflection. What a long wait it has been. If my memory serves me right, it has been 2 millennia, Xianyangzi, correct? We shall be whole once more. This time, no one will be able to stop us. Chapter 55. The 5 Hellish Immortals. Hi Tang, are you intrigued by W014? In the ancient relic center, Qin Tianyu cast a glance at Xuanhao and remarked softly, It is a pity that this ancient relic cannot be applied for use. No sooner had his words left his lips than a jarring alarm echoed throughout the room. Emergency directive. Captain Qin Tianyu, please immediately apprehend Haidang. Should there be any resistance, eliminate without hesitation. Repeat. Apprehend target Haidang immediately. Eliminate without hesitation. The commander is en route. What? Qin Tianyu exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Haidang. What is the meaning of this? Xuanhao rose, a hint of indifference and amusement playing across his features. So soon, they had detected the anomaly? Impressive, yet ultimately futile. Before his words had fully dissipated, a thunderous crash resounded. Qin Tianyu's reflexes were as swift as lightning. The playful smile that adorned his face was replaced by a fierce determination. Without warning, a powerful punch, akin to a cannonball, hurtled towards Xuanhao's face. The terrifying force of the punch rippled through the air, warping the sturdy alloy wall. With the lightest touch of his toes, Xuanhao retreated, narrowly evading the blow that grazed his nose and instead struck the alloy wall behind him with a resounding thud. The wall buckled and cracked under the impact. A vertical scar on Xuanhao's forehead suddenly split open, revealing a cold, vertical eye that mirrored the trajectory of Qin Tianyu's frenzied punch. This was the eye of the future, a manifestation of his ethereal body. Though Qin Tianyu's assault was ferocious, Xuanhao perceived every movement with clarity. Haidang, you're no match for me, Qin Tianyu growled, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes, yet his movements remained unhesitant. Haidang, surrender. I will plead for you with the boss. As his words fell, a flurry of punches followed, 3rd, 9th, 81st, like a tempest unleashed upon him. Xuanhao swiftly evaded, exiting the archive center. Upon reaching the corridor, 2 figures, as if having awaited his arrival, swiftly blocked his path. An S-class warrior, Nightingale, and another S-class warrior, Panshur. Without uttering a word, Nightingale transformed into a blurred black line, closing the distance with remarkable speed. Panshur let out a bellow, his massive hand sweeping through the air, seemingly solidifying the space around them. Intriguing, Xuanhao mused, the orb in his forehead gleaming, allowing him to witness the seamless coordination of their lethal attack. The eye of the future had revealed the impending doom, but the physical prowess of his ethereal body lagged far behind the visions bestowed by the eye. Suddenly, Panshur leaped before Xuanhao, his hand crashing onto his shoulder, releasing an extraordinary force. Buzz! The scene before him warped instantaneously. In the next moment, an oppressive silence enveloped him. Beneath his feet lay cracked, charred earth. Distant mountains had been reduced to mere stubs. Above him, a leaden sky pressed down with an air of despair. Xuanhao surveyed his surroundings. He was no longer within the confines of the base. The warrior possessed spatial abilities and had transported him to a desolate wasteland far from the stronghold. Haidang, surrender at once. The ripples of space undulated, and amidst them, 11 figures, including Qin Tianyu, emerged from the desolate wilderness, encircling Xuanhao firmly. Qin Tianyu strode forward, his voice tinged with urgency. "Allow me to explain in detail. You have merit. Regardless of what has transpired, we will certainly." Before he could finish, Xuanhao's body contorted, undergoing a terrifying transformation. With a sickening sound, his waist split open, the skin on both sides tearing apart. Forearms rapidly sprouted forth. Above his shoulders, the skin bulged, and 2 additional heads, each the size of a fist and with indistinct features, emerged. A frenzied chaos, exuding an inhuman aura of terrifying pressure, surged forth like a tempest. "This body is too feeble. Let me bestow upon you strength." "No need to thank me." Xuanhao twisted his neck, his aura escalating with each moment. Corpse Dissolution Immortal. The pupils of all the S-rank warriors constricted in shock. Tang is dead. In Qin Tianyu's eyes, hesitation vanished, replaced by a boiling intent to kill. He roared, his right fist gathering blinding white light, crashing forth like a comet. The force of his punch carved a massive chasm hundreds of meters long in the ground as it hurtled toward Xuanhao, striking head-on. Xuanhao crossed his 6 arms in defense. The terrifying might of the punch collided violently against them. Boom! The sound of destruction resonated. The nightingale vanished, gliding close to the ground at a speed surpassing sound. As she passed, the air erupted with a piercing sonic boom. The very next second, she appeared behind Xuanhao as if teleporting, her hand, enveloped in energy, silently aimed at the back of his heart. "D," she commanded fiercely. Boom! An explosion erupted at the point of contact. A torrent of chaotic energy swept outward, the shockwave engulfing him in an instant. Simultaneously, the ground seemed to come alive. Countless chains composed of energy, shimmering with brilliance, erupted from the earth, swiftly ensnaring Xuanhao's limbs in midsection. The binding was complete without a moment's pause. Now, the remaining 10 S-rank warriors unleashed their power in unison. 10 beams of varied hues, each brimming with destructive energy, surged towards the ensnared Xuanhao from all directions. The earth-shattering cacophony erupted in the wilderness. A colossal mushroom cloud, mingled with dust and energy, ascended into the sky. The violent shockwave lifted the ground, spreading outward like a tsunami, leveling everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. "What is the situation?" Qin Tianyu shouted against the raging winds, his voice grave. "Unclear." The others remained on high alert. As the smoke began to dissipate, a massive crater emerged at the epicenter of the explosion. At the bottom of the crater, Tang's body lay shattered, her remains strewn across the ground, charred and lifeless. "Is she dead?" Someone questioned uncertainly. "Be cautious. This is merely the vessel of the Corpse Dissolution Immortal. It is not so easily dealt with." The nightingale warned. No sooner had she spoken than an unforeseen change occurred. "This body is too weak." In the depths of the pit, the charred remnants of limbs swiftly coalesced. The flesh at the severed joints writhed with frenzied energy. Within mere breaths, the grotesque form of Xuanhao, with its 3 heads and 6 arms, stood restored amidst the abyss, its vitality seemingly undiminished. A heavy unease settled upon the hearts of the onlookers. Nightingale spoke in a grave tone. "His power is one of mental corruption. Do not succumb to his psychic invasion. Attack with all your might. Hold nothing back." Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from afar. The crowd turned to behold a blinding flash that cleaved through the smoky haze. The golden-eyed youth, as if propelled by instantaneous movement, surged towards Xuanhao with a velocity that surpassed the limits of perception. In the next moment, a fiery hand, imbued with absolute force and speed, struck forth. Be it a deity or an immortal. The eyes of Xian Yangzi blazed with fury. "Your vessel shall perish here today." The terrifying power of the flames erupted in an instant, incinerating Xuanhao to a charred husk. Yet it proved futile. Almost instantaneously, Xuanhao was restored to his former state. "Captain, wait!" Suddenly, the placid expression on his face vanished, replaced by terror and urgency. "Captain, it's Tang. The corpse transcending immortal has departed. He seeks that arm." "What?" Xian Yangzi's pupils constricted. Tang implored, among those who retreated with me. Many bear the spiritual imprint of the corpse transcending immortal. He can shift his vessel at any moment. We must return. Everyone back. Without hesitation, Xuanhao transformed into a streak of fire, darting into the distance. Ah, so you choose to believe? The look of panic and urgency on Haitong's face vanished in an instant, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, including Xuanhao. The 12 individuals felt their hair stand on end. This is the corpse transcending immortal of the five hells. Through their gathered information, they understood that the bizarre was synonymous with the five hells' corpse transcending immortal. While its vessel's strength might be lacking, its grotesquely incomprehensible powers were what truly incited dread. Moreover, what could the corpse transcending immortal desire with that arm? Though the reasons eluded them, an instinctual foreboding gripped their hearts. Should the corpse transcending immortal find that arm, unspeakable horrors would surely ensue. Chapter 56. Master and Apprentice? The hand of the great power Xuanhao abruptly turned around, his golden-hued pupils ablaze with fury. In the next instant, flames surged around him. Boom! The ground shattered, and the force propelled him forward, transforming him into a blazing fire dragon as he charged at Xuanhao. Xuanhao broke free from the restraints of 6 arms, delivering a fierce punch. Bang! A resounding thud echoed through the air. Xuanhao was caught off guard, sent flying over 100 meters. He was vanquished. An enraged roar emerged from the clouds of dust. Xuanhao struggled to rise, raising both hands high as a fireball. The size of a fist, yet radiating a sense of destruction, coalesced in his palms. The moment the fireball appeared, the surrounding space began to distort. Golden crow, flowing fire. Xuanhao smiled faintly. Death! Xuanhao roared as he charged forward. Boom! The terrifying wave of heat instantaneously engulfed everything. The scorching blast swept across, melting the earth, and a massive molten pit, over 100 meters in diameter, formed in an instant. As the brilliance gradually faded at the center of the pit, Xuanhao's body lay like charred remains. But merely a second later, the blackened exterior cracked inch by inch, flesh and blood frantically regenerating beneath the charred surface. And the grotesque figure of 3 heads and 6 arms emerged once more, unscathed. No more games. Xuanhao's voice carried a hint of languor. This time, I truly depart. My friends, until we meet again. In the next moment, his expression shifted to one of terror, his voice urgent. Captain, the corpse dissolving immortal has truly left. If we don't return now, it will be too late. I can surrender. Please trust me. Xuanhao furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Haidang. Observing this constantly shifting, indistinguishable figure, his expression darkened, almost dripping with foreboding. Go! The youth squeezed a single word through clenched teeth, his form transforming into a blaze, vanishing into the distance like a flickering flame. Meanwhile, at the martial artist branch, outside the SSS-level containment area, W014 containment room, staff members anxiously monitored computer data while nervously watching the observation window, where an unusually active arm repeatedly pounded against the glass. No one was aware that a surge of mental energy was swiftly approaching. Suddenly, the man beside them stiffened. A smile, eerily out of place with the tense atmosphere, crept across his lips. In the next second, he moved. Ignoring identity verification and alarm systems, he strode directly through the heavy alloy doors. Halt! What are you doing? Other staff rushed forward, attempting to intervene. Inside the containment room, that arm seemed to sense something, springing violently from the table. Activate the self-destruct sequence for W014. Immediately. Right now. Xuanhang's voice echoed through the broadcast system, resonating throughout the entire containment area. Yes, execute immediately. Although the staff were astonished, their training kicked in, and they promptly rushed to the control console. Yet, Xuanhao remained unfazed. Once he established the certainty of his own arm, his mental imprint detached from the personnel, transcending the barriers of matter and merging seamlessly with his arm. A resonant hum echoed, imbued with an ancient and terrifying essence, awakening with a thunderous roar. The self-destruction protocol was initiated. A countdown ensued. 3, 2. The console emitted a chilling electronic voice, reverberating ominously. Boom! Within the containment chamber, the walls, ceiling, and floor were all embedded with dormant weapons, now ignited. A searing blaze erupted, an overwhelming heat pervading the space, engulfing the entire chamber in an instant. Had it succeeded? Outside the containment chamber, the personnel were fraught with anxiety. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, the interior revealed a desolate wasteland, flowing with molten lava. Suddenly, the staff widened their eyes in disbelief as a figure slowly rose. He stood completely naked, his form strikingly symmetrical and flawless, each inch of skin seemingly sculpted with utmost precision. His long hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, obscuring part of his visage, yet failing to conceal the depths of his eyes, which opened slowly, mirroring the vastness of the cosmos. It is indeed better to be in one's own body, he mused with a faint smile. Being encased within another's form always felt peculiar, akin to colossal energy forcibly wedged into a loaf of bread, where even the slightest smile could cause it to burst. My goodness, has he become an adult? The personnel outside, witnessing the spectacle, were nearly rendered speechless with horror. What should we do? They exchanged frantic glances, panic setting in. Xuanhao turned his gaze towards the outside, his attention drawn to a metallic coat rack in the corner. Draped upon it was a robe of deep crimson, intricately adorned with elaborate patterns. Barefoot, Xuanhao traversed the molten lava, approaching the glass window. He extended his hand and pressed against it. Bang! The glass instantly glowed a fiery red before shattering. How is this possible? The staff, aghast, realized that this was glass designed to withstand temperatures of hundreds of thousands of degrees. The bold had already fled, while the timid collapsed to the ground. Ignoring the chaos, Xuanhao approached the coat rack. His fingertips grazed the robe. Indeed, the familiar aura enveloped him. Unfazed by the surrounding turmoil, he casually retrieved the robe and donned it with an air of composure. Boom! A deafening roar resonated through the containment area. The heavy alloy blast doors twisted and melted, exploding inward, allowing a searing wave of heat to surge forth. Amidst the swirling dust and roaring flames, Xuanhao stepped through, treading upon the remnants of molten metal. His golden eyes blazed with fury, fixating on the figure clad in the dark crimson robe with flowing black hair. Unrelated personnel, evacuate immediately. Xuanhang's commanding voice reverberated, dispersing the shaken staff. Xuanhao turned, his robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Gazing at the intruding youth, a knowing smile crept across his lips, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. So it is, my dear disciple. Xuanhao comprehended everything. Throughout this protracted duration, his arm had acquired a sentience of its own. This was hardly surprising. During the process of transcending to immortality, his true form became ensnared, marking one of the inherent flaws of the corpse dissolving immortal. Nevertheless, even in the absence of immortality, his true form remains a paragon of supreme power, comparable to that of formidable malevolent spirits, albeit in certain aspects. His severed hand, for instance, possesses no divine abilities. Consequently, Xuanhao inherited the memories of the arm spanning 8 centuries. The boy's entire repertoire of techniques was imparted by the arm. Silence. Xuanhang's fury ignited to its fullest. He abruptly raised his right hand, and a fireball, no larger than a fist, materialized above his palm, radiating a cataclysmic heat. Today, even if I must perish, I shall not allow you to escape. Xuanhao bellowed, hurling the fireball toward Xuanhao, the terrifying heat instantly enveloping the entire room. The air seemed to ignite, crackling ominously. In the face of this all-consuming assault, Xuanhao merely raised his hand slightly. Xuanhao, he gently shook his head. The golden crow is not meant to be wielded in such a manner. As soon as the words left his lips, the fireball, imbued with a sense of destruction and poised to collide with Xuanhao, abruptly halted as if in search of confirmation. Moments later, the fireball trembled violently, its flames dancing wildly, emitting a sound akin to jubilant humming. In the next instant, Xuanhang's pupils constricted in disbelief. The golden crow divine fire, refined over countless years and long since integrated into his being, now descended like a weary bird returning home, docilely settling into Xuanhao's outstretched palm. Chapter 57. The true immortal descends, burning mountains and boiling seas. How is this possible? Xian Yangzi exclaimed in astonishment. He attempted to forcibly reclaim control over the fireball, only to discover that the divine fire of the golden crow, which was once connected to his mind, no longer responded to his summons. The connection had been severed completely, without even a ripple of resistance. However, this was merely the beginning. Buzz, buzz. Xian Yangzi's body trembled violently. It felt as though his chest had been struck by a colossal hammer, causing him to instinctively part his lips. Puff, puff. 5 searing fireballs erupted uncontrollably from Xian Yangzi's mouth, racing towards Xuanhao's palm. The 6 golden crows returned to their rightful positions. Xuanhao smiled faintly. These had been forged from volcanic lava before his ascension to immortality. With a casual flick of his hand, the 6 fireballs circled around his head, forming a perfect, slowly rotating halo. As the halo spun, a sacred aura radiated outward. In that moment, Xuanhao's presence surged, an invisible pressure akin to a tangible tsunami sweeping across the entire base. Yet, the transformation had not ceased. Buzz. Suddenly, sparks began to dance in the air. The flying points of light converged wildly, transforming into shimmering threads of flame, resplendent and majestic, an ethereal tapestry of fire. The celestial fabric swirled around Xuanhao, moving without wind. At the same time, a brilliant light erupted from his brow, revealing a crimson golden flame divine pattern. Cloaked in a dark red robe, surrounded by a halo of divine fire, adorned with a tapestry of crimson flames and the sun's divine emblem, Xuanhao emanated an aura that was both profound and overwhelming, as if the heavens themselves were transforming. It was as if a true immortal had descended. Until we meet again, Xuanhao smiled serenely, lightly tapping his toes upon the ground. Boom! In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the fabric of space, disregarding the layers of metallic ceilings above, akin to a searing iron piercing through butter. Wherever he passed, matter was incinerated. Neither the hardest rock nor the alloy steel walls, reputed to withstand nuclear explosions, could endure the extreme heat, vaporizing under his might. A massive vertical passage, several meters in diameter and glowing red at the edges, was forcefully created by Xuanhao, penetrating from the depths of the earth to the surface. The base trembled violently, alarms blaring incessantly. Above Tianhai City, the sunlight was blinding. As Xuanhao set foot on solid ground, he casually surveyed his surroundings. Streets, towering buildings, parks, treetops. Wherever he looked, throngs of people gathered like a swarm of ants. Countless warriors clutched their weapons, their eyes filled with determination and an unmistakable hint of fear. Xuanhao paid them no mind, vanishing like a wisp of flame. Stop him! Xian Yangzi shouted, pursuing him with a furious roar. Almost as soon as his voice rang out, a heavy gravitational field descended abruptly. The space rippled violently, as if disturbed by waves. In an instant, figures flickered, and Xuanhao found himself subtly encircled. Accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, a towering figure instantaneously appeared behind Xuanhao. Stay! With a thunderous roar, the colossal figure of the rock lunged forward, its formidable hand imbued with the terrifying power to confine space, aiming directly at Xuanhao's back. He sought to employ the same trick once more, intending to transport Xuanhao anew. I wish to depart. Who can impede me? Xuanhao uttered dismissively without even glancing back. Just as the rock was about to make contact with his robe, flames erupted, and Xuanhao vanished from sight like a specter. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared beside the rock. You? Heh! Xuanhao seized the rock by the throat. Indeed, it is I. A glint of malevolent glee flickered in the rock's eyes as he activated his spatial teleportation ability in an instant. I can keep you here. In that fleeting moment, a chill emanated from Xuanhao's words. Burn. Without any sign, without a trace of warning. The rock's imposing form and the frozen grin upon his face were instantly engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes by the unleashed gaze. What? All the surrounding warriors, including the hastily arriving Xuanhao, were struck dumb, reeling from disbelief. An S-rank warrior, a spatial adept like the Rock, reduced to nothingness in a mere encounter? Surely, he had teleported away? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, quickly scanning their surroundings in search of the Rock's towering silhouette. Yet, alas, there was no sign. The ashes scattered were indeed those of the Rock. Suddenly, Xuanhao turned his gaze towards Xuanhao. Divine light flame. Boom! The depths of Xuanhao's eyes exploded with radiance. A warning surged within his heart. His golden pupils constricted to their utmost limit. Instinctively, he evaded to the side with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. Boom! An invisible force, devoid of fluctuation or heat, erupted from Xuanhao's eyes. Where his gaze passed, there was neither explosion nor sound, only a silent obliteration. Xuanhao had barely escaped, but the towering edifice of high-strength alloy behind him had already been reduced to mere dust. Buzz! Nearby, an artificial lake evaporated in an instant. Buzz! Solid roads, bridges, green belts, everything, even the clouds above, were consumed in the inferno of his gaze. The onlookers stood frozen, enveloped in despair as a vast fan-shaped area of charred remains materialized before Xuanhao, utterly devoid of life. Wherever his sight fell, it was as if mountains burned and seas boiled. Silence reigned supreme. An absolute stillness blanketed the entire region. All who witnessed this scene were like statues frozen in time, even forgetting to breathe. In their eyes, only boundless fear and despair remained. Everyone, fight with all your might. Xuanhao's voice trembled, yet resonated with determination. He clenched his fists, a fervor igniting within his pupils. With his roar, more warriors surged forth like a rising tide from all directions. A dense aura of murderous intent filled the air. It is futile. Xuanhao's voice remained calm. Whether it is futile or not, is not for you to decide. Xuanhao bellowed, transforming into a rending dragon of fire, charging once more at Xuanhao. Almost simultaneously, everyone sprang into action. A vague shadow, akin to a bolt of lightning, approached with a speed that transcended the limits of vision, creeping up on Xuanhao from his blind spot. It was none other than Nightingale. She and Xuanhao were perfectly synchronized, one on the left and the other on the right. Xuanhao did not even turn his head. He merely cast a slight glance, catching a fleeting glimpse of the shadow from the corner of his eye. Divine light ignited. Buzz! His gaze erupted silently. In the midst of a supersonic dash, the blurred figure of Nightingale suddenly froze. No! An ineffable terror ensnared her heart in an instant. Her body trembled uncontrollably. An overwhelming sorrow and despair surged forth like a deluge, engulfing her consciousness in an instant. A single tear rolled down the corner of her eye. Even Nightingale herself was oblivious to the grief emanating from her being. Am I to die? Yet, nothing seemed to be happening around her. No resonating energy, no distortion of space, only that light touch, as if brushing away dust of a gaze. Incomprehensible, irresistible, ineffable. In that fraction of a second, Nightingale's pupils constricted to their utmost. She saw, as if parting the mists of death, the silent truth of annihilation erupted before her eyes. In her line of sight lay the end of the world. Her gaze ignited like a supernova, consuming the entirety of her vision in an instant. Silent and unseen, it obliterated all. Matter, energy, space, no speed, no matter how swift, could surpass the speed of sight. If not observed by him, one would remain unaware of the truth of annihilation. Yet once locked in his gaze, it meant death. Despair surged like a tide, instantly drowning Nightingale. This realization and fear unfolded in the blink of an eye. Yet she had no time, not even a moment, to convey this precious insight, earned at the cost of her life. Buzz. Her body, along with the malice she had gathered, her reluctant thoughts. Everything was utterly shattered in the explosion of the supernova. No, witnessing Nightingale's instantaneous obliteration, Xuanhao emitted a beastly roar of fury. His fire dragon surged forth with renewed speed. Fueled by a madness of mutual destruction, it charged fiercely towards Xuanhao. Xuanhao remained unfazed. Vanish. He merely cast another gentle glance. Divine light ignited. In an instant, Xianyangzi beheld the supernova erupting within his pupils. It was a beauty born of destruction. Yet this beauty symbolized death. Drawing closer meant demise. Buzz. The relentless fire dragon collided with an invisible force field. Boom! The fire dragon suddenly veered, its trajectory askew. And with a howling rush, it crashed into a nearby building. Boom! Flames soared into the sky. The building crumbled like a house of cards. Debris and dust scattering in all directions. The dust gradually settled. At the edge of the ruins, the figure of Xuanhao materialized. His lower body had entirely vanished, vaporized beneath the terrifying gaze, leaving only his charred upper half sprawled amidst the searing rubble. Was the disparity truly this vast? Xuanhao gazed skyward, the brilliance within his golden pupils swiftly dimming, overshadowed by a profound sense of helplessness. The power he once took pride in appeared to be nothing more than a mere child's play in the eyes of his adversary. He could scarcely endure a single glance. Had he not evaded in the nick of time, he would have been utterly obliterated. Chapter 58. The Great War? It will only be a senseless massacre. The scene was enveloped in an eerie silence. Among the crowd, Rose tightly covered her mouth, her pupils dilating with horror. A year ago, in Morning Light City, the avatar of the corpse-resolving immortal barely reached the pinnacle of O level, with combat prowess just at the threshold of A level. Yet now, merely a year has passed. This was no longer an avatar. It was undeniably a manifestation of a portion of his true power. With just a single glance, he could annihilate S-level warriors. Even beings like Xuanhao could not withstand his gaze. This terrifying acceleration of evolution. Is this what it means to be a deity? The more formidable his power became, the more acutely she felt her own fragility. Or the S-level warriors like Xuanhao and the saints who governed their territories. Truly confronting every day, Rose felt a moment of trepidation. In an instant, she no longer wished to be a warrior. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the space. A figure appeared beside the gravely injured Xuanhao, grasping his charred upper body as spatial energy surged. "Captain, you must leave first," the figure spoke, and in an instant vanished. Xuanhao did not attempt to stop him. He merely turned and prepared to depart from the cacophony. But the ordeal was far from over. Buzz, buzz. The spatial ripples continued to expand. 8 formidable figures materialized before Xuanhao, blocking his path. These were the remaining 8 S-level captains from the Tianhai City branch. It is meaningless, is it not? Xuanhao observed them with a placid tone. No. Qin Tianyu stood at the forefront, his gaze resolute. Everything comes with a cost. To eradicate you, the corpse resolving immortal. Even if we face annihilation, it shall hold significance. Of course, if you would care to listen to my elaboration. Boom! Before he could finish, the earth fractured beneath them. The other 7, evidently uninterested in further discourse, launched their assault. From the shattered ground, countless energy chains erupted, swiftly ensnaring Xuanzhao's limbs and waist, firmly immobilizing him. Simultaneously, the 8 S-level captains vanished from sight. In the next heartbeat, they appeared behind Xuanhao, to his sides, evading his line of sight. In an instant, they launched their coordinated strikes. Their attacks, infused with colossal energy, surged forth like 7 torrents of devastation, striking towards the ensnared Xuanhao from every concealed angle. Their synchronization was impeccable, their timing precise. How intriguing! A smirk of derision played at the corners of Xuanzhao's mouth. At the slightest flicker of thought, a deafening roar erupted. True flames enveloped his entire being. In the searing radiance, Xuanzhao's form twisted and contorted like a melting wax figure. The back of his head melted away in the flames. Yet, it swiftly reformed, revealing a visage that was cold, imposing, and ablaze with crimson flames. His entire body was now engulfed in the fire. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. What? The expressions of the 8 assailants, who had simultaneously launched their attacks from various angles, shifted dramatically, but was too late for them to withdraw or evade. Divine light blaze. The scarlet orbs suddenly opened wide. A resounding hum echoed through the air. There was no cataclysmic explosion, nor any discernible tremor. The 8 individuals felt nothing at all. Instead, they witnessed a peculiar vision. No, it was not merely an illusion. In their eyes, a crimson supernova erupted before them. Humming, the silent annihilation commenced. In the depths of despair, 5 of the S-rank captains were instantaneously engulfed by the brilliance of the supernova, reduced to mere ashes, vanishing without a trace. The residual radiance remained unyielding. Everything in sight was consumed in flames. As far as the eye could see, the land lay utterly flattened, devoid of any remnants. Powerless, despairing, Qin Tianyu collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his body charred and ablaze. His angle of attack had been a blind spot, the optimal position. The moment he witnessed the bodies disintegrating, he realized the gravity of the situation and fled in haste. Yet, even without being directly targeted, he was still affected by that overwhelming aura, his entire being scorched. How infuriating! Qin Tianyu struck the ground with a fist. Even the residual waves of the corpse-resolving immortal's attack nearly claimed his life. Had it not been for his mastery of the physical form, he would surely have perished. The might of an S-rank warrior could scarcely withstand even the aftershocks of the corpse-resolving immortal S attack. What could be more despairing than this? Suddenly, at the very moment the 5 S-rank captains met their demise, a shadow swept past Xuanhao. Humming, the space warped violently once more. The scene before him transformed instantaneously. Beneath his feet lay the familiar charred earth, and in his view, there was nothing. Xuanhao was transported back to the desolate wilderness of before. A thunderous roar echoed from afar. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure emerged slowly. It was none other than Xuanhao. His upper body appeared intact, bound in bandages. Yet his lower half had been replaced by intricate machinery. In his golden eyes burned an unprecedented, almost frenzied flame. To slay you, our deaths shall hold significance. Xuanhang's voice was hoarse yet resolute. As his words fell, his body convulsed violently. Instantly, the skin of his upper body tore apart, hot blood gushing forth amidst the fissures, accompanied by a faint divine aura. Today we fight to the death. A roar erupted from Xuanhang's throat. With an intense energy, ancient power surged forth like a dormant volcano erupting from within him. A brilliant golden light erupted from his pupils. How intriguing! A flicker of surprise crossed Xuanhao's eyes. This was the essence of divinity. A divine orderer, perhaps. Xuanhao began to grasp the essence of the situation. This was the memory of the arm. According to legend, in the distant era of barbarism, gods and men coexisted. At that time, the celestial beings walked the earth. When the deities united with humanity, beings half god and half human emerged. Their descendants, awakening divine traits, are known as divine orderers. They burn their thin divine bloodline to achieve a fleeting, transcendent eruption beyond their limits. Humming, buzz. Suddenly, the space quivered like a boiling surface of water, generating violent ripples. The movements echoed fiercely. At the edge of the wilderness, on the horizon, banners fluttered, blocking the sun. Countless figures clad in standardized battle armor, wielding weapons, surged forth like a deluge. They formed a colossal battle formation, energy waves intertwining seamlessly. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled as several war beasts, resembling mountains, approached with heavy steps. Upon their backs, throngs of warriors were densely packed. Buzz! Suddenly, the space was torn apart. The vertical rift resembled the eye of the world. As numerous powerful warriors emerged, their cold gazes fixated on Xuanhao. From all directions, a sea of people surged. Energy flowed like an ocean. The aura of killing intent soaring to the heavens. Tens of thousands of warriors surrounded Xuanhao, creating an impenetrable iron forest. Xuanhao stood at the center of this formidable army, his expression remaining indifferent. Numbers? In the face of absolute power, they held no significance. I have long sensed something amiss, Xuanhangzi said coldly. Now, the warriors of Tianhai City have arrived, and this place shall be your chosen grave. Indeed, Xuanhao replied with a calm demeanor. He could sense not only the multitude of warriors, but also powerful fluctuations surrounding them. If nothing unexpected occurred, it was the aura of divinity. Furthermore, beneath the surface, many energy sources lay hidden. A formation, perhaps. Xuanhao surveyed the ground. The memories of his arm contained information regarding this, having imparted some formations to the warriors of Tianhai City. Yet, it bore little significance. The powers of his arm were those of elixirs and fire, not formations, thus posing a minimal threat. Now, I am capable of battling you, am I not? Xuanyangzi's voice grew hoarse, burned by divine energy. A battle? Xuanhao smiled lightly. His gaze swept over Xuanyangzi, over countless S-level warriors, over that iron torrent, ultimately flashing with disdain. A mere mortal, even with divinity, what could they achieve? Xuanhao's voice was indifferent. Even if a true celestial deity were to descend. He paused slightly, revealing a mocking smile. What then? Just a group of worthless beings clinging to the power of incense, barely surviving. The celestial deities, seemingly exalted, rely solely on faith and incense for existence. Once faith wanes, their divinity crumbles. Like rootless duckweeds, they vanish into thin air. And he, a true immortal, with a mortal body, defying fate, his primordial spirit immortal, his will everlasting. How could mere celestial deities ever compare with him? Chapter 59. The Gaze of the Eldritch Ones. Do you seek to slay the immortals? Before the disdainful corpse-ascended immortal, Xuanyangzi remained skeptical. Could this so-called corpse-ascended immortal truly be invincible? This was merely a vessel for him, or rather, a fragment of his true essence. As the leader of the Martial Artists Association in Tianhai City, if he failed to discern this, he would be unworthy of his position. The power of the corpse-ascended immortal manifesting through Haitang differed vastly from that of the arm it possessed. Thus, this arm was indeed one of his true forms. Buzz. The space shimmered slightly. Amidst the fluctuation, a female warrior clad in a fitted combat suit appeared instantaneously beside Xuanyangzi. Xinlian, connecting all minds, Xuanyangzi spoke gravely. There is no need for your guidance. Chu Xinlian's gaze swept across the battlefield, her voice resonating in the minds of her comrades, fellow teammates. Do not panic if you are unfamiliar with me. This is my telepathic ability, and I have temporarily linked your mental consciousness. From this moment forth, you shall share the core data of the battlefield. As her words fell, every warrior's retina seemed to be cloaked with a translucent tactical lens, vividly displaying streams of data. Target: 5 Hell's corpse-ascended immortal. Status: human form. Energy: 9. Body: 100, possessing a highly regenerative trait, prioritizing the consumption of its energy reserves. Can be destroyed without energy. Information: divine eye, tentative. His gaze can incinerate all, conservatively estimated at hundreds of thousands of degrees. Energy consumption is approximately 5 per use. Heavenly fire, tentative. Manipulation of flames. Golden crow, tentative. An ancient relic, classified as SS, tentative. Current abilities unknown, associated with fire. Celestial silk, tentative. Abilities unknown, associated with fire. Great robe, tentative. An ancient relic, classified as Grade S, will consume energy reserves. In God, tentative. The authority of the corpse-ascended immortal. Caution: eliminating the In God here will weaken the corporeal form of the corpse-ascended immortal. The In God in this location constitutes approximately 90 of the total, with the corporeal form at 10, estimated. Command 1. Wishing everyone good fortune. The data was clear, slicing through the opponent before them like a scalpel. Intriguing. Xuanhao smiled faintly. Technology? Or perhaps an ability? Among the warriors present, some were aware of Xuanhao's In God. Thus they too perceived the pulsating information upon their retinas. Almost simultaneously, the information refreshed. Command 2. Caution: the corpse-ascended immortal may have connected to my mind network. Command 3. The descent of the divine has commenced. Divine descent. Wind and rain deities. Command 4. With the power of the wind and rain deities, even A-grade warriors can contend against the flames of the corpse-ascended immortal. Yet one must remain wary of his divine eye, which is insurmountable. Command 5. The corporeal form of the corpse-ascended immortal is located in Morning Light City. We have received intelligence that an unknown eldritch entity has intervened, and the target will face constraints. Indeed, this statement is directed at you. Clever indeed. Xuanhao smiled faintly. You wish to disrupt me? Do you dare to guess? Xuanhao's gaze pierced through the void, fixating on the distant figure of half a disciple. Why do you insist on courting death? As his eyes roamed over the scorched earth, an expression of transcendent indifference graced his features. Thousands of years have passed, countless beings have existed, yet I remain the singularity birthed from innumerable epochs. The true immortal who transcends all. He raised his arm, flames swirling around him. Since you beseech the deities for aid, why not invoke my power instead? I shall clear away all obstacles, be they foreign gods or malevolent spirits even. Xuanhao's gaze turned skyward, a cold smile forming on his lips. Even the dying celestial deities, I shall purify them, until only I remain in this world. A profound silence enveloped the scene. After a lengthy pause, Xian Yangzi's hoarse voice broke through. Is this not the most terrifying aspect? Whether you're a foreign deity or a celestial being born of this world, do not conflate me with them. Xuanhao interrupted him with a disdain that was unapologetically evident in his eyes. He was a chi practitioner of the final law era, the sole existence to sever the physical form and transcend into immortality. How could those celestial beings be compared to him? After a moment of reflection, Xian Yangzi calmly replied, What of it? Only one of us can exist. Once, there were those who proclaimed themselves as immortals. A mocking laugh escaped Xian Yangzi's lips. He forged a city, housing 8 million souls, merely to mend his wounds. I am unlike him. I have spoken this before. He is a malevolent spirit. I am the true immortal. Xuanhao reiterated. Xian Yangzi chuckled lightly. Immortal? Deity? Malevolent spirit? All the same, when malevolent spirit dons fine garments, it becomes a god. When a celestial being decays and sheds its facade, it becomes a malevolent spirit. What difference does it make? Xuanhao pondered this, then inquired, by slaying me, you would gain my power? Indeed, Xian Yangzi admitted candidly. No wonder. Xuanhao mused inwardly. Since his emergence from the rift in space, he had never sensed the presence of qi. Had it existed, he would require no spirituality. Alas, this world remained entrenched in the final law era, and the situation had only worsened. The power cultivated by martial artists was merely the energetic waves exhaled by foreign gods. The advent of martial artists marked the dawn of a new era, a testament to humanity's past triumph over foreign deities. Yet how could this be, let alone the past? Even in the present, when martial prowess flourishes, slaying a god remains an arduous endeavor. In an era devoid of martial artists, how could humanity ever hope to vanquish a god? Everyone kill. Xian Yangzi raised his arm. Kill. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a tsunami unleashed. The earth quaked, dust billowed into the sky. Today, we shall slay the immortals. Tens of thousands of martial artists unleashed a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens, charging forth towards Xuanhao from all directions. Break through the ranks. Slay the gods. Amidst the roar, energy surged like a tide. Every warrior was enveloped in a shimmering armor of energy, their figures darting swiftly and recklessly across the desolate expanse. They were not foolish enough to charge in formation, but rather leaped about like grasshoppers. It was evident that this was a battle of attrition. They intended to deplete Xuanhao's strength at minimal cost. Suddenly, a hum resonated through the air, and 3 distinct ripples unfurled within the fabric of space. Xuanhao sensed them instantaneously. The first ripple was pure energy, silently spreading to completely seal off the scorched earth, akin to an invisible prison that severed all forms of spatial transition and escape. The second ripple was ancient and obscure, emanating a divine aura. The third ripple, Xuanhao raised his gaze, piercing through the barriers of space, casting his sight toward that infinitely distant realm. Faintly, he perceived a pair of immense, unfathomably cold eyes. They penetrated the endless void, casting a gaze filled with hostility. This presence belonged to an outer god of the bygone era. A smirk curled at the corners of Xuanhao's mouth, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. It seems you intend to oppose me. He cared not for the identity of his adversary, nor the reasons behind it, since animosity had been displayed. They were now sworn enemies. Among deities, there existed unspoken rules. The higher the rank, the less likely one would provoke another. It was akin to lords dwelling in disparate realms, often coexisting peacefully, unless fate brought them together. Just like Xuanhao and the outer god beneath the City of Dawn, both drawing energy from the same space to nurture themselves, they were practically mortal foes. Yet, as long as they did not cross paths, no being would traverse the boundless void to incite another of equal standing without cause. However, this gaze bore blatant provocation, a naked declaration of war. Oof. Xuanhao scoffed, his aura suddenly sharpening. He fixed his gaze in the direction from which the eyes emanated, his voice calm. Do not merely observe from afar. Why not descend in person? I accept your challenge. Silence, an abyss of silence. The space offered no response. The cold, immense eyes from the edge of the cosmos continued to gaze indifferently. Since the opponent dared not engage, Xuanhao turned his attention back to the scorched earth, lightly applauding. I had intended to depart, but seeing your fervent efforts, I shall linger a while longer. After all, if he dares not emerge, it is merely a matter of seconds. On his retina, the information refreshed once more. Command 7. Let us witness the might of your so-called true immortal. Command 8. Prepare for battle, everyone. Command 9. Our ancestors have slain gods. Today, we shall eradicate the earthly vessel of this 5 underworld corpse-resolving immortal. Chapter 60 Despair. The army is annihilated in an instant. Attempting to slay me? Xuanhao revealed a hint of disdainful laughter. Truly, they are blissfully unaware of their own limitations. Even those ancient beings lurking in the cosmic depths, casting their gaze upon this realm, would likely not dare to claim they could consume him. Moreover, he himself is exceedingly difficult to eradicate completely. His incarnations are not solely human. Animals, insects, and even microorganisms, any entity could potentially become his vessel. Indeed, he could even possess an external deity. This, of course, remained unknown to all. The martial arts division and the headquarters, in their so-called data, merely indulged in misguided conjectures. They had no comprehension of their own strength, which did not manifest merely in power, but rather in eternal immortality. Just as an ant could never grasp the essence of a human, mistaking the sole sight of a shoe for the entirety of humanity. Xuanhao's gaze swept across the spatial barriers enclosing him, his voice calm. Since that is the case, as you wish. His terrifying aura suddenly receded, akin to the profound silence preceding a tempest. Information streams surged chaotically across his retina. Command 10. All personnel on alert. Target's energy fluctuations have vanished. Extreme danger. Break the formation. Slay the immortal. Thunderous roars reverberated continuously. Empowered by divine might, the martial artists unleashed waves of energy, moving at speeds beyond their limits. To be observed is to face death. No one dared to hesitate. They were compelled to fight with their very lives. Xuanhao slowly turned his gaze towards them. Everyone, stay vigilant. Maintain your movement. His head could pivot, his gaze potentially sweeping in any direction at any moment. They must not falter. All martial artists tensed, pushing their speeds to the utmost. A-class and S-class warriors maneuvered at the periphery, while the weaker O-class warriors swarmed frantically around Xuanhao. There was no charge, no close combat. The prelude to this battle was one of attrition, a sacrifice of lives. They flitted like moths drawn to a flame, yet maintained a perilous distance, dancing madly on the precipice of life and death. There was but a singular objective, with flesh and blood, exhaust the fiery gaze of the immortal that incinerated all. If they could extinguish those eyes, even momentarily at the cost of hundreds of lives, it would be the ultimate victory. This was their mission. The lower-tier warriors were, in essence, mere cannon fodder. With their insignificant forms, they paved the way for the strong to slay the immortal. This was the brutal law by which humanity clung to survival in this desolate apocalypse. Survival demands a price. Slay the immortal. Slay the deity. The roars shattered the heavens. The thought of an immortal about to fall exhilarated everyone, as if they had been infused with vigor. If they could vanquish this immortal, and if they could survive the battle, even the O-class warriors would be rewarded with immense power. How intriguing. Xuanhao stood at the center, his blood-red cloak billowing. Quite fascinating. He slowly raised his hands, the sound of applause ringing out, as if he were savoring a grand performance. Buzz. In the next moment, divine flames erupted violently. Amidst the radiance, Xuanhao refined and reshaped himself anew. As the crowd remained on high alert, 3 imposing heads, akin to ancient deities birthed from divine flames, suddenly materialized atop Xuanhao's shoulders. 3 heads, 6 eyes, like 6 resplendent suns. They instantly locked onto the expanse of heaven and earth. What? 3 heads? The earth-shattering roar was abruptly silenced. All figures in swift motion suddenly froze in place. Swift? Afterimages? Blind spots? Under the absolute gaze of those 3 heads and 6 eyes, all was but an illusion. Some individuals, as though stripped of all bones, crumpled to the ground, utterly relinquishing their will to resist. Ah. Some emitted a desperate, haunting laugh. No. Others succumbed to hysteria, utterly shattered. 3 heads, 6 piercing gazes. How could this be? All their tactics, all their struggles, had become mere jesters in this moment. Vanish. Xuanhao's voice remained dispassionate. Divine light surged. Buzz. Within the depths of those 3 profound gazes. Scenes reminiscent of the universe's genesis and the collapse of galaxies unfolded. In that instant, all sights erupted in chaos. An indescribable aura of terror descended, swiftly enveloping the entire battlefield. All charging warriors trembled uncontrollably, gripped by the primal fear of a transcendent existence. No explosions, no brilliance. An unseen gaze, imperceptible to the naked eye, swept forth in all directions. The warriors at the forefront, be they A or S rank, clad in energy armor or shielded by divine grace, found themselves, bang, bang, bang. Countless warriors, in their frantic movements, were mercilessly obliterated by that gaze, reduced to ashes. Wherever the gaze fell, the world was consumed in flames. An S-rank warrior let out a roar of fury, channeling all his strength in a futile attempt to resist that intangible scrutiny. Yet in the fleeting flash of an instant, as his cry escaped his lips, his energy shield and body shattered like fragile bubbles, and he transformed into a wisp of azure smoke. Wind and rain spirits, protect us, some desperately cried out, seeking the power of divine intervention. Yet, what responded to them was death. An S-rank warrior brandished an ancient relic, only to be incinerated along with his body in an instant. Some attempted to burrow into the earth, only to evaporate alongside the soil. S-rank warriors employed their various abilities, yet all were in vain. Not to mention the cannon fodder below S-rank. In the briefest flash, the world fell silent. Amidst the divine light, heaven and earth lay in utter stillness. Thousands upon thousands of warriors, along with their fervent battle spirits, radiant energies, and wielded weapons, were reduced to mere ashes. The ground sank hundreds of meters. The rocks, soil, and even deeper geological structures comprising the Earth's surface evaporated beneath the 6 gazes, leaving behind an immense, gaping chasm. There was no combat, no confrontation, no back and forth. The battle concluded in an instant. This horrifying scene plunged the survivors into despair. Silence reigned. The site was engulfed in deathly stillness. On the scorched earth, only a mere handful of individuals remained. These were the resilient S-rank peak warriors who had managed to survive against all odds. Some possessed unique abilities for self-preservation. Others were inherently S-rank peak warriors. And yet others wielded formidable ancient relics. However, even those fortunate enough to escape death were left charred and blackened. Some succumbed after just a few breaths, while others managed to stagger a few steps before their bodies ignited. They were all lost. A peak warrior knelt upon the ground, their expression shattered and defeated. They were all gone. Despair gnawed at the hearts and minds of every survivor. In their dazed vision, at the center of the vast pit of scorched earth, the figure cloaked in blood seemed to loom larger than life atop a rising mound of earth. It appeared to dominate the very heavens and earth. The blazing halo spinning behind its head resembled the day of annihilation. The celestial being had descended upon the world, incinerating all in its path. Suddenly, information flickered across the retinas of the onlookers. Command 11. Esteemed warriors, you are currently experiencing intense mental pollution, leading to cognitive distortion. Command 12. The battle is far from over. Command 13. Immediately purify your aberrant mental states and adjust your conditions. Victory is imminent. Target: the 5 hells corpse resolving immortal. Status: mortal form. Energy: 4. Command 14. It can no longer utilize the eye of God, though the cost is beyond our wildest imaginings. We are on the verge of triumph. Command 15. Warriors, prepare to slay the immortal. Yes, slay the immortal. The surviving S-rank warriors glimmered with fierce determination, rallying themselves anew. In the next moment, they vanished. In a flurry of rapid movement, they swiftly positioned themselves for the attack and concealed themselves, awaiting the next command to hunt the immortal. Chapter 61. Humanity's Theft of Divinity. I am still alive. Why? Rose slumped to the ground, utterly despondent. Just moments ago, her comrades had been roaring with life. Now, in less than the span of a breath, they had been reduced to mere ashes. She was but a trivial O-level warrior, yet, astonishingly, she remained unscathed. No, let me perish. With great effort, Rose managed to rise, preparing to fight once more. She had evaded for far too long. When in Morning Light City, the death of the doctor had left her powerless. Now, having retreated to Heavenly Sea City, she had sought to join this battle, hoping to die like a true warrior. Yet fate had not granted her that wish. No, it is I. Suddenly, a chill enveloped her. She recalled the earlier mention of heart connection, the possibility that the Corpse Transcendent could link to the warrior's heart network. Now, the truth dawned upon her. The spiritual imprint of the Corpse Transcendent resided within her. Thus, it shared the heart network. No terror gripped Rose as she staggered backward. No wonder she had not perished. It was because it refused to let her die, wanting to continuously gather information from the warriors. Impossible. Rose glanced at her arm. This ancient relic had once shielded her from mental intrusion, yet now it had failed. But now the entanglement of her thoughts held no meaning. It was I who had brought about their demise. Suddenly, she unsheathed her alloy combat knife, without hesitation, and drew it across her throat. The blade sliced through skin, and blood gushed forth instantaneously. Rose collapsed to the ground. She was merely an O-level warrior, unworthy of the battlefield. Yet this was her sole means of resisting the Corpse Transcendent. However, just then, at the wound on her neck, flesh began to writhe as if animated. Severed veins and torn skin healed at a visible pace. In the blink of an eye, the wound vanished. No! Rose screamed to the heavens. The Corpse Transcendent would not allow her to live truly, nor would it permit her to die. She swiftly turned her head, intending to warn the others, only to find her mouth instantaneously sewn shut. She was unable to voice a sound, her very spirit suppressed. Pain etched across her face, her eyes dulled to a lifeless gaze, filled only with boundless despair. To seek life was futile. To seek death was impossible. How could this being be so overwhelmingly powerful? In the distance, amidst the desolate wilderness, Xuanhao stood beside a tall, lean warrior adorned with special goggles. His unique ability lay in perceiving energy intensity. Through his energy perception, he generated simple data, linked by Chu Xinlian's heart connection to everyone. He had always been invincible. Observing the energy readings, the goggled warrior furrowed his brow and remarked, "The corporeal form of the Corpse Transcendent exhibits an energy peak barely reaching the pinnacle of S level, merely brushing against the threshold of saintship. Yet, why do formidable S-level warriors fall before it like ants, crushed with ease?" As he spoke, a look of self-reproach crossed his face. This battle, seemingly arbitrary, had in fact been meticulously orchestrated ever since Xuanhao sensed the anomaly. Every aspect was accounted for. Formations, warriors, divine descent. Everything was in place. They even secured the support of the headquarters, harnessing the power of the galaxy. Yet, all this scheming and effort ultimately became a farce, unable to withstand a mere glance from him. Even among warriors of the same rank, disparities exist. Xuanhang's voice remained calm, his golden pupils fixed intently on the figure atop the earthen pillar. Indeed, it was so. Chu Xinlian spoke in a low tone. Though the power may be equal, differing martial techniques can create a chasm of difference. Moreover, he is unlike any other. Chu Xinlian gazed into the distance and stated calmly, "Your perception may merely skim the surface of his power. He is the very extension of the will of the corpse dispersing immortal, rendering our standards ineffectual against him. It is my failing." The goggle-clad warrior clenched his fists. Xuanhangzi patted his shoulder and, with a face marked by cracks, revealed a faint smile. "What is there to be disheartened about? Is this not the norm? This is divinity. After all, otherwise, what do you think we are contending against? I understand. I am just. No need for further words." Xuanhangzi interrupted the goggle-clad warrior, smiling lightly. "It is not a matter of great consequence. Above us, our predecessors engage in battle against these terrifying monsters every day, every moment, every second. You have merely failed once. They have encountered failure thousands upon thousands of times, yet they have never faltered. Furthermore, the battle has only just begun. I comprehend." The goggle-clad warrior nodded slightly, though his eyes were filled with desolation. Xuanhangzi smiled gently and said, "The principles I have shared with you are taught in the Warrior Academy. We have learned them since childhood. However, to truly embody them requires enduring a series of failures." As he spoke, he winked. "Let me share a secret with you, my predecessor. The former leader of Tianhai City spent 30 years battling the outer gods and ultimately, the predecessor seized the divine status." "What?" The goggle-clad warrior's eyes widened. "Is that truly achievable?" He could scarcely believe it, not daring to even contemplate the notion. "I am quite certain." Xuanhangzi nodded. Upon seeing the goggle-clad warrior regain his confidence, Xuanhangzi turned his gaze toward the distance. Being a leader is no easy task. Not only must one engage in battle, but also address teammate psychological issues promptly. Meanwhile, on the 100-meter stone pillar, Xuanhao stood resolute. His divine fire had already evaporated the earth, revealing a pit plunging down 100 meters, its expanse seemingly limitless, akin to a meteor crater. A gentle breeze wafted by Xuanhao calmly proclaimed, "Wind Master and Rain Teacher, the true monarch is present. Why do you not hasten to pay your respects?" His gaze swept across the surroundings, encompassing all directions. In this area, the cycle of moisture was evidently accelerated, and a faint divine essence enveloped the battlefield. This indeed bore the marks of divine descent. In the year of his ascension to immortality, he had the fortune of a brief encounter with these two deities who preside over wind and rain. To Xuanhao's astonishment, they were still alive. In an era marked by a decline in faith, the gods had long since fallen, 8 or 9 out of 10. The more powerful the deity, the more they relied on worship or incense, thus making them among the first to vanish. Alas, there was no response. The world lay in desolation, save for the howling winds. Simultaneously, information flickered upon his retina. Target: 5 Hell's corpse resolving immortal. Status: mortal form. Energy: 4. Command 16, now strike. The moment the command was issued, a hum resonated. The space quivered violently once more. The S-rank warriors among the survivors had already anticipated the moment. As soon as the order was given, several figures emerged around them. Boom! Boom! Some erupted from the earth, while others descended from the heavens with wings. Fearless, they charged forth again. Exterminate the immortals. Dozens of figures surged forward in unison. Suddenly, the ground heaved violently. The surface fractured, and amidst the swirling dust, a monstrous beast, comparable in size to a small mountain and encased in heavy armor, emerged from the earth. Upon its back stood a man wielding a colossal axe. "Today I, the Beast King, shall slay the immortals." His voice roared like thunder. The massive axe pointed menacingly at Xuanhao. The beast beneath him bellowed with a deafening roar, and a gigantic claw, shrouded in destructive energy, descended upon Xuanhao with tremendous force. Boom! As the claw struck, debris and dust soared into the sky. The stone pillar beneath Xuanhao shattered. Amidst the swirling dust, Xuanhao remained utterly unmoved. He merely raised his left hand, finger splayed, effortlessly holding the terrifying claw capable of shattering mountains. The violent impact radiated waves of force beneath him, yet he did not budge an inch. Impressive. The Beast King squinted his eyes. But how long can you endure? I am at the pinnacle of S rank. My companions are equally formidable. With a thunderous roar, the ground split open once more. From the tumultuous dust, two more grotesque beasts, exhaling venomous flames and chilling frost, erupted from the surface. Their gaping maws unleashed howling winds, stirring a chaotic sandstorm. Chapter 62. The Divine Descent. I am here, dare to act recklessly. Peak S rank. The voice of Xuanhao dripped with mockery. Perhaps when your strength ascends to a higher echelon, you shall comprehend that you lack even the qualification to stand before me. As he spoke, he clenched his right hand into the void. Buzz. Among the 6 swirling fireballs behind him, one suddenly plummeted into his palm. As the radiance surged, torrents of flame erupted forth, piercing the heavens, transforming into an infinitely extending golden crow fireblade. With a mere flick of his wrist, Xuanhao unleashed the searing blaze that tore through the fabric of space. Thud! The 3 fearsome colossal beasts, alongside their Beast King, fell as easily as knife through tofu. They had no room for resistance. With a casual stroke, their massive forms were instantly cleaved asunder by the fiery light. What? The Beast King, left with but half of his body, was stricken with horror. The very beast taming that had earned him his renown was effortlessly extinguished by a single strike from his adversary. Without a moment's hesitation, he scrambled backward, his form shooting away like a cannonball, desperately attempting to flee. Xuanhao did not even cast a glance in his direction. With a mere flick of his hand, buzz, buzz, the golden crow fire blade transformed into a fireball, soaring together with the 5 remaining fireballs, tearing through the skies, encircling the fleeing Beast King and his beasts in an instant. Refine, Xuanhao uttered with chilling clarity. Boom! The 6 fireballs blazed with intensity. They interconnected, instantly forming a colossal furnace of radiant flames that enveloped the Beast King and the giant beasts completely. Save me! The Beast King's anguished cries echoed within the furnace as he felt the searing heat. In but a fleeting moment, the screams ceased abruptly. Xuanhao clenched his fist, promptly refining the essence. As the furnace dissipated, a small brown pill, exuding vital energy and no larger than a peanut, floated in the air. He beckoned, and the pill soared into his palm. The mystical ability of his arm was that of elixir and fire. Xuanhao's alchemical prowess could be described as unparalleled. Without a glance, he tossed the pill into his mouth. Target: 5 Hell's Corpse Dispersing Immortal. Status: Mortal Form. Energy: 5. Instruction 17. It's over. It can unleash the divine eye again. Everyone, be cautious. Instruction 18. Everyone, return. The information materialized, yet could not deter some S-rank warriors. They had already charged toward the corpse, dispersing immortal. There was no need for persuasion. Their minds were resolute. Xianyangzi's voice remained calm. Yet, Chu Xinlian clenched her fists tightly. Xianyang interrupted her, speaking with tranquility. This is the only method to combat the outer gods, lacking experience and skill. It is all a matter of sacrificing lives in exchange for precious experience. You should understand the old ones are nearly impossible to slay. When in Morning Light City, the doctor could have escaped. He could have commanded the warriors to swarm and eliminate the corpse-dispersing immortal's mortal form. He placed a hand on his companion's shoulder, speaking earnestly. But why did he not flee? Why did he send wave after wave of people to their demise? In order to summarize our experiences, the doctor may have already surmised that the corpse-resolving immortal cannot be vanquished, hence sacrificing life as a means to an end. We, as humans, are perpetually met with failure, yet we are never devoid of the courage to commence anew. Today, we shall slay this being. At the very least, we must seal this arm. Upon uttering this, Xuanhao erupted with a chilling blaze. I comprehended. Chu Xinlian nodded silently, reassuring her companions. Xuanhao cast a glance downward, observing the metallic lower half of his body, where a semi-transparent energy indicator displayed a staggering 98. Swiftly, we must hasten. Xuanhao clenched his fists, a flicker of anxiety crossing his gaze. We are already moving at great speed. Chu Xinlian, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, the intricacy of your neural interface with the machinery demands time. 98. Is the utmost compression achievable with current technology? Moreover, the army is assembling, with less than a minute remaining. Annihilation transpired in a mere 0.3 seconds. From the charge of the masses to complete obliteration, it was but 0.3 seconds. Divine descent, let it commence. Xuanhao suppressed the tumultuous blood and impatience within, his voice regaining its cold resolve. Very well. Zhu Xinlian note that. Command 19. All personnel prepare. Command 20. Initiate divine descent. Command 21. Target. Exhaust the corpse-resolving immortal final vestiges of energy. The instant the information was disseminated, a thunderous explosion resounded as if the heavens themselves had shattered. A blindingly brilliant meteor of flame, trailing a lengthy tail, tore through the oppressive, leaden sky, hurtling towards the battlefield's epicenter. Boom! The meteor crashed violently into the scorched earth. The ground trembled violently, and a ferocious shockwave, laden with debris, surged outward like a tsunami. Dust and smoke billowed skyward, obscuring half the heavens. As the haze gradually settled, a massive, streamlined, capsule-like metallic chamber was found deeply embedded in the molten terrain. With a soft crack, the hatch slid open silently, revealing a figure that stepped forth. Clad in an ancient-style black armor that enveloped him entirely, the central emblem of the armor glimmered with a radiant. Even his face was concealed behind an iron mask, leaving only a pair of icy eyes exposed. Upon his emergence, his gaze immediately fixed upon Xuanhao. No words were exchanged, nor was there hesitation. The ground beneath his feet erupted violently. He transformed into a streak of black lightning, tearing through space with a piercing shriek and overwhelming pressure, hurtling towards Xuanhao. A deity? Xuanhao's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Boom! The armored figure's speed reached its zenith, closing the distance in an instant. Brandishing a colossal spear imbued with a terrifying force to rend space, he aimed a devastating strike at Xuanhao's head. Xuanhao's right hand grasped the void. Buzz! A golden fireball soared into his palm, its brilliance expanding as it coalesced into a spear flowing with molten flames. The golden crow fire spear. Xuanhao raised the spear with one arm, defiantly meeting the cataclysmic cleave with an upward thrust. Clang! The two divine spears collided with resounding force. The jarring clash of metal, intermingled with explosive energy, instantaneously enveloped the entire battlefield. The shockwave surged forth as if it were a tangible entity, spreading wildly. With a sudden exertion of strength, Xuanhao's arm propelled the golden crow fire spear, which erupted in a blaze of fervent flames. A violent gust of energy surged forth, striking against the armored figure. Bang! Its heavy form shuddered violently and was sent hurtling backward, carving a deep trench into the earth. Crack! The metallic faceplate shattered, revealing beneath it a visage that was anything but human. The face was shrouded in dense fur, interspersed with dark, scaly patches and a pair of reptilian, cold vertical pupils fixed intently upon Xuanhao. Oh, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia. Xuanhao smirked lightly. Is it just you? Have the other 11 perished? No sooner had the words left his lips than boom. The armored dog god sprang forth from the deep pit, its spear radiating blinding lightning, once again transforming into a bolt of energy as it charged toward Xuanhao. Boom! It barreled forward, causing the ground to fracture incessantly. Xuanhao's expression turned frosty, and he spoke coldly. 6 Ding and 6 Jia, I am here. Dare to act recklessly. The advancing form of the armor dog god abruptly faltered. A fleeting glimmer of confusion, almost imperceptible, flickered within its cold vertical pupils. Chapter 3. Is it not worth a few nudges for updates and some favorable reviews? Chapter 63. The mad deity in an instant of bewilderment. The violent intent surged once more within the vertical pupils, and the Jiashu deity accelerated rather than decelerated, thrusting its spear directly at Xuanhao's heart. Oomph. A glint of cold light erupted in Xuanhao's eyes. It was merely a shell. No wonder it dared to act so brazenly before me. Being here, what local god would dare to descend? As the words fell, the golden crow spear surged into action. Buzz. Flames erupted, moving faster than the very perception of sight, akin to sunlight that tears through the darkness. Puff! The blazing spear tip effortlessly pierced through the thick armor of the Jiaxu deity, protruding from its back. Divine blood gushed forth like a fountain, surging wildly. Yet, the Jiaxu deity showed no signs of pause. Its massive hand, covered in scales and fur, fiercely grasped the golden crow spear at its chest. Roar! It emitted an inhuman roar, disregarding its penetrated body, and forcefully pressed down, its claws reaching for Xuanhao's head. Seeking death, Xuanhao opened his mouth and unleashed. Boom! The golden crow divine fire erupted from his mouth, and with a resounding blast, the Jiaxu deity was once again sent flying, crashing into the ground and stirring up billowing dust. Crack! Its armor shattered, revealing charred flesh beneath. With a sweep of his hand, Xuanhao commanded, Buzz! The remaining 5 golden crow fireballs instantaneously coalesced, surging forth like a torrent of flames, shooting through the sky and stretching infinitely. Slash! The fire blade descended upon the Jiaxu deity's head. In an instant, the earth split as if cleaved like tofu, forming an immense, bottomless lava chasm. Smoke and dust enveloped the area, and the silhouette of the Jiaxu deity vanished. Whoosh! Whoosh! The piercing sound of slicing air resonated from all directions. The Jiaxu deity flitted across the battlefield like a specter, its speed multiplied several times beyond before. Meanwhile, a faint yet eerie breeze quietly swept across the battlefield. This wind seemed gentle, almost imperceptible, yet it perfectly intertwined with the Jiaxu deity's every trajectory of flickering movement. Like a booster, it propelled its speed to an astonishing degree. Xuanhao's gaze flashed like lightning, sweeping across. Wind Master, Rain Teacher. His voice, though soft, pierced through the barriers of space. Dare you obstruct me? This seemingly innocuous breeze was, in truth, an immense aid. Hif hif. A laugh, reminiscent of an illusion, drifted within the breeze. Heretical paths, sinister spirits, dare to proclaim themselves as true lords? Another chilling voice echoed through the space. It resembled speech, yet also sounded like raindrops falling to the ground. Ha ha, ha ha. Within the breeze, amidst the raindrops, sharp and distorted laughter reverberated continuously. Interesting. The mockery on Xuanhao's face deepened. It seems you have lost your sanity. Otherwise, how would you dare to act so insolently before me? His gaze swept across the heavens, disdainfully uttering, You worthless beings, if you possess any courage, stand before me and speak those words. Ha ha. The laughter carried by the wind grew even sharper. Yet that was all there was to it. The wind and rain masters remain elusive, concealed in shadows. Oomph. Xuanhao scoffed coldly, disdain radiating from his eyes. If you lack the courage to confront me directly, from where do you derive the audacity to oppose me? Suddenly, the space behind him warped violently. The shattered form of the Jiaxu god materialized, wielding a divine spear crackling with the silence of annihilating lightning, aimed mercilessly at Xuanhao's back. Incorrigible, a blaze ignited in Xuanhao's eyes. Vanish. He leaped into the air, transforming instantaneously into a blazing dragon of fire, evading the assault while unleashing a torrent of flame. Dragon flame flow. Boom! The golden crow divine fire collided fiercely with the Jiaxu god. Sizzle. The armor turned a searing red in an instant. The Jiaxu god emitted a wretched howl, hurled away by the raging inferno. Yet the dragon flame flow showed no signs of abating. Flesh disintegrated, divinity collapsed. Roar. The Jiaxu god let out a pained roar, but his body continued to disintegrate. In merely a second, he was mercilessly torn apart by the flames. The god is dead? This scene made the onlookers swallow hard. Suddenly, fragments of information materialized on their retinas. Target, 5 Hells corpse resolving immortal. Status, mortal form. Energy, 2. Command, 21. Everyone, his divine eye is rendered unusable. Attack. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted. What was once a realm of silence now surged with figures from all directions. Some were cloaked in invisibility, others melded within the fabric of space, while some arrived instantaneously from other divisions through teleportation techniques. As the mightiest force on the planet, the Martial Artist Association, with its 2 millennia of existence, possessed profound resources. In an instant, blades flashed and shadows danced. Energy surged, spiritual ripples pulsed, toxins and spatial confinement converged. Countless attacks, like a tempest, engulfed Xuanhao. Yet, his expression remained unchanged as he grasped 6 golden crow fireballs, fiery trees, and silver flowers. His fingers spread wide, and the fireballs exploded. Like detonating stars, sparks rained down violently in all directions. In a heartbeat, anguished screams pierced the heavens. All incoming assaults, whether physical impacts or energy strikes, dissolved amidst the myriad sparks of flame. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Each spark, no larger than a grain of sand, pierced through their prideful S-rank warrior bodies like steel needles through tofu. Amidst the cacophony of cries, the crowd found themselves riddled with wounds, swiftly reduced to ashes. The scant few survivors were engulfed in despair. Aside from the divine eye, every technique of the corpse-resolving immortal was insurmountable. Boundless in range, contact meant certain death. Before such an entity, they were no different from mere ants, perhaps even lesser. Simultaneously, information continued to appear on their retinas. Target, 5 Hell's corpse-resolving immortal. Status, mortal form. Energy, 1 I come. A thunderous roar resounded. The figure of Qin Tianyu, wrapped in bandages, materialized with remarkable speed above Xuanhao's head. His muscles taut and energy surging to its zenith, he descended upon Xuanhao with the formidable force reminiscent of Mount Tai, his fist embodying the power to shatter mountains and split the earth. With a swift motion, the golden fire blade tore through the fabric of space, ascending in a reverse slash. In the air, there was no leverage to be found, no means of evasion. At that moment, a glint of brilliance ignited in Qin Tianyu's eyes as he forcefully stomped his right foot down. Boom! A deafening sound explosion resonated. The air beneath him seemed to solidify, transforming into a tangible platform. Harnessing this extraordinary recoil, Qin Tianyu's figure vanished in an instant. In the next heartbeat, he materialized behind Xuanhao. His fist, charged with concentrated energy, emitted a piercing shriek as it struck toward Xuanhao's vulnerable back. Boom! As the force of his punch swept through, the earth was carved into a gaping chasm of unfathomable depth. Alas, in a blaze of dragon flames, Xuanhao transformed into a roaring, blazing fire dragon, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed all, crashing into Qin Tianyu. Qin Tianyu roared in agony as the energy enveloping his body shattered in an instant. His flesh reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Target, 5 Hell's corpse-resolving immortal. Status, mortal form. Energy can none. Chapter 64. All cards laid bare. Yet despair prevails, he is devoid of energy. Everyone engage in close combat. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Qin Tianyu wiped the charred ash from his face, his bones creaking ominously. His flesh writhed, visibly regenerating, enveloping his scorched skeletal frame. This was his ultimate martial skill, known as blood and flesh nirvana, a technique that reshapes the body in the face of death. Everyone kill. Qin Tianyu's eyes blazed crimson, akin to a malevolent spirit. He was the first to charge forth. The remaining warriors were ignited by this final frenzy. They emitted a chorus of roars, akin to moths drawn to a flame, launching their last assault towards the figure at the heart of the scorched earth. Slaughter the celestial. The roar tore through the fabric of space. There is no energy. Xuanhao stood unmoving, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I'm a true immortal. Before he could complete his thought, he began to ascend slowly. His dark red robe billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, resonating ominously. The heavens are boundless, the universe. Seizing the loss. The final two words echoed like thunder, splitting the cosmos. In the next instant, the world lost its color. The gray sky was rent asunder. Above, the sun radiated boundless light and heat. Within the domain of this scorched earth, all brilliance dimmed, as every ray of light and warmth was siphoned away by Xuanhao. Buzz! An indescribable terror surged forth from within him, erupting with cataclysmic force. On his retina, streams of information flickered wildly. Target: 5 Hell's corpse-solving immortal. Status: mortal form. Energy: 100 billion. Heavens! In the distance, Chu Xinlian felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away, collapsing to the ground, her gaze utterly devoid of life. It was not fear, but the despair following the collapse of understanding. No, the armored warrior's eyes bulged, trembling violently, emitting a heart-wrenching roar. In an instant, his body exploded. The splattered flesh had no time to touch the ground, disintegrating into ashes mid-air. Merely perceiving the overwhelming energy of the corpse-solving immortal, an S-class peak warrior was obliterated in an instant. You all! Xuanhao hovered in the air, his gaze apathetically sweeping over the ants below, frozen in place. This is the end. He slowly raised his palm, pressing downward. The direction of his hand was a conflagration that consumed the world. Space was torn apart. The ground crumbled like a fragile sandcastle, collapsing into ruin. Puff, puff, puff. No matter the sturdy energy shields or the formidable flesh before the all-consuming flames, they were as fragile as paper, instantly vaporized without a trace. No, an S-class peak warrior, burning his life force, transformed into a streak of light that tore through space, darting thousands of meters away in an instant. Yet, no matter how swift his speed, how could it surpass the gaze? Buzz! The flames swept across, scorching mountains and boiling seas. Wind and rain spirits, why do you not assist me? Oh! The piercing wails shattered the desolation. The surviving warriors, akin to ignited scarecrows, are reduced to ashes in their despair. The winds howl, and the thunderous roars reverberate. Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! What answers them is not the divine protection, but rather a cacophony of sharp, frenzied laughter. This laughter does not emanate from a single source. It seems as though countless voices intertwine, carried by the howling winds from all directions, eerie and spine-chilling. Instruction 22. Attention, everyone. The state of the wind and rain deities is amiss. Do not place your hopes upon them. A message reaches the retina, yet only Xuanhao is able to perceive it. He descends slowly, as everything turns to dust, save for the remnants of divine power. In the distance, Xian Yangzi's garments are reduced to ashes in the searing heat, his exposed skin marred with burn marks, and his mechanical lower limbs flicker with electric sparks. At the critical moment, the wind and rain deities finally intervened. Otherwise, he and Chu Xinlian would have turned to cinders. Xinlian, you have worked hard. Xian Yangzi's voice is hoarse and dry. He struggles to lift his head, gazing towards the desolate core of scorched earth. The battle has concluded. Xian Yangzi's heart aches with bitterness. To continue is utterly meaningless. You should depart. And you? Chu Xinlian's voice trembles. Xian Yangzi looks upon the ruins, calmly stating, I'm the captain of the Southeast District, the head of Tianhai City. My team has perished. I must make one last attempt. Chu Xinlian's lips quiver, ultimately forming a powerless whisper. Let us retreat. Surviving still holds hope. To die now means losing everything. There will be successors. Xian Yangzi slowly shakes his head. His tone is tranquil as still water. At this moment, he finds a strange calmness. There are no opportunities left. This is a certain demise, and no surprises shall arise. Everyone has perished. What face does he have left to continue living? Take care, Captain. Chu Xinlian bites her lip and turns away. In this cruel apocalypse, where deities roam and lives are as inconsequential as grass, bonds and friendships become meaningless burdens, concealed deep within one's heart. A warrior's mission encompasses but two tenets, to survive and to fight. Since the captain has chosen death, she can only acquiesce. Beep! From Xian Yangzi's mechanical lower limbs, a low hum emanates from within the frigid prosthetics. At the joints, eerie blue arcs of electricity leap wildly. Connection 100. The linkage is complete. Suddenly, an indescribable aura of terror surges forth, akin to an invisible tsunami, abruptly penetrating the fabric of space. Xuanhao turns towards the source of this ominous presence. It is the Ancient One who had previously spied on him. However, this time, their target does not seem to be him. That gaze, seemingly from the depths of the cosmos, pierces through infinite space, imbued with disdain and a warning, locking onto the source of the maniacal laughter in the wind. In the next moment, the sharp cackle abruptly ceases. Silence reigns, yet it lasted but a fleeting moment. Windmaster and Rain Lord, heed my command, Xuanhao bellowed. Otherwise, prepare for your demise. Whoosh! A tempestuous hurricane erupted from the heavens and the earth. This time, it was not a force of assistance, but a cataclysmic wave of destruction. The storm swept up debris, akin to countless razor-sharp blades, relentlessly slicing towards Xuanhao. Simultaneously, a torrential downpour cascaded from the sky. This rain was neither clear nor pure, but thick and inky, exuding a nauseating stench. Each droplet that struck Xuanhao's form erupted with a piercing hiss, rising clouds of foul-smelling vapor. Finally willing to unleash your power, Xuanhao stood at the eye of the storm, his robe billowing amidst the turbulent winds and filthy rain. Windmaster and Rain Lord, it seems, you are resolutely determined to stand against me? As his voice faded, the gale intensified and the deluge grew heavier. Excellent. A cold, murderous intent curled at the corner of Xuanhao's lips. Windmaster and Rain Lord, grant me your aid once more. Xuanhang's roar resounded as his body instantaneously disintegrated. Divine might, activate. Xuanhang's limbs fragmented, divine power binding countless parts together. Blood gushed forth, yet within his golden eyes, an unprecedented fervor ignited. Boom! His momentum surged higher and higher, reaching the pinnacle of S-Class. Half a step to becoming a saint, approaching the realm of the divine. Chapter 65. The arrival of the high-dimensional entity, deities reduced to ants' buzz. Within Xuanhao, the divine essence was unsealed, erupting like a long-dormant volcano, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. A howl of agony erupted from his throat. Deep within his pupils, the previously dim golden light suddenly flared brilliantly, as if fed by an inferno. This golden radiance was not mere energy. It was the sacred blood of divinity, the last vestige of ancient ancestry. Xuanhao was consuming his own life, soul, and existence itself, all in pursuit of a fleeting moment of divine, slaughtering power. Boom! The ground beneath him shattered instantaneously. He transformed into a dark golden streak of light, tearing through the heavens and earth with frenzied intensity, hurtling towards the figure at the center of the scorched earth. His speed transcended perception, causing the space around him to ripple and resonate with sonic booms. Boom! Suddenly, alongside this apocalyptic charge, the charred ground erupted violently. A more ferocious and chaotic aura emerged. Amidst the dust and smoke, Qin Tianyu burst forth from the earth. He had undergone a rebirth of flesh and blood once more. At this moment, he stood naked, his bronze skin resembling repeatedly tempered divine metal, glinting with a cold, metallic sheen. His muscles bulged and coiled, akin to the sinews of an ancient dragon. Even more terrifying was the sight of countless twisted, dark currents of violent electricity surging from within him, writhing like living beings, rending the air apart. These were no mere lightning strikes, but highly concentrated, utterly uncontrollable energy. The aura he radiated was chaotic and ferocious, brimming with primal destructive desire, subtly overpowering the divinity burning Xuanhao beside him. Two figures, one golden and one black, resembled two celestial meteors ablaze, hurtling toward a common target with resolute determination, ready to annihilate all in their path. Boss, if this is our final dance, wouldn't the road to the underworld be too lonely without you? Qin Tianyu grinned, a manic gleam in his smile. At last, we can truly engage in battle. Since childhood, I have been an anomaly. I require no cultivation, my strength surges like a rocket, and with a mere punch, I can shatter a mountain. Now, he clenched his fists. Boom! A terrifying momentum erupted like a volcanic eruption, soaring into the sky. Half a step in his sagehood. He even faintly touched the threshold of the sage realm. I know not how strong I truly am. Who would have thought that the ultimate battle would culminate in this final dance? So exhilarating. Enough of the chatter. Xian Yangzi said solemnly, activate the grand formation. At the moment his voice fell, boom. The entire scorched earth trembled violently. The ground cracked open, and numerous energy veins, thick as dragons and shimmering with blinding blue light, burst forth from the earth. Puff, puff. The energy veins plunged forcefully into Xian Yangzi's body. His momentum surged once more, now merely a half-step away from the sage realm. Kill! Xian Yangzi roared, with a destructive might that threatened to obliterate the heavens and earth, rapidly closing in on Xuanhao. Boss, I shall take the lead. Qin Tianyu's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, his figure vanished. His speed was astonishingly swifter than that of Xuanyangzi, who was empowered by the grand formation, transcending the limits of comparison. His physical prowess tore through the very fabric of space. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Xuanhao. A fist, seemingly capable of shattering stars, surged forward with a piercing sound, striking fiercely at Xuanhao's back. Boom! The thunderous roar resounded to an extreme degree. Xuanhao remained utterly unmoved. Qin Tianyu's fist, powerful enough to shatter mountains and split the earth, was caught effortlessly by Xuanhao's reverse grip. The violent wind generated by the punch failed to budge Xuanhao, yet it sliced through the air like an invisible blade, sweeping outward. Rumbling, the earth was cleaved apart, creating a gaping chasm that was unfathomably deep and stretched dozens of meters wide, extending to the horizon. The leaden clouds above were split in two. In terms of martial skills, I may not match you, Qin Tianyu boasted with a hint of arrogance on his face, but regarding raw physical strength, I. His smile abruptly froze. In Xuanhao's eyes, flames erupted. 9 lives? Indeed. Xuanhao discerned 9 threads of energy within him, 5 of which had already dimmed. This is the end. A brilliant red light burst forth from Xuanhao's gaze. So close was the distance that Qin Tianyu could see clearly. At the center of that crimson radiance, it was as if a sun had exploded, incinerating all in its wake. In the next moment, Qin Tianyu launched a second punch, yet it was merely a motion of raising his hand, as his muscles rapidly dissolved, and those 5 threads of energy were obliterated in an instant. 3 pulsating hearts, 6 lobes of lungs. Everything was reduced to ashes by that piercing gaze. Windmaster and Rainmaster, show yourselves. Grant me speed. Xuanyangzi roared in a frenzy. Rumble. A tempest raged around them, torrential rain cascading like a waterfall, yet it could not extinguish Xuanhao's flames. Umph! Xuanhao scoffed disdainfully, enough shouting. Those 2 cowardly wretches dare to appear before me? Boom! Before his words could settle, a ferocious whirlwind erupted, stirring up towering dust clouds, while the foul rain poured down like a reverse river from the heavens. As you wish. We have arrived. A sharp, distorted voice, eerie and hoarse, echoed through the storm. Within the howling wind, countless nearly invisible, writhing strands of spiritual energy intertwined frantically, coalescing into a humanoid mass. Amidst the torrential downpour, a colossal, cold, and emotionless eye slowly opened. Ha! Ha ha ha! We have come. The piercing laughter reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Very well, Xuanhao replied indifferently. Then go die. As his words fell, a boundless crimson mist surged forth like a flood of blood, spreading wildly from Xuanhao's center, instantly engulfing the raging winds, the foul rain, and everything else. The entire battlefield, now scorched earth, was dyed a blinding crimson. Above the swirling sea of crimson mist, a colossal shadow gradually materializes, 3 heads and 6 arms, reminiscent of an ancient deity, enshrouded in an endless crimson silk. Its head obscures the heavens while its gaze, as frigid as distant stars, surveys the struggling ants upon this scorched earth. The formidable power of the true immortal sweeps across the land in an instant. How could this be? No, no. Amidst the tempest, a humanoid amalgamation lets out a terrified scream from its single eye, overwhelmed by disbelief. Impossible. Your primordial spirit is still gestating in morning Twilight City. How could it descend to this place? The mixed voices are laden with incredulity and despair. Buzz. In the next moment, the fierce winds cease and the torrential rain halts. That chaotic mental entity, that frigid eye, vanishes in an instant like a startled rabbit. Divine power retreats in haste. Stay. The indifferent voice of Xuanhao reverberates through the cosmos. He soars into the sky, his body transforming into myriad flames that dart towards the misty sea, merging into the colossal primordial spirit. In the briefest moment, a thunderous roar erupts. From the tumultuous mist, a gigantic arm, entwined with terrifying flames, descends upon the earth, as if delivering divine retribution. Boom! The barriers of reality are effortlessly torn asunder. The immense arm stretches across the horizon, fingers splayed wide, resembling the hand of the heavens, wielding the might to shatter stars. It reaches toward the direction in which the wind and rain masters hastily retreat. Chapter 66. The Divine Annihilation. Ancient Master and Disciple, how could this be? As he gazed upon the colossal shadow that obscured the heavens, feeling the unimaginable and divine might emanating from it, Xuanhao collapsed onto the ground. The records clearly stated that the corpse-resolving immortal was in a state of gestation. How could it manifest in reality? It was that arm. Xuanhao began to grasp the truth. Sensing this insurmountable power, his lips parched, he realized that arm. It truly appears to be a part of the corpse-resolving immortal's true form. Through that arm, it has already been able to descend into the mortal realm. This is dire. Xuanhao forced a bitter smile, feeling as though all his strength had been siphoned away in an instant. In the city of Morning Dawn, the corpse-resolving immortal possessed an ordinary martial artist, whose combat prowess was merely of the O or a grade. Now with that arm, its earthly vessel could annihilate S-grade warriors in an instant, and the true celestial body from the higher dimensional space could tread upon reality, forcing even deities to flee in terror. Boom! A deafening roar shattered the sky. Above the churning sea of fog, a colossal primordial spirit loomed over the heavens. True monarch, spare my life. In the howling tempest from all directions, the terrified cries echoed relentlessly, the last wails of the Wind Master and Rain Master. True monarch, grant me a chance. It is not easy for me to live. Amidst the filthy rain, countless streams of water writhed desperately, struggling to coalesce into that cold, singular eye. Only despair remained, accompanied by a psychic wail filled with sorrow. Yet the response came from that gigantic palm that enveloped the heavens and the earth. It was unreasonable. It disregarded divine power. The immense hand pressed down upon the world, intent on cleansing this region and the filth concealed within it. Vanish. The grand voice of Xuanhao resonated like the cold laws of the cosmos throughout the realms. With a puff, the colossal palm closed, as if crushing a bubble filled with sewage. True monarch, no. The soul-rending roar abruptly ceased. Buzz. In the palm's center, 6 miniature suns whirled wildly, their divine flames erupting, transforming the world into a furnace. The winds ceased and the rains evaporated. Refine. Xuanhao uttered coldly. In an instant, the Rain Master was utterly obliterated, leaving only a cherry-sized elixir radiating a gentle aura. Immortal Lord, the Rain Master has been vanquished. We realize our errors, and we beseech the Immortal Lord for one more chance. Amidst the howling winds, the Wind Master's spiritual fluctuations quickened. It fled in abject terror and humility, like a stray dog, racing towards the edge of the scorched earth. Its speed reached an extreme. In the blink of an eye, it was 1,000 miles away. Yet, no matter how swift the wind, it could not outpace the divine might of the true immortal that tore through space. Boom! The shadowy palm descended. The fabric of space shattered like fragile glass, and the true immortal's power instantly enveloped the entire land. No! The Wind Master let out a desperate roar. He suddenly turned around, And in his sight, that colossal hand, which overshadowed the entire sky, came crashing down. This was the overwhelming force from a higher dimension, the might belonging to a true celestial being. In the blink of an eye, the terrified mental ripples of the wind god vanished, and in Xuanhao's palm, another cherry-like elixir appeared. The wind god met his demise. Suddenly, a flicker of movement crossed Xuanhao's eyes. A faint, yet sinister aura quietly emerged, not from this place, but from the distant direction of Morning Dawn City. The corpse dissolution immortal, filled with sorrow and resolute fury. It was like the roar of a cornered beast tearing through the heavens. Boom! Xian Yangzi transformed into a blazing fire dragon, wielding a fiery spear, charging towards the enormous shadow that obscured the sun and moon above. Gulme, face me in battle. The flames blazed fiercely, and the roar reverberated through the clouds. Xuanhao's indifferent gaze swept over, as if observing a moth darting towards the flames. The giant hand followed with a swift strike. Boom! The sheer intensity of the scorching wind from the hand shattered the very fabric of space. Xian Yangzi's body disintegrated, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. And with his fury and resignation to death, he was reduced to ashes by the force of the palm. There will always be successors. Ancient memories awakened in Xuanhao's mind. Master, with so many people, is what we're doing truly right? Asked the child. Dear disciple, this is the path to immortality through the five hells. The old Taoist gently patted the child's head, a smile adorning his face. Besides, they are all evildoers, deserving of their fate. The young boy looked up, confusion evident in his eyes. But Master, if we do this, even if we become immortals, won't we be considered evil immortals? Silly child, the old Taoist chuckled and shook his head. Is there really such a distinction between good and evil among immortals? Moreover, we are purging evil. Once we attain immortality, our disciples will surely sing our praises. The child blinked and asked, Master, aren't I your only disciple? Where would these other disciples come from? The old Taoist shook his head in exasperation, his smile widening. There will be many more after we become immortals. However, you will always be my best disciple. Your soul-capturing technique has reached the level of a master, allowing sinners to repent and atone, saving me quite a bit of trouble. This is called soul-capturing technique. The child inquired, puzzled. Ascent, the psychology? That's the modern term for it. All right. The child's face showed worry. Master, what if this doesn't succeed? We might be executed. Silly child, what is there to fear? The old Taoist patted the child's head. That is not death. That is the dissolution of the body to achieve immortality. There are many forms of dissolution. Fire dissolution, water dissolution, weapon dissolution. If we truly were to be executed, it would probably be gun dissolution, right? Rest assured, in any case, we will achieve immortality. Master, what if we fail? There will always be successors. Master, the day of the 6-star conjunction is fast approaching. The 5 hells formation is ready. We just lack the final piece of the puzzle. Master, could this puzzle piece be referring to me? The youth lifted his head, his gaze both clear and piercing. Silly disciple, how could that be? I intend to lead you toward immortality. The old Taoist concealed the dagger behind him. Master, the youth slowly drew a pistol from his bosom. You are out of touch with the times. This gun, swift and precise, far surpasses any Taoist technique. You rebellious disciple, the heavens do not forsake me. The rare celestial event of the 9 stars aligning occurs in this era. With the right timing, place, and people, I have finally awaited this moment. 3 flowers gather at the crown. 5 energies converge to the source. I have finally achieved it. The crimson mist dissipated. The scorched earth returned to a profound silence, and the celestial being transformed into a shooting star, vanishing into the horizon. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain. A figure descended slowly from the heights. He bore a pair of enormous wings, forged from countless cold metallic plates, their edges shimmering with a sharp, chilling light. Has he departed? Not far away. Chu Xinlian gradually appeared. Her complexion was pale, her breath weak, and her eyes still reflected deep-seated fear. Indeed, Chun Tianlong nodded, Headquarters has informed me that fallen divine presence has manifested in Morning Light City. He has returned to clean up the mess. Fortunately, you refrained from intervening. Chu Xilian's voice trembled slightly. Otherwise, you too might have perished. 60%, perhaps a 90% probability. Chen Tianlong scratched his head, a hint of a bitter smile crossing his face. I nearly couldn't restrain myself from acting. Thankfully, he sighed, his expression gravely serious. Alas, this world is about to descend into chaos. I am fortunate to have escaped swiftly. Chu Xinlian felt a lingering dread. Otherwise, I might have faced a similar fate. Rest assured, Chen Tianlong chuckled lightly. Your unique abilities are exceedingly rare. The higher-ups at headquarters have been keeping a watchful eye on this place. They will not allow your demise. Whether or not you can contend with the detached immortal remains uncertain, but forcibly intervening to extricate you should not pose a problem. Chapter 67. The celestial beings feast on humanity, achieving sanctity of flesh. The headquarters is also paying attention. Chu Xinyan expressed her surprise, inquiring why they had not intervened. It is difficult for the headquarters as well. Chen Tianlong sighed helplessly. The protracted war at Shanhaiguan has already drained us of considerable strength. I could only come here briefly, and I must return shortly. Moreover, this concerns the Celestials. His voice dropped to a low murmur, laden with an indescribable apprehension. The higher-ups at headquarters would not act lightly unless they possessed at least a 60% chance of success. You have reviewed the data on Celestials, correct? Yes, I have. Then you should be acutely aware of their peculiarities. Chen Tianlong spoke gravely. That Celestial annihilated 80 million lives. I'm aware of that. Chu Xinyan felt a chill run down her spine. She had seen the recorded footage in that dossier once. Even the esteemed figures of the saint level were crushed like mere insects during that battle. Thus, the headquarters remains particularly vigilant regarding Celestials. In the 2,000 years since the ancient era, there have been 196 documented instances of Celestials appearing, of which 193 have been proven false. Only 3 cases pertain to genuine Celestials. However, these 3 instances have wrought irreparable devastation. 300 years ago, 80 million lives vanished. A century ago, the Western Martial Arts Association was entirely obliterated. In these 3 occurrences, 2 Celestials were involved. Chu Xinyan's expression grew complex. Brother Tianlong, I've heard that these monsters were once human, and now they stand against us? Chen Tianlong nodded slightly. Indeed, they are our mortal enemies, prioritized even above foreign deities. Why? Chu Xinyan blurted out. Because. Chen Tianlong's eyes flickered with a profound coldness. They consume humans. Chu Xinyan felt as though struck by lightning. Deities also consume humans. Chen Tianlong intoned, yet they possess another avenue. Faith or incense. We can cultivate a perfect ecosystem for the deities, preventing them from devolving into monsters or madmen. To some extent, when our power becomes sufficiently formidable, even the deities must yield to us. He shifted his tone, a chilling edge creeping into his voice. However, Celestials can only feast on humanity. A sudden chill enveloped Chu Xinyan as she grasped the reasons behind headquarters' deep-seated fears of the Celestials. Why is this so? Who knows? Chen Tianlong shook his head, a look of resignation on his face. Perhaps it is akin to how we consume animals. It is simply that we have choices. What a predicament. He sighed heavily. We have been tracking those 2 Celestials for 3 centuries, yielding no results, and now another has appeared. This world is truly on the brink of chaos. The 2 approached the lone survivor of this great conflict. Who is she? Chen Tianlong inquired as they walked. Rosa. Chu Xinyan replied. An O-level warrior from Dawn City. Why did she survive? I was puzzled before, but seeing her alive now, it is not hard to understand. The shadow of the celestial of corpse dissolution may have long since taken root within her. Suddenly, Chu Xinlian recalled something and inquired, Brother Chen Tianlong. If the true body of the corpse disintegration immortal is indeed in Morning Light City, why has it suddenly appeared here? Can it truly step into reality? Xian Yangzi had previously addressed this matter. Chen Tianlong replied calmly. That arm may very well be a fragment of the corpse disintegration immortal's true form. Wait. He abruptly paused, his expression shifting dramatically. What is it? Chu Xinlian sensed unease creeping in. If that is the case, Chun Tianlong's eyes ignited with disbelief and horror. This corpse disintegration immortal may prove to be more formidable than the other two immortals. It seeks to attain sanctity in physical form. What does that imply? A jolt coursed through Chu Xinlian's heart. Chun Tianlong's brow furrowed deeply. I am not entirely certain, but it is said to be related to the ancient event known as absolute connection severance, during which a powerful figure severed the bridge connecting the divine realm, thereby isolating the gods from the higher dimensions. I am aware of that. Chu Xinlian nodded, as this information was nearly public knowledge. Whether local deities or ancient outer gods, they all required two steps to step into reality: divine descent and gestation. However, without exception, their entry into reality necessitated time. If it seeks to attain sanctity in physical form, Chun Tianlong's voice quavered. That would be exceedingly terrifying. At this juncture, he retrieved a secure communicator and dispatched this earth-shattering news to the Martial Artists Association. What will happen next? Chu Xinlian swallowed hard. Once the message was sent, Chun Tianlong remarked, it will be the first entity since the absolute connection severance incident to walk the earth in a complete immortal form. As for why it suddenly arrived here from Morning Light City, that is easily understood. It is its own spirit. Through Chun Tianlong's explanation, Chu Xinlian grasped the concept. The own spirit of the corpse disintegration immortal functioned like an invisible seed, capable of silently possessing any individual, rendering it extremely difficult to detect. Furthermore, there exists a hierarchy among own spirits. The primary own spirit serves as a beacon, directly connecting to its true form in the higher dimensions. Even more alarming is the fact that this hierarchy can be altered. Chun Tianlong continued. The headquarters has already analyzed that it may have actively eliminated the primary own spirit in Morning Light City. Consequently, the secondary own spirit within the arm would automatically ascend to become the new primary own spirit. Its higher dimensional form is thus connected to this arm, allowing it to come here. Chun Tianlong appeared agitated, scratching his head vigorously. What a bother, utterly unsolvable, unsuvable. Chu Xinlian felt a chill enveloping her. Within anyone's body lurked the own spirit of the corpse disintegration immortal, capable of transforming into the principal entity at any moment, connecting to a terrifying form residing in higher dimensions. What did this signify? It was impossible to guard against. There was even nowhere to escape. Chu Xinlian's voice was hoarse. Does this not mean that we cannot fight back or even investigate? With a bitter smile, Chun Tianlong remarked, so this is what it means to be a celestial being. We have pursued those two immortals for 3 centuries, yet we have not even caught a glimpse of their shadows. Now another entity arises, aspiring to attain sanctity through corporeal means. He sighed, a sense of resignation washing over him. Perhaps it is time for me to retire. As they spoke, the two approached a woman whose demeanor was numb and whose eyes were hollow. Are you Rose? Chun Tianlong halted in his tracks. Rose lifted her gaze, her eyes devoid of focus. Chun Tianlong crouched down, locking his gaze on her vacant eyes. Do you wish for revenge? A slight tremor coursed through Rose's body. Chun Tianlong continued in a calm tone. I can offer you the chance to partake in an experiment with a mortality rate of 91.32. However, there exists a possibility of acquiring the power to contend with the immortals, or rather, the strength to protect yourself. 91 mortality rate? The vacant look in Rose's eyes finally sharpened. I wish to participate. Her voice was hoarse, yet devoid of any hesitation. I knew you would agree. A faint smile graced the corners of Chun Tianlong's lips. We require individuals of your caliber. Rise and walk with me. He turned to depart, his tone chillingly composed. Should you meet an unfortunate end, rest assured, I shall pay my respects. Chapter 68. The Disappearance of the Red Mist. Turmoil and the Great Black Mother. What is happening? The red mist has vanished? Wait, what does this mean? Has the Red Moon Queen ceased to protect us? In the city of Morning Light, countless citizens gaze skyward. On the streets and within buildings, expressions of panic are evident on every face. The faint crimson haze, which had enveloped the city for nearly a year and provided a peculiar sense of security, has dissipated, The sky has returned to its natural state. Sunshine once again graces the earth. Yet, this return to normalcy has transformed into a wave of terror, spreading like a plague in an instant. There was a time when people feared the red mist. However, upon realizing that it posed no harm and instead drove away monsters, the red mist became a symbol of safety. Now, with its disappearance, that sense of security has crumbled. In the office of the city hall, Run-2 lifts his gaze from the computer screen, causing the apple in his hand to tumble to the floor and roll away. Something is amiss. His complexion darkens as he swiftly retrieves his phone. Hello, it's me. The divine power of the true monarch has suddenly vanished. I can sense nothing. I've also noticed a large number of unidentified high-level warriors gathering at the financial center. Understood, he replies before hanging up. His body immediately sinks into the ground, as if merging seamlessly with water. The Earth escape technique. Moments later, a black sedan traverses the road, and Run-2 disregards all obstacles as he enters the vehicle. Besides the driver, two others occupy the back seat. Xuanhao, clad in a red trench coat, and a man with a painted face maintaining his divine form. Could you possibly retract your divine form? It's quite imposing and has shoved me into a corner. Run-2 remarks. The painted man shakes his head in refusal, 6 arms waving defiantly. This is a treasure bestowed by the true monarch. Let us get down to business. Xuanhao interjects, her tone serious. The sudden disappearance of the true monarch's divine power, coupled with the surge of warriors heading straight for the financial center, is no mere coincidence. Run-2's expression grows grave. That is the financial center building. In reality, there is nothing particularly special about it. However, in the spiritual realm, it is where they typically convene, the star hall within the center building. It is evident that there is something amiss. Finally, we can unleash our strength and eliminate them all. The painted man's eyes glint with a bloodthirsty gleam. Everything he possesses is a gift from the true monarch. He will not allow anyone to jeopardize what he has painstakingly acquired, nor does he wish to revert to the days of scurrying about like a rat in hiding. Let us proceed first. Xuanhao muses thoughtfully. Soon, the black sedan halts at a secluded alleyway surrounding the financial center. The doors swing open, and Xuanhao disembarks first, followed closely by the painted man, whose massive 6-armed figure squeezes out of the vehicle. I'll go take a look, Run-2 declares, his form flickering before he vanishes into the ground. Before Xuanhao and the painted man can approach, several formidable warriors with sharp gazes advance towards them. The Great Mother has descended. No one may approach, the leading man declares. Goodness, they're blocking the road? The masked man squinted his 4 eyes simultaneously, a hint of a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Is this place your home? Who are you? The leader of the martial artists furrowed his brow. The masked man spread his 6 arms wide. Under the true monarch, I am the masked sage. Oh, a flicker of coldness flashed in the leader's eyes. So you are merely a rat under the guise of a false deity. Then you shall perish. Swish! The blade gleamed like a silver thread, slicing directly towards the masked man's face. At the same moment, whoosh, 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 hundreds of murderous figures surged forth from the surrounding streets. More than mere mortals? The masked man chuckled eerily. In the next moment, a dense swarm of figures emerged from all directions, all members of the Corpse Immortal sect. The masked man spoke in a deep voice. Now, who has more followers? Everyone, attack! A chilling voice pierced the air. Xuanhao stepped forward, her dark red cloak billowing, revealing countless crimson ribbons that coiled around a cold, long sword. The members of the Corpse Immortal sect charged forward, and chaos erupted. A pack of rats dare to be so audacious. Accompanying the icy voice, a martial artist clad in black strode forward slowly. The crowd parted like a tide. Dressed in athletic wear, his face was as frigid as frost. With each step he took, a weighty aura akin to a mountain surged forth, prompting Xuanhao and the others to grow serious. An S-class martial artist. Perhaps even stronger. Black Roland. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from nearby. Your opponent is me. The crowd turned to see a bald giant. So it's you, Kuei Song. A smirk curled at the corners of Black Roland's mouth, his gaze sharp as a blade. You traitor. Today I shall slay you in the name of the Mother Buddha. Boom. Before the echo of his words faded, Black Roland transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly appearing before Kuei Song, delivering a palm strike imbued with the power to shatter mountains and split the earth. Kuei Song bellowed, his muscles inflating like balloons, his stature soaring to 2 meters. In his divine manifestation, Kuei Song pressed forward, brandishing the demon-subduing staff, meeting that earth-shattering palm strike head-on. Bang! The deafening sound reverberated. The violent surge of energy erupted like a tempest, sweeping outward, crashing against the surrounding structures. The nearby skyscrapers twisted as if made of tofu, succumbing to the shockwave. Clouds of dust billowing into the sky. Impressive. A flicker of surprise crossed Black Roland's eyes, quickly morphing into a deeper intent to kill. After a year, you have grown considerably. Alas, you still must die. The two collided once more, akin to human meteorites. The shadows of their palms and the light of their weapons intertwined. Each clash sent tremors through the ground, the battle escalating to a fever pitch. Seizing the moment while Kuei Song engaged Black Roland, the masked man produced a small flag, transforming it into a towering black soul banner, reaching 2 zhang in height. Those who obstruct me shall die, he bellowed, swinging the colossal soul banner as he charged towards the entrance of the central building. Stop him! At the entrance of the building, hundreds of martial artists brace themselves for battle. Blades and spears glimmer with a cold light, embodying a sense of life and death. The masked man, with a sinister grin, abruptly shakes the enormous soul banner in his grasp. A chilling wind howls as crimson mist surges forth from the banner, enveloping an area of several hundred meters. What is this? Enshrouded in the mist, the martial artists emit piercing cries of despair. Countless translucent spirits traverse the fog, infiltrating the orifices of the warriors and invading their mental realms. A silent yet harrowing spiritual battle unfolds within the haze. While these spirits may lack formidable strength, they possess the uncanny ability to forcibly align their adversaries on the same mental plane. Chaos swiftly descends upon the entrance of the edifice. Note: in response to the audience's feedback, the previously depicted 6-arm state of the modified warriors has been altered to a Dharma form. Chapter 69. The Choice of Mortals. Is this God? At the apex of the central tower, within the opulent and spacious office, Secretary Qin Ro's complexion was ashen, her body trembling slightly. Just moments ago, she had witnessed her boss standing before her, only to vanish in an instant like a punctured illusion. All that remained in the office was a severed hand, thumb intact, yet devoid of the other 4 fingers. Beside the hand lay an eye, quietly resting on the carpet, as if gazing intently at her. "Miss Secretary," a grave voice emerged from the side. "The situation appears rather dire." Next to Qin Ro stood a middle-aged man, a bodyguard she had hired at great expense. A formidable O-level martial artist. A year prior, when her young boss had instructed her to investigate the archives of the bygone era, she had ventured into the martial artist community, thus spending a fortune to secure the services of a bodyguard. "This is quite troublesome." The man approached the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the chaotic melee below, resembling a meat grinder, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Though you have compensated me handsomely, I regret to inform you that this is not an ordinary conflict among martial artists, but rather a confrontation between powerful organizations. Therefore, I must take my leave." Without hesitation, he turned to depart. "Wait!" Qin Ro instinctively called after him. The man paused momentarily, without turning his head, remarked, "By the way, allow me to caution you. Their target is likely that severed hand and the eyeball." As soon as the words left his lips, he vanished through the door. Qin Ro stood alone, transfixed in place, gazing at the eerie hand and eye on the carpet. She gritted her teeth and resolved to act. Suppressing her fear, she carefully placed the cold, severed hand and the soul-sucking eyeball into her bag. "I hope nothing dreadful occurs." Clutching her bag tightly, Qin Ro hastily exited the office. In less than 10 seconds, the walls suddenly rippled as if disturbed by waves. "The messenger is absent?" A diminutive figure emerged from the wall, its penetrating gaze sweeping across the empty office, brows furrowed. What is the objective of those individuals? This building, while situated in a unique location, does not seem particularly unusual. With these thoughts, the figure melded back into the wall, disappearing from view. The elevator descended rapidly, Xuanhao clutching her bag tightly, her heart racing wildly within her chest. "Sister Ro, what on earth is happening outside?" A nearby female employee's voice trembled, her face pale as paper. The elevator was packed with terrified employees. All eyes fixed on Xuanhao, the ordinarily composed secretary and the company's guiding force. For approximately a year, she had been the decision-maker for the company. "I am uncertain." Xuanhao forced herself to maintain her composure. She could not reveal the truth, for that would only incite greater panic. Yet the thunderous cries of battle and the rumbling of collapsing structures outside conveyed to everyone that this was indeed a catastrophe. The crucial point was that the red mist had dissipated, along with their sense of security. Suddenly, with a jolt, the elevator shook violently. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted from the crowd as the elevator trembled violently amidst the jarring metallic clangor. With a thunderous roar, the protective door of the elevator buckled inward, revealing a sinewy, muscular hand that reached through, seizing the twisted metal frame. The sound of tearing metal filled the air as the protective door was brutally wrenched open, creating a gaping hole. Outside the elevator stood four cold faces, 2 men and 2 women, exuding an intimidating aura. The leading man, with piercing eyes as sharp as blades, locked onto Miss Xuanhao amidst the crowd. "Come with us." His tone was frigid and brooked no argument. "Do you know me?" Xuanhao instinctively took a step back. "Of course," the man replied, his nod accompanied by a chilling smile. "I trust we need not persuade you to step outside." "Very well, I will come out." Xuanhao inhaled deeply, suppressing the fear swelling within her, and stepped out of the elevator, clutching her handbag tightly. "Excellent. This saves us considerable effort." The man nodded in satisfaction. "Miss Xuanhao, may I inquire if your boss, that so-called false deity?" He paused, feeling the term was inadequate and revised. "That young man is still present?" "I do not know," Xuanhao replied, shaking her head, striving for calmness in her voice. "Truly unaware? Or feigning ignorance?" The man's eyes narrowed, an icy aura emanating from him. "Regardless, he is not in the office." Xuanhao shook her head again. Secondly, the man stepped closer, an oppressive force emanating from him. "Have you seen a severed hand or an eyeball within the office?" Xuanhao felt her mind go blank. They were aware of such details, even down to the severed hand and the eyeball. "You would do well to be honest, or else." The man's voice was chilling, his gaze shamelessly sweeping over Xuanhao's slender figure, the implication of threat unmistakable. Her heart raced, palms slick with cold sweat. She bit down hard on her lip, her thoughts racing. "I truly do not know." "Come with us." The impatience flickered in the man's eyes. "To the office." Without allowing Xuanhao a chance to resist, the other 3 immediately moved forward, shoving the remaining employees out of the elevator and escorting Xuanhao back inside. With a resounding thud, the elevator ascended once more. Yet, Xuanhao's heart sank to the depths of despair. Given the circumstances, it was evident the company had fallen under their control. Soon, the elevator reached the top floor. The 5 stepped into an opulent office, which was eerily empty. "Search," the man commanded, and the 3 moved like hounds, rummaging through the office with fervor. "Boss, nothing here," one reported, their expression darkening. "Did not the Buddha say it would be here?" The short-haired woman shot a murderous glance at Xuanhao. "Did you hide it?" "I did not." Xuanhao vehemently shook her head. With a sudden movement, the man advanced, his iron grip tightening around Xuanhao's neck. "I possess little patience." His voice was low, the pressure of his hand increasing ominously. Found herself suddenly struggling for breath. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. "Boss, we are running out of time," the short-haired woman exclaimed anxiously. "The goddess has decreed that we have at most 9 minutes, and we are already past the halfway mark." As she spoke, she snatched Xuanhao's handbag. With a clatter, its contents spilled onto the ground, cosmetics, documents, and keys scattered everywhere. Yet, the item they sought remained elusive. "Are you not going to speak?" The man's eyes blazed with menace as he tightened his grip. Xuanhao felt as though her neck might snap. With a sudden, forceful motion, the man hurled her against the wall, pain coursing through her body. "I truly do not know." Xuanhao curled up on the floor, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet she gritted her teeth and endured. Then you shall die. The man, now utterly devoid of patience, glared with murderous intent. With a metallic clang, a dark blue blade was unsheathed. Suddenly, an overwhelming and majestic aura permeated the room. The office lights dimmed abruptly, and a thin yet striking crimson mist began to materialize. What? The man trembled violently, the descending blade freezing mid-air. His face drained of color, terror filling his eyes. The corpse reviving immortal has returned. The short-haired woman screamed in horror. Run! The four of them, like startled rabbits, turned and dashed towards the door. Help me! A shriek pierced the air as the short-haired woman quaked violently, instantly turning to ash. Puff! 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 The remaining three disintegrated like ignited paper flowers, consumed by the caress of the crimson mist, leaving nothing but a heap of ashes. The office fell silent once more, the crimson mist flowing languidly. Crouched in the corner, Xuanhao seemed to sense something, turning to gaze out of the massive floor-to-ceiling window. With hair as dark as ink and a robe as red as blood, he stood in mid-air, his flowing ribbons billowing as if he bore the sun itself, radiant and resplendent, evoking an overwhelming desire to worship. Is this a deity? Chapter 3. For those who enjoy the story, please take a moment to rate the author. Your support can help improve the book score, which has been rather embarrassing at present. The ratings are gradually warming up. Chapter 70. The celestial path of souls, a resonant hum echoed, as if emanating from the vastness of the heavens above, enveloping the entire city of morning dawn in an invisible shroud. In an instant, an expanse of boundless crimson mist surged forth, akin to a deluge of blood, engulfing the sky, the edifices, and every inch of land. The heavens were stained red, resembling a canvas drenched in blood. The sun, once high and bright, transformed into a radiant orb against the backdrop of the scarlet firmament. The entire city seemed to be forcibly thrust into an abyss of blood and despair. Silence reigned, but it was fleeting. The crimson mist returned. The true monarch had returned. Salvation was at hand. In the streets and within the structures, despairing citizens widened their eyes, erupting in a euphoric chorus of survival, their cheers resonating through the air. The red mist spread, and many citizens, having once wandered into the realm of the mind, were well aware of the legends surrounding the true monarch, impossible to conceal. They understood that above the Blood Moon Queen, there existed a great true monarch who sheltered all. By offering prayers, they could evade the clutches of monstrosities. The true monarch had arrived. The members of the Corpse Immortal Path were beside themselves with joy, unleashing thunderous roars that surged their morale. In stark contrast, the warriors under the Buddha Mother-S command appeared ashen, their eyes filled with terror and hopelessness. The red mist enveloped them once more. The true immortal had returned. You are doomed, He Luolon. Kuei-song leaned against a wall, drenched in blood and covered in wounds. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, a smile broke across his face. Kuyue, too, released a sigh of relief, her taut nerves easing. Despite her newfound strength, even in alliance with Kuei-song, they could not hope to conquer the formidable foe before them. Even if I must perish, He Luolon's eyes glinted with madness as he grasped Kuei-song's throat, declaring, I shall drag you down with me. At that moment, a sudden brilliance illuminated the sky. A flame tore through the fabric of space, rending the scarlet canopy above, hovering over the city. The radiance gradually dissipated, revealing a figure clad in dark red robes, with ink-black hair cascading over his shoulders. Xuanhao stood aloft, surrounded by swirling crimson silk that danced as if driven by an unseen wind, resembling flames of blood spreading around him. Behind him, a golden sun-like orb spun rapidly, forming a colossal halo that emanated a sacred yet indifferent aura, akin to the divine, surveying the mortal realm. There is hope. Kuei-song felt his taut nerves relax. Though his life hung precariously in the balance with He Luolon, he understood that with the messenger's arrival, no one could claim his life. Xuanhao's indifferent gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield, ultimately fixating on He Luolon. Once, I spared you, yet you show no repentance? Then I shall deliver your end. He raised his right hand, palm facing downward. Boom! There was no cataclysmic explosion, only an invisible wave of terror that rippled outward, as if tearing through space and engulfing the entire battlefield. Ah! He Luolan's body trembled violently, and his pupils constricted suddenly. In his line of sight, the sky had vanished. In its stead, there loomed a colossal hand that obscured the heavens, enveloping the entire firmament. Even the intricate patterns upon its palm resembled the tumultuous currents of mighty rivers, imbued with the supreme pressure capable of shattering stars. Before this immense hand, he was but an insignificant insect. In an instant, a primal fear, emanating from the depths of his soul, surged forth, piercing through all of He Luolan's defenses. His body stiffened, and he loosened his grip on Kuei-sung's hand. Suddenly, warmth enveloped him. He Luolan cast his gaze downward, his lips curling into a rigid and disdainful arc. Fortunately, it is merely urine. I knew it, just a false deity. How could it possibly frighten me? Wait, no. An even more intense wave of dizziness crashed upon him, as if a heavy hammer had struck the back of his head. He Luolan's pupils constricted, and he hastily shook his head. He had been mentally contaminated. His very thoughts began to spiral into chaos. This terror, He Luolan's atoms apple-bobbed. This dread did not arise from the external. It burgeoned from the marrow of his bones, seeping through the fissures of his soul. The source of this fear was none other than the Mother Buddha, the entity he fervently served and revered as the highest existence. How could this be? He Luolan could scarcely believe it. No, it must be an illusion, a mental contamination. You cannot intimidate me. He Luolan let out a frantic roar, striving to break free from this terrifying mental oppression. Boom! The colossal hand descended with a thunderous clap. Death. The thought of his entire family being slaughtered. The Mother Buddha coming to his side, granting him the power of vengeance, ignited a frenzy within He Luolan's eyes. Grant me strength, O Mother Buddha! He concentrated all his might, the blade in his hand erupting with radiant energy, striking fiercely at that immense hand. Buzz! The gigantic hand instantaneously tore through He Luolan's soul. Xuanhao disregarded the barriers of matter, ignoring the confines of space, following the faint ripples of thought, traversing the connections of their souls, and directly descended into the distorted mental realm of the Mother Buddha. In an unknown subterranean cavern, amidst an unfathomable depth, a multitude of heads thronged. Countless silhouettes paying homage to the looming shadows ahead. There stood a colossal mountain of flesh, grotesque and bloated, almost merging with the very mountain itself. Its surface was embedded with massive offerings, and countless contorted human faces were enshrined within, emitting silent wails. Buzz! Suddenly, the entire mountain of flesh shook violently. Within the spiritual realm constructed by faith, an endless flood of crimson surged forth, followed closely by searing flames. Mist and fire spiraled chaotically, engulfing all impurities and distortions. At the zenith of the flames, Xuanhao emerged like a deity birthed from the inferno, gradually coalescing and descending into this mental realm. Fire had never been his ultimate power, nor was thunder the pinnacle. It was far beyond mere willpower or the currents of the mind. What he wielded was the celestial path of the soul, transcending all laws. He was the true immortal who comprehended the heavenly way, from psychology to mental dominion, and from mental dominion to the celestial path of the soul. With the presence of an arm, even if it is merely a fleeting strand of the heavenly power, it is not something that mere malevolence can contend with. Xuanhao's indifferent gaze swept across, resting upon a colossal blood-soaked lotus. This was a being adorned with 1,000 pale arms, possessing a visage as pure as that of a divine maiden, embodying both sanctity and filth. She is the great Black Buddha Mother. What? Upon seeing the newcomer, the Buddha Mother's pupils constricted. What had just transpired? Was this still the world she recognized? She had encountered the true monarch. Realizing this, the Buddha Mother's holy countenance contorted instantaneously, her body trembling uncontrollably as powerful waves of mental energy surged forth chaotically. This was a fear that penetrated to the very marrow of her bones. It was also a lament of despair. Mortals remained oblivious, and even her devotees could shout at her. Yet she found herself incapable of doing so. The more powerful one becomes, the more acutely they perceive his great might. As a being of immense power, she clearly sensed the overwhelming pressure that enveloped the spiritual realm. What celestial might was this, and what terrifying power of the true immortal? This had indeed transcended her comprehension. The Buddha Mother nodded slightly, striving to steady her voice. True monarch, we are in an age of the end of Dharma. The prayers of mortals are rife with desire and ugliness, and for you to witness this distorted visage is truly abrupt. She endeavored to suppress it, presenting a facade of sanctity. Yet, as soon as her words fell, Xuanhao's left eye flickered with a flash of red light. True monarch, wait. At the moment she beheld that red light, the Buddha Mother trembled, her gaze filled with terror and despair. Chapter 71. The Buddha Mother perishes at a glance, even after millennia of cultivation. I would never dare to provoke the true monarch, for there are celestial beings who have coerced me with formidable powers. The Buddha Mother's body trembled as she hastily implored, I beseech the true monarch for mercy. Spare me this once. I am willing to reveal the mastermind behind this. Suddenly, her pleas were cut short. In that moment, a blinding divine light erupted from Xuanzhao's left eye. Divine consciousness. Yanhua's illusory dream. Merging the power of his arm with his left eye, Xuanzhao's strength permeated reality, exceeding all previous bounds. The crimson light of his gaze surged forth like a star igniting in the realm of the mind, unleashing a terrifying tempest. True monarch. The Buddha Mother emitted a soul-piercing wail of resentment and fury as her myriad arms flailed wildly, attempting to gather divine power in resistance. However, within the terrifying radiance of that scarlet gaze, all her struggles proved futile before the might of the celestial laws governing souls. In an instant, the Buddha Mother's essence was reduced to ashes. Celestial beings? Xuanzhao chuckled softly, having thoroughly searched the remnants of the Buddha Mother's soul, extracting vital information. Indeed, there were those plotting against him, but what audacity! This individual claimed to be the true monarch of destiny. A flicker of disdain crossed Xuanzhao's eyes. There was no doubt that he alone was the true celestial being in this world. This pretender was, at best, a half-celestial, or perhaps merely a practitioner of great powers, masquerading as something divine. There were far too many false deities in this realm, yet his own arrival as a true immortal went unacknowledged. In the subterranean cavern, the grotesque mass of flesh collapsed like a sandcastle deprived of its foundation. Squelch! The flesh was visibly decaying at an alarming rate, oozing a viscous pus. What has happened? The Buddha Mother. Within the cave, countless devout followers raised their heads, eyes wide with terror. This dread stemmed from the psychic link, the last message imparted to them by the Buddha Mother. Their once unassailable faith now transformed into a pool of putrid decay, vanishing without a trace. In Morning Dawn City, He Luolan stood paralyzed. The connection to his soul allowed him to perceive a ripple of spiritual energy. The exalted Buddha Mother had been slain by a mere glance from that blood-robed youth. What sheer power was this? Bang! In the next moment, his flesh crumbled to nothingness, leaving behind a small pill, no larger than a peanut, pulsating with energy on the ground. Longu is dead. Run! Witnessing this horrifying scene, the warriors under the Buddha Mother's command collapsed in despair, turning to flee for their lives. Puff! 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 Like firecrackers igniting, the fleeing figures transformed into scattered pills, littering the ground. What has transpired? The painted-faced man, wielding the banner of 10,000 souls, rushed through the chaos, equally dumbfounded by the spectacle before him. He Luolan, a near S-class powerhouse, had perished so silently, without even a fight or a chance to resist. Thus, it transformed into a pill. Kuei Song appeared utterly bewildered. In his line of sight, he could only see the messenger in the sky raise a hand. And in an instant, everyone was shattered, subsequently morphing into pills. This formidable power had entirely surpassed their comprehension. I understand now. The cold voice of Chu Huaiwei resonated from behind. What? Kuei Song and the man with the painted face turned to look. This is a golden elixir. Chu Huaiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. I have read about it in ancient texts. It is said that this golden elixir contains immense energy, capable of significantly enhancing a warrior's strength. Is that true? The man with the painted face's eyes darted as he bent down to pick up the pill closest to him. Despite his doubts, he unhesitatingly tossed the pill into his mouth. You just consumed it? Kuei Song was taken aback. What is there to fear? The man with the painted face shrugged nonchalantly and swallowed. The true monarch and the messenger can't possibly harm us. Besides, with them around, even if it's toxic, it isn't a major concern. Wait, suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. Help, help! The man with the painted face emitted a pained howl. Collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing violently. See, one shouldn't consume things recklessly. Run to emerged from the ground, wearing a look of schadenfreude. Allow me to assist you. My abilities can save you. No need. The man with the painted face abruptly ceased his convulsions and scrambled back to his feet. He dusted himself off, grinning widely. I was just joking. This indeed can enhance strength. It harbors tremendous power within. I reckon I could break through to S rank within these few months. Run 2 raised his middle finger at him. Members of the Corpse Immortal Path immediately sprang into action, gathering the scattered pills. Within a lavish office, scarlet mist slowly coalesced. Xuanhao appeared silently. His terrifying aura that could incinerate all was now reined in. You have done well. Xuanhao raised his hand and gently beckoned. Whoosh! 2 streaks of light pierced through the air, an icy eyeball and a severed hand merging into Xuanhao's being. What is it that you desire? Xuanhao regarded the still frightened Qin Ro, his tone devoid of emotion. You can attain anything in this world. This is your reward. Qin Ro struggled to rise, gazing at the godlike figure before her, her heart racing anew. Fear and reverence intertwined with an indescribable longing. She gritted her teeth, summoning all her courage. I wish to stay by your side, to be your secretary. Your request is commendable. Xuanhao did not regard her cleverness with disdain, raising his right hand and lightly touching her. Buzz! The scarlet light penetrated Qin Ro's brow. Boom! Qin Ro felt a warm force surge within her, like a vast torrent rushing into her mind. In an instant, her consciousness became remarkably lucid, her perceptions sharper than ever before. The world before her appeared to have clarified countless times over. Xuanhao spoke little as the pervasive scarlet mist began to dissipate. Qin Ro stood within the vast office, feeling the warm energy gradually radiating from her forehead, stirring an indescribable thrill within her heart. The crimson fog enveloped the city of Chenxi, swiftly quelling chaos and panic. In the spiritual realm, within the Hall of Stars, the scarlet mist surged, revealing a figure draped in a crimson robe adorned with a scarlet sash, an imposing man with a painted face. Ah, the messenger has arrived, Rwanda greeted, seated comfortably in his chair with a smile. The painted man lifted his head upon hearing this. After consuming that miraculous pill, he had ascended to the S rank, a speed that exceeded all expectations. Moreover, this was not merely a fleeting power gained but a genuine breakthrough in his realm. In the past, he would not have dared to dream of such an achievement. Crucially, there were still many golden elixirs remaining. Furthermore, with the resurgence of the true monarch's might, his title was officially proclaimed, the 5 Hells corpse-resolving immortal monarch. The messenger had been elevated to the status of true monarch. Naturally, the 4 of them also rose in rank to become messengers. Of course, these titles were self-bestowed in private discussions, as the immortal monarch and true monarch were indifferent to such superficial designations. Why haven't they arrived yet? Summoned by the true monarch. The painted man pondered, plopping down into a chair. Wanta remarked, I heard that the Mother Buddha has perished, and Kuei-song is busy gathering followers. When did this happen? The painted man exclaimed in astonishment. Having been part of the Mother Buddha's organization, he understood her formidable strength. Though not on par with the immortal monarch, she was a dominant force in her own right. How could she have died so quietly? Wanta narrowed his eyes and continued. Someone from within the organization has defected and mentioned that it is said the messenger it is said that the true monarch killed her in a single encounter. Is that so? The painted man widened his eyes. While he would wholeheartedly believe that the immortal monarch could obliterate the formidable Mother Buddha, could the messenger truly be that powerful as well? Just how formidable must the immortal monarch be? Chapter 72. The one true immortal in the world in the Star Hall. Mist swirled as the ethereal figure of Xuanhao emerged. Shortly thereafter, two more figures coalesced into being, clad in dark crimson robes with flowing black hair. Beside them stood a woman dressed in professional attire. The true monarch, accompanied by the masked man and another, offered a respectful bow. Xuanhao nodded slightly and proceeded directly to take a seat at the end of the table, while Qin cautiously found a position beside him. Three pairs of eyes, filled with curiosity and scrutiny, fixated on Qin, clearly identifying her as a newcomer. Yet, her presence alongside the true monarch was intriguing. To dismiss her as merely a novice would be sheer folly. Meanwhile, Qin's heart raced, her fingers subconsciously twisting the hem of her garment. This was her first time stepping into this place. The imposing three-headed, six-armed giant outside, exuding an aura of terror, had nearly rendered her paralyzed with fear. Xuanhao spoke. The fingers I previously bestowed upon you have been reforged, now serving as potent artifacts. Your task is to disseminate them. The farther from us, the better. Why? The masked man queried, confusion etched upon his features, uttering his thoughts without restraint. If they are indeed powerful artifacts, would it not be wiser to retain them for personal use rather than distribute them? Yet he regretted his words almost instantly. For both Run Tu and Xuanhao nodded in unison, their expressions devoid of surprise, as if they had long grasped the underlying significance. I understand now. The masked man quickly comprehended the reasoning. It appeared that the true monarch was dissatisfied with their efficiency. The four of them had remained cooped up in Chaoshi City, lacking the opportunity to venture out, let alone search for the remnants of the immortal lord's power scattered throughout the world. Only by spreading the artifacts could they better sense the dispersed might of the immortal lord. Xuanhao ceased to speak, his figure gradually fading from view. Qin forced a smile. As this is my first time here, I hope the three of you will be kind to me. What is your strength? The masked man inquired, his four eyes examining her with curiosity. To enter alongside the true monarch was a privilege none of them had experienced. I am not a martial artist, Qin replied honestly, shaking her head. The trio exchanged glances, clearly skeptical. However, as she was unwilling to elaborate, they refrained from pressing further. And you? Qin inquired. S-class, the masked man answered. Is that so? Qin's pupils constricted. She had encountered the martial arts community before. S-class martial artists were said to stand at the pinnacle of human martial prowess. Meanwhile, atop the immense shoulders of the primordial spirit, Xuanhao sat cross-legged in meditation. The aura of an immortal? Xuanhao suddenly opened his eyes. The sensation resembled that of a kindred spirit, yet was oddly chaotic, filled with a jarring dissonance. An immortal? That was impossible. He alone was the true immortal in this world. This had been an undeniable truth upon his ascension. Those who proclaimed themselves as immortals were merely deceptive entities, masquerading as divine beings, engaging in trickery. In this age of decline, spiritual energy had become utterly depleted. Even with the extraordinary fortune and immense determination to seize the essence of heaven and earth, one cannot attain the path to immortality. For the road to ascension has long been severed. The reason for my transformation into an immortal being was the rarest of opportunities encountered only once in several millennia. I endured the celestial phenomenon of the 6 stars aligning, forcibly harnessing cosmic energy, thus acquiring powers that transcend the mundane. As my lifespan dwindled and my vitality waned, I fortuitously encountered the once-in-a-millennium event of the 9 stars aligning, which enabled me to carve the path to immortality. Such phenomena occurring concurrently in the same era is a singular occurrence throughout history. Ordinary great cultivators, even upon experiencing the 6 stars alignment and seizing cosmic power to gain divine abilities, lack the longevity to witness the day of the 9 stars alignment. After countless ages, I emerged as the chosen one, the sole exception. Is this a provocation? A cold glimmer flashed in Xuanhao's eyes. At the moment of ascension, his consciousness swept across the cosmos, confirming that apart from a few lingering malevolent entities, only fallen false gods remained. There is absolutely no possibility of a second true immortal existing in this world, and the subsequent 2 millennia would render such an occurrence even more impossible. During this protracted period, the universe has not given birth to new great opportunities, nor has there been a phenomenon of the 9 stars aligning. Otherwise, I would have already reappeared in this realm. I am eager to discover which malevolent entity dares to challenge me. Xuanhao's gaze, sharp as lightning, pierced through layers of crimson mist, swiftly locking onto a figure. Atop the central skyscraper stood a woman of unparalleled beauty and ethereal grace. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her white dress as pure as snow. She stood silently, her gaze penetrating the mist, directed toward the essence of Xuanhao. Her aura bore a hint of familiarity. However, Xuanhao remained indifferent, for countless individuals prayed to him daily, making it impossible to remember them all. It had been a long time. The woman parted her crimson lips, her voice ethereal. It seems you have forgotten me, but you shall remember. Suddenly, Xuanhao's left eye flung open. A terrifying radiance erupted from his gaze, akin to a blood-red lightning that rent the heavens, instantly shattering the woman's soul. Playing tricks, Xuanhao scoffed, transforming into a shooting star that ascended into the sky, vanishing in the dawn-lit horizon of Morning Dawn City. Above the celestial dome, the sun shone brightly. Xuanhao traversed the thick clouds and soared over the undulating mountains, the boundless ocean coming into view. He maintained his velocity, continuing southeastward. Not long after, a colossal island gradually emerged on the vast ocean surface, the fabled site of divine descent. Legends say that during the Divine War, this island was erased from existence. Yet, the great island had not truly vanished. It merely eluded the sight of ordinary warriors. In Xuanhao's eyes, it was as if it bore no concealment. Surrounding the island was an unimaginably colossal creature, its form reminiscent of a mountain. Upon closer inspection, it resembled an ancient centipede adorned with countless menacing appendages. It coiled and intertwined, ensnaring the island within its mountainous body, which is why the island had seemingly disappeared from sight. Ordinary individuals are incapable of perceiving such an existence. The closer one approaches the colossal island, the more intense the call from the depths of the Xuanhao bloodline becomes. His head resides here. An S-class outer god? A flicker of disdain crossed Xuanhao's eyes. Indeed, the power of this outer god is formidable, yet does not pose a significant threat. No matter how great the strength, it is merely classified as S-class, akin to a particularly robust, malevolent spirit. In battles of true immortal caliber, sheer power has long ceased to be the sole reliance. The Tao of heaven embodies the true might. For the outer gods of antiquity, it represents the authority and the fundamental laws of the universe. Xuanhao sat cross-legged, suspended in the high heavens. As his thoughts stirred, a resonant hum echoed. Thousands upon thousands of Yin spirits surged forth. Like invisible streams of light, they encircled the myriad-legged centipede that occupied the island, seeking out any potential flaws and weaknesses that might exist. Chapter 73. The Six-Winged Angel and Annihilation as Time Flows. A month passes in the blink of an eye. Xuanhao, possessing immense patience, remains seated in meditation beneath the celestial expanse, commanding myriad shadowy spirits in search of weaknesses from the divine entities beyond the island. After enduring 2 millennia, this fleeting month is but a mere heartbeat. Suddenly, a series of intense psychic waves emerge, not from the direction of the great island, but from a distant oceanic expanse. Xuanhao rises, transforming into a shooting star that vanishes from sight. Soon, a sprawling archipelago comes into view. Not far from the seaside cliffs stands an ancient cathedral, the source of countless psychic disturbances. With a casual glance, Xuanhao comprehends the entirety of the scene. Inside the cathedral, hundreds of nuns clad in black garments and veiled in black lace encircle a crucifix, engaging in a ritual that chills the soul. They brandish silver crucifixes, viciously stabbing their own arms, thighs, and even abdomens. With each thrust, the sound of flesh piercing resonates, blood staining their garments and dripping onto the cold stone floor. Yet, intriguingly, the wounds heal with a visible rapidity. A powerful, distorted psychic energy, laden with excruciating suffering, surges forth from their beings, its intensity far surpassing that of ordinary mortals, brimming with spiritual essence many times over. The interior of the cathedral bears witness to this horror, as does the exterior, though the distinction lies in the severity of self-harm. The nuns outside engage in mere self-infliction, while those within partake in a near-suicidal frenzy. In isolated chambers, some nuns even dismember themselves, yet remarkably, they do not perish. I have attained divine power. This is the power of pain. The leading nun raises a cross-shaped sword, her face flushed with a morbid hue, fervently bowing before the crucifix at the cathedral center. Observing this, Xuanhao raises his hand. A hum resonates as an invisible force envelopes the cathedral. What is happening? The statue is ablaze and vanishing. What is going on? Amidst the terrified screams of the nuns, flames erupt from the massive crucifix. The once meticulously carved image of the six-winged angel swiftly melts and distorts as if cast into a furnace. In an instant, the angel is gone, replaced by a formidable visage with 3 heads and 6 arms, a radiant golden sun halo hovering behind. This transformation is, of course, the result of Xuanhao's alchemical prowess. His abilities encompass both elixirs and fire. Crafting a vessel to harness psychic energy is but a trivial endeavor for him. What is this? The statue has changed. Purple Orchid Sisters, quickly, see what has transpired. As the angelic statue melts and is reshaped into a formidable figure, the black-clad nuns descend into sheer panic. In the midst of this chaos, a violent wind suddenly sweeps through the cathedral, carrying a foul and chilling aura akin to a waking beast of ill omen. Within and without the cathedral, countless nuns kneeling in prayer are enveloped in tendrils of pale, haunting holy light. Brilliant white light converged wildly, distorting and coalescing. In the blink of an eye, this radiance transformed into a figure more colossal than a cathedral. It bore the semblance of a human form, yet its physique was grotesquely swollen, its surface adorned with countless feather-like masses of flesh. Behind it loomed 6 enormous, fleshly wings, cloaked in viscous feathers, stirring up a fetid gale. Even more chilling was the sight of its vast body, riddled with countless pale, writhing eyeballs, each reflecting a myriad of anguish and madness. 6-winged. A blood-soaked angel. My lord, the waves of psychic energy radiated outward, the air filled with the sound of innumerable anguished wails. Crashing upon the serene figure of Xuanhao, suspended above the cathedral. Why do you obstruct my faith? Why do you usurp my foundation? Begone! Xuanhao stood amidst the heavens, his gaze indifferent, as though he were surveying mere ants. The massive form of the 6-winged angel froze, its multitude of eyes spinning wildly, all fixated on Xuanhao, seemingly sensing the intimidation woven within his words. It slowly turned away and vanished in an instant. Yet in that fleeting moment, whoosh, a disturbance arose behind. Ah! Xuanhao chuckled lightly. A mere aberration, yet it fails to perceive the true might of an immortal. Whoosh! The sound of the air being sliced open echoed. A colossal blade of light, formed from countless eyeballs and entwined with tainted holy flames, descended violently towards Xuanhao's back. Xuanhao turned, raising his hand nonchalantly. Crack! A crisp sound resonated. The enormous blade, capable of cleaving mountains, along with its tainted flames, was instantaneously crushed by Xuanhao's grip. My lord, do you truly seek annihilation? The 6-winged angel's myriad of eyes glimmered with a hint of ferocity. As a fellow divine being, why resort to such aggression? Hundreds of eyes shifted, their fierce gazes tinged with a trace of trepidation. In a single move, the outcome was clear. It distinctly sensed the levels of power contained within this blood-robed Taoist, far exceeding its expectations. Was it a crushing of divine status? Yet as a deity of its own realm, retreating now would allow others to seize its followers. It would lose face and find no ground to stand upon. I have granted you an opportunity. Since you choose not to depart, then stay. Xuanhao spoke with indifference. This aberration should have been eradicated long ago. The six-winged angel made its choice as well, its enormous wings flapping as it soared into the sky. It unleashed its lethal strike, intending to obliterate the Taoist before he could react. As the words left its mouth, the myriad of eyeballs on its body widened in unison, and a cacophony of anguished screams erupted. Buzz! Countless twisted beams of tainted, pale light, exuding pain and madness, poured down like a torrential downpour upon Xuanhao. Wherever they passed, the very fabric of space was corroded. Xuanhao raised his hand, flames of an unprecedented intensity erupting around him. The divine fire of the Golden Crow, incinerating all realms. All pain, all madness was purified and cleansed. Vanish! The indifferent voice of Xuanhao resonated. Deep within the pupil of the left eye, a crimson radiance erupted suddenly, akin to the singularity of a collapsing universe. Consciousness ignited, an illusion of fiery dreams. Boom! The scarlet gaze, reminiscent of divine retribution, erupted with a thunderous force. Wherever it swept, the earth silently disintegrated, transforming into an unfathomable void. The very fabric of space burned with intensity, akin to glass shattering inch by inch. As far as the eye could see, mountains were scorched and seas boiled. Under that singular gaze, the entire world was utterly reduced to the dust of oblivion. What? The corpulent form of the six-winged angel was beset by a simultaneous surge of ultimate dread from countless eyes. In an instant, it turned to flee, its massive frame becoming a pale streak of light, racing desperately towards the horizon. Yet, no speed could surpass that gaze. The moment it was perceived by Xuanhao, its demise was sealed. Boom! As the gaze swept across, the immense, contorted body of the six-winged angel shattered explosively, dispersing into a flurry of pale light. All sound ceased. The church stood intact, the earth unbroken. The cataclysmic scene that had just unfolded seemed as though it had never occurred. Only the six-winged angel was erased. Like dust in the wind, in an unknown sea, storms raged mercilessly. The pale fragments resembled countless fireflies swirling in the air, as the bloated body of the angel reformed once more. Truly a monstrosity. The six-winged angel, still haunted by its near demise, spoke with a tremor of survival. The aura of that blood-robed figure. It should have been comparable. Yet, for reasons unknown, the essence of power and its intensity were worlds apart. It was as if beings of the same rank collided like a stone against tempered steel. Fortunately, no. Just as the angel's panic lingered. Boom! The sea wind surged violently. Towering waves roared, rising in tumult, and the entire expanse of ocean dimmed instantaneously. The six-winged angel's body trembled, its gaze snapping upwards. Reflected within the myriad eyes was a sight that nearly froze its soul. A colossal hand of flames, spanning the heavens, had mysteriously appeared above it. It turned to escape, yet its body betrayed it. "Wait, my lord!" The six-winged angel cried out urgently. With a thunderous crash, the gigantic hand descended as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, crashing down with such force that the very air was ruptured. With a resounding bang, the six-winged angel was instantaneously reduced to mere fragments, its soul obliterated. The ocean was gouged into a vast chasm, waves towering like walls. Flames surged, and the enormous hand slowly opened, revealing a pill the size of a peanut suspended within its palm. Chapter 74. A new deity shall ascend. Within the hallowed confines of the church, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. All the nuns stood transfixed, their gazes fixed upon the crucifix, beholding the imposing and sacred three-headed, six-armed deity. Momentarily at a loss for comprehension, the angelic presence had arrived and departed in the blink of an eye. Yet, the suffocating weight of its power was indelibly imprinted upon their very souls. Uncertainty hung heavy in the air, with only Xylan displaying a flicker of trepidation. Her body trembling slightly, she turned to face her companions, gathering her composure before intoning gravely, "Sisters, the old god has perished. A new deity must ascend. His revered name is Taking a deep breath, her gaze intensified as it locked onto the crucifix. The three-headed sanctuary. In October, the sea breeze remained stiflingly warm. The church resonated with the unceasing murmur of prayers. The three-headed deity's manifestation stood solemnly upon the crucifix, exuding an aura of majesty and sanctity. Among the congregation, Xylan appeared lost in contemplation. Clad in a form-fitting black robe with a high slit, her long, slender legs were revealed with each graceful step. The contours of her figure were artfully accentuated by the fitted nun's attire. "Xylan, are you well?" Several nearby nuns exchanged glances, their expressions betraying surprise. Xylan's attire was a stark departure from her usual conservatism. Previously, she had been the most devout and reserved among them. A captivating smile graced Xylan's lips as she reverently gazed at the crucifix. "I wish to present my most exquisite state to the three-headed sanctuary. Does the divine truly care for such a thing?" At her words, the other nuns were further perplexed. Xylan offered no immediate response. Instead, walking to the window where she beheld a pot of flowers in full bloom, vibrant and luscious. "Look, every time we pass by, though we may not care, our eyes are invariably drawn to it at first glance, are they not?" With that, the nuns pondered her words thoughtfully. Xylan said no more, turning to kneel before the sanctuary, continuing her earnest prayers. While others remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, she was acutely aware. As the most powerful devotee of the angelic deity, she had glimpsed a fleeting vision through their spiritual connection. A formidable seraphim, shattered by a single strike from that individual. Clad in blood-red robes, with hair cascading like a waterfall, the man's countenance was stark and commanding, as if he were a god governing all. Recognizing that this deity bore a human form, Xylan naturally adjusted her perspective. Everything was for the sake of survival. In this apocalyptic world, even the slightest action could precipitate calamity. Of course, it could also be a divine bestowal. It had been a month. Why had the sanctuary yet to respond to their prayers? Should they alter their method of supplication? Amidst murmurs of anxiety, the nuns expressed their concerns. Xylan remained composed, whispering, "Since the sanctuary has not hindered our ritual of suffering, let us persist in our devotion." Suddenly, a piercing scream of delight pierced the air. The gathered turned to see a nun kneeling in the corner, cradling a silver, cruciform longsword. With a roar, the sword erupted into a blaze of flames. The nuns erupted in fervor. As long as the miracle persists, there remains a glimmer of hope for their survival. Look quickly. Suddenly, another gasp resonated through the air. The crowd turned towards the sound, where they beheld the three sacred manifestations suspended upon the cross, ablaze with roaring flames. Drip! Golden flames cascaded from the tips of the manifestation's fingers. As the flames gradually extinguished, a severed finger appeared upon the ground. The hand of God? Xylan hastened forward, cautiously picking it up, the moment her fingertip brushed against the severed digit. Buzz! A torrid stream of information surged into her mind, igniting a flicker of fiery brilliance deep within her pupils. In that instant, Xylan comprehended. This was no ordinary object, but a divine artifact, a powerful relic imbued with the might of the sanctuary, capable of vanquishing all monsters and bestowing the light of salvation. "Sisters," Xylan raised the finger of the divine, her voice resonating with an unprecedented fervor. "The divine has bestowed upon us power. Now is the time for us to cleanse the world of all filth and spread the glory of the sanctuary." In the desolate sea, Xuanhao remained seated in meditation. A month had passed, and his countless shadow spirits tirelessly circled the colossal form of an immense centipede, perpetually probing. The battle of higher dimensional beings is never resolved in an instant. It is a protracted war of attrition, a test of patience and will. However, Xuanhao could not linger here indefinitely. Thus, he left behind a finger to sustain the actions of the shadow spirits. In a flash, his figure transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the horizon. Upon entering the familiar crimson mist above the city of dawn, Xuanhao sensed la profonde aura. This presence was exceedingly peculiar, yet bore an inexplicable familiarity. Despite being well concealed, The disparity between them was as vast as heaven and earth, which he captured in an instant. Xuanhao's gaze sharpened, piercing through layers of fog. In a heartbeat, he pinpointed the central skyscraper. There, on the edge of the towering rooftop, sat a woman of ethereal grace, her long dress billowing, delicate legs gently swaying in the air. "You have finally arrived." The woman turned her head, revealing a face of unparalleled elegance, a faint smile gracing her lips. "If you seek a challenger, you have mistaken your opponent." Xuanhao hovered above, looking down upon her. "Indeed, you have forgotten me." The smile on the woman's face froze. "After 2 millennia of waiting, is this how it concludes?" Xuanhao raised his hand, flames swirling. "You have 3 seconds to persuade me, not to eliminate you." The woman stood, her skirt fluttering in the wind. "It seems I must help you reminisce about our beautiful memories." At the moment her words fell, the woman's clear eyes erupted with blinding crimson radiance. Divine awareness. Illusory flames. Boom! An intangible yet searing gaze surged forth like lightning, hurtling towards Xuanhao. Bang! Bang! With a resounding bang, the space within a 10-meter radius of Xuanhao erupted with a flurry of sparks, creating ripples in the air. Divine consciousness? Xuanhao pondered. This was a unique technique that belonged solely to him. Regrettably, it was rather feeble. Observing this, the woman was engulfed in fierce flames. Her elegant gown incinerated in an instant, transforming into a blood-red robe identical to Xuanhao's. Apart from the intricate patterns, they were nearly indistinguishable, and the motifs on the surface were strangely harmonious. Have you remembered? The blood-red robe fluttered, and her exquisite face bore a smile, with a fiery pattern etched on her brow, exuding a hint of enchantment. Xiaoyun. Vast and ancient memories stirred swiftly within the depths of his consciousness. Xuanhao smiled faintly. "Congratulations, it seems you have also gained an opportunity." "I am pleased. Perhaps it is the energy that overflowed when I ascended to immortality? Have you acquired great powers? Or are you merely a demigod? Have you recalled?" The flames dancing in Xuanhao's eyes intensified. She suddenly raised her arm. Boom! Accompanied by a scorching wave of energy, a massive hand enveloped in flames tore through the crimson mist, descending upon Xuanhao with tremendous force. "Dare to act recklessly." Xuanhao's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand in return. Boom! That colossal flaming hand shattered instantly, transforming into a shower of blazing fire. Xuanhao's sharp eyes locked onto Xuanhao. "Have you been tainted by malevolent forces?" Chapter 75. The two immortals, have you been tainted by malevolence? Buzz! As Xuanhao's words echoed, a crimson light once again erupted, flashing forth from Xuanhao eyes. Divine consciousness. Fiery illusion. The cataclysmic force of her divine awareness, intertwined with an invisible blaze that incinerates all, surged fiercely toward Xuanhao, who stood within arm's reach. "It seems you have lost your mind." Xuanhao scoffed, and instead of retreating from the imminent threat capable of obliterating an S-level peak warrior, he advanced, taking a single step forward. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted, sweeping outward. The torrent of divine consciousness was incredibly intense, but upon reaching within 3 feet of Xuanhao, it silently dissipated. Xuanhao staggered as if struck, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Xuanhao descended slowly, his aura seemingly descending from the heavens, and Xuanhao was crushed under this intangible might. Thunderous. The ground trembled, dust spiraling skyward. As Xuanhao descended, an even more formidable pressure fell like the weight of the heavens, the air being instantaneously compressed and the earth violently quaking. In the depths of the pit, it felt as though an invisible gravity pressed down upon her, rendering Xuanhao utterly immobile. Boom! 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 With each inch of Xuanhao's descent, the oppressive force enveloping Xuanhao grew heavier. Simultaneously, the pit continued to cave in, fracturing her divine form inch by inch. Xuanhao hovered in the air, his gaze indifferent. "Considering your arduous cultivation, I shall spare you this once. Should you dare to provoke me again." Xuanhao struggled to lift her head, blood staining her face. Yet a hint of a tragic smile graced her lips. Have you not recalled yet? It seems it is still insufficient. Booming thunder. Before her words could finish, Xuanhao swooped down, an even more terrifying pressure crashing down upon her. Yunzina coughed up blood, left no room for resistance. Why? Her voice was icy, imbued with endless sorrow and confusion. Xuanhao remained calm. What do you wish to convey? Speak while I still possess patience. Why did you abandon me? Yunzina suddenly lifted her head, madness igniting in her eyes. My entire life's ambition has been to assist you in achieving immortality. In truth, I never desired immortality for myself. Even a single word from you, a farewell, a word of caution. But you left, leaving nothing behind. Xuanhao pondered thoughtfully. Master, my parents have passed away. Thank you for taking me in. The young girl beamed a smile. The young Taoist gently patted her head, his voice serene. There is no need for sorrow. They deserve their fate. You did nothing wrong in ending their lives. Every action has its consequence. I'm not sad. The young girl radiated joy. Master, there are far too many villains. We should eliminate them all. The young girl queried, puzzled. The young Taoist stood with hands clasped behind him, smiling. They serve their purpose, whether for elixirs or formations. I require their existence. Master, can you truly attain immortality? The young girl gazed at her master, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Of course. The Taoist gazed into the distant horizon, his eyes reflecting profound depth. With the alignment of celestial timing, geographical advantage, and harmonious human relations, the opportunity presented to me is unprecedented in the annals of history. How wonderful! The young maiden blossomed into a radiant smile. Master, you mentioned that the day of the 9 stars conjunction approaches. Yet we still lack the final piece of the puzzle, the young woman remarked. I have already found it, Xuanhao replied, slowly turning around with a smile gracing his lips. Is that true? How splendid! Her eyes sparkled with sudden illumination. Regaining his composure, Xuanhao calmly stated, You should consider yourself fortunate. I have spared you once already. Xuanhao remained silent, flames once again surging around her. She endeavored to break free from the oppressive weight that bore down upon her like a divine mountain. Yet no matter how fiercely she struggled, her body remained immovable. Do you truly not understand the brink of death? Xuanhao lifted his hand slowly, fire flickering in his palm, exuding an aura of annihilation. Xuanhao raised her gaze, her eyes piercing through the crimson haze towards a distant realm. Go, to the place where our love once flourished. I shall await you there. Xuanhao furrowed his brow. What is it that you speak of, Xuanhao? It seems you are deeply tainted. Or perhaps you have succumbed to madness. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Very well, I shall see what it is you intend. At the moment his words fell, he gently clenched his lifted palm. Boom! Sparks erupted around him, the space contorted, and an intangible yet searing light converged upon Xuanhao, instantly engulfing her. In an instant, she was reduced to ash by the inferno. With a puff, as the flames subsided, only a faint glimmer of spiritual essence remained. Xuanhao beckoned with his hand, and the spiritual light settled in his palm, chaotic fragments of memory flooding into his consciousness. Indeed, this was not the true essence of Xuanhao. More accurately, it was an independent manifestation of her being, created through secret arts, embodying her 7 emotions and 6 desires. Distinct from her original self, this separate entity lacked a soul link, making it impossible to trace back to its origin. Xuanhao began to comprehend the situation. Upon his ascension to immortality, Xuanhao absorbed some of the residual energy, thus becoming a formidable practitioner. Should she ascend further, she could be deemed a demigod. In this era of decline, achieving such a level is indeed remarkable, yet it is regrettable. In comparison to true immortals, she is akin to a firefly beside the bright moon. No, there is no basis for comparison. Below the realm of true immortals, all are but ants. Even as a demigod, she cannot stand alongside Xuanhao. Have you lost your mind? Xuanhao murmured softly. In this age of decline, the ravages of foreign deities can indeed drive one to madness. Furthermore, his disciple was inherently wicked, her nature obstinate, and it was only a matter of time before she succumbed to insanity and chaos. Xuanhao chose to disregard this minor episode. In a flash, he returned to the central tower. His spirit descended into the mental realm, sitting cross-legged upon the colossal shoulder of his primordial spirit. As he continued to manipulate the shadow spirits from afar, countless shadow spirits encircled the ancient centipede, tirelessly probing for any potential vulnerabilities. Time flowed on, and the blood-red sun descended in the west. The sky remained a deep crimson as the blood moon ascended slowly. Suddenly, Xuanhao opened his eyes, sensing a faint, almost imperceptible aura of malice. The individual concealed themselves adeptly, yet the malevolence emanated from the depths of their soul. As a true immortal governing the celestial principles of the soul, Xuanhao was still able to perceive it. His gaze swept across the surroundings, swiftly locking onto the figure. Beneath the vast shadow of the primordial spirit, amidst the swirling mists, a silhouette clad in an ancient yin-yang robe gradually materialized. He exuded an ethereal aura, a smile gracing his features. Noticing Xuanhao's scrutiny, the newcomer performed a distant bow towards the primordial spirit, introducing himself. "Fellow Taoist, I am Ling Mingzi. You have but 10 breaths of time." Xuanhao's indifferent gaze fell upon the visitor. "Without a compelling reason, I shall erase you." "What?" Ling Mingzi's smile abruptly faltered. A hint of mockery danced at the corners of Xuanhao's lips as he calmly remarked, "My foolish disciple has only just departed, and you have come knocking. How difficult it is to guess your intentions, huh? 1 breath. Fellow Taoist, it is a misunderstanding." Ling Mingzi hastily gestured, forcing a smile. "I harbor no ill will." 2 breaths. "Very well." Ling Mingzi's eyes flickered slightly. "I have indeed come for that woman. Surely, you are aware that the outer gods wreak havoc, placing the mortal realm in peril." 3 breaths. "That woman has conspired with the outer gods, relentlessly pursuing me. Since she has set her sights on you, why not form an alliance?" 4 breaths. "Fellow Taoist." Ling Mingzi furrowed his brow. "As fellow immortals, I cannot believe you have not sensed the impending storm." Chapter 76. How can one dare to proclaim oneself a true immortal when even the gap between us is indiscernible? If we, the 2 immortals, were to form an alliance, we could confront all external deities and effortlessly sweep away the chaos of this mortal realm. Ling Mingzi's gaze was piercing. En alliance, a flicker of contempt flashed in Xuanhao's eyes. Ling Mingzi raised an eyebrow, displeasure flickering across his features. "I have cultivated for 2,000 years and have achieved the status of a true immortal." Xuanhao regarded him with a faint smile. "If you cannot even perceive the disparity between us, how can you claim to be a true immortal?" As his words fell, a vast aura descended with a thunderous roar, enveloping the entire spiritual domain, pressing down on Ling Mingzi like a colossal mountain. "What?" Ling Mingzi's body shook violently. The calm expression on his face instantly replaced by terror. Deep within his soul, a tumult was stirred. It was fear. It was also reverence. A tempest surged within Ling Mingzi's heart. How could this be? He had undeniably attained the path of immortality, transcending the mundane. The 7 emotions and 6 desires. Feelings of fear and unease. These were emotions belonging to mortals, which he had long since severed. Why at this moment did he feel such pure and unsettling fear? Like an ant gazing up at the heavens. 5 breaths. Xuanhao's voice remained indifferent. Ling Mingzi, still in shock, suppressed the turmoil within his heart and spoke solemnly. "Surely, my friend, you are in search of your true self?" Xuanhao slowly raised his hand. "Wait." Ling Mingzi quickened his speech. "I know the location of a part of your true self, where an exceedingly terrifying entity resides. We can join forces to eliminate that threat, and then I shall reveal the whereabouts of your true self." Xuanhao's expression was devoid of emotion. As he grasped his palm, an formless yet intense aura converged from all corners of the universe. Immortal flames. The lotus of ashes. Ling Mingzi's pupils constricted, his heart filled with dread. What kind of divine power could summon the energy of the cosmos with mere gestures? Wasn't there still 5 breaths left? Ling Mingzi was momentarily stunned and hurriedly exclaimed, "This is merely a paper effigy of mine. Erasing it would serve no purpose." Poof! Before his words could fully escape, a colossal lotus enveloping the city burst into bloom, unleashing a cataclysmic aura. My friend, do you truly wish to become my enemy? Ling Mingzi roared in fury, summoning all his magical power. Buzz! Ling Mingzi's body quaked violently. The prowess he took pride in crumbled instantaneously under this force. This was his strongest paper effigy. It possessed at least 60% of his true cultivation. Yet even so, it could not withstand a single strike from the opponent. My friend, we immortals have long lifespans. You are so aggressive. I shall seek you out. In a cry of unwillingness, Ling Mingzi's form shattered, transforming into drifting ashes. Yet the city remained unaffected. Everything continued as normal. Only Ling Mingzi alone, within this terrifying power, was reduced to scattered paper flakes in the sky. No need for you to seek me out. Xuanhao did not retract his hand, but instead reached out toward the multitude of paper flakes in the air. There, a faint spark of spiritual essence flickered. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness flowed like an invisible current, traversing along a thread of spiritual light, disregarding spatial distances and instantaneously shifting through realms. In the realm of the spirit, Ling Mingzi sat cross-legged when, suddenly, his body quivered. A low hum reverberated through the spiritual domain. As he opened his eyes, he was met with an overwhelming tide of crimson madness, rapidly engulfing all space around him. What is happening? Ling Mingzi's eyes were filled with suspicion and wariness. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Moreover, this blood mist increasingly resembled the place he had just visited. In the next moment, he froze. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed, as amidst the roiling blood mist, an apparition had emerged within his sight. Clad in a dark red robe, and with long black hair cascading down, Xuanhao regarded him with a faint smile. Do not carelessly discard paper figures, or else it may lead to death. How could this be? Ling Mingzi's composure shattered entirely, leaving only shock and disbelief in his gaze. To traverse 1,000,000 miles? To disregard the barriers of the mind? This individual had directly descended into his spiritual realm. Such a divine ability was unheard of. Xuanhao raised his hand, and a searing flame enveloped the entire spiritual world, his fingertips seemingly containing a terrifying power capable of shattering stars. You! Ling Mingzi's pupils constricted. Once more, he sensed an unease deep within his soul. Before he could comprehend the situation, blinding flames suddenly erupted from his brow. Poof! 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 Within the fiery glow, 3 miniature suns manifested, uncontrollably tearing free from his brow and soaring forth like weary birds returning to their nest, landing in Xuanhao's outstretched palm. In an instant, all color drained from Ling Mingzi's face. These 3 golden fireballs were the fruits of his arduous cultivation within the volcanic fires of millennia past. They had been refined for over 1,000 years, nearly becoming a part of his very being. Yet what was happening now? They had been so easily seized by his adversary. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean by this? Do you truly believe that I fear you? Ling Mingzi furrowed his brow, his aura surging explosively. Xuanhao closed his fingers, calming the agitated fireballs, and replied placidly, having taken my belongings, it is only right they are returned to their rightful owner. With a flick of his hand, 9 golden crows transformed into radiant orbs. No wonder Xuanhao felt a sense of familiarity upon entering Ling Mingzi's spiritual realm. It turned out this individual had taken his golden fireballs. You have 3 breaths. Xuanhao stepped forward, his presence growing even more vast and terrifying, crashing down like a collapsing sky. Ling Mingzi's body stiffened, and his breathing became labored. A part of your true self lies in that woman's hands. Ling Mingzi forced the words through clenched teeth. In an instant, he made a decisive choice. This blood-robed Taoist before him, with unfathomable cultivation, posed an uncertain outcome in direct confrontation. Moreover, this person's aura was extraordinarily peculiar, despite being a celestial being himself. He found himself suppressed hierarchically. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. Is that so? Xuanhao's footsteps faltered slightly, his gaze piercing like a sword directed at Ling Mingzi. How did you come to know that this is my true form? Is that so surprising? Ling Mingzi suppressed the turmoil within his heart. In this vast world, To my knowledge, there are only 4 celestial beings. Your true self emanates a breath of immense power. It is not difficult to deduce. Moreover, he paused, adding, a trip to Tianhai City would allow us, as celestial beings, to acquire information with relative ease. Very well, Xuanhao replied calmly. Then where is she? I do not know, Ling Mingzi said, shaking his head in resignation. Is that so? A cold glint flashed in Xuanhao's eyes. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure surged forth. Ling Mingzi's body trembled, as if a colossal mountain bore down upon him. This man shows no leniency whatsoever. Wait, Ling Mingzi hastily interjected. She has many subordinates. It would not be difficult for me to locate her lair. Xuanhao slowly turned, his figure becoming ethereal. Very well, go find my disciple and retrieve my true self. I shall grant you clemency this once. As his form began to dissipate, a chilling voice echoed in Ling Mingzi's ears once more. Oh, and do not think of fleeing. I can scent the essence of your soul. Whether at the ends of the earth or in the heavens, I can erase you at any moment. As his words faded, boundless crimson gradually dissipated. The realm of the mind returned to a profound silence. Curse it, Ling Mingzi clenched his fists. The facade of calmness he had maintained shattered completely, leaving only twisted rage. We are both celestial beings. Why must I be suppressed by the blood-robed Taoist? That unsettling feeling, originating from the depths of his soul, gnawed at him like a parasite, thwarting several attempts to intimidate his adversary. What could be the reason? Ling Mingzi furrowed his brow, puzzled. Could it be due to the corpse transformation? Or is it that achieving immortality necessitates such a transformation? He murmured to himself, then shook his head. In the path to immortality, the corpse transformation is regarded as a lesser method, though it may not directly correlate to the strength of one's magical prowess. It pertains to the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao, marking the distinction between the orthodox and the eccentric, unless, of course, this individual possesses cultivation far surpassing his own. Only then could it explain how someone who has undergone corpse transformation could still dominate him. Chapter 77. The elusive techniques of the immortals. Who could this individual be? Ling Mingzi's thoughts swirled, plunging him into deep contemplation. Logically, an immortal with such profound cultivation should possess a renowned reputation. Yet, throughout the vast expanse of 2 millennia, he had neither encountered this person nor heard their name. Was it from 2,000 years ago? Amidst his reflections, Ling Mingzi felt as if his mind were fracturing. His method of ascension was incomplete. With each conclusion of his lifespan, he was compelled to undergo reincarnation, during which he had long since lost the memories of the bygone era. Alas, Ling Mingzi swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Waves of intangible mental ripples spread forth, forcibly summoning the scattered paper figures from across the globe back to him. No longer could he carelessly discard these paper figures. The blood-robed Taoist's supernatural abilities were exceedingly strange, capable of directly infiltrating his spiritual realm through the connections of the paper figures. It was utterly indefensible. Who knows how many monsters lurked within this tranquil realm? Even an immortal must tread carefully, as if walking on thin ice. Extracting his mind from that brief confrontation, Xuanhao sat cross-legged upon the colossal shoulder of his primordial spirit, casting his gaze into the depths of the cosmos. Time was of the essence. He murmured softly, his voice tinged with gravity. The impending storm that Ling Mingzi spoke of was merely a faint perception of a looming crisis. Yet he understood well that it was the ultimate calamity of the grand universe, the celestial tribulation and the annihilation of the cosmos. This was the inevitable cycle of life and death. Even the immortals and deities, if careless, could meet their demise. All things flourish to their peak before declining. This is the immutable principle of the heavenly Tao. When spiritual energy reaches its zenith, decline inevitably follows. Thus, the age of decadence descends. The root of this tribulation lies in the immortal's indestructible nature, ravenously consuming all that the universe offers, ultimately leading to the depletion of spiritual energy and the decay of all laws. Yet, when this age of decline reaches its culmination, the universe's spiritual energy shall once again rejuvenate. This, too, is a fundamental truth of the heavenly Tao. However, the cost of this revival is the blood of the immortals, repaying the universe for the spiritual energy it has consumed. All that has been plundered must ultimately be returned to the cosmos. For this reason, the immortals relentlessly strive to breach the barriers of higher dimensions, descending into the realm of reality. Like a famished beast, they frantically scour the universe for its final reserves of energy, striving to withstand the engulfing void of annihilation. It is imperative to find his true form swiftly, to sanctify his physical body, and to gain complete dominion over the soul and the heavenly Tao. Xuanhao whispered. Only then could he vanquish all adversaries and secure his passage into the forthcoming era of spiritual rejuvenation. The gods are on the verge of falling, and he shall remain eternally indestructible. Moreover, being ensnared within the fissures of space has its advantages. It brings him closer to reality, allowing him to permeate it more swiftly than other immortals, with a power that is even more formidable. Even if the immortals penetrate reality, he fears no challengers. In the midst of these thoughts, Xuanhao's consciousness had traversed endless space. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Martial Artists Association in the southeast region, in the deepest subterranean laboratory, instruments emitted rhythmic beeps while the intricate control panels flickered incessantly. Within the translucent experimental chamber, Rose lay quietly, her body connected to a myriad of tubes. The 13th energy fluctuation scan had been completed, confirming the elimination of the residual shadow spirit from the corpse of the transcended being. Should we commence the second phase of the experiment? Personnel shuffled about, clutching various tablets, their gazes fixed upon the data displayed on the screens. For the time being denied. A deep voice resonated nearby. Initiating the 14th mental depth scan, the target S spiritual core has been confirmed, showing no signs of aberrant contamination. Shall we proceed with the experiment? Denied. Yuan Lai stated calmly. Captain Yuan? The nearby researcher could no longer contain himself. A hint of suppressed frustration etched across his face. What exactly do you intend to do? Yuan Lai, arms crossed, replied in a serene tone. This is a transcended being, comparable to the ancient outer gods. Do you truly believe it will be so easily subdued? Even if it is an ancient, the lead researcher's displeasure was evident as he retorted. But this is merely a shadow spirit, and we have already eradicated it. Perhaps you are more authoritative in combat matters, but in terms of research, we possess our own confidence. I hope you can enough said, continue. Yuan Lai interrupted, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the experimental chamber. Given your intellect, I find it challenging to adequately explain matters to you. Let us conduct 100 checks first. Once verified, inform me. With that, Yuan Lai disregarded the researcher's astonished expression and exited the laboratory. At the very moment of his departure in the laboratory, from the ceiling's ventilation ducts, an inconspicuous fly appeared, its multifaceted eyes slightly rotating as it silently observed everything below. Moments later, the fly descended soundlessly. No one noticed as it landed on the neck of a busy worker seated at a data terminal. Suddenly, the worker's body stiffened. Yet in an instant, he resumed normalcy, as if nothing had transpired. A few minutes later, the worker's gaze returned, flashing a hint of bewilderment. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room report, a staff member recently accessed the files of the transcended being, and the access has now concluded. A massive screen vividly displayed all occurrences within the laboratory, including the bizarre fly and the momentary anomaly of the worker. Quite elusive indeed, Yuan Lai mused as he observed the screen, deep in thought. This is hardly surprising. Chun Tianlong, arms crossed, leaned against the wall. This is the transcended being. Apart from equals, it is nearly unsolvable. You are all aware of the being's capabilities. Why not impede it? A young female assistant beside them could not help but inquire. Chun Tianlong extended a finger, stating, "It is insurmountable. Even a fly can possess at this juncture." He surveyed the surroundings. At times, I find myself in doubt. Chun Tianlong instinctively checked his own body. Could it be that he is capable of possessing the air? Or perhaps the bacteria that reside within us? Brother Tianlong, is this for real? The female assistant's face turned pale, and a chill ran down her spine. The notion that even bacteria could be susceptible to his possession implies that there exists no means to counter him. I was merely jesting, Chun Tianlong smirked, extending his second finger. The second point is rather straightforward. Since we cannot prevent him, we might as well acquiesce to his will. He has acquired the information he sought, and we too have come to understand what he wished to know. Retrieve the data he just accessed, Xuanhao suggested. Understood. The female assistant nodded. She swiftly accessed the database, pulling up all the historical information visited. Notification. Access to the Immortal Archive successful. Below are the public records. Saint White Radiance. Yin Xena. Realm. Unknown. Previously severely injured by the powers of the galactic deity. Identity. Immortal. Confirmed longevity. Divine powers classified. Please enter the identification password to access classified files. Chapter 78. The Black Dragon and the Evil Phoenix by Xian is about to meet the corpse-resolving immortal? Chun Tianlong furrowed his brow. This is hardly reassuring news. It should not be, Xuanhao shook his head. Are you privy to the inside story? Chun Tianlong turned to him, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Xuanhao nodded slowly. I know a bit. If I'm not mistaken, they were once lovers, perhaps. Now, it seems they have become sworn enemies. This outcome is not without merit. Chun Tianlong exhaled deeply, his taut nerves easing slightly. If these two immortals belong to the same faction, the repercussions would be dire. Do immortals also fall in love? The young female assistant blinked in surprise. Immortals are still human, Xuanhao replied, his gaze profound. They simply possess immense power and have undergone a certain evolution. Chun Tianlong regarded Xuanhao thoughtfully and asked, By the way, how did you come to know this? Xuanhau's lips curled into a half-smile, his tone teasing because, I'm also a deity. He laughed heartily and changed the subject. Just a jest. These beings would relish the other's demise. In any case, this presents a splendid opportunity. What do you intend to do? An ominous premonition arose within Chun Tianlong. Xuanhao grinned, a flicker of light in his eyes. Since they desire battle, we have no reason to impede them, do we? We can simply follow their lead. As comrades who had fought side by side for many years, Chun Tianlong instantly grasped his intention. You wish to aid one of the immortals in eliminating the other? Indeed, Xuanhao nodded. Chun Tianlong sighed deeply. If the headquarters were to learn of this, you would have to draft yet another report. Isn't that what you are for? Xuanhao chuckled, patting Chun Tianlong on the shoulder with a playful smirk. In the Southeast District, who does not know you as the retired dragon, the reporting dragon? Get lost. Chun Tianlong swatted his hand away irritably. I do not concur. The battle at Xuanhao has already drained us excessively. The galactic divine power has no reserves left to assist us. Being embroiled in the conflict between two immortals could be fatal. When has there ever been a day without death? Xuanhao narrowed his eyes, his voice suddenly turning cold. If we do not seize this opportunity, it may never present itself again. That remains unwise. Chun Tianlong shook his head, resolute in his stance. Rest assured, Xuanhau's gaze turned distant, a hint of frost in his eyes. I have spent 30 years of my life seizing his divine essence, all for this moment. I shall not relinquish this chance. You have made your decision? Chun Tianlong crossed his arms, deep in thought. The report will be entrusted to you. Xuanhao flashed a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. Chun Tianlong responded with an upward middle finger. By the way, Xuanhao suddenly interjected, have I ever mentioned what divine essence I have taken? I suppose not. Chun Tianlong scratched his head, curiosity flickering in his eyes. What I have seized. Xuanhau's expression turned grave, his voice low. To be precise, I have taken the essence of an immortal. Entitled The Benevolent Immortal, the narrative unfolds with Chun Tianlong, who is visibly astonished. Is this real? He muses. Across the vast expanse of the world, immortals are far more formidable and enigmatic than the ancient outer gods. Deities symbolize raw power, often straightforward and brutal in their might. Defeat is merely a matter of strength. The outcome typically hinges on sheer force, with little room for alternatives. Yet, immortals present a stark contrast. They possess not only formidable powers comparable to those of deities, but also command unfathomable mystical abilities and techniques that are exceedingly elusive and unpredictable. Xuanhao gazes at Shen Tianlong and calmly remarks, "If I were not striving to seize the status of an immortal, how could I maintain this youthful appearance?" He clenches his fist, feeling the surge of power within him. The strength of an immortal is indeed potent. The mystical arts are not the crux of the matter. Xuanhao shifts his tone, infused with a sense of nostalgia. No matter how powerful a warrior may be, they cannot transcend the limitations of mortality. For the energy we absorb is far too primitive. A glimmer of brilliance flashes in his eyes as he continues. However, the body of an immortal has already evolved, capable of refining energy to an even higher echelon. In my current state, living to 200 years is certainly feasible. Longevity, you say? Shen Tianlong squints, his voice lowered to a whisper. This matter should remain known only to the three of us. You are aware that the pursuit of longevity can drive one to madness. If the higher-ups were to learn of this, what is there to fear? Xuanhao interrupts. If I were to report this, what do you think would ensue? Have you lost your mind? Shen Tianlong's brow furrows in concern. Xuanhao smirks with a hint of intrigue. I did not mention my own affairs. I was referring to Bai-Xian. The battle in Tianhai City was exceedingly abrupt, compounded by the unforeseen arrival of the corpse-dispersing immortal. No one knows from whence it came or whether it can achieve immortality. Thus, it is only natural for the headquarters to remain in a state of suspension. However, it is already established that Bai-Xian has lived for at least 8 centuries. Now, should we inform the higher-ups that immortals have once again resurfaced? Do you believe that venerable elders would not descend in a frenzy? Not as crazy as you, Shen Tianlong retorts, a knowing smile gracing his lips. So, can you locate them? Not all. Xuanhao shakes his head. Shen Tianlong nearly chokes in disbelief. Then why utter such nonsense? Xuanhao replies calmly. The headquarters has searched for them for 3 centuries with no leads. How could I possibly find them? However, a glimmer of profound intent flickers in his eyes. There exists a means to locate them. Are you truly resolved? Shen Tianlong scratches his head in contemplation. Xuanhao gives a slight nod. With a sigh, Shen Tianlong concedes. Since you have made the decision to court death, I shall accompany you, lest you be left without a proper burial. He then turns to Xuanhao. What are odds of success? Approximately 40%, Xuanhao replies with a faint smile. 40%? Shen Tianlong expresses his surprise. Xuanhao, with a hint of arrogance in his tone, asserts, after all, I am, at present, a being of semi-immortal status. Whether I can contend with the corpse-dispersing immortal in strength remains uncertain, but at the very least in terms of status. I am now a semi-immortal, and shall not fall short of them by much. Let us hope that is indeed the case. Shen Tianlong appeared deep in thought. Xuanhao gently patted his shoulder and calmly remarked, This is the battle between the corpse-resolving immortal and the white immortal. We may not necessarily be involved. This is merely my preliminary plan. Should circumstances turn dire, we can abandon the scheme at any moment and make a swift exit. After a brief discussion, the two departed in succession. Upon returning to his chamber, Xuanhao approached the window and gently pushed it open. To my astonishment, although no one was in sight, a hoarse voice emerged from outside, saying, You have chosen to collaborate with me? I am a so-called wicked immortal in your tales. Wicked? Xuanhao responded with a faint smile. He gazed out the window, his voice imbued with a quiet intensity. Isn't the enemy of my enemy a friend? He paused, a hint of pride lacing his tone. Now I no longer fear you. A raspy chuckle echoed softly. So, you have made your decision? Is this not what you wish to witness? The corners of Xuanlao's mouth curled upward. Do you not also yearn for a grand confrontation between us and them? Outside the window, the voice grew more ethereal. Truly, you are worthy of possessing the essence of an immortal. You have certainly impressed me. It is a pity that we cannot share a drink in celebration. Farewell, Xuanhao scoffed, his eyes glinting with cold determination. We are, after all, adversaries. Should I capture you, I will not hesitate to end your life. Let's see if you can find me first, the hoarse voice replied. As for time and place, that remains uncertain. I shall inform you of any developments. And remember, bring along more companions. That pair of black dragons and wicked phoenixes is no trivial matter. Chapter 79, Salvation. The deity descends again, Black Dragon. Yuan murmured softly. Are you referring to the immortal of the 5 hell realms? Indeed, it is he. The hoarse voice resonated once more, laden with unprecedented gravity. He is peculiar. I cannot see through him. Prepare yourselves, for many shall perish otherwise. Will I also meet my end? Yuan raised an eyebrow, his voice deepening. As it stands, I could be considered a half-immortal. A derisive laughter followed, unmasked in its mockery. You're far from it. Not only you, but even I, a true immortal, may not prevail against him. You are incapable of unleashing the full powers of an immortal. Should the need arise, you may harness the divine might of the galaxy. Your concern is unwarranted. Yuan's tone turned frigid. In any case, procure information as swiftly as possible. I shall do so, rest assured. The hoarse voice gradually faded, ultimately dissolving into the wind. Standing alone by the window, Yuan murmured to himself, is the conflict among immortals an eternal struggle? Clenching his fists, he felt the overwhelming power within him, a force derived from the immortals, boiling fiercely. The icy intent to kill surged uncontrollably, akin to a beast awakened, thirsting for blood and battle. In the city of Morning Dawn, within the Star Hall, buzz, buzz. The mist swirled, and figures began to materialize one after another. Qinhu, Gujuwei, Kuei Song, Run 2, and the Flower-Faced Man. As the 5 of them steadied themselves, the mist surged violently once more, and a new figure slowly emerged. Tall and clad in a form-fitting nun's attire that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she surveyed the unusual and solemn hall with surprise in her violet eyes. She had been praying just moments ago, and now found herself here. Suddenly, her gaze fixated on the flower-faced man, 6 sinuous arms. And those 2 heads. Had one not been missing and devoid of the iconic flaming halo, she would have thought she encountered the 3-headed sanctuary. Beautiful lady, do you require something? The flower-faced man squinted his 4 eyes, regarding the newcomer with keen interest. As Xilan was about to inquire, her attention was drawn to the scene outside the floor-to-ceiling window, causing her body to freeze. Before her lay an endless sea of blood, the surging mist akin to raging tides. Above this misty ocean loomed a colossal figure, towering and exuding a vast and oppressive aura, a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3-headed sanctuary, it must be him. Sanctuary, have you summoned me? Xilan's heart raced, and almost instinctively, her knees buckled, and she knelt in reverent submission. Qinro and the others exchanged looks of astonishment. This newcomer seems to be a devotee of the Immortal Lord. Noticing that the giant figure had not turned its attention toward them, Xilan cautiously rose to her feet and addressed the 5. Greetings, I am the leader of the Nun Sisterhood. No need to be tense. Chu Huaiwei's cool voice broke the silence. Relax. The true Lord is absent, and we are merely engaging in casual conversation. True Lord? In Xilan's eyes flickered a hint of suspicion. Chu Huaiwei offered a brief explanation, allowing Xilan to grasp the situation to some extent. Yet, a pressing question emerged. Was the Holy Hall a true monarch or an immortal lord? From the introductions, it seemed to suggest the former, as immortal lords rarely tread upon the earthly realm. Qinro stepped forward, her voice a soft whisper. Just now, the true monarch bestowed upon me certain artifacts. The mist coalesced, transforming into a statue of a deity with 3 heads and 6 arms. The true monarch instructed that you disseminate this, as it would aid in the revival of the Immortal Lord. The statue resides within the central edifice of reality. You may retrieve it from me shortly. The other 4 nodded in unison. Perfect, Kuei Song grinned. I have recently gathered all the warriors under the Buddha Mother. I shall take charge of this matter. Xilan, visiting for the first time, remained a silent listener. However, a tempest swirled within her heart. Before the divine, these individuals were casually discussing matters of great import. This was a notion she had never dared to entertain. In the past, even the most devout of believers had seldom encountered celestial beings, let alone engage in discourse before them. Yet now, she stood at the feet of deities, having become one of them, regardless of the implications. This was a moment worthy of exhilaration. But was it appropriate? Logically, such gatherings should only convene in the wake of significant events. Yet these individuals seemed to merely engage in idle chatter. The meeting concluded swiftly. Xuanhao proceeded to the central edifice of reality and collected the 3 statues from Qinro. The 4 of them unanimously chose to depart from Morning Light City. The might of the immortal Lord was on the verge of resurgence, and they too needed to manifest their corresponding worth. In the realm of consciousness, the colossal shoulders of the primordial spirit were adorned with a magnificent aura as Xuanhao sat cross-legged. The flames of the celestial silk danced around him without the need for wind, and the fiery pattern on his brow flickered with an erratic glow. Suddenly, a burst of flame erupted from his brow. "At last, I have found your flaw." Xuanhao closed his eyes, his consciousness traversing vast distances. Meanwhile, in the southeastern sea region, thousands of shadow spirits flitted across the immense body of the centipede, finally detecting an exceedingly subtle mental fluctuation. "You have lost." With a thought, Xuanhao directed the shadow spirit to swiftly penetrate this flaw. It was like a razor, disregarding the overwhelming power of the outer deity. The colossal form capable of crushing islands and seamlessly breaching its defenses. Boom! Within the outer deity's being was a tempestuous ocean of energy. The magnitude of this energy was such that even the combined efforts of global warriors would take 30 years to cultivate. Boom! A tempest of energy surged forth. Amidst the cataclysmic aura, a pair of colossal eyes, akin to stars, abruptly opened, locking onto Xuanhao's shadow spirit in an instant. A frenzied malevolence swept over him. "You shall not withstand me." Xuanhao remained unfazed as the shadow spirit flowed like an unseen stream, weaving through the chaotic energy. It surged forward unstoppable. This outer deity may possess great power, but alas, Xuanhao wielded the principles of the heavenly path, a realm beyond their comprehension. Time had slipped away unnoticed as Xuanhao's consciousness penetrated the immense form of the outer god, delving into the heart of the colossal island. Before him lay a desolate wasteland, a once thriving city now reduced to crumbling ruins. Scorched earth was littered with twisted rebar and shattered concrete. Without the slightest hesitation, Xuanhao followed the call resonating from the depths of his bloodline, moving swiftly. Like an unseen specter, he continually merged with the remnants of life that still clung to the island, leaping from one to the next. The source of the call drew ever closer. At last, he beheld his own head. Xuanhao surged forth, pouring into the cranium, where the vacant eye sockets erupted with a crimson glow. Before him knelt a group of figures, their expressions numb and vacant. A flicker of thought stirred within him. Buzz! The scarlet light shot forth from the eye sockets, enveloping the bodies of the surrounding supplicants. Ak! The anguished cries echoed across the ruins. The islanders, shrouded in the crimson radiance, began to undergo horrific transformations. With a sickening sound, skin tore along their sides, and muscular arms sprouted forth. Above their shoulders, the skin bulged and ruptured, giving rise to a secondary head, no larger than a fist, with indistinct features. "Oh my! A miracle has descended upon us. We are saved. I have attained divine power." Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, the islanders were not filled with dread, but rather erupted into exclamations of exhilaration. They were on the brink of salvation. After 3 centuries, a deity had once again graced this land, answering their prayers. With this culmination, Xuanhao's consciousness instantaneously returned to his true form. 4. Ling Mingxi had arrived. Chapter 80. The Celestial Outer Deity. He is the corpse transcending immortal. Is there news? Xuanhao sat cross-legged upon the immense shoulder of his primordial spirit, his gaze indifferent as it swept over Ling Mingxi below. Prior to this, his Yin spirit had ventured to the martial headquarters in the southeastern district, perusing some information. Alas, the trail of Xuanhao remained elusive. Yet this was hardly surprising. As a being of immense powers, the myriad of techniques at his disposal rendered him nearly impossible to trace. "I have found it." Ling Mingxi nodded slightly. "I await you in Xuantianch." Xuanhao acknowledged with a slight bow. In the next moment, his consciousness returned to his corporeal form. He opened his computer to consult a map of Xuanhao before stepping through the floor-to-ceiling window. Boom! He transformed into a blazing meteor, slicing through the sky, racing towards the distant horizon. The sea of clouds churned beneath him. The gale howled fiercely. Xuanhao darted swiftly through the layered clouds, akin to an arrow piercing through the heavens. Before long, an oddly shaped aircraft came into view. It resembled a colossal mechanical dragonfly, boasting 6 wings and an astonishing speed. In this era of rampant outer deities, the skies had become the most perilous domain. Apart from the Martial Association, few civilian factions dared to traverse the aerial routes. Look, someone is coming. By the window, several young women gazed at this astonishing sight, their expressions a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. Is it a monster or a human martial artist? Surely a martial artist? As far as I know, S-rank martial artists lack the ability to fly. Even among the saints, most are grounded. Moreover, is he friend or foe? The young women murmured amongst themselves, awakening the curiosity of fellow passengers, their eyes glinting with trepidation. Dragon team, go and investigate. A composed man spoke from the crowd. Understood. A man beside him flickered, landing atop the aircraft, braving the onslaught of the tempest. He was the leader of the Special Operations Team from the Martial Association headquarters, Long, Quebec. The man clasped his hands towards Xuanhao, asking, "Are you merely passing through, friend?" Xuanhao ignored him, suddenly accelerating. Boom! He vanished into the distance. With the crisis averted, it was clear he was not an enemy. Long K returned to the aircraft, reassuring the passengers. Shortly thereafter, Xuanhao came to a halt. He beheld several viscous, icy strands, resembling spider silk, weaving through the clouds, akin to the tendrils of some unseen creature, rapidly ensnaring him. These threads were invisible to the naked eye, formed purely from condensed energy. For this entity to achieve such a state, it must possess a strength comparable to an S-rank outer deity. Whoosh! The clouds roiled violently. In an instant, a multitude of threads surged towards him from all directions, as if alive. Among these strands, the skeletal remains of countless strange beings were faintly visible alongside colossal, decaying remnants of iron constructs that loomed like mountains. A glint of cold light flashed in Xuanhao's eyes. His right hand formed a blade-like gesture. Clang! The scarlet sword light, akin to the first rays of dawn, accompanied by a piercing shriek, severed innumerable threads. Boom! Deep within the clouds, a deafening disturbance reverberated, as if some entity had been provoked. In an instant, a multitude of pale threads tore through the fabric of space, hurtling towards them with ferocity. Xuanhao sensed it, a presence of an outer god, an S-class outer god. Merely a single tendril, encroaching upon reality, dares to trouble me? A flicker of disdain crossed Xuanhao's eyes. Divine consciousness. Yanhua illusion. Buzz. His pupils abruptly constricted as an intense shockwave, imperceptible to the naked eye, erupted violently. Boom! 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 Where his gaze fell, the very space twisted. The countless pale threads that surged forth were silently reduced to ashes. Even the heavy, roiling clouds were instantaneously evaporated. The sky was left crystal clear, returning to a brilliant blue. Whoosh! Xuanhao transformed into a brilliant stream of light, vanishing into the distant horizon. That must be the Weaver, huh? What terrible luck to encounter this outer god. The Weaver has perished? Not far behind. The passengers within the aircraft wiped the sweat from their brows. They had indeed encountered an outer god, an unfortunate stroke of fate. Who is that person? The crowd murmured. So powerful, surely beyond the saints? Could he be a martial artist from the Martial Arts Association? That person is a deity. Suddenly, a deep voice arose. The speaker was a staff member from the Martial Arts Association, glancing anxiously at the resources on the computer. He is the Five Hells Corpse Transcending Immortal. Xintian City, also known as the city atop the mountain. It is an extraordinary metropolis built upon the towering snowy peaks, shrouded in mist and pierced by biting winds. Inside a luxurious hotel suite, the door swung open, revealing 6 or 7 formidable figures standing outside, their pupils glimmering with a faint golden light. Please conceal your golden eyes. Chun Tianlong yawned. I am aware of your divine heritage. There is no need for display. The leading man grinned widely and remarked, it seems this travel expense cannot be reimbursed after all. That is rather unfortunate. Chun Tianlong leaned against the door, responding curtly, Long Ing. This place is a melting pot of all sorts. It's impressive enough that you managed to enter. The Martial Arts Association has no jurisdiction here. The group streamed into the room, and Long Ing surveyed the surroundings. Rest assured, Dragon Team, Yuan Lai emerged from within. There are no surveillance cameras here. It's quite safe, and besides, immortals typically do not resort to such tactics. Excellent. Long Ing nodded. Yuan Lai continued, by the way, has the headquarters approved the use of the ancient sacred artifacts? Long Ing nodded, retrieving 3 boxes from a metallic case he carried, sequentially opening them to introduce mountain-suppressing pagoda, flame-repelling pearl, jade rui, high-level sacred artifacts indeed. Yuan Lai smirked, a teasing smile playing on his lips, as expected. Matters concerning immortals are taken very seriously by the headquarters. Long Ing proceeded with the introduction. The mountain-suppressing pagoda can seal the corporeal form of a corpse transcending immortal. The flame-repelling pearl can withstand his flames, and the jade rui is an offensive sacred artifact. These 3 artifacts have minimal side effects. Let us formulate a plan. Chun Tianlong approached the window, gazing down at the city enveloped in swirling mist. These are 2 celestial beings. A mere misstep could spell our doom. Have you all been rendered paralyzed by fear? Interjected the woman in the trench coat, her expression devoid of emotion. You possess 3 saints, yet we are accompanied by 6. While defeating the corporeal form of the corpse-resolving immortal may be beyond our means, can we not contend with merely his earthly manifestation, augmented by 3 sacred artifacts? Ha! Brother Tianlong makes a valid point, Dragon Eagle interjected, attempting to ease the tension. After all, they are immortals. Caution is paramount. He turned to the woman, introducing her to the assembly. Everyone, this is Captain Jean Lon, the leader of this operation. Allow me to elucidate the situation, Chun Tianlong began. The corpse-resolving immortal exists in 2 states. One, as you are aware, is the earthly form, which possesses strength capable of annihilating an S-rank warrior in an instant. The second is his true form, having now manifested a singular arm, allowing his higher dimensional essence to encroach upon reality. The pressing concern now is, his gaze swept across the gathered individuals, furrowing his brow as he questioned, who among us can withstand a blow from his true form? Chapter 81. We shall battle in the place of our affection. As the words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. As divine saints, they held confidence in withstanding the onslaught of the corpse transformation's earthly form. However, if the strike originated from a higher dimensional entity, even the saints would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes in an instant. Allow me, Yuan Lai broke the silence after an indeterminate pause. I shall grant you a maximum of 30 seconds. After the engagement, I will withdraw from the battlefield immediately. The remainder will be entrusted to you. 30 seconds? Chun Tianlong furrowed his brow. Long Ing pondered. If you can endure for 30 seconds without succumbing, we may attempt it. For now, let us observe. Yuan Lai added, once those 2 immortals have battled sufficiently, we shall intervene. Although I initiated this action, it is merely a probing assault. Should the situation prove unfavorable, we are prepared to retreat at any moment. We cannot retreat. Long Ing shook his head. What do you mean? Yuan Lai inquired, perplexed. Long Ing shrugged. The headquarters has issued a directive. The earthly form of the corpse transformation, specifically that arm, is deemed indispensable. Is that so? Yuan Lai mused. He had assumed the headquarters would be more intrigued by the white immortal. Various documents indicated that the white immortal indeed possessed longevity, and the headquarters had been relentlessly pursuing the secret. Yet, judging by the current orders from the headquarters, the earthly form of the corpse transformation takes precedence over the white immortal. Long Ing continued. The headquarters has issued a fatal command. We must obliterate its earthly form and seal the arm. Jean Lon interjected. When it descends again, we cannot predict how many years will have passed. This will at least grant us decades, perhaps even a century of tranquility. You are all aware of the circumstances in Morning Dawn City. Without its true form, the corpse transformation, even when possessing another, will not exhibit excessive might. It may not even reach S rank. This is the headquarters assessment. What do you think? The headquarters has issued a fatal command. Shen Tianlong scratched his head. What else can we do? Then let us risk our lives to shatter its earthly form. At the very least, there remains a chance. In Xiantian City, on a certain street, a man with a painted face, cloaked in a voluminous mantle, cautiously scanned his surroundings. This forsaken place is a no man's land. Surely, there must be an opportunity, he muttered quietly. After departing from Morning Dawn City, he had spent several days traversing through multiple transmissions to arrive here. With the resurgence of the immortal monarch's formidable power, the 10,000 Souls banner had undergone a transformation. It not only expanded its reach, but also the spirits within had undergone a profound metamorphosis, becoming increasingly ferocious. This realization led the painted man to understand that while his strength paled in comparison to Kuei Song and his status did not rival that of Chu Huaiwei, in terms of potential, he was equal to any of them, for he possessed the 10,000 Souls banner. This ancient relic was intrinsically linked to the immortal monarch's might. Its connection to the immortal monarch suggests that once the monarch's power sweeps across the world, the 10,000 Souls banner will undergo a monumental change. How I long for a great battle. The man with the painted face gazed with flickering eyes. If I can absorb tens of thousands of souls, I shall become the foremost figure under the celestial lords. The clouds churned as Xuanhao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the city atop the mountain. Suddenly, a streak of light dashed toward him from somewhere within the city, halting before him. Clad in a cerulean robe, it was none other than his friend Ling Mingxi. With a respectful gesture, Ling Mingxi spoke, his voice laced with complexity. The white immortal resides within the million great mountains. Regrettably, I do not possess knowledge of her precise location. It is not due to my lack of ability. Ling Mingxi wished to elaborate further, but Xuanhao raised his hand to halt him. He was all too familiar with this place. Transforming into a blazing meteor, Xuanhao soared over the suspended city, directly piercing into the undulating expanse of the million great mountains. Here lies the Hunbuan mountain range. 2 millennia ago, it was here that he attained enlightenment, achieving immortality on the day of the 9 stars aligning. The mountains remained unchanged, the clouds and mists as they once were. It felt as if eons had passed, yet it also seemed as if those experiences were but yesterday. As Xuanhao traversed the clouds, his consciousness radiated outward, akin to the first light of dawn, swiftly sweeping across the entire mountain range. No matter how intricate the terrain or how formidable the mountains, nothing could escape the purview of his awareness. Moments later, he came to a halt. From the distant peaks, a familiar yet inexplicably distorted aura wafted through the air. Surrounded by the mountains, there lay a low-lying plain. Xuanhao descended gracefully, finding before him an ancient stone pavilion, within which stood a figure clad in dark crimson robes, turned away from him. It was none other than Yunzina. You have finally arrived. Yunzina slowly turned, her gaze complex, to this place where we once loved. You have succumbed to darkness. Xuanhao's voice remained calm and unperturbed. Yunzina's eyes scanned the familiar mountains, seemingly reminiscing, a faint smile gracing her lips. It has been 2,000 years. I have always anticipated this moment, longing to see you once more. The items must return to their rightful owners. Xuanhao extended his hand, his tone indifferent. Then I shall consider forgiving you this time. Yunzina glanced around, her voice soft. I've always known that we would meet again one day, so I have prepared a gift for you. I wonder if you will like it. Noting that their conversation was entirely disconnected, Xuanhao's fingers curled, a cold glint igniting in his eyes. Vanish. Boom! A fierce blaze erupted like a volcano, instantly engulfing the entire stone pavilion. Buzz! Yunzina's body trembled, her energy instinctively forming a protective barrier. Bang! The protective energy shattered in an instant, her physical form mercilessly torn to shreds, disintegrating into ashes in the air. It seems we're destined to engage in battle in this place where we once loved. Shortly thereafter, voices echoed from afar. Without needing to look, Xuanhao knew that it was three figures, similarly garbed in dark crimson robes, slowly emerging from the forested mountains. Only three? Xuanhao's gaze remained indifferent. What of your 5 poisons, 6 desires, and 7 emotions? In the midst of the gathering, the enchanting Yunzina's lips curled into a faintly bewitching smile. We have prepared a gift for you. The moment her words fell, accompanied by subtle movements, countless figures flooded into view. In the mountains, upon the lake, and amongst the hills, the crowd surged forth like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They were densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. Their eyes gleamed with fervor, fixated intently on Xuanhao. Xuanhao gazed at Yunzina, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes. After 2 millennia, it seems you have not attained the realm of a demigod. Had you reached that stage, you would understand the futility of employing a tactic of sheer numbers. Is that so? The central Yunzina replied with a serene smile. To the left, another Yunzina raised her hand, conjuring a transparent spear imbued with a terrifying aura. With a thunderous motion, she hurled it forth. The transparent spear transformed into a streak of light, soaring skyward in an instant. Crack! The heavens resounded with the sound of shattering glass. As the spear traversed the sky, the firmament continuously fractured, violently torn apart, creating a vast chasm. Buzz! Accompanied by an inexplicable murmur, a dreadful force surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, pouring from the rift. It was an outer god of the elder days. Chapter 82. Sinking into daytime reverie boom. The sky seemed to erupt, and from the terrifying rift, a colossal transparent claw suddenly emerged. In an instant, an invisible force swept across the mountains, shaking the very earth. Wherever its breath reached, all living beings trembled, overwhelmed by fear, compelled to bow in submission. This was the overwhelming dominance of a higher life form over lesser beings, merely a single tentacle. Xuanhao gazed at Yunzina, remaining composed. Do you think you can do anything to me? Boom! As his words fell, the rift erupted with a deafening roar, the transparent claw fracturing space as it sought to plunge itself deep into this world. Suddenly, the valley echoed with agonizing wails. Surrounding them were countless figures, their bodies gradually twisting, succumbing to horrific distortions. Puffed. Skin tore apart, blood gushing forth. The transparent claw burgeoned from their flesh, a dreadful aura spreading like tentacles in all directions. Even the surrounding mountains and rocks began to writhe, manifesting transparent claws upon their surfaces. The entire mountain range was mutating, an ancient cosmic entity capable of annihilating worlds. How? A flicker of crimson light flashed in Yunzina's eyes. Xuanhao remained unfazed. Witnessing this, she clenched her fists, a mesmerizing yet frenzied smile blossoming on her exquisite face. Since he has forsaken me, then, everyone, slay him and ascend with me. Her voice seemed to possess an enchanting power, resonating clearly in the ears of every distorted being. You shall become true immortals like me, together for eternity. For the Holy Mother, the fervent roars soared to the heavens. Bloodlight erupted in the eyes of all the distorted beings, their transparent claws thrashing wildly as they lunged toward Xuanhao, fearless of death. Xuanhao remained indifferent. These tens of thousands of martial artists, to be precise, they had transformed into vessels of ancient power. This ancient entity sought to tread upon this world. As he beheld the rampaging giant claw in the sky, Xuanhao calmly stated, "The law of causality? I am aware of you. Since I have come to this realm, there is no place for you here. Will it be war or peace?" Boom! The heavens trembled. Suddenly, an eye emerged upon the transparent giant claw, silently responding to Xuanhao. "It seems you have chosen a battle against me," Xuanhao said coolly. "In that case, for every claw you extend, I shall sever the same." Boom! The sky fractured, a violent aura cascading from the heavens as if still responding to Xuanhao. For the Holy Mother, kill! The roar shook the earth, soaring to the skies, as those transparent claws on every being brimmed with the essence of causality. Boom! 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 In an instant, energy surged like a waterfall. Radiance, flames, weapons, and artillery surged forth like a torrent unleashed, cascading wildly toward Xuanhao. His expression remained unperturbed as he slowly raised his hand, a fleeting crimson glint flashing in his eyes. In this dream of daylight, succumb. A resounding hum erupted as overwhelming power burst forth. Centered around Xuanhao, an intangible scarlet wave swept outward, enveloping the entire battlefield in an instant. Be cautious, everyone. Do not gaze into his eyes, and do not allow him to see you. A chorus of warnings erupted amidst the throng. This battle had been meticulously prepared for 2 months, with all participants repeatedly cautioned about the terrifying power of the Saint Flame, true monarch-esque gaze. In that fleeting moment, everyone displayed their unique abilities. With a swift motion, someone's transparent arms rapidly spread like woven vines, cocooning them in a massive chrysalis. Another soared into the sky, escaping the chaos at the heart of the battle. Some invoked secret arts, their forms merging with the air, disappearing entirely. In an instant, the battlefield descended into silence. Contrary to expectations, the scene of destruction, where mountains burned and seas boiled, did not unfold. Xuanhao remained steadfast in his position, the crowd still poised in defense. What is happening? Voices of uncertainty arose. Amidst the charged atmosphere, a man wielding a bone spear emerged from invisibility. As a saint, he sensed the gravity of the situation. An indescribable force had descended in that brief moment. The magnitude of this power surpassed comprehension, capable of annihilating everyone present. Yet now, tranquility reigned, with nothing transpiring. What were we afraid of? A fervent voice screamed. 18 years shall produce another hero. Our battle spirit shall return to the realm of the Holy Mother, to be with her for eternity. For the Holy Mother, we willingly embrace death. Holy Mother, bear witness to me. The fervent shouts ignited the crowd once more. Boom! Energy erupted, with tens of thousands of assaults launched, crashing upon Xuanhao's position. The earth trembled violently, rocks splintered, and dust soared into the sky. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, the area was devoid of life. Beyond the unfathomable depths of a massive lava pit and the searing heat, nothing remained. Is the Saint Flame, true monarch, dead? Ha, we have slain him. Long live the Holy Mother. After a brief silence, cheers erupted instantaneously. A group of fools. Xuan's voice thundered in their ears. He is a celestial being of the same caliber as the Holy Mother. How could he be so easily vanquished? Third brother, could it be that he escaped? Xuan hastened to Xuan's side, a hint of unease upon his face. Unclear, Xuan replied, his brow furrowed, his gaze sharp. He surveyed the scorched earth around him, murmuring, as a celestial being, he could not be so easily killed. Could it be? He chose to flee to avoid the entanglement of karmic power? Is there truly anything impossible? The armored warrior beside him scoffed. We are imbued with the power of the Holy Mother, endowed with the strength of divine causality. With such an onslaught, slaying him is not beyond possibility. Upon hearing this, Xuan coldly retorted, a bunch of fools. You have no comprehension of the power of the Holy Flame, true monarch. For 2 millennia, he has been the master of the Holy Mother. Exercise caution. The S-rank warriors are far too weak to sense it. Yet as a saint, endowed with immense divinity, I can certainly perceive the chasm that separates us from the Holy Flame, true monarch. It emanates from the depths of the soul, a primal fear of the unknown, much like the ancient concept of causality. Others are oblivious, believing causality to be a mere servant of the Holy Mother. But I know better. They merely share a cooperative relationship. In truth, causality is far more formidable. It simply cannot tread upon this world. Old 4. Xuan turned to Xuan. Lead a search with your team. I shall ascend to the heavens for a glimpse. No sooner had he spoken than Xuan transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, his gaze sweeping across the entire battlefield. Alas, he found nothing of consequence. Meanwhile, Xuan, accompanied by a substantial contingent, commenced a thorough search across the battlefield. It was not until 2 hours had passed that a figure of sanctity and majesty gradually emerged. Congratulations, everyone. The voice of Yin Zina resonated like celestial music, akin to a gentle breeze that purifies the dust, reaching the ears of all present. He has fallen. He has been vanquished by your hands. Chapter 83. After taking the medicine, I will never see you again. Hail, the Holy Mother. Following a brief silence, Su Si was the first to kneel on the ground, emitting a fervent roar. The crowd erupted in excitement, their cheers echoing to the heavens. Yun Zina's gaze swept over the throng, ultimately resting upon Su Si. In this battle, you have performed admirably. What is it that you desire? I desire power, Su Si declared without hesitation, his voice hoarse with exhilaration. He had never envisioned such a moment, where the Holy Mother would personally inquire of him, a humble devotee. Excellent. A smile graced Yun Zina's lips as she raised her hand and gently waved it. Buzz! A beam of divine white light danced at her fingertips before merging into Su Si's being. Cultivate diligently. You possess great potential. Perhaps, when the time for ascension arrives, you shall ascend alongside me. Yun Zina's voice was like a gentle spring breeze, encouraging the masses. Thank you, Holy Mother. Su Si felt as if his very blood was igniting, his gaze filled with an unparalleled fervor. Congratulations, Old Si. Su Si, the future is boundless. The crowd gathered around him, offering their congratulations, and in that moment, he felt as though he was the center of the universe. Even those who had previously held animosity towards him wore smiles, humbling themselves to curry favor. Achievement and renown, it was all within Su Si's grasp. Well done, Old Si. Su Sin descended from the heavens, a comforting smile adorning his face. The Holy Mother has never regarded anyone with such favor. Keep it up. Thank you, Brother San. Su Si was overwhelmed with emotion. These few minutes marked the happiest and most glorious of his 30 years. Bestowed with divine grace by the Holy Mother, Su Si retreated to seclusion for rigorous training, and within a few short years, he transcended to the saint realm. Su Si. Yun Zina's authoritative voice resonated within the temple. From this day forth, you shall become my right hand, second to none. Thank you, Holy Mother. Su Si knelt on the ground, filled with utmost reverence. He had been promoted, and furthermore, he had wed the Holy Mother's attendant, Xiao Shui. Before long, they welcomed a child into the world. Life seemed to be complete.